Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments. The heavens themselves seemed to have dimmed the moment that the gigantic black palm hit the golden bell. Before a melodious sound was then heard from the bell, as it resounded throughout the sky mountain. And yet, the enormous black palm was similar to a gigantic hammer smashing on the bell's surface, barely stopping for a single moment, before it sent the golden bell flying into the distance as it continued descending down on the Zoing family's palace. No! A voice filled with fear resounded from the depths of the luxurious palace, as an elder with a head filled with sparse white hair appeared from it, staring at the golden bell that was sent flying away from the sky mountain. Shun Long's memories allowed him to recognize this person as the head of the Zoing family. Zoing Chin. Seeing Zoing Chin's haggard appearance with his disheveled hair and his lips dripping with blood made the thousands of core members of the Zoing family's faces pale from fear, as they all looked at the golden-armored Shun Long with terrified looks in their eyes. However, before any of them had a chance to move and try to escape, the enormous black palm in the sky finally collided with the Zoing family's palace. Boom! Countless runes and formations that seemed to be condensed from a myriad of colorful lights lit up around the palace walls, in an attempt to resist the black palm's descent. But no matter what, it was futile. Cracks instantly started to appear on the ground below the luxurious palace, while the powerful runes in the palace walls seemed to be rapidly dimming, unable to resist the power of the enormous black palm. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Zoing family? The Zoing family head, Zoing Chin, shouted at the golden-robed Shun Long, unwilling to accept this sudden outcome. This person's strength was definitely extraordinary, and Zoing Chin was also certain that neither he nor any core member of his Zoing family had ever met him before. And yet, this person seemed to be suddenly attacking his Zoing family. Shun Long, however, didn't respond to Zoing Chin's question. Instead, he simply turned his head around and stared at the 10,000 black armored warriors of the Heaven Trampling Legion with a serious look in his eyes. Seeing Shun Long's gaze, a 1.8 meters, 5.10 feet, tall, red-haired young man who was holding a dark silver bow in his hands took a step forward. And looking at the black armored warriors around him, he shouted in a loud voice, "Heaven Trampling Legion. Surround them. Don't let a single one of them escape." The red-haired man's voice was domineering, as he coldly looked at the Zoing family members who were hovering in the sky above the Zoing family's palace. At the same time, a single name appeared in Shun Long's mind as he looked at the red-haired young man, while waves of memories seemed to be waking up in his mind. This was the second commander of his Heaven Trampling Legion, Hon Sharon. As these words echoed in the sky, the 10,000 warriors of the Heaven Trampling Legion immediately surrounded the sky mountain, not allowing a single member of the Zoing family to try and escape. Zoing Chin's face instantly paled when he heard the red-haired man's words. But before he could even open his mouth to respond, cracking sounds resounded from the Zoing family's palace behind him, as the last protective formation was destroyed. Without any emotion in his eyes, Shun Long then slammed his right hand downwards, as the enormous black palm directly fell atop the Zoing family's palace. Boom! The moment that Shun Long's palm fell atop the Zoing family's palace, the entire sky mountain started to tremble from the terrifying force behind it. The cultivators living inside the city around the Zoing family's palace thought that the sky was going to collapse, completely unaware of what the Zoing family had done to invite such destruction on their doorstep. In a single instant, the core of the luxurious palace that spanned for more than 10 miles was instantly obliterated, while flesh and blood dyed the sky above the sky mountain a bright red color. At that moment, almost every single core member of the Zoing family had been killed under the enormous black palm's terrifying might. The luxurious palace of the Zoing family that had been standing there for hundreds of thousands of years was instantly reduced into dust, while the only person who was still alive inside it was the head of the Zoing family, Zoing Chin. And yet, the powerful family head of the Zoing family had a blank look in his eyes, as he was unable to understand the reason behind his family's destruction, while his body had almost exploded from the impact of the terrifying Black Palm's attack. leaving him on the verge of death and yet unable to die even if he wanted to. At his level, how could Zuestheoplympia not understand that Shun Long had intentionally left him alive? Despite being on the verge of death, Zuestheoplympia raised his head with difficulty. And looking at Shun Long, he asked in a hoarse tone filled with incredulity, hate and disbelief, you are the city lord of the heaven-trampling city, Long Han. Why did you destroy my Zoing family? Shun Long however didn't reply to Zuestheoplympia this time either. Instead, he simply turned his head around and looked at the black-armored warriors of the heaven-trampling legion, before his gaze landed on a white-haired young man with a black eye patch on his left eye. The white-haired young man looked at Shun Long's figure in the sky, who seemed like a god of war, with a gaze filled with reverence, before he turned his attention towards Zuestheoplympia, who was lying on the ground amidst the rubble of the Zoing family's palace with a look of hatred in his eyes. Looking at the white-haired young man, Shun Long nodded his head before he said in a calm tone, Jia Hao, come here. The white-haired Jia Hao's body trembled when he heard this, as he lowered his head and slowly flew towards Shun Long's direction. No matter how much he hated the Zoing family, he respected and adored the heaven-trampling legion even more. In his darkest hour, the heaven-trampling legion had become his second family. Looking at the white-haired young man in front of him, Shun Long nodded his head before he said in an amiable but at the same time solemn tone, you can do whatever you want, but remember one thing. Losing yourself in revenge won't bring back anyone. Don't let the Zoing family dictate your life. A myriad of emotions flashed through Jia Hao's eye when he heard Shun Long's words, as he nodded his head in response. Taking out a small, white-colored dagger from his spatial ring, Jia Hao then flew towards the Sky Mountain, towards where the Zoing family's palace was previously located. But all that was left now was a pile of rubble and dust. Looking at Zuestheoplympia in front of him, the white-haired young man placed the white dagger in his hand on Zuestheoplympa's throat before he said in a cold voice, my name is Jia Hao, and I am the youngest son of the third elder of the Hao family. Zuestheoplympa's eyes instantly widened when he heard the words Hao family. The Hao family wasn't a big family, and since Zuestheoplympia had heard from a trustworthy source that they had obtained the golden immortal bell, he hadn't hesitated to eradicate them down to the last person. He had never expected that there was actually someone who had survived from that family, and had come to the Sky Mountain with a terrifying backing to obtain revenge. Seeing the look in Zuestheoplympa's eyes, Jia Hao didn't show any change in his emotions. As he looked at the white dagger in his hands and continued with an absent-minded tone, this dagger belonged to my elder brother who sacrificed himself to save me. As we ran to escape from your Zoing family, he fell victim to the magic beasts inside the nightmare forest. Because you decided to destroy our family for a single treasure. As he finished his words, Jia Hao slashed the white dagger in his hands sideways, tearing open a hole in Zuestheoplympa's neck without giving him any chance to speak and defend his actions. Although his voice had been calm in the beginning, when he mentioned his elder brother's death, it was obvious that his emotions had been agitated to the extreme. How could he not feel guilty that his brother had traded his life to save him? As the white dagger slashed through Zuestheoplympa's neck, blood spurted like a fountain as it dyed Jia Hao's armor with a bright crimson color, while a look of fury as well as helplessness had appeared inside Zuestheoplympa's eyes when he heard Jia Hao's explanation. At this point, he would be an idiot if he could not understand that this man had somehow managed to convince the heaven-trampling city's city lord to come here and help him take revenge on his Zoing family because he had destroyed the Hao family 2,000 years ago, without taking another look at Zuestheoplympia. The white-haired young man then turned his gaze to look at the surroundings of the destroyed palace, where the rest of the members of the Zoing family were staying. Although the core members of the Zoing family had already died, the branch members were still alive and could very well try and take revenge on him in the future. And yet, Jia Hao only threw a single look towards them, before he shot to the sky, as he headed towards the golden-armored Shun Long. As soon as he arrived in front of Shun Long, Jia Hao knelt in the sky on both knees, as he started kowtowing while tears had started to flow from his left eye without stop. His voice that was previously calm could no longer hold back his emotions of grief and sorrow as well as gratitude. As he raised his head to look at Shun Long in front of him, and said in a tone that was filled with devotion, City Lord, I Hao Jiahao swear on my soul that I will always follow the city lord and be a part of the heaven-trampling legion until the day my soul dies. Although it was a short and simple sentence, Shun Long could feel Hao Jiahao's sincerity, as the young man in front of him had sworn an oath with his soul. The rest of the 10,000 warriors of the heaven-trampling legion had solemn looks on their faces when they saw this scene, as they all stared at Shun Long and Hao Jiahao and nodded their heads in response. Respect, adoration, admiration, sincerity, gratitude. There was not a single warrior of the heaven-trampling legion who didn't have these feelings for Shun Long. As Hao Jiahao finished his words, the scene in Shun Long's eyes finally changed. Shun Long felt another wave of memories slowly waking up inside his mind, as he found himself inside a simple yet spacious room without many decorations. He found himself sitting cross-legged on a small silver cushion placed on the floor, while in front of him was a black-colored, plucked, 7-stringed musical instrument that didn't have any supportive legs. Shun Long only needed a single glance to recognize this as the instrument of the sages, the Guqin. Even more waves of memories flooded his head at that moment, before Shun Long saw himself raising his right hand ever so slightly, placing it right above the 7-stringed instrument. As his hand was hanging above the Guqin, he was unaware that his eyes had a calm look inside them, like a lake that no one could cause any ripples into it. As his finger then gently plucked a single string, ping, an extremely beautiful and melodic sound echoed throughout the spacious room, causing a myriad of emotions to rise in Shun Long's heart like a tempestuous storm. This was the Guqin. This was the musical instrument that he had played countless times in the past, be it when he had wanted to placate his own feelings, or when he wanted to enjoy his spare time. Although not many people outside of the heaven-trampling legion knew about it, Shun Long's skills with the Guqin were actually second to no one. The melody when he played the Guqin could help someone enter a state of enlightenment through a single note, or it could actually kill immortals with the pluck of a single string. This was the power of someone who had reached the absolute pinnacle with a musical instrument. Shun Long's fingers didn't stop, and with practiced movements, he plucked a second string before the melody of the first one could dissipate in the air. Peng, his fingers continued to move skillfully but without any hurry, as the quiet and soul-stirring melodic sounds started to spread even further away from the spacious room. As he looked at his hands that continued to pluck the Guqin's strings, Shun Long could feel his own soul being cleansed in the process, as a feeling of indescribable tranquility and calmness filled his heart. A few minutes later, his hand plucked the final string of the Guqin, as he finished the song. Before he then raised his head and looked at the person who was sitting in front of him. It was a peerlessly beautiful woman dressed in black armor, with long black hair tied in a ponytail and mesmerizing purple-colored eyes. This gorgeous woman had a look of infatuation on her face, while her gaze that was looking at Shun Long was no different, as if she was staring at her entire world, completely ignoring anything else in her surroundings. A myriad of emotions appeared in Shun Long's heart the moment that he saw this peerlessly beautiful woman in front of him, whose looks weren't inferior to even Lu Mei's. While a single name had appeared in his mind at the same time, Hu of Fengyu. This was the third commander of his heaven-trampling legion. The scene in Shun Long's eyes then instantly shattered, while the myriad of memories were rapidly integrating themselves inside his mind. As Shun Long found himself returning back to the small city where the test of the holy sect was taking place, as more and more fragments of different scenes were still appearing in his mind one after the other, Shun Long only needed a moment to realize what was going on as a single thought appeared in his mind: these are all my own memories. At that moment, Shun Long unconsciously raised his head to look in the sky above him, only to see 3 bright balls of chi floating inside the monarch's hourglass. He could feel large amounts of chi stored inside the 3 balls, while their color had also changed, and was no longer a white one but a bright silver instead. It only took a moment for Shun Long to realize that he had unconsciously fallen into a state of enlightenment, unintentionally beginning his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. At the same time, cold sweat had appeared on his forehead, realizing how dangerous a breakthrough in this place really was. After all, He was completely unable to fight if anyone happened to attack him at this moment, causing him to fail in his breakthrough and most likely injure his soul in the process. And yet, Shun Long also knew that he was also unable to suppress his breakthrough at this point even if he wanted to. The only thing that he could do was to try and finish it as quickly as possible. The gigantic black-colored vortex above his head continued to absorb the chi from the entire city like a black hole, as it continued to supply Shun Long with enormous amounts of pure chi. Although the purity of this chi wasn't even close to that of the heaven-swallowing vine, Shun Long didn't need to absorb it, and he only needed to make use of it to merge the remaining 3 balls of chi into one. During this time, although there were no longer any vivid light scenes like earlier, fragments of memories continued to appear inside his mind, one after the other, making the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage even more difficult. Shun Long could feel that he was standing on a tight rope while trying hard to maintain his lucidity and keep himself from falling asleep and losing himself into his memories. Half an hour later, after absorbing enormous amounts of chi in the process, the 3 balls of chi had been merged into a single bright silver ball that was emitting large amounts of chi. This was the culmination of the previous 81 balls of chi from the pinnacle of the spirit realm, all condensed into one. Taking a deep breath, Shun Long closed his eyes for a single moment before he waved his hand, as an alchemy bottle with a single pill inside appeared in front of him. Inside the alchemy bottle was a single light blue-colored pill with pale green lines on its surface. This was a top-grade rank 5 icicle soul pill that Shun Long had refined for himself and Lu Mei using the icicle soul grass that he had obtained from the rank 5 snow apes in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The value of this pill even exceeded that of a raw icicle soul grass by almost 10 times, allowing a cultivator at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm to condense their soul inside their spiritual space during the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage even more perfectly. To refine this pill, Shun Long had used half a dozen of rank 5 medicinal herbs as supplementary medicinal ingredients, as well as the blood essence of the rank 5 snow apes. Every magic beast that had reached the rank 5 or above had a special type of blood inside their hearts called blood essence. The value of the blood essence was only inferior to a magic beast's beast core, and sometimes, depending on the magic beasts, the blood essence may be even more valuable than the beast core itself. Using the blood essence of the early rank 5 and the middle rank 5 snow apes to refine these pills increased the efficiency of the icicle soul pills by at least 30% than a normal top-grade rank 5 icicle soul pill. Holding the light blue-colored pill in his hand, Shun Long could feel a frosty feeling permeating his body, almost as if he had dove into a frozen lake that was trying to directly freeze his soul. With his monarch's eternal body that had already reached the peak of the 4th stage long ago, Shun Long clearly understood that this feeling that came from the icicle soul pill in his hands wasn't something that was affecting his body, but instead, something that was directly affecting his soul. The moment that he placed the icicle soul pill in his mouth, Shun Long could feel his thoughts slowing down, almost as if his soul was suddenly placed inside a lake of ice. And yet, Shun Long knew that if he wanted to successfully complete his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he had to get past this stage of condensing his soul inside his spiritual space that would then transform into a spiritual sea. In the spacious hall inside the luxurious white palace that pierced the clouds, the disciples of the holy sect were staring at the scene inside the screen of light with eyes filled with curiosity and shock. The enormous black vortex above Shun Long's head had already covered the entire city, and was only now starting to decrease in size. Although this was only one city among the 1,000 cities of the third test, how could a black vortex that had covered an entire city fail to be noticed by the disciples of the holy sect? Looking at the white-robed Elder Xuan whose eyes were also staring at this scene as well, a young man turned his head to look at him before he asked curiously, Elder Xuan, could this actually be a nascent soul vortex? The moment that this question left the young man's mouth, the entire hall descended into silence, as everyone turned their gazes towards the white-robed elder as they waited for his answer. Elder Xuan seemed to have instinctively wanted to shake his head in response, but at the same time, he wasn't confident enough to deny this either. The reason was because the enormous black vortex did indeed resemble a nascent soul vortex. After a few moments of silence, Elder Xuan, who was still staring at the gigantic screen of light, slowly shook his head. Before he said in a thoughtful tone, "It is impossible for a nascent soul vortex to be this big. But in this world, nothing is truly impossible. Additionally, the possibility of this vortex being created by an immortal grade cultivation technique isn't impossible either. In any case, as long as this person manages to pass the fourth test, we will definitely know the answer." Elder Xuan's words were like a sudden bolt of lightning that brought shock to the hearts of the disciples inside the hall. Although they had guessed that there was probably something extraordinary about this black vortex, Elder Xuan's guess wasn't something that could be easily accepted, causing hushed discussions to fill the hall. Immortal grade cultivation technique. Can there possibly be immortal grade cultivation techniques outside of the central region? I don't think so. This is just a guess in the end. Even Elder Xuan doesn't seem confident in this matter. After all, aside from Senior Brother Chen, who had a fortuitous encounter, I don't think that even inner disciples have immortal grade cultivation techniques. As the disciples of the holy sect continued to debate over this matter, rumbling sounds could be heard inside Shun Long's spiritual space. As an illusionary sea had started to form itself, Shun Long could feel that below his soul that was on the verge of condensing itself inside his spiritual space. His spiritual strength was rapidly transforming itself into an enormous sea. Shun Long immediately understood that this was the creation of his spiritual sea. He had already heard from Little Black that the moment that a cultivator entered the nascent soul stage, their spiritual strength would entirely transform into a spiritual sea. The power of a person's soul sense was also directly related to the purity of their soul, as well as their spiritual sea. An hour quickly passed, and at the same moment that the enormous black vortex above his head disappeared back inside his body, Shun Long, who was already just a step away from entering the nascent soul stage, could feel the icicle soul pill providing enormous amounts of energy to his soul, before his spiritual space violently shook. At the same moment that he could feel his nascent soul successfully condensing itself and becoming hundreds of times more powerful than before, Shun Long could feel that a vast spiritual sea had also formed itself inside his spiritual space. And right above this spiritual sea the stone of time was calmly floating in the air, almost as if it was overlooking the changes in its own home. At this moment, Shun Long knew that he had finally entered the nascent soul stage. However, just when Shun Long thought that his breakthrough was over and he was about to open his eyes, he suddenly felt his blood churning inside his body, like a volcano that was about to explode. His arms and legs started to grow protective black scales that resembled black armor, while immense amounts of energy started to fill his body, making Shun Long feel as if something had finally woken up inside him after thousands of years of slumber. Shun Long could sense the changes that were taking place in his body even without opening his eyes, as more and more energy was filling his body without stop. He could feel as if an unending sea of chi had appeared inside him, while even his muscles, bones and tendons were also being empowered by this strange energy as well. This was the first time that Shun Long had met something that could empower both his chi and his body at the same time. And yet, this unending stream of energy had only appeared for a single moment before it instantly disappeared. At the same time, Shun Long could feel his burning blood that had started to calm down as well, while the black scales that had appeared on his body had also started to vanish, leaving behind no traces in the process, almost as if they had never existed in the first place. At that moment, two words appeared in Shun Long's mind, as he then mumbled to himself in an uncertain voice, "Dragon bloodline." Opening his eyes, Shun Long immediately turned his gaze towards his hands, but there were no traces of any scales anywhere on his body. And yet, based on his memories, how could Shun Long not understand that the thing inside his soul that seemed to have woken up after his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was precisely this bloodline? Although he knew that his memories weren't complete, Shun Long could clearly understand the meaning behind having a bloodline, especially one that came from a powerful king of magic beasts like a dragon. Cultivators with special bloodlines could activate their bloodline's effect, augmenting their strength and obtaining different benefits according to the level of their bloodline as well as their level of purity. At the same time, Shun Long also knew that there were only two ways of obtaining a bloodline. The first way was for a cultivator to have had an ancestor in their family who was extremely powerful in the past and had a special bloodline of his own, allowing his descendants to inherit it as well in the future. This was the most common way of inheriting a bloodline. But it was also the one with the weakest effects as well, as the purity of the bloodline that a descendant would inherit would be up to luck. If someone was lucky or was born with extreme talent, and had inherited their ancestors' genes, they could inherit 90 or even 100% of their ancestors' bloodline purity. But if they were unlucky, they would only be able to inherit 10% of it. Or in some cases not even 1%. As for the second way, it could actually guarantee that a cultivator could obtain a bloodline with 100% purity. But it was almost impossible to achieve in reality. It was by having a powerful magic beast to willingly offer some of its blood essence, thus absorbing it, and obtaining its bloodline effects as well. However, magic beasts by nature were extremely unwilling to offer even a single drop of their blood essence, as that could weaken them for hundreds, and in some cases even for thousands of years. Even magic beasts that had a master were often unwilling to offer their blood essence to their master. Of course, even if a magic beast was willing to offer their blood, it didn't necessarily mean that a cultivator would successfully obtain its bloodline at the first try either. A single attempt may require a single drop of blood essence, but it could also require dozens, hundreds, and some cases even thousands of drops depending on the strength of the bloodline and the magic beast. At the same time, activating a bloodline didn't come without a cost. Although a cultivator could obtain the bloodline's effects for a limited amount of time after burning a part of their blood, once the bloodline's effects were over, if they had expended too much of their blood essence, they would be greatly weakened, and would have to wait for a long period of time until their blood essence was replenished. At that moment, a myriad of different emotions appeared in Shun Long's heart as he realized one vital point. This isn't just any dragon's bloodline, but Little Black's own bloodline. As this thought appeared in his mind, Shun Long wanted to instinctively enter the foggy space in the Stone of Time where Little Black was. But remembering that this was still the Holy Sect test, as well as the fact that Little Black was still absorbing the Dragon Stone and could very likely be woken up after sensing that Shun Long had awakened his bloodline, made him instantly discard this idea. After staring at his hands in a daze for a few more moments, Shun Long calmed himself down, before he turned his attention towards his surroundings. After all, this was still the Holy Sect's test, and obtaining the Holy Sect's token was a top priority if he wanted to pass the test. The moment that he raised his head to look at his surroundings, however, Shun Long saw a baffling scene appear in his vision. The old and half-destroyed buildings around him were actually no longer as damaged as they previously were, and instead, they seemed to have been restored back to a much better condition. Even the half-destroyed broken tower that the golden-robed young man had turned into a pile of ash with that enormous flame fist earlier, seemed as if it had been brought back to how it was before that attack. It was almost as if time had been reversed in this place, restoring everything in this place back to its original appearance. Closing his eyes, Shun Long stayed silent for a few moments, before a bright blue light suddenly appeared in his right hand. With a deep look in his eyes, Shun Long activated the Monarch's hourglass, causing his eyes to turn golden, while at the same time a single silver-colored ball of chi appeared inside the invisible figure of the hourglass. Turning his attention towards the half-broken tower in the distance, Shun Long flew towards it without any hesitation, before placing his right hand on the tower's walls. His golden eyes had a serious look inside them as he stared at the spot where his hand was touching, before he mumbled to himself in a low, almost inaudible voice, "Time reversal." As soon as his voice left his mouth, the bright blue light coming from his hand immediately expanded, quickly covering the entire tower in just a few moments. Shun Long could feel more than 10% of his own chi being sapped in an instant, as the half-broken tower was being restored back to its previous condition at a speed visible in the naked eye. Just a few moments later, Shun Long retracted his hand from the tower's wall, and despite the tower still being in a half-broken state, it was in a much better condition than the rest of the buildings around it. This was one of the moves that Shun Long had comprehended by himself upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Time reversal. In a sense, the time prison that he had comprehended in the past, the eternal banishment, and this time reversal, were no different than self-created martial skills. Using his chi, Shun Long could reverse the time around an item, bringing it back to its original condition. Of course, if Shun Long wanted to, he could restore this tower back to perfect condition in just a few moments. But more than half of his chi was required for such an action. Reversing time and restoring an item's condition back to who knew how many years ago, even if it was an inanimate thing like a half-broken tower, still required an enormous amount of chi expenditure. Looking at the receding blue glow in his hands that was returning back to his body, Shun Long didn't move immediately from the spot he was standing on. As various thoughts flashed through his mind one after the other, although time reversal doesn't seem to be too useful in a fight at first glance. In a sense, it is no different than turning back time. Even though it is impossible for it to allow me to travel back in time, it has more than simply one use in the end. I wonder if I can use it to repair cauldrons or formations this way. Hee. That would be no different than a quack formation master. The only problem with it is that the effects of the passage of time are too obvious, making it too easy for others to understand that it involves the Tao of time. At the same time, I wonder, now that I have broken through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, perhaps my eternal banishment will be able to affect even peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators. Although it requires so much of my chi, it is still an instant kill move that leaves behind no traces in the end. This is definitely the best skill if I want to stealthily kill someone. Even opening a space tier and crushing someone's heart pales in comparison to it. The only problem is that it can't affect enemies whose cultivation is higher than mine by an entire rank. Even if I can't fully control it well enough now. Upon breaking through to the late stages of the nascent soul stage or even the Tao King realm, my control over it will definitely advance by many times. After sorting out his thoughts, Shun Long took a deep breath before he decided to put the memories that had appeared in his mind aside for now, as he decided to stir his soul sense for the first time. After all, this was still the Holy Sect's test, and he could not afford to delay obtaining the Holy Sect's token any longer. Closing his eyes, Shun Long stirred the energy inside his spiritual sea, before an invisible green ball that contained his soul sense exploded out from his body. He could feel his short black hair raising upwards in the process as if a gust of wind had appeared around his body, while the green ball started to expand even further away from his location. Shun Long decided to not hold back, curious to see how far his soul sense could extend. Even before breaking through to the nascent soul stage, his spirit sense could still leave his body and extend a few meters around him. Now that he had broken through to the nascent soul stage, however, this effect had surely been augmented by many times. The green ball containing Shun Long's soul sense continued to expand, as more and more scenes of empty and half-broken buildings that were on the brink of collapse appeared in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the green ball had already expanded in a radius of nearly 3 miles. Although 3 miles was only a tenth compared to Little Black, who could use his soul sense while he was still a peak rank 3 magic beast and could cover an area of 30 miles around Shun Long. Little Black's soul was only weakened after he had entered the Stone of Time and had to restart his cultivation, and wasn't fractured into different pieces like Shun Long's. For a cultivator who had just broken through to the nascent soul stage to be able to extend their soul sense for 3 miles, this was already an unbelievable feat. As his soul sense had covered more than half of the city, Shun Long immediately spotted a group of 7 people fighting almost 2 miles away from him, towards the north of the city. Although it was practically impossible to see the faces of the people who were fighting since they covered by dense amounts of overflowing chi, Shun Long was certain that it was the golden-robed young man's group fighting against the black-robed young woman's. At the same time, Shun Long clearly remembered that the golden-robed young man had seemed certain that the black-robed young woman was the one who had the Holy Sect's token, while she hadn't directly denied this either. Thus, after thinking about it for a while, Shun Long shot towards the north of the city without any hesitation. Now that he had already advanced to the nascent soul stage as well, he could certainly match up against the golden-robed young man, the black-robed old man as well as the black-robed young woman. As for who would obtain the Holy Sect's token, That still remained to be seen. At the same time that Shun Long was flying towards the north of the city, heading towards the place where the golden-robed young man was fighting against the black-robed young woman's group. In the outskirts of another small city in this world, a white-robed Lu Mei was leading an enormous army of undead creatures as they marched towards the city's gates. A little more than 5 miles away from the city, a group of nearly 130 disciples were gathered there, all of them staring at the undead army in front of Lu Mei with disbelieving looks on their faces. An army of more than 1,000 jade white skeletons were following behind 50 undead knights that were clad in black armor, as they all headed towards the city gates in the distance. However, neither the 1,000 white skeletons nor the 50 undead knights were the most eye-catching and shocking creatures in this scene. Instead, right in the midst of the white skeleton army was an enormous 30 meters, 100 feet, tall bizarre undead beast, with a white-robed, white-veiled young woman sitting on its back. This beast's appearance was extremely sinister and bizarre. It had 4 thick and large black-colored legs that resembled horse hooves, as well as a gigantic body. But it didn't have any arms or a head. Instead, in the region of its torso was a large, black-colored mouth, with rows of white teeth being exposed. The appearance of this creature was so terrifying that it brought chills down to the spines of everyone who turned their eyes towards it, while even the criminals on top of the city walls were no exception to this. What is this thing? It looks like some kind of magic beast. Is this thing even a magic beast? Its aura is clearly at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage. But why does it feel so terrifying then? The criminals on the city walls had shocked expressions on their faces as they stared at the enormous creature that Lu Mei was standing on, as they immediately prepared themselves for battle. Lu Mei, however, had an unperturbed expression in her eyes, as she ordered her skeletons to continue marching forward towards the city gates. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, she had not only formed her own soul sense, but she also saw a huge increase in her spiritual strength as well. At the same time, the number of skeletons and undead knights that she could summon increased by many times. But that wasn't the biggest change. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Lu Mei also noticed that she could use a large amount of her chi to summon this enormous creature as well, which she ended up naming Death Eater. The Death Eater's cultivation was at the same level as hers, and the same level as her undead knights at the same time, at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage. But its strength wasn't that simple. Not only could it easily trample 10 undead knights with a single stomp if it wanted, but Lu Mei could feel an intense hunger coming from this beast. At the same time, that wasn't the third major change that Lu Mei noticed upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Her skeletons and undead knights seemed to have become stronger. But now, she also had to use her own spirit sense. No, her own soul sense to restrain them from escaping her control. Of course, this was a result of Lu Mei's Tao of Death strengthening itself, giving consciousness to her undead knights and her skeletons, and allowing them to become many times stronger during a fight. Originally, Lu Mei knew that it needed around 10 of her skeletons if they wanted to kill a single cultivator at the same level as them. But after her breakthrough, 5 skeletons at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm could probably take care of a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator without too much difficulty. The biggest problem that Lu Mei faced, however, was using her soul sense to control the enormous Death Eater. This creature had terrifying urges to consume everything around it and cause endless havoc and death at its surroundings. Of course, although it was challenging to control this undead creature, Lu Mei also knew that its strength was definitely terrifying. Although she hadn't tested it just yet, she could clearly feel that, even if her 1,000 skeletons and her 50 undead knights combined their strengths and attacked the Death Eater together at the same time, they may not necessarily win. Of course, to obtain this level of strength, Lu Mei's breakthrough was anything but easy. She had nearly fallen into the depths of hell, as the blood absorption art showed its negative effects for the first time. During her breakthrough, she could feel an intense feeling of bloodlust sprouting from inside her, trying to affect her mind, almost as if it was trying to corrupt her and turn her into a bloodthirsty demon that wanted nothing but chaos. It was at that moment that the purple-colored pill, that she had consumed before her breakthrough finally showed its effects. This pill was something that Shun Long had personally concocted for her using the rank 5 dreamy ash flower as the main ingredient. Based on what the alchemists in the city of Sin knew, the dreamy ash flower had only one use, to be grinded into dust and produce a powder that could help a cultivator who was suffering from mental illnesses. However, Shun Long knew that this wasn't the only use of this rank 5 medicinal herb. Using it as the main medicinal ingredient, he could concoct a pill that could help Lu Mei retain clarity in her mind and suppress the negative effects that the blood absorption art had on her during her breakthrough. Of course, as a top-grade rank 5 pill, the effects that the pill had on the peak rank 9 spirit realm Lu Mei were extremely potent, helping her suppress the bloodlust from the blood absorption art in the end and allowing her to successfully complete her breakthrough. Standing on the Death Eater's back, Lu Mei first threw a glance at the disciples who were staring at her from the plains a few miles away from the city, before she turned her attention back towards the enormous city gates and the criminals of the holy sect who were stationed there. Seeing that Lu Mei's skeletons were less than a mile away from the small city and were heading towards the city gates without stopping, the disciples that were staring at this scene from the distance had disbelieving looks on their faces, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Is she crazy? Does she really intend to siege the city by herself? Maybe. She has 1,000 of those skeletons, as well as 50 of those knights in black armor and that huge ugly beast. Perhaps it's not impossible. A young man in red robes chuckled when he heard this, and looking at Lu Mei who was confidently storming the city, he said in a mocking tone, "Hee hee. It is indeed not impossible for her to succeed in killing those dogs with that army of hers as well as that beast she is riding on. But even if she manages to kill them all, she is doomed to suffer even if she somehow survives. It's only a matter of time until she attracts the attention of one of the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who will come and take care of her. After all, even though those scum on top of the city walls are only at the late stages of the spirit realm, and the rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, they are still useful as guard dogs. There is no way that those idiots inside the city will allow their own dogs to be killed like that." Serious expressions appeared on those disciples' faces when they heard the red-robed young man's words. This person was the only peak rank 3 nascent soul expert in this group of disciples, and he was also the one who had led the attack in this city half a day ago. However, not only was the number of disciples in this group much smaller than the alliance that Shun Long and the golden-robed young man were in, but this city also had 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts hidden inside it as well. The moment that this red-robed man's group found out about this, they immediately turned around and fled, not daring to siege the city any longer. As a single peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, he had no confidence in fighting against 3 other cultivators at the same level all by himself. And yet, he wasn't anxious about taking the holy sect's token either. Neither was he afraid of Lu Mei taking it by herself, let alone the fact that a single peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator could easily take care of her and her undead army by himself. Lu Mei could actually be useful to him if she ended up killing even half of the criminals who were standing guard on the city walls. That way, his own alliance would face less resistance in the future and would be able to conquer the city with greater ease. As for the second reason why the red-robed young man wasn't anxious, was because he already knew that sooner or later, some more rank 3 nascent soul stage experts would come here from the nearby cities. After all, there were only 1,000 tokens of the holy sect, and far more than simply 1,000 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, let alone those who were in the early and the middle of rank 3 as well. Once the tokens from the nearby cities were obtained, this city would also become those people's target as well. Although the competition would be much fiercer then, but he already knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the holy sect's token in this city by himself. At the same time that these thoughts flashed through the red-robed young man's mind, Lu Mei's undead army had already arrived just a few hundred meters away from the city walls. At that moment, a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator who was standing on the walls stared at Lu Mei's army that was moving towards the city before he shouted loudly, "Attack!" The moment that his voice resounded in the air, an endless barrage of attacks exploded from the cultivators on top of the city walls. 1,000 late-stage spirit realm cultivators as well as rank 1 nascent soul stage experts. All launched out their attacks at the same time, blocking out the sky and leaving Lu Mei's army no room for retreat. One by one, the skeletons that had no way to protect themselves started to break down into countless pieces, as they faced the endless barrage of attacks that bombarded them without stop. And yet, despite the fact that dozens of them were being destroyed at every wave of attacks, the army of 1,000 jade-white skeletons still continued to move forward towards the city walls. As for Lu Mei's undead knights, they were much more resilient than the skeletons. Although the attacks of the 1,000 cultivators on the city walls were numerous and without end, there were also 1,000 skeletons in Lu Mei's army as well, forcing them to spread out their range of attacks in order to hit all of the skeletons, thus causing the undead knights to not face too much difficulty in the process. Although a handful of the undead knights were killed, the rest of them only had superficial injuries, while most attacks didn't even manage to pierce through their black armors. After all, more than half of the criminals on top of the city walls were late-stage spirit realm cultivators. In front of the rank 1 nascent soul stage undead knights, their attacks couldn't be considered anything more than average. Although these attacks could definitely destroy the skeletons who were much weaker individually, and were only at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, the undead knights that had already advanced into the nascent soul stage were on a completely different level. However, the one who had it the easiest was actually the Death Eater and Lu Mei, who was sitting on its back. This terrifying beast opened its mouth and easily swallowed the attacks that came its way, almost as if it was having a meal. It didn't matter if they were flame arrows, huge stone rocks or ice shards, or if they came from the late-stage spirit realm cultivators or from early rank 1 nascent soul stage ones. All of them were swallowed without any problem, as they entered the Death Eater's mouth and disappeared without leaving behind any traces. As for the attacks of the middle rank 1 nascent soul stage experts, although they fell upon the Death Eater's massive body, they failed to cause any damage to the enormous beast, who then completely ignored them. Only the attacks of the few peak rank 1 nascent soul stage experts seemed to be able to penetrate through its body, causing the massive beast to consciously avoid them. In just a few moments, the enormous Death Eater had arrived right in front of the city walls, along with Lu Mei's remaining army, as it stared at the cultivators on top of the walls with a hungry look in its eyes. A little more than 400 skeletons, 43 undead knights as well as the Death Eater that Lu Mei was sitting on, had now arrived in front of the city gates. As they stared at the nearly 1,000 cultivators in front of them, although more than half of the original 1,000 skeletons had been destroyed during the endless barrage of attacks, as well as 7 of her undead knights, Lu Mei didn't seem to have a change in her expression, as she kept staring at the criminals of the holy sect who were staring at the Death Eater with shock in their eyes. Lu Mei, however, barely threw a glance at them, before she turned her attention towards the Death Eater that she was riding on. With a cold look in her gorgeous black eyes, she waved her hand, as she finally lifted some of her restrictions on it, and allowed the Death Eater to go wild. The 30 meters 100 feet tall terrifying beast, which was even taller than the city's 20 meters 66 feet tall city walls, looked at the cultivators below it and opened its enormous mouth, letting out an ear-grating roar before it jumped in their midst with obvious hunger and excitement to kill. The moment that the Death Eater's thick legs touched the city walls, the stone walls instantly crumbled, as the criminals there hurriedly opened the distance between themselves and the enormous beast, while sending another wave of attacks towards it at the same time. The Death Eater, however, didn't seem to mind these attacks, and with an aura that oozed of excitement and bloodlust, it opened its enormous mouth as it immediately swallowed a handful of late-stage spirit realm cultivators as well as an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. The 5 cultivators' heart-wrenching cries resounded in the air, their voices unable to conceal their pain and horror in the slightest, as they shouted from the top of their lungs while they were inside the Death Eater's mouth. At the same time, looks of terror had appeared on the faces of the rest of the criminals on top of the city walls, as along with the screams, sounds of bones being crushed and munched could be heard from the Death Eater's mouth. Despite hearing the cries for help that were filled with fear and pain, however, Lu Mei had an unperturbed expression on her face, without any hints of sympathy in her eyes. Upon arriving in this place and starting the third test, she clearly remembered the reason why these people had been sent here. Raping men, women and children. Killing thousands of mortals and cultivators alike. Destroying countless families. These were the crimes that the holy sect had placed these people here for. Lu Mei had already seen the cruel side of people more than once. As the city of sin was an actual den of criminals. Thus she felt no compassion for these people. Instead, killing them could be considered a form of revenge for the families whose lives had been destroyed by them. After all, even in the cultivation world where killing was rampant, most cultivators still had their own morals. Almost as if there was a set of unwritten rules that they would all abide by. Usually. Unless it was a deep grudge at the same level as a family feud. Cultivators wouldn't easily harm mortals. Even if they belonged to an enemy's family. After all, even heaven-grade cultivators had a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Let alone peak rank 9 spirit realm experts and nascent soul stage cultivators like these people who could live for at least 10,000 years. How many generations of mortals would be harmed if they fell in their hands? However, there was one thing that Lu Mei detested even more than those cultivators who killed mortals for their own enjoyment. Rape. This was the thing that Lu Mei detested from the bottom of her heart. She could clearly remember how back in Kui Guo Liang's Vermilion realm, the disciples of the Poison Hall had secretly assaulted her while one of them had even coated his weapon with some kind of aphrodisiac. If it wasn't for Shun Long saving her back then, she would have most likely chosen to end her life and take those disciples of the Poison Hall along with her in the afterlife. Thus, seeing these people in front of her dying to the Death Eater's jaws didn't cause Lu Mei even the slightest bit of guilt. Despite hearing their soul-wrenching cries for help that were only growing louder and louder. Demon? You are a demon. Someone? Someone quickly call Senior Mengyin. The criminals around Lu Mei shouted loudly when they saw the horrifying scene in front of their eyes. While they continued with their barrage of attacks against the enormous 30 meters, 100 feet, tall Death Eater. Lu Mei however wasn't planning on just sitting there and watch as these people attacked her. With a cold look in her eyes, she raised her left hand and pointed forward, causing the more than 400 skeletons and 43 undead knights to immediately join the fight, attacking the cultivators on top of the city walls. However, this wasn't the end of it. As the Death Eater continued to go on a rampage, chasing after the peak rank 9 spirit realm and rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators around it, Lu Mei, who was sitting on its back, suddenly closed her eyes, as a black ball filled with death chi appeared between her hands. Quickly! Attack her! No matter what she is trying to do. Don't let her finish it. A peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator who was the closest to Lu Mei was the first one to shout, attracting everyone's attention, before he raised his sword and immediately shot himself towards her, completely ignoring the jade-white skeletons and the undead knights around him. He didn't know what Lu Mei was planning, but he wasn't willing to wait until she finished with it. Holding the thin, red-colored sword in his hand, he shot to the sky, and ignoring the rampaging Death Eater that was recklessly killing and eating the cultivators around it, the man aimed his sword towards Lu Mei's throat. At that moment, however, Lu Mei snapped her eyes open, and looking at the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert who was quickly flying towards her and was intending to completely ignore the Death Eater, her lips slightly parted, as she opened her mouth and uttered a single word. One that brought chills down to the spine of anyone who heard it: death. As this single and seemingly simple word left Lu Mei's mouth, the ball of death chi between her hands suddenly exploded, immediately covering the gigantic body of the Death Eater. A terrifying death aura covered the 30 meters, 100 feet, tall beast. As the enormous Death Eater suddenly stopped rampaging, and turned its attention towards the man with the thin, red-colored sword in his hands, raising one of its gigantic forelegs. The Death Eater looked at the man who was flying towards Lu Mei, before it stomped its leg down violently, like a giant that was about to step on an ant. The peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator was startled when he felt the enormous Death Eater abruptly turning its attention towards him, while at the same time, a sense of lethal danger had suddenly appeared in his heart. He didn't understand why. But the early rank 1 nascent soul stage beast in front of him actually made him feel threatened. And yet, despite seeing the enormous leg that was descending upon him, the middle-aged man didn't back down. Instead, he changed the target of his sword from Lu Mei to the Death Eater's leg, as he snorted angrily and said, "Humph. You think you can go against me with just an early rank 1 nascent soul stage beast? Know your place." Suppressing the danger that had sprouted from the bottom of his heart and was becoming even more intense with every passing moment, the middle-aged man's sword lit up with a bright light as he swung it sideways, sending out a powerful slash towards the Death Eater's leg. The scene that followed after this, however, did not only shock the middle-aged man, but the rest of the criminals around him as well who happened to see it, as well as the disciples of the Alliance who were staring at the city walls from the distance a few miles away from the city. Contrary to the peak rank 1 nascent soul man's expectations, the powerful slash that he had expected to slash open the Death Eater's leg did not only fail to harm the enormous beast in the slightest, but instead, it was instantly obliterated. Unable to hide the shock in his eyes, the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert had no time to analyze why his attack had failed, and could only raise his sword in response, in an attempt to block the enormous black leg that continued its descent towards him and was now just a few meters away from him. The moment that his sword met the Death Eater's gigantic leg, however, the middle-aged man could feel an unstoppable force striking his body, immediately sending him flying back into the ground. Boom! The moment that the Death Eater's black leg descended on the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator's body, a powerful earthquake suddenly erupted, shaking half of the city, causing even those cultivators who were fighting with Lu Mei's skeletons and undead knights to involuntarily turn their eyes towards its direction. The rowdy battlefield that was filled with screams and shouts just a moment ago immediately fell silent, as everyone turned their eyes towards Lu Mei and the Death Eater. The hideous beast slowly raised its leg from the ground, revealing the mangled and already destroyed body of a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator below it. A long and thin sword was lying by his side. But even with his rank 2 gold grade weapon, the peak rank 1 nascent soul cultivator's body had already turned into meat paste from the Death Eater's terrifying stomp. Looking at the fresh blood that was dripping from the Death Eater's leg, looks of shock, as well as incredulousness and disbelief, had appeared on the eyes of the disciples that were 5 miles away from the city, unable to take in the scene in front of their eyes. What? How is this possible? It wasn't just the few Spirit Realm cultivators from the Alliance that were shocked. Even the rank 1 and the rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, and even the young man in red robes who had already reached the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage, had looks of disbelief in their eyes when they saw this scene. After all, it was clear that the Death Eater's aura was merely at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, while the middle-aged man was clearly a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert. And yet, not only had that person died despite the disparity in their cultivation, but it was done with a single stomp. A young woman at the peak rank 2 in the nascent soul stage slowly approached the red-robed young man, as she suddenly asked in a voice full of skepticism, "Senior brother, could it be that that beast is actually at the middle rank 2 of the nascent soul stage or even higher? Otherwise, this isn't possible." The red-robed young man, however, simply shook his head without answering, as his eyes were intently staring at the white-veiled young woman on top of the beast's back. How could he not know that even an early rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator was unable to kill that middle-aged man with a single hit? Only a middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert, or someone who was even stronger, could possibly achieve such a feat. However, as a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert, he could clearly understand that Lu Mei's and the Death Eater's auras were only at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage. Of course, although the young man was shocked, he didn't know that to achieve this result, not only had Lu Mei used the Death Eater's full force, but the moment that she had said the word death earlier and allowed the black ball of death chi in her hands to fall on the Death Eater's back, she had used the first stage of the Death's chant. The Death Eater by itself could fight against the peak rank 1 nascent soul middle-aged man without any problem. However, augmented by Lu Mei's Saint low-grade martial skill, the powerful beast's strength rose all the way to the middle of rank 2 in the nascent soul stage. Despite its aura being only at the early of rank 1 in the nascent soul, it was simply impossible for a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator to survive from its attack. At that moment, however, as the red-robed young man continued to stare at Lu Mei on top of the Death Eater's back, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared deeper inside the city. A cold smile then appeared on his lips, as he mumbled to himself in an almost indiscernible voice, "They have finally come." As these words left the young man's mouth, half a mile away from Lu Mei, an old man in black robes, a middle-aged man with eyes that resembled a snake's, as well as an old woman in red armor, all appeared practically at the same time, staring at Lu Mei on the Death Eater's back with nonchalant looks in their eyes. Although the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts had nonchalant looks on their faces, the killing intent coming from their bodies showed that they weren't planning on giving Lu Mei any chance to escape from this place. However, Lu Mei didn't seem too surprised by the 3 criminals' sudden appearance. Despite sensing the aura coming from their bodies which made it obvious that they were all peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, Lu Mei still had a calm expression on her face behind her white veil, as she continued to sit on the Death Eater's back, almost if she had already expected their arrival just now. As for the Death Eater, despite having its strength augmented thanks to Lu Mei's death chant which made it equal to a middle rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator, and despite it certainly not being a match for the 3 people around it, it still didn't seem to be afraid of the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts that had already surrounded it. However, due to Lu Mei's soul sense suppressing it naturally, unless it was allowed to attack, the 30 meters 100 feet tall enormous black beast wouldn't move an inch. At the same time, Lu Mei's skeletons and her undead knights also stopped fighting with the rest of the criminals around them. They quickly surrounded the Death Eater, looking like they were protecting the enormous beast. As the old man in black robes didn't seem to mind the fact that Lu Mei was gathering her skeletons and her undead knights around the Death Eater, and with a sinister look on his face, he revealed his crooked teeth as he then asked with a smile, "Little girl, are you in such a hurry to die? Don't you see those idiotic brats over there who don't even dare to step foot within 5 miles from this city? Don't tell me that you don't understand the reason behind that. Hee hee. Or do you perhaps think that you are even stronger than all of them combined?" The moment that the black-robed old man finished his words, ugly looks appeared on the faces of the disciples in the Alliance 5 miles away from the city. It was almost as if that person was inviting them to step foot into the city if they had the guts. However, since the red-robed young man in their group didn't speak and chose to remain silent while watching this scene, no one else dared to rebut the old man's words. After all, it was true that they had already tried to enter the city once, but they had already suffered a catastrophic defeat. From their original group of 170 people, 40 disciples ended up losing their lives, completely unable to put up any resistance. Additionally, if it wasn't because the old man's group didn't chase after them the moment that they left the city, the red-robed young man was certain that more than half of the members of his alliance would have died back then, while the rest of them would most likely be forced to scatter in the wild before regrouping in the future. Without waiting for Lu Mei's response, the old woman in red armor narrowed her eyes when she heard the old man's words. Before she said in an ice-cold voice, "What's the point of chatting with a dead person? Just kill her and get this over with." The middle-aged man with vertical irises that resembled a snake's nodded his head in agreement, while his eyes stared at Lu Mei without any change in his expression, almost as if he was looking at a corpse. "Ha ha ha. All right. Let me have the honors then. After all, I love fresh meat the most," the black-robed old man said as he stared at Lu Mei on the Death Eater's back, before licking his lips in excitement, ready to make his move. Seeing that the peak rank 3 nascent soul old man was just about to attack, in the alliance of disciples 5 miles away from the city, the young woman at the peak rank 2 of the nascent soul stage looked at the red-robed young man next to her, before she asked in a curious voice, "Senior brother, should we try and help her? Although she is only at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, perhaps she can be useful to us the next time we attack the city. As long as she can do the same thing as today and fight against those scum in the city walls by herself, it should be more than enough." Next, the red-robed young man who was still staring at the Death Eater in the distance seemed to have fallen into deep thoughts for a few moments. But he eventually shook his head before he said in a disappointed tone, "The risk is not worth it. The moment that we enter the vicinity of the city, neither that snake-eyed man or that disgusting old hag will let us get close to her easily. And even if they did, it's very likely that I will suffer some injuries in that case. It is definitely not worth it. If she wasn't too rash and had simply joined our alliance, we could definitely wait for one more person at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul to arrive before we attacked the city. By then, we would have more than a just 50% chance of success if we fought together. However, being rash has already sealed her fate. Since she chose to attack the city by herself, she can only pay the price for this." Although the red-robed young man seemed calm when he said these words, it was obvious that he was extremely disappointed. After all, adding 1,000 peak rank 9 spirit realm skeletons to his alliance, 50 undead knights and that enormous monster that could probably fight against a middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert without a problem, could have proven to be an immense help. At the same time, the young man was also interested in the type of Dao Lu Mei had comprehended to be able to summon such immensely powerful creatures, practically at the same level of cultivation as herself. No. The Death Eater that she had summoned alone was definitely much stronger than most rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators, since it could obviously fight above its level. Even without Lu Mei's death chant that had augmented its strength, it could probably fight against a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator head-on without necessarily losing. Looking at the old man at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage that was about to make his move, Lu Mei actually didn't choose to try and escape. Instead, there was a resolute look in her beautiful black eyes behind her white veil, as she then waved her hand, taking out a pill bottle from her spatial ring with a single red-colored pill stored inside it. Seeing the pill bottle that had appeared in Lu Mei's hands, a sinister and at the same time mocking smile was formed on the old man's lips, before he asked her in a mocking tone, almost as if he was a hyena that was looking at a small, defenseless rabbit that was trying its hardest to survive. He. Is that your trump card? A single pill? Ha ha ha. The moment that he finished his words, the old man didn't wait for Lu Mei's response, nor did he wait for her to consume the pill in her hands, as he suddenly shot towards her with that same mocking look on his face. No matter what that pill was, he was certain that there was no way for a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert like himself to harmed by Lu Mei's pill, unless it was an extraordinarily powerful poison pill. However, even if it was a poison pill that could somehow harm late-stage nascent soul experts, the old man still had a peak rank 5 antitoxin pill in his spatial ring. No matter what that woman in front of him was intending to do, she was bound to die here today. Despite the mocking tone in the old man's voice, Lu Mei's lips actually curved up, forming a dazzling smile on her peerlessly beautiful face, as she then said in a nearly inaudible voice, "Right. This is the trump card that Long Ji prepared for me. Although it was meant to save my life when I'm in danger, this is the only way to pass this third test." As she finished her words, Lu Mei raised her white veil, revealing her alluring red lips, before she placed the red-colored pill in her mouth. The moment that the pill entered her mouth, Lu Mei could feel a violent type of energy suddenly erupting inside her, immediately filling her entire body. At the same time, her aura, which was clearly at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, started to rise at an extremely rapid rate. The black-robed old man, the old woman in red armor, as well as the middle-aged man whose eyes resembled those of a snake's, all looked at Lu Mei with eyes filled with incredulity. In just a few moments, the aura coming from her body had already reached the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul stage, and yet it still showed no signs of stopping. Early rank 2. Middle rank 2. Peak rank 2 of the nascent soul stage. In the blink of an eye, Lu Mei's aura had already climbed to the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul stage. But this was still not the end. Under the disbelieving looks of the people around her, including the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, her aura broke through to the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage. Until a few moments later, it eventually stabilized itself in the middle of rank 3. Although this process seemed as if it had taken a while, In reality, it was completed in practically an instant. This sudden breakthrough had not only caused the old man in black robes to suddenly stop in his tracks and stare at Lu Mei with a look of wariness as well as shock and disbelief. But the disciples outside the city that was staring at this scene were also unable to believe their eyes. Before they immediately exploded in fervent discussions, how is this even possible? She advanced from the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, all the way to the middle of rank 3 in just a few moments. What kind of divine pill was that? Wait. Does this mean that if we were the ones who consumed that pill, we would be able to break through to the peak of rank 3? Or perhaps even the early rank 4 of the nascent soul? As one person came to this conclusion, everyone suddenly turned their gaze towards the few rank 3 nascent soul stage experts in the alliance. Before their eyes finally landed on the red-robed young man who was the only person at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage. Despite everyone turning their gaze on him all at the same time, the red-robed young man didn't seem to care, as his eyes didn't move an inch from Lu Mei's figure on top of the Death Eater's back. Finally, after a few moments of silence, he shook his head with a serious expression on his face. Before he replied in a thoughtful tone, "It's not like that. This is not a true breakthrough all the way to the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Rather, it's most likely only a temporary increase in her strength. That pill probably increased that woman's cultivation to the middle of rank 3 temporarily, and it will revert back to its real level after a while. Of course, such a pill will certainly have immense negative effects. But it is definitely a godly pill in the end." It was obvious that although the young man didn't know many things about the pill that Lu Mei had consumed, his own knowledge was definitely up to par, and allowed him to instantly guess what was going on. Indeed, this pill was a trump card that Shun Long had given to Lu Mei, and had exhorted her to only consume it if she was placed in a life-or-death situation without any other solution. It was an enhanced version of his rank 4 blood ignition pill, and it temporarily increased the cultivation of a rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, allowing them to even fight against a rank 3 nascent soul stage expert head-on. Of course, such a pill was not only extremely rare and valuable in the cultivation world, but it also had extremely severe negative effects. The moment that a cultivator consumed this enhanced version of the blood ignition pill, they would only be able to fight at full strength for at most 3 hours. 3 hours later, they would feel their body lose all of their strength, becoming no different than ordinary mortals. As for how long this situation would last for, Shun Long had already told Lu Mei that it could last anywhere from half a month to an entire month. This meant that after consuming this pill, the moment that the 3-hour period was over, Lu Mei would be in a situation where she would be unable to use her own chi for at least half a month until the side effects of the pill wore off. Considering that this third test of the Holy Sect originally lasted for an entire month and there were still 25 days left until it was over, being placed in a situation like that was extremely dangerous to Lu Mei, who would be unable to use her own chi during that period of time. And yet, this was also the only way for her to pass this third test. After all, even after breaking through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, Lu Mei knew that she wasn't strong enough to fight against a rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator head-on. Even if she went all out with the Death Eater and her undead army, it would still be impossible for the current her to match a normal rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. However, passing through the third test of the Holy Sect wasn't the only reason why Lu Mei decided to take this risk today. She also had 2 more goals in her mind, which would definitely increase her strength by leaps and bounds if they managed to succeed. After all, there was one thing that she had wanted to test after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, and the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in front of her were the best testing subjects for it. Looking at the white-robed young woman on top of the Death Eater's back, whose cultivation had already stabilized at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul, the black-robed old man smiled sinisterly once again, before he said in a mocking tone, clearly implying that he had already seen through Lu Mei's trick, "Hee. Middle of rank 3 of the nascent soul. Not bad. Not bad at all. That pill you consumed must have been very valuable. But too bad that this is only a fake increase in strength. No matter what, a fake increase will never be able to match the power of a real cultivator." As he finished his words and having reassured himself that Lu Mei didn't pose any danger to him, The old man no longer held back, as he continued to fly towards her at full speed. Earlier, he had been a bit apprehensive after seeing Lu Mei's strength rising at such a fast rate. And the same went for the old woman in red armor as well as the middle-aged man with eyes that resembled a snake's. But after seeing her aura stabilize at the middle of rank 3, they all heaved out a sigh of relief. They weren't afraid that Lu Mei's aura would advance to the peak of rank 3. Instead, they were afraid that with her previous momentum, she would end up advancing all the way to the early rank 4 of the nascent soul in one go. Thankfully that pill only allowed her to raise her strength to the middle of rank 3. Otherwise, if it was something as exaggerated as the middle stages of the nascent soul, even the three of us combined may be unable to resist in a head-on fight. Luckily she is nothing more than an early rank 1 nascent soul brat. However, if it was a rank 2 or a rank 3 nascent soul cultivator who had consumed it, the snake-eyed man nodded his head with a serious expression when he heard the old woman's words. Before he turned his attention towards the peak rank 3 red-robed young man outside of the city. Although he was confident that that person wouldn't dare to attempt to save the white-robed young woman on the monster's back. In case that he actually did try something like that, the snake-eyed man was more than willing to stop him the moment that he steps foot inside the city. At the same time, seeing the black-robed old man that was once again flying towards her at full speed, a serious look appeared in Lu Mei's eyes. She knew that she only had 3 hours before the effects of the enhanced blood ignition pill wore off and she was placed in a helpless position. Thus, she had to take care of everything before the 3 hours period was over. Without wasting any more time, Lu Mei took a deep breath. Before she actually sat up on the Death Eater's back, closing her eyes, she raised both of her hands in front of her chest. When suddenly, the Death Eater below her feet disappeared. No. It wasn't just the Death Eater. Even the remaining 43 undead knights as well as the 460 skeletons, all disappeared as well at the same time, immediately dumbfounding everyone who watched this scene. Hee. It's too late to give up now. The old man's words reverberated in the air. He was now less than 200 meters away from Lu Mei. As raising his left hand, a gust of wind appeared around him, before it turned into countless spiraling wind blades that floated in the air around him. Originally, he was planning on killing Lu Mei with his bare hands. But seeing that she had given up and had no more skeletons or black-armored knights to protect her, he decided to take care of her with his Tao of Wind. As the spiraling wind blades appeared around him, the black-robed old man slashed the air in front of him, sending them all flying towards the defenseless Lu Mei. It was obvious that the old man was determined to take care of her in one strike. As the wind blades cut through the air, however, a black ball of death chi also took shape between Lu Mei's hands at the same time. At that moment, a dreadful feeling appeared in the old man's heart. And the same went for the old woman in red armor as well as the snake-eyed man. Almost as if they had just realized something terrifying. It's not possible. Right? The snake-eyed man was the first one to speak. As he stared at the black ball of death chi between Lu Mei's hands that was only growing bigger and bigger with every passing second, a terrifying possibility flashed through his mind, but was unable and unwilling to accept it. At the same time, the black-robed old man suppressed the feeling of anxiousness that had suddenly sprouted in his heart. And looking at Lu Mei, he then shouted in an angry voice filled with killing intent, "Die!" However, just as the spiraling wind blades were just a few meters away from Lu Mei and were about to land on her body, Lu Mei suddenly opened her eyes, before she allowed the black ball of death chi in her hands to fall on the ground. As the ball of chi fell on the ground, it created what seemed to be a gigantic black hole that exuded endless amounts of death chi. A familiar 30 meters, 100 feet, tall, enormous black beast, with 4 huge legs and a huge black body suddenly appeared from the black hole, like a giant that was coming out from his cave. As the enormous body of the Death Eater appeared in the city for the second time, the hundreds of wind blades that the black-robed old man had sent forward all fell upon it at the same time like a torrential rain. Before the Death Eater had enough time to come out from the black hole, hundreds of cuts had already appeared on its body, leaving behind countless scars. Roar! A powerful roar filled with hunger and fury sounded from the Death Eater's mouth. And yet, aside from those scars, the hundreds of spiraling wind blades had been unable to deal any real damage to the enormous black beast. A look of shock as well as fear appeared on the black-robed old man's face when he saw the Death Eater that was emerging from the black hole. Almost as if his biggest fear had suddenly become reality. No. It wasn't just the black-robed old man. The old woman in red armor as well as the snake-eyed man also had similar expressions on their faces. As they involuntarily took a few steps back, opening the distance between themselves and the enormous beast. Even the disciples that were staring at this scene 5 miles away from the city, including the red-robed young man, were staring at this scene dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The aura coming from the Death Eater was actually at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage. The same as Lu Mei's. How is this possible? Even if that pill augmented her own strength temporarily, the power of her summoned creatures shouldn't change. After all, this is just a temporary increase in strength. Don't tell me that their strength isn't actually set. And instead it rises in accordance with her own cultivation level. If that's the case, isn't this girl actually considered a monster genius as well? The more that the red-robed young man stared at the scene in the city, the more dumbfounded he became. While a myriad of thoughts seemed to have flashed through his eyes at the same time. At that moment, a young woman in red robes whose cultivation was at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage appeared next to him. And staring at the scene in the distance she couldn't help asking in a somewhat weak as well as uncertain voice, "Senior brother, doesn't that girl's fighting style look very similar to Senior brother June's?" Serious looks flashed through 2 other disciples' faces when they heard this question, before they immediately turned their attention towards the red-robed young man, almost as if they were waiting for his reaction. The red-robed young man however simply smiled when he heard this before he turned his eyes to look at the young woman who had asked this question and said in an easygoing tone, "He. You are right. At first glance, her style does indeed look similar to June Ren's. However, although it happens to look similar, in reality, there are also many differences as well. Whether that is in their true strength or their own cultivation, as well as the way they truly fight. He. Don't forget that despite being ranked 8th in our continent, I am definitely among the 1,000 strongest people in this 3rd test. And yet, even I wouldn't dare to fight with June Ren head-on. That person is a true monster. There is a reason why he was called the undefeated god of war in our younger generation. Probably in this entire test of the holy sect, there will be 1, or at most 2 other people who are able to match him in a head-on fight. And all of them will definitely become disciples of the holy sect without question. I can confidently tell you that even if this girl was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage as well, she would still have no chance fighting against June Ren in a 1 versus 1. The young woman who had asked this question, as well as the 2 other red-robed disciples who were close to the red-robed young man and happened to overhear this, all nodded their heads at the same time, as they continued to stare at the scene inside the city. At that moment however, the look on the red-robed young man's face turned slightly serious as he then added a shocking sentence. However, if that girl's cultivation was actually reached the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul as well, she would probably be able to enter the top 5 rankings in our continent. Actually, even the top 3 wouldn't be impossible either. After all, if that terrifying black beast was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, it would probably be able to fight against an early rank 4 nascent soul cultivator without losing. The moment that the disciples around the red-robed young man heard his judgment, looks of shock immediately covered their faces. The top 3. That was really a terrifying notion that these disciples were unable to accept. And yet, since it was this red-robed young man who had said this, they had no other choice but to accept that it was very likely to be true. After all, this young man was someone who was ranked within the top 10 in their own continent. And he was the most qualified person here to judge Lu Mei's talent. By the time that these discussions had come to an end, the gigantic body of the Death Eater had already completely come out from the black hole, as it let out a powerful roar, as its aura that was filled with tyranny and killing intent swept through the entire battlefield, instantly shaking the hearts of all the criminals inside the city. The black-robed old man who had sent out the hundreds of wind blades involuntarily took a few steps back, while an obvious look of fear suddenly covered his face. And yet, this wasn't the end. Following behind the enormous body of the Death Eater, hundreds of skeletons started to appear from the black hole all at the same time. Following behind the 50 black-armored undead knights who were wielding their black greatswords. It only took a few moments for the 50 undead knights and the 1,000 skeletons to arrange themselves in front of Lu Mei. As they all turned their attention towards the black-robed old man who was just 200 meters away from them. The green and red wisps of ember that were flickering inside their eye sockets finally made the old man feel a profound sense of fear for the first time today. A fear that seemed to have stemmed from the bottom of his heart. Lu Mei however wasn't planning on giving the old man even a single chance to try and escape. And raising her left hand, she simply pointed forward. At that moment, the aura of 1,000 skeletons and 50 undead knights at the early and the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage instantly exploded at the same time, immediately drowning the entire city. A terrifying scene that could shock any rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator suddenly appeared in the old man's eyes. 1,000 jade white skeletons at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul were holding the bony white swords in their hands. As they followed behind the 3 meters 10 feet tall undead knights clad in black armor. As they all rushed towards the old man at the same time. Seeing this soul-shaking scene, the old man didn't hesitate any longer. As he turned his head around and looked at the old woman in red armor and the man with the snake eyes before he shouted loudly quickly, "Come here and help me." The moment that the old man finished his words, hundreds of wind blades quickly took shape in the air around him, as they all shot towards the army of undead that were rushing towards him without any fear in their eyes. At the same time, in the alliance of disciples outside the city, the red-robed young man who was at the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul, narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lu Mei's army. Before his lips slowly curved up into a smile. Without saying a single word, he instantly soared to the sky as he flew towards the city at full speed. The disciples in the alliance around him were stunned by this sudden turn of events. But without any hesitation, they all followed after the red-robed young man. As they flew towards the city as well. Almost as if they were competing with each other. How could they not understand that with Lu Mei attacking the city by herself, this was their best chance to obtain the Holy Sect's token? It was obvious that even if they did nothing, the white-robed young woman on the Death Eater's back would most likely end up obtaining the token by herself. At that moment, it would be practically impossible for most of these disciples to even have a chance at getting their hands on it and pass the third test. As the red-robed young man flew towards the city at full speed, followed by a bunch of other disciples, the wind blades that the black-robed old man had sent were effortlessly cutting through the air itself, as they beheaded skeleton after skeleton. In just a few moments, nearly 100 skeletons had been beheaded or had been cut into half, while another 100 of them had lost at least an arm or a leg. And yet, by the time that the old man's wind blades disappeared, the skeletons had already covered more than half of the distance between them and the old man and were now less than 50 meters away from him. At the same time, the skeletons and the undead knights had already spread out. So even if the old man tried to escape, it would be impossible to do so by himself. The old woman in red armor as well as the snake-eyed man both turned to look at each other at the same time and nodded their heads with solemn looks on their faces. Before they instantly flew towards the black-robed old man as well. They clearly understood that if nothing was done, the old man would certainly end up dead while they wouldn't be able to escape from Lu Mei's army either. Thus, the only thing they could do was band together and fight. Seeing the 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who quickly arrived to back him up, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. Before he then said to the 2 of them in a voice filled with confidence, "Don't worry. That pill will certainly have some severe side effects and will only be able to boost her cultivation for a short time. As long as we can defend ourselves until its effects wear off, we will certainly be able to kill her." The snake-eyed man nodded his head seriously, and turned his eyes to look at Lu Mei before he said with a greedy look in his eyes, "Right. If she has such a valuable pill, the rest of the items inside her spatial rings will definitely not be too ordinary either. The old woman in red armor however had a solemn look on her old wrinkled face, as she suddenly turned her attention towards the red-robed young man in the distance who was followed by the rest of the disciples in his alliance. Before she said in a hoarse voice, "Enough talking. Take care of these skeletons first." As she finished her words, the old woman's body was instantly covered by a layer of thin ice. Before almost 300 icicle shards appeared in the air around her, as they all shot towards Lu Mei's undead army. The snake-eyed man nodded his head as well, as a green-colored liquid suddenly appeared from his body, slowly moving towards the 50 black-armored undead knights who were leading the remaining 900 skeletons. Lu Mei's army was only 200 meters away from the 3-peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, when the old woman's ice shards fell on the skeletons and the undead knights that were the closest to them like an endless barrage. Guided by Lu Mei's soul sense, the black-armored knights easily blocked the ice shards with their greatswords the moment that they banded together. Although the ice shards left a thin layer of ice on a handful of the undead knights' swords, this was the only result, as almost 100 ice shards were taken care of in a single instant. After all, although this was an attack created by a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert, it was still an attack that covered a wide area. And it wasn't focused on the undead knights alone, but rather the entire undead army instead. As the ice shards fell on the jade-white skeletons, 150 of them were obliterated in the blink of an eye, completely unable to withstand the old woman's violent attack. After all, the difference in strength between the undead knights and the skeletons wasn't just the single sub-rank in cultivation levels. Instead, it was a qualitative difference, similar to the difference of the undead knights with the enormous Death Eater. And yet, after both the black-robed old man's wind blades as well as the old woman's icicle shards, only 1/4 of Lu Mei's undead army was destroyed, before they finally appeared in front of the 3-peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. The moment that the black-armored undead knights who led the charge however appeared in front of the black-robed old man who was the closest to them, a thick green liquid suddenly emerged from the ground, instantly trapping the 10 undead knights in the lead. At that moment, Lu Mei suddenly could feel a corrosive effect on her soul sense that covered these 10 undead knights, while even the black armor on the undead knights' chests had started to slowly get affected by the green liquid, letting out sizzling sounds in the air. At the same time, no matter how much the undead knights tried to get rid of the green liquid that had trapped them, they were unable to do so. And yet, the remaining undead knights didn't seem to show any fear, as they rushed towards the black-robed old man who was now just a few meters away from them. The peak rank 3 nascent soul expert had a solemn look on his face, as he placed his palms together before he chanted a single word: hurricane. A gigantic hurricane that spanned for more than 50 meters, 164 feet, into the sky immediately appeared around him, instantly trapping the first 30 undead knights in the lead, while at the same time it slowly expanded, slowly trapping the skeletons behind them as well. Unlike the undead knights, under the enormous hurricane's might, the jade-white skeletons were completely unable to resist, as their bodies were instantly swept in the air before they were dismembered, turning into a pile of bones and dust. At that moment, however, the ground suddenly started to tremble, as the old man and the old woman in red armor immediately turned their attention to the previously still Death Eater. The enormous black beast that was covered by a thick layer of death chi suddenly rushed towards the gigantic hurricane head-on. Dumbfounded looks instantly appeared on the faces of the 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. This hurricane was a Saint low-grade martial skill, and yet Lu Mei had chosen to enter inside it by her own volition. The old man had originally planned to create another hurricane the moment that the Death Eater attacked, but it seems that his previous concerns were needless. After all, this hurricane was his strongest martial skill. Of course, although the hurricane blocked the most direct path towards the old man, it was also impossible for someone to enter inside it directly. Even the young man in red robes, who had just led the disciples of the Alliance into the city, was shocked by this shocking scene. Even if it was himself, he wouldn't dare to enter inside that hurricane, since that was pure suicide. Even if he managed to survive the hurricane, he had no doubt that the old woman in red armor and the snake-eyed man would definitely follow up with an attack the moment that he emerged from it. However, almost as if she was oblivious to the red-robed young man's thoughts, Lu Mei didn't stop the Death Eater and instead, she allowed the gigantic monster to step inside the hurricane. Seeing the enormous 30 meters, 100 feet, tall black beast that had actually entered inside the hurricane, a look of joy as well as disbelief and excitement appeared on the black-robed old man's face at the same time. Before he turned his head towards the red-armored old woman who nodded her head without any hesitation. The peak rank 3 nascent soul stage old woman raised her hands in front of her and gathered her chi. As a pillar of ice that was actually no smaller than the massive hurricane started to take shape in the air in front of her. The old man nodded his head when he saw this scene. Before he sighed out in relief, this ice pillar was a martial skill at the same level as his own hurricane. A Saint low-grade martial skill. There was no way for Lu Mei and her Death Eater to survive in the midst of two Saint low-grade martial skills, both created by two peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. Even if the Death Eater's strength was at the same level or even slightly stronger than a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, it was still bound to sustain fatal injuries this time, even if it somehow managed to luckily survive. As for Lu Mei, her fate would definitely be even worse than that. It only took a single breath of time for the massive ice pillar to condense itself in the air in front of the old woman. Snapping her eyes open, the old woman placed both of her hands on the ice pillar's surface, before she sent it flying forward towards the gigantic hurricane as she then shouted in a shrill voice, "Die you little bitch." The ice pillar shot through the air like a small, flying mountain of ice, heading straight towards the old man's hurricane. At the same time, however, a completely unexpected scene followed that made the old man's expression suddenly change. While his heartbeat had started to rapidly rise at the same time, an enormous leg that resembled a horse hoof slowly emerged from the midst of the hurricane, followed by a massive black body that was oozing with endless amounts of death chi. On top of the beast's body was a young woman in white robes with an ice-cold look in her eyes, as if everything that had happened just now was completely inconsequential to her. How is this possible? No way. The old man's hurricane was broken just like that. The old man in black robes and the snake-eyed man who was doing his best to hold back Lu Mei's skeletons and the remaining 10 undead knights both shouted out in disbelief at the same time, when they saw the Death Eater's massive body emerging from the hurricane. It had been less than 2 breaths of time, and yet the Death Eater had managed to pass through the hurricane effortlessly, completely ignoring the Saint low-grade martial skill. Even the young man in red robes who had quickly closed the distance and was almost in front of the city gates by now couldn't help but slow down his speed when his eyes took in this shocking scene. As soon as the Death Eater stepped out of the hurricane, however, Lu Mei saw the huge ice pillar that was flying towards her, destroying the remaining few buildings that were left standing between them in the process. The aura of death around the Death Eater suddenly exploded, as the enormous beast opened its hideous mouth and directly bit down on the enormous ice pillar that had instantly arrived in front of it without any hesitation. Cruncher. The moment that the Death Eater's teeth chomped down on it, the massive ice pillar was instantly split in half as ice fragments exploded into the enormous beast's mouth. The 30 meters 100 feet tall Death Eater was suddenly rooted on the spot, as a sudden hailstorm started to ravage its insides. The old woman's lips curved up into a sinister smile when she saw this scene, while the black-robed old man and the snake-eyed man both nodded their heads with relieved looks in their eyes. The old woman's plan had actually succeeded. At the same time, Lu Mei narrowed her eyes behind her white veil, while she immediately understood what was going on thanks to her soul sense that was suppressing the Death Eater. The old woman's goal wasn't to use the ice pillar's weight and raw strength to fight the Death Eater head-on. Instead, it seemed that a powerful hailstorm was hidden inside the ice pillar, and the moment that the pillar was actually broken, the hailstorm would suddenly erupt. Lu Mei's guess was spot on, as this was exactly the old woman's goal. It was to send the ice pillar flying into the hurricane. And as the ice pillar was destroyed by the gigantic hurricane, the hurricane would then be merged with her hailstorm, immediately trapping Lu Mei inside it. With the strength of 2 Saint low-grade martial skills augmenting each other, Lu Mei's and the Death Eater's chances of survival would be practically non-existent, even if the enormous beast managed to survive. It would definitely be riddled with countless injuries and wouldn't be too far from death either. Of course. Although the three peak rank 3 nascent soul experts hadn't expected that the Death Eater's strength was enough to completely ignore the hurricane and walk out of it in just a single breath of time, there was still no way for it to avoid the ice pillar in the end. However, by opening its mouth and consuming the massive ice pillar directly, the Death Eater had practically jumped straight into its death. After all, it was an entirely different thing to resist the hailstorm head-on, and to allow it to erupt directly inside its mouth. Layers of frost started to slowly appear on the Death Eater's body, slowly covering the entirety of the enormous beast's body, while its movements had already completely came to a halt. And yet, this scene only lasted for a few moments before cracking sounds started to resound incessantly in the air. Crack. 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 Before the layer of frost could completely solidify on the Death Eaters, ice shards started to fall on the ground one by one. At that moment, the black-robed old man who was the closest to Lume felt a sudden chill on his spine, while he also had the illusion that the Death Eater was smiling mockingly towards him. However, just as he was about to step back and open up the distance between them, the Death Eater suddenly lunged forward with its mouth open, completely unaffected by the remaining ice shards on its body. And under the disbelieving eyes of the old woman in red armor and the snake-eyed man, as well as the thousands of criminals in the city and the alliance of disciples that had just arrived at the city walls, it immediately swallowed the peak rank 3 nascent soul old man, leaving nothing behind. The old woman in red armor and the snake-eyed man, who were both standing just a few meters away from the old man in black robes, stared at the gigantic body of the Death Eater with blank looks. Even the red-robed young man, who was now less than a mile away from Lu Mei and the Death Eater, had also stopped in his tracks, as his gaze was glued on the enormous black beast at the center of the battlefield with a disbelieving expression. Absolute silence had suddenly filled the small city, as every single cultivator, regardless of whether they were disciples of the Alliance or the criminals in this city, all stared at the enormous black beast with looks of fear in their eyes. No. It wasn't absolute silence. The sound of Lu Mei's undead knights marching forward could still be heard clearly, bringing a horrifying sense of fear to the remaining criminals in the city. It only took a single moment for the old woman in red armor and the snake-eyed man to snap out of their reverie, before they immediately moved backwards as they tried to open up the distance between themselves and the Death Eater that was now just a few meters away from them. However, how could Lu Mei give them such a chance? From the start, she knew that she had at most 3 hours before the effects of the rank 5 blood ignition pill wore off. By then, she was certain that if she hadn't already taken care of every enemy around her and if she hadn't left the city and find a safe place to hide herself, she would definitely end up dead without any questions. Even if she had taken care of all the criminals in the city, there was no way that the Alliance of Disciples would let her go. After all, everyone's goal was the Holy Sect's token, and Lu Mei knew that even if it wasn't the old man in black robes who had it in his possession, it would definitely be the old woman in red armor or the snake-eyed man who had it. Once she obtained it, she would definitely become everyone's enemy. No. Even if it wasn't for the token, I can't allow myself to be defenseless in this place. As she steeled her heart, Lu Mei allowed the Death Eater to go all out. The enormous magic beast looked at the 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts in front of it, before it immediately went after the snake-eyed man, completely ignoring the old woman in red armor for now. At the same time, the red-robed young man, who seemed to have just returned back to his senses, seemed to be hesitating on what to do. Things had changed much faster than he had originally expected, as the disciples that were following behind him finally caught up with him. A young woman at the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul stage looked at the enormous monster in the distance before she asked hesitantly, "Senior brother, should we retreat? That thing has already eaten a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert." How could the red-robed young man not understand what this woman implied? Although he was slightly stronger than the old man in black robes, in the end he was also a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. In a head-on fight, it was impossible for him to kill the black-robed old man by himself. And yet, not only was that woman in white robes able to kill him, but she was also taking on every single criminal in the city, all at once. After a moment of deliberation, the red-robed young man shook his head firmly before he then said giving up will mean looking for another city. Or even worse, for someone who has already obtained a holy sect token. However, there are only 1,000 tokens and 1,000 cities in the end. At the same time, although I am confident in ranking in the top 300 of the people taking the third test, finding someone who has already obtained a token and robbing them will be almost impossible in this world. It is the same for me. And it is even more so for you guys who have no hope of obtaining one in the first place. Almost as if he didn't notice the ugly expressions on the faces of the disciples around him. The young man in red robes then continued trying to obtain this token is our best chance. Although it's not impossible for me to find another one. The same can't be said for any of you. So if you want to have even a single chance of passing this test, you know what to do. As he finished his words, the peak rank 3 nascent soul young man didn't give any more explanations before he instantly flew towards the old woman in red armor. He believed that the disciples behind him clearly understood his meaning. Although Lu Mei had already killed the old man in black robes and was now chasing after the snake-eyed man, there was still a 1 in 3 chances that it was actually the old woman who had the token in her possession. Additionally, with a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, as well as 2 middle rank 3 ones and more than 10 peak rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, their hunting speed was probably not inferior to Lu Mei's Death Eater either. In the end, it would boil down to being nothing else than a matter of luck. Seeing the disciples of the Alliance that had entered the battlefield and were chasing after her like mad dogs, made the old woman's face to instantly turn pale, as she hurriedly fled in the opposite direction, opening up the distance between them. On one hand it was Lu Mei's skeletons and her undead knights who were fighting the criminals in the city, while on the other hand it was the hundreds of disciples who were finally making their move. There was practically nowhere for the old woman to run to. And yet she still chose to move towards Lu Mei's army in the end. Although she already knew that she could fight off the young man in red robes for a while by herself. It was nothing more than a wistful dream if she actually expected to survive against the more than 100 disciples that were following after him as well. Instead, moving towards Lu Mei's army that was slaughtering the criminals was a much better choice. At the same time however, Lu Mei, who was sitting on the Death Eater's back and was chasing after the snake-eyed man, suddenly turned her attention towards the old woman's direction. Since the Death Eater had already eaten the old man in black robes, Lu Mei already knew that the Holy Sect's token wasn't in his possession. This meant that it was either on the old woman's hands or in the snake-eyed man's. However, if it was in the old woman's hands and one of those disciples managed to obtain it, Lu Mei, who only had a little more than 3 hours of time to fight, would most certainly be unable to chase after that person. With a serious look in her eyes, Lu Mei had her undead army immediately give up on killing the criminals on the collapsed city walls. As they all moved towards the old woman's direction, the old woman had never expected Lu Mei to still have part of her attention split towards her while she was still chasing after the snake-eyed man. Her skeletons and her undead knights were just a few steps away from clashing with the old woman head-on. When suddenly, a pillar of flames appeared from behind the old woman, attacking her and Lu Mei's undead army at the same time, killing more than 60 skeletons as well as 2 undead knights in the process. Lu Mei immediately turned her attention towards the young man in red robes who was chasing after the old woman, and was obviously the one who had unleashed this attack. The young man seemed to have felt Lu Mei's bone-chilling gaze and turned to stare back at her for a moment, before he turned his attention towards the old woman in red armor. He wasn't going to bother with Lu Mei if he didn't have to. As long as the old woman was the one who had the Holy Sect's token on her possession, he would definitely take it before he left the city. Ruah, at the same time, the Death Eater that had already blocked tens of attacks from the snake-eyed man, suddenly let out a powerful roar the moment that it was just a few meters away from him. Before it lunged forward once again with its mouth open, the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator had a look of despair in his eyes. Before his body was immediately covered with a layer of green liquid, similar to the one he had used to trap Lu Mei's skeletons and her undead knights previously. However, the enormous beast seemed as if it had a sinister smile plastered on its face while it watched the snake-eyed man vainly struggle to kill it along with himself. Before it opened its hideous mouth and immediately swallowed the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. The same scene repeated itself for the second time. As another peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator was swallowed by the gigantic Death Eater. And yet, the visual impact of this scene was no less than the first. No. It was actually even worse, even if one argued that the black-robed old man had been caught off guard the first time. The look of despair in the snake-eyed man's face this time was obvious to everyone around him, sending chills down their backs. After all, this was a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. And yet, despite doing his best to take the Death Eater to the grave along with him, the snake-eyed man's fate was no different than the black-robed old man's, as he ended up inside the enormous beast's mouth altogether. After staying still for a moment, Lu Mei's expression suddenly changed, as she suddenly turned her attention towards the old woman in crimson armor. The Holy Sect's token wasn't in the snake-eyed man's possession either, which meant that there was only one possible target: the old woman in red armor. The young man in red robes who was killing off the remaining skeletons and undead knights that blocked his way didn't miss the change in Lu Mei's attitude, nor the sudden glance that she shot towards the old woman in red armor. Immediately understanding that the Holy Sect's token was most likely on her body, without wasting a single moment, the young man looked at the old woman, who was trying to escape from him and Lu Mei's army as she headed deeper inside the city, before he shouted in a loud voice, "Old bitch! Hand over the Holy Sect's token. Do it and I will let you live." The old woman, who was at the peak rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, could feel that this person was most likely saying the truth, and he wouldn't chase after her as long as she gave up the Holy Sect's token in her possession. And yet, she merely snorted in response before she headed deeper inside the city, without so much as giving the young man's offer even a single thought. After all, giving up the Holy Sect's token was no different from suicide for these criminals who had been placed here by the Holy Sect. Although they wouldn't regain their freedom due to the crimes that they had committed and the number of people that they had murdered, they would still be able to keep their lives if they managed to hold on to the Holy Sect's token by the end of the test. This was the Holy Sect's rule and the most important reason why these criminals didn't give up the Holy Sect's token to the first person who attacked the city. After all, if they didn't have the token in their possession, it was very likely that those disciples would fight between themselves and would completely ignore the criminals inside the city. However, this wasn't the only reason why she refused to give up the sect's token either. Even if both Lu Mei and the young man in red robes as well as his group all decided to spare the old woman's life, the next group who attacked the city would definitely not let her go. Even if they knew that the chances of her being alive and having the Holy Sect's token in her possession were close to nil, they still wouldn't spare her life. Thus, her best chance was to stick to her original plan. And if their group was unable to kill the disciples that attacked the city, then hiding and wait for the 1 month to be over was the only choice she had left. At the same time, the young man in red robes had a furious expression on his face when he saw the old woman who didn't even consider his offer. And yet, despite wanting to go after her, he was unable to completely break free from Lu Mei's army either. Although the skeletons at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul were unable to hold him down for even a single moment, the 20 undead knights who had attacked him all at the same time were a completely different matter. Although the 3 meters 10 feet tall black-armored knights were unable to threaten him in the slightest, and it was only a matter of time until they were all exterminated under his powerful attacks, the undead knights were still successful in temporarily slowing the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage young man down. At the same time, the remaining 20 undead knights as well as the 300 skeletons that were still in perfect condition, all intercepted the rest of the disciples in the alliance that were chasing after the old woman, not allowing a single one to get past them. More than 300 jade white skeletons at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage had attacked these disciples at the same time. And even if the skeletons weren't as strong as the average cultivator at the same level as them, they were definitely strong enough to take care of 100 disciples who were all at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage or below. As for those few disciples in the alliance that were at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage, they had their hands already full, fighting against Lu Mei's 20 remaining undead knights. Even if a single undead knight wasn't as strong as a normal disciple at the same level as them, due to the undead knights not having any long-ranged attacks, with their black armor and their strength augmented by Lu Mei's death chant, They could definitely fight with those disciples head-on without any issues. In fact, if they managed to get close to those disciples, the undead knights could actually deal fatal injuries if not outright kill them. How is this possible? It's not just that enormous black monster. Even these knights in black armor are practically as strong as normal cultivators at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Are these really summoned creatures? Stop talking and take care of them quickly. If we don't do it fast, that old hag will definitely get away. Indeed. Those disciples had never expected Lu Mei's army outside of the gigantic Death Eater that she was riding on to be so strong, that she could simultaneously hold every single one of them down at the same time. At the same time, Lu Mei had the Death Eater run past these disciples. As she chased after the old woman in red armor, the old woman was originally feeling elated after seeing Lu Mei's skeletons and her undead knights fight against the disciples of the Alliance, giving her enough time to run as far away inside the city as possible. However, in less than 30 breaths of time, she could feel the ground beneath her feet shaking violently, as the enormous silhouette of the Death Eater appeared behind her, and was only getting bigger and bigger with every passing moment. No! Don't come any closer! Finally, despair gripped the old woman's heart, as she shouted loudly with all of her might. Lu Mei however wasn't moved by her screams as she allowed the Death Eater to continue chasing after her, coming ever so closer to her with every passing moment. She wasn't going to give this peak rank 3 nascent soul expert even a single chance to escape. Finally, when the Death Eater was just a few meters away from her, the old woman turned around with a sinister look in her eyes, before she shouted loudly, "Die, you little bitch!" As she finished her words, hundreds of small and sharp ice shards appeared around the old woman, as they all shot towards the white-robed Lu Mei on the Death Eater's back. Lu Mei however didn't move from the Death Eater's back, nor did she attempt to dodge the old woman's ice shards. Instead, the enormous beast that was more than 30 meters 100 feet tall, opened its gigantic mouth, and sucked in every single one of those ice shards, leaving nothing behind. However, this wasn't the end. Without giving the peak rank 3 nascent soul expert a chance to unleash another attack, the Death Eater jumped forward with its mouth still open, as it immediately swallowed the old woman in red armor. The third peak rank 3 nascent soul stage criminal in this city disappeared just like that. However, without wasting any more time in this place, the moment that Lu Mei sent her soul sense in the Death Eater's belly and confirmed that there was indeed a token on the old woman's body, Lu Mei immediately had the Death Eater fly towards the other end of the city. After all, Lu Mei already knew that the red-robed young man had already destroyed 20 of her undead knights, and was now flying towards her location at full speed. As the Death Eater rushed towards the east of the city, the old and already half-destroyed buildings around it started to collapse one by one due to the tremors that its enormous body was causing, leaving only the sturdiest ones of them standing. It was as if small earthquakes were taking place in the eastern part of the city, as the Death Eater's huge and thick legs flattened everything in its path. At the same time, barely a minute had passed since the Death Eater had finished its fight with the old woman, when the young man in red robes arrived at the scene. However, a dejected expression soon appeared on his face the moment he laid his eyes on the scene in front of him. Contrary to his expectations, the fight between Lu Mei and the old woman hadn't even lasted for even a few moments, giving him no time to catch up to the enormous beast. It seemed that the gigantic black beast had taken care of the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert as soon as it caught up with her before it immediately left the scene. The red-robed young man was unwilling to give up just yet and spread his soul sense as far as he could. But even after scanning every single building in the area half a mile around him, there was still nothing to be found. An expression of anger and killing intent appeared on his face as he stared at the flattened buildings that led towards the eastern part of the city. But in the end he still chose to remain standing without moving from this place, although he wanted to chase after Lu Mei since he knew that her power-up was only temporary, and she was bound to return back to her real cultivation at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul sooner or later. He also knew by now that the enormous black beast that she was riding on was probably not any slower than him despite its massive body. At the same time, even if he managed to catch up to Lu Mei, the red-robed young man had no degree of assurance that he could even take the Holy Sect's token from her in the first place. That monster's strength is definitely stronger than the average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. Especially when it is augmented by that weird chi. It is probably not much weaker than an average early rank 4 nascent soul stage expert. No. Perhaps it's already at that level. It's likely that only monsters like June Ren or those who ranked in the top 3 in their continents can probably take care of that black beast in this third test. There is no reason to be too fixated on that particular token either. As long as I am not too unlucky. I will definitely be able to obtain a token myself within the next 25 days. Hair. Let's see how far that woman can go with borrowed strength and if she will be able to successfully hide herself for the next 25 days. I refuse to believe that she has another one of those pills and that it has no side effects either. As the red-robed young man arrived in this conjecture, he continued to stare at the east of the city and the destruction that the Death Eater had caused with a serious look on his face. Before he actually flew towards the north. Staring behind her, Lu Mei actually heaved out a sigh of relief when she saw that the red-robed young man wasn't chasing after the Death Eater. Although she was certain that that person wasn't strong enough to match the Death Eater's power head-on. Lu Mei also knew that she only had a little more than 2 hours until the effects of the blood ignition pill wore off and her cultivation returned back to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul. Thus, she had to find a safe place for herself as quickly as possible instead of fighting against the red-robed young man. The land continued to quake as the Death Eater ran towards the east at full speed, passing through mountains and rivers in the process. Before finally, an hour later, a lush forest appeared in the distance ahead of Lu Mei. At first glance, this forest seemed to span for hundreds if not 1,000 miles. And it was definitely the best place for anyone to hide themselves if they wanted to wait until the end of the third test. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei had the Death Eater enter inside the forest. While at the same time she observed her surroundings. As she looked for a place to stay. Half an hour quickly passed like this. And just as Lu Mei arrived in front of a small river, mocking voices filled with fury, lust, greed, and killing intent appeared in her ears all at the same time. Shazing you bitch. Did you think that you could escape from us so easily? Against 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. Even you are completely incapable of escaping. Hee hee hee. Little beauty, there is no reason to look at us like that. Give up the holy sect token and I will allow you to live a little longer. Ha 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 ha. That's right. As long as you are willing to serve the 4 of us brothers tonight, we will indeed allow you to live a little longer. The moment that she heard these words, Lu Mei was stunned for a moment. As the face of a gorgeous young woman with pale blonde hair and beautiful emerald eyes appeared in her mind. Shazing Yi. As the figure of the young woman in green robes that she and Shun Long had seen outside the Heaven's Dome city flashed through her mind. Lu Mei hesitated for a moment, before she finally ordered the Death Eater to go towards the origin of those voices. As the Death Eater moved towards the direction of those voices, the ground beneath its feet had once again started to shake as the gigantic beast ran through the forest. Despite its enormous body, even without the augmentation of Lu Mei's death chant, the Death Eater's speed was definitely not inferior to an average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. And in just a few moments, Lu Mei had already arrived at the place where the origin of those voices was coming from. At that moment, as the last tree that was blocking her vision disappeared, a shocking scene appeared in Lu Mei's eyes. A gorgeous young woman dressed in green robes was standing at the edge of an 80 meters 260 feet waterfall, while 4 men dressed in different clothes had surrounded her from every direction, not willing to give her even a single chance to escape. Lu Mei only needed a glance to recognize this young woman, who was most likely related to the guild master of the Pale Moon Guild in the Silver Sword City as Shazing Yi. It was indeed the same kingdom-toppling beauty that she and Shun Long had seen from afar before the first test of the Holy Sect started. This was also part of the reason why Lu Mei decided to take the risk and come to this place. Despite having less than 1 hour left until the effects of the blood ignition pill wore off and the side effects to start kicking in. After all, be it Shazing Yi's facial features or her last name, she was definitely related to Shay Rong. Although Lu Mei had already adopted this habit from Shun Long and would more often than not decide against putting herself into danger to help strangers. Shay Rong was an acquaintance, and she had definitely showed some goodwill to Shun Long in the past. However, Contrary to the first time that Lu Mei had seen Xie Xingyi, the stunning young woman was in a much worse condition this time. Blood had stained the corner of her lips red, while her qi was clearly almost entirely depleted, bringing her on the verge of death. Even if she wanted to escape, it was very likely that Xie Xingyi didn't even have enough qi to even move, which was why she was placed in such a perilous condition. Of course, the moment that Lu Mei appeared, Xie Xingyi and the 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who had surrounded her all turned their attention towards the white-robed Lu Mei on the Death Eater's back at the same time. After all, how could the 5 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators not notice the commotion that the Death Eater had caused before arriving in this place? Originally, these people had thought that some kind of early rank 5 magic beast was living in this forest and was alerted by their fight. But the moment that they noticed the decaying aura of death around the Death Eater's body, serious expressions appeared on their faces. Although none of these disciples knew the Death Eater's origins, they could sense that despite its cultivation being at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul, it was definitely not going to be an easy opponent for them. As for the young woman that was riding on its back, she was most likely going to be troublesome as well. A young man in luxurious purple robes was the first one to take a step forward as he looked at Lu Mei. Before he shouted in an imposing voice, "No matter who you are or what you are doing here, I suggest that you mind your own business and move along. This woman is our prey. So unless you want to fight all of us at the same time, leave this place right now." How could this person not understand that Lu Mei had intentionally come to this place after hearing their voices? She most likely overheard the matter of the Holy Sect's token that is in Xie Rong's possession, which immediately drew her attention. However, with 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in their midst, how could the purple-robed young man's group be afraid of a single middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator like Lu Mei? Although he wanted to avoid fighting her if possible, considering that they knew nothing about Lu Mei, including her combat strength or any possible trump cards that she may have, his group had no reason to be afraid of her either. Looking at the purple-robed young man who had spoken just now, Lu Mei immediately recognized him barely a moment later. This person's name was Hua Ping, and he was ranked 17th in the Heaven's Dome City's House of Rankings. Knowing that chatting with these people was useless, Lu Mei didn't waste any time as she had the Death Eater immediately lunge forward towards the 2 people that were the closest to her. The enormous black beast had a sinister smile on its face as it jumped forward with its mouth open, ready to devour the 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts in front of it. Shocked looks appeared on Hua Ping's and the other disciples' faces when they saw the enormous beast's sudden attack. Before they all shouted at the same time with voices filled with anger and killing intent, "Die!" The 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators all unleashed their own attacks at the Death Eater without holding back, as their combined attacks shook the entire forest. Sword and saber slashes, as well as powerful water arrows and wind blades, all flew through the air, until they landed on the Death Eater's enormous body, filling it with cuts and injuries. And yet, the gigantic beast didn't seem daunted despite its injuries, nor did it seem to feel any pain, as it continued forward towards the 2 men that were the closest to it with saliva dripping from its ugly mouth. Horrified looks flashed through the 4 young men's eyes when they noticed that despite their combined attacks, the Death Eater didn't stop its advance. And instead, it actually seemed even hungrier than before. The 2 young men that were the closest to it immediately jumped away from each other in fright. But the gigantic monster wasn't any slower than them either, unable to completely dodge the Death Eater's attack. The first young man was split in half, as his bottom half ended inside the Death Eater's mouth. Sounds of bones being chewed and gnawed on resounded in the silent forest, accompanied by the young man's terrified screams as he suddenly lost the bottom half of his body. Barely a moment later, a green wisp of smoke left the young man's body, and without any hesitation, it flew in the distance as far away from the forest as possible. Although he clearly knew that it was dangerous, the peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivator had still abandoned his body in the end, and flew away using his nascent soul alone. In practically an instant, a peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivator had been forced to abandon his body and survive solely with his soul. Hua Ping and the other 2 cultivators at the peak of rank 3 were left dumbfounded as they stared at the scene in front of them, not knowing what to do next. They had clearly pushed Xie Xingyi to an inch of her life, expending a lot of their chi as well as their trump cards in the process. And yet someone else was coming here in the last moment to steal their spoils. The hungry Death Eater, however, didn't give the three young men any time to think over their options, as it jumped forward, this time heading straight for Hua Ping. A look of hate appeared on his face as Hua Ping stared at the gigantic monster that was moving towards him as well as the white-robed young woman that was sitting on its back. Before he shouted in a decisive tone, "Retreat!" without waiting for a response from the other two people in his group. The purple-robed Hua Ping immediately turned around and fled directly. As he headed for the entrance of the forest, the other two young men in his group had unwilling looks on their faces. But in the end, they still chose to retreat as well, while undisguised looks of hate and killing intent were plastered on their faces. Although they didn't want to retreat and would rather fight the gigantic black beast to the death, they had already expended more than 70% of their chi while they were chasing after and trapping Xie Xingyi. At the same time, the enormous magic beast seemed to be even stronger than what they had originally estimated, able to kill a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert almost instantly. They knew that even if the three of them joined hands and decided to go all out, their chances of killing Lu Mei were definitely not any higher than 20% at most. Watching these people leave with hateful looks in their eyes, Lu Mei didn't chase after them, and instead, she stopped the hungry Death Eater right in its tracks. She could feel the hunger coming from the beast's soul as it was ready to devour the three remaining peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. But she still used her soul sense to suppress the Death Eater's hunger before she turned her attention towards Xie Xingyi. Lu Mei then stood up from her sitting position, as she slowly floated towards Xie Xingyi's direction. The gorgeous young woman in green robes had a mesmerizing smile on her face as she looked at the white-robed young woman that was standing in front of her, before she bowed slightly with some difficulty. Then, taking out a small, golden token from her green robes that were stained with mud and blood, she handed it to Lu Mei before she said with that same smile on her face, "This is the Holy Sect's token. I hope that you won't make it too difficult for me." As she handed the Holy Sect's token to Lu Mei, Xie Xingyi closed her eyes and waited for death to come. Although she knew that the four men from earlier would most likely not have the guts to rape her, considering that this was the Holy Sect's test and the sect was most likely monitoring the test, she still didn't want those people to obtain the token from her. This was even more so for the purple-robed Hua Ping, whom she found utterly detestable. As for Lu Mei, it didn't matter if she did it to obtain the Holy Sect's token from her. In the end, she still nearly killed one of those people while forcing the other three of them to retreat. Of course, Xie Xingyi wasn't naive enough to think that whoever took the Holy Sect's token from her would allow her to live. After all, showing mercy to your enemy, and letting them return to take revenge on you in the future, was no different than being cruel to yourself. Taking the golden token in her hands, Lu Mei examined it carefully before she actually placed it back in Xie Xingyi's own hands barely a moment later. Then, with an equally mesmerizing smile on her face that could capture the hearts of both men and women alike, she lifted her white veil and looked at Xie Xingyi before she asked in a curious voice, "Are you related to Madame Xie Rong?" A stunned expression appeared on Xie Xingyi's face when she heard this question, while at the same time she involuntarily opened her previously closed eyes. Seeing how Lu Mei had not taken the Holy Sect's token from her and had instead asked her this question, caused tempestuous waves to rise in Xie Xingyi's heart. At the same time, as she opened her eyes, Xie Xingyi was stunned when her eyes took in Lu Mei's peerlessly beautiful face. But suppressing the shock in her heart, she nodded her head in response before she asked in a tone that was obviously unable to hide her disbelief, "Do you know my elder sister?" Sister. This time it was Lu Mei's turn to be shocked when she heard Xie Xingyi addressing Xie Rong as her sister. After taking a more careful look at Xie Xingyi's facial features, Lu Mei actually nodded her head lightly. Indeed, her blonde hair and her bright emerald eyes as well as her facial features, despite being different at the same time, they still greatly resembled Xie Rong's. Although Lu Mei had originally guessed that Xie Xingyi just happened to be from the same Xie family as Xie Rong, after a few moments of thought, she realized that it was very likely for the two of them to truly be blood-related sisters in the end. After all, Xie Rong was a beauty as well. Even if she paled ever so slightly in comparison to Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi, she was definitely a stunning beauty in her own right. Finally, a few moments later, Lu Mei had a serious expression on her face as she seemed to have made up her mind as she kept staring at Xie Xingyi, knowing that she didn't have too much time until the effects of the blood ignition pill wore off, which would place both her and Xie Xingyi in a passive position if they ended up in danger. Lu Mei closed her eyes for a moment, before she suddenly opened them again barely a moment later and said seriously, let's find a place to hide for now. Otherwise, if any peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators find us, we will definitely be in a lot of trouble. Although she was stunned for a second, Xie Xingyi didn't refuse and simply nodded her head in response, before she saw Lu Mei holding her right arm and soaring in the sky, until they both sat on the enormous black beast's back. The reason why she didn't refuse was because, not only did Lu Mei seem to know her elder sister somehow, but she also didn't seem to want to take her holy sect's token from her. Additionally, Xie Xingyi was in her most vulnerable state right now. If Lu Mei really wanted to kill her, she would have no way to resist even if she went all out. At the same time, Xie Xingyi didn't feel any hostile intentions from the peerlessly beautiful young woman in front of her either. Finally lowering her final mental barrier and allowing Lu Mei to take her along with her. 15 minutes later, Lu Mei found a small, isolated cave inside the forest, covered by many tall trees and bushes. Then, under Xie Xingyi's shocked eyes, she had the Death Eater spit out the complete corpses of the old man in black robes, the snake-eyed man, and the old woman in red armor, before she allowed the enormous undead monster to disappear. A huge black hole that was exuding large amounts of death chi slowly appeared on the ground, before the gigantic Death Eater entered inside it and disappeared in front of Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei then threw the 3 corpses inside the cave, before she and Xie Xingyi also entered inside. At the same time that Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi had hidden themselves inside the cave, Shun Long had already arrived at the north of the city, staring at the colossal fight that was taking place between the golden-robed young man, Senior Brother Chong, and his group that was fighting against the black-robed young woman's group. The moment that Shun Long arrived at the scene, he could feel 3 pairs of eyes that were suddenly focused in his direction, like 3 hungry magic beasts that were staring at a defenseless beast that had suddenly stepped into their territory. Shun Long didn't even need to look at them to understand that these gazes were coming from Senior Brother Chong and the black-robed young woman that he was fighting against, as well as the old man in black robes who was looking at a chance to assassinate the golden-robed young man. After all, how could the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul experts allow anyone to step too close to their fight? This was especially true for the golden-robed young man, Senior Brother Chong. Although it was impossible for any cultivator to have their soul sense spread away from their bodies for an extended period of time, the golden-robed young man didn't have a choice this time. The black-robed old man would more often than not disappear into the darkness, and would only occasionally leave his hiding place to try and launch a sneak attack on him. Although it was extremely taxing to have his soul sense active for so long, Senior Brother Chong could do nothing but grit his teeth and endure it while keeping his soul sense active in a few meters around his body at all times, so that he wouldn't be assassinated by the peak rank 3 nascent soul old man while he fought with the black-robed young woman. At the same time, Shun Long noticed that the entire northern part of the city had been leveled to the ground, while buildings had also started to melt under Senior Brother Chong's terrifying flames. And yet, it was this same Senior Brother Chong who was forced in a passive position during his fight against the black-robed young woman, as the old man who continuously appeared and disappeared from the battlefield could take his life at any moment. Seeing how everyone had suddenly turned their attention to him, Shun Long's lips quickly curved up into a smile as he took out a long, black-colored sword with strange patterns from the Stone of Time and held it tightly with both hands. The moment that they saw him taking out a weapon, Senior Brother Chong, the young woman in black robes, as well as the old man who was also at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, all had confused looks in their eyes as a single thought flashed through their minds at the same time: is this early rank 1 nascent soul brat going to join the fight? At that moment, however, Senior Brother Chong's expression suddenly changed, while his eyes also narrowed as he looked at Shun Long. Early rank 1 nascent soul. Was that vortex that covered the entire city caused by his breakthrough to the nascent soul? The same thought flashed through the black-robed young woman's and the old man's minds barely a moment later, while their eyes stared at Shun Long with a deadly glint inside them. After all, this small city spanned for more than 3 miles. And yet the nascent soul vortex that had appeared above Shun Long's head had covered it completely. If it was really a nascent soul vortex that had caused this phenomenon, then the person in front of them was definitely a monster. Even if such a person was only at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul. His talent, the cultivation technique that he was training in, as well as the Tao that he had comprehended, all of them must definitely be extremely terrifying to produce such a result. After all, even senior brother Chong, who could be considered a genius as well, had only managed to create a nascent soul vortex with a radius of 11 meters during his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage back then. No one of them had ever heard of such a terrifying nascent soul vortex. Almost as if he hadn't noticed the expressions on the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts' faces. Shun Long continued to stand there comfortably while he leisurely played with the black sword in his hand. Almost as if he was a spectator watching a play. At the same time, an angry look appeared on the black-robed old man's face as he stared at Shun Long before he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Almost as if his body had blended into the darkness of the night without any warning. Watching this scene, Shun Long didn't choose to move from the spot he was standing on. But his previously black eyes instantly turned golden, while the invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body at the same time. The black-robed young woman stared at Shun Long with a mocking look in her eyes. Almost as if she was waiting for his body to be cut in half at any moment. Even the golden-robed young man, senior brother Chong, shook his head when he saw that. Before he turned his eyes towards the black-robed woman in front of him ready to continue the fight. In his eyes, Shun Long, who had clearly not spread his soul sense around him, was already dead. There was no other way to avoid the old man's attack if you didn't know when or where it was going to hit you from. Instead, now that the black-robed old man was going to kill Shun Long, senior brother Chong could take advantage of this to take care of the black-robed woman in front of him, and obtain the holy sect token from her body. Barely a moment later, the old man's body suddenly materialized behind Shun Long, while a sinister smile appeared in the old man's eyes as he stared at the prey in front of him. Without waiting for Shun Long to react, the old man held the 2 pitch-black daggers tightly with both hands, before he thrust them towards Shun Long's neck as well as his back at the same time. This attack was practically invisible, and even the sound of the daggers slashing the air couldn't be heard no matter how much attention someone was paying at it. In the old man's eyes, no matter what Shun Long did, it was impossible for him to avoid this attack. With that same smile on his face, Shun Long didn't seem flustered at all, as if he had already foreseen this attack a long time ago. A blue light suddenly covered his body, while his speed increased by many times as the second monarch's domain forcibly changed the flow of time around him. Inside his own domain, Shun Long was equivalent to a god. Turning around, his body and his light blue-colored robes left after images behind them. As Shun Long infused his chi in the black sword in his hands and swung it towards the black-robed old man, the old man's eyes suddenly widened when he realized how fast the young man in front of him was. But before he had enough time to stop his attack and retract his hands, Shun Long's black sword chopped at him without any warning. Slash! Under the black-robed young woman's horrified eyes, as well as senior brother Chong's gaze that was filled with disbelief, 2 hands that were holding 2 pitch-black daggers were chopped from their wrists, as blood started to spurt from the old man's wounds. However, before the old man had enough time to back away, Shun Long suddenly blinked in front of him as he swung the star-rank sword sideways. A head filled with an expression of fear as well as unwillingness was severed from its body, as the peak rank 3 nascent soul old man that was about to kill Shun Long immediately collapsed to the ground, his body losing all signs of life that it had left in the process. Absolute silence filled the battlefield, as everyone turned their attention towards the early rank 1 nascent soul young man in blue robes who unhurriedly removed the old man's spatial ring, before he turned his attention towards the young woman in black robes in front of senior brother Chong, seeing Shun Long leisurely staring at her with that same light smile on his face. The young woman in black robes involuntarily took a few steps back in fear. She couldn't understand how Shun Long had not only managed to avoid the old man's attack, but he had also counterattacked as well. It was the same for the golden-robed young man. Senior brother Chong, who was staring at Shun Long with a shocked expression on his face. He had already fought against the black-robed young woman who had joined hands with the old man in black robes. And he knew very clearly how terrifying the old man's assassination attacks really were. If he hadn't been using his soul sense all this while to avoid the old man's attacks, he would have definitely died long ago and wouldn't have lasted for so long. Of course, the two peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators had no idea that Shun Long had never taken the old man's attacks to heart. After all, how could Shun Long ever be assassinated when he was already expecting it? He had already foreseen this sneak attack thanks to his golden eyes and knew exactly when and where the old man would attack him from. At the same time, after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, the effects of both of his Monarch's domains increased once again. By activating both of the Monarch's domains at the same time, he had easily slowed down the old man's speed by 20% while augmenting his own speed at the same time. Even with his cultivation at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, it was extremely easy for Shun Long to compete with the old man if it was purely in terms of speed. Unless it was a cultivator who had comprehended the Tao of Wind, the Tao of Lightning or some other peculiar Tao that could help them increase their speed by many times. Even average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators had no hope of competing with Shun Long when it came down to a match of speed. Of course, if these cultivators had a saint grade movement technique, then things would be completely different. The unsuspected old man had never expected that not only had Shun Long already foreseen his attack, but he was also much faster than him as well. Additionally, with his thoughts being slowed down due to Shun Long's Monarch's domain, the black-robed old man wasn't fast enough to retreat when he realized the danger he was in, resulting in both his hands being cut off. The mental impact that this scene created caused the old man's thoughts to become muddled for a moment, unable to fully process the scene that had just happened. Of course, Shun Long wouldn't miss this chance, especially when his enemy was in their most vulnerable state and didn't have a chance to retreat. Using Blink, he instantly appeared in front of the black-robed old man and swung the star-rank sword in his hand horizontally, beheading the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator with a single slash. It was all of these factors together that had allowed Shun Long to instantly kill a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator with a single move. But the effect was simply astonishing. Whether it was the black-robed young woman, the golden-robed young man, senior brother Chong, or the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that were fighting with each other, all of them stared at Shun Long with eyes filled with shock and incredulity. After all, the old man was a peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivator. Even if his strength was more suited towards assassination and sneak attacks instead of head-on fights, he still wasn't someone that an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator like Shun Long should be capable of fighting against. Of course, Shun Long didn't pay too much attention to these shocked gazes and instead, he continued to stare at the black-robed young woman who had an ugly look on her face. Without the old man to support her, it wasn't even certain if she would be able to fight against the golden-robed young man head-on by herself. If one included Shun Long's sudden arrival in this place, her chances of survival were almost zero. Without any hesitation, the black-robed young woman spread her hands in the air, as a massive sandstorm erupted around her, instantly covering everyone on the battlefield. It didn't matter if it was Shun Long, senior brother Chong, or the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. All of them were trapped inside the sandstorm in a single instant while their vision was completely blocked. Senior brother Chong snorted when he saw this scene, immediately understanding that the black-robed woman was trying to escape, before his body suddenly lit up with a bright red light. This was his most powerful attack, a saint low-grade martial skill that could burn everything around him to ashes. Even peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts would be badly hurt if they were inside the radius of this martial skill. If it wasn't because he was wary of the old man sneak attacking him the moment that he finished this skill, senior brother Chong would have long since used this skill to take care of the black-robed woman and obtain the holy sect token from her body. In the blinding sandstorm that covered the entire battlefield, his body suddenly lit up like the sun in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. The grains of sand around him were being burned quickly, slowly turning into ash and dust. It was obvious that it was just a matter of a few seconds until the golden-robed young man completely extracted himself from this sandstorm. At the same time, however, Shun Long actually smiled despite being trapped inside the peak rank 3 nascent soul woman's sandstorm, while his golden eyes lit up with a bright blue light that slowly expanded and covered his entire body. With his gaze focused in the distance ahead of him, Shun Long then mumbled in a low but domineering voice as if he was the king inside this place, eternal banishment. The single ball of chi inside the monarch's hourglass started to churn, as the blue light around his body started to become even brighter than before. At that moment, Shun Long's gaze was like the gaze of a monarch, ready to judge the life and death of all things around him. It didn't matter where his gaze landed. The moment that his eyes looked at the sandstorm around him, the grains of sands didn't even touch him before they were being erased from existence. It was almost as if they were being banished in a different realm. Completely unable to resist the might of the blue light coming from Shun Long for even a second, as the sandstorm in Shun Long's eyes thinned out, he saw the figure of a black-robed young woman flying away from the battlefield at full speed. Clutching the black sword in his right hand, Shun Long raised his left hand in the air, and with a focused look in his eyes he slashed the air in front of him, opening a medium-sized space tear. At that moment, the black-robed young woman seemed to have sensed something, as her body suddenly shivered while a sense of lethal danger overcame her. Turning her head around, she saw a black space tear appear behind her seemingly out of nowhere, before a handsome young man in blue robes walked out from it. The pupils in the black-robed woman's eyes widened when she saw Shun Long casually tear space open and appear behind her, as she immediately turned around and tried to escape even further. She couldn't understand how Shun Long had managed to escape from her sandstorm so easily, but she knew that she couldn't fight him head-on just yet. Her chi had been severely depleted after creating that huge sandstorm, causing a trace of fear to flash through her eyes. Her only choice was to try and lure Shun Long to the place where the other peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators were, before they all killed him together. Knowing that she wasn't in a condition to fight him head-on, Shun Long wasn't going to give the black-robed woman any chances to escape. Using blink for the second time, he instantly appeared behind her, and without giving her a second to flee, he slashed the black star rank sword towards her using both hands. The moment that senior brother Chong managed to escape from the sandstorm, a scene that he was practically unable to believe appeared in his eyes. As Shun Long slashed the black sword in his hands horizontally, a rain of blood filled the air, before the black-robed woman's body was split in half in a single instant. Senior brother Chong couldn't believe that 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul experts had died under the hands of an early rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie, let alone with both of them being completely incapable of even putting up a fight. They didn't even have enough time to resist before they were both killed in an instant. Even for a genius like senior brother Chong, who was one of the 3 strongest people in this alliance of disciples that attacked this city, this was still a shocking scene that couldn't be explained. Of course, although it was true that the black-robed old man had most likely underestimated Shun Long while the black-robed woman was actually fleeing, the result was that they both died in a head-on fight. In the end, they weren't even able to struggle before they were killed. This was especially so for the black-robed woman's death. Before senior brother Chong even had enough time to escape from her sandstorm, Shun Long had already taken her life. For senior brother Chong, who had already suffered under the 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators' combined attacks earlier, seeing them getting both killed by an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator one after the other made him shiver in his heart. And yet, this wasn't something that he could accept so easily. No matter what, he himself was a genius who would certainly pass the Holy Sect's test. He was a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. How could he allow anyone else to obtain the Holy Sect's token in front of his eyes? Let alone early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. He would even fight with other peak rank 3 nascent soul stage geniuses if he had to. Completely oblivious to the golden-robed young man's thoughts, Shun Long, who was now standing in front of the black-robed woman's body, waved his hand and removed her spatial ring. However, after checking the ring's contents, He immediately turned his attention towards the black-robed woman's corpse in front of him that was split in two halves. Aside from 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones and a few middle-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills as well as some healing and several antitoxin pills, the black-robed woman's spatial ring didn't have anything else. That meant that the holy sect token was either on her body or it was hidden somewhere else. At that moment, Shun Long closed his eyes before his soul sense erupted like a volcano as it completely covered the woman's body. As he opened his eyes, Shun Long stared at the bottom half of the black-robed woman's body as he mumbled to himself, "There is actually something hidden here." Waving his right hand, Shun Long used the black star rank sword to slice open a small hole near the black-robed woman's butter palm-sized golden-colored token with the character Holy slowly revealed itself in front of Shun Long. As the moment that Shun Long was about to touch the holy sect's token, however, he could feel an intense feeling of danger sprouting in his heart, while his golden eyes lit up with a bright azure light. Another scene appeared in his eyes, causing Shun Long to give up on picking up the holy sect's token before he immediately dodged to the side without any hesitation. Almost at the same time that he dodged, a huge flame pillar struck the spot that he was standing on, immediately enveloping the black-robed woman's corpse as well as the holy sect's token. As the flame pillar slowly dissipated, Shun Long saw the golden-robed young man, senior brother Chong, standing a few meters away from him, staring at the holy sect's token on the ground with a look of fervor in his eyes. Before he slowly turned his attention back to Shun Long, there was a serious look in the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert's eyes as he stared at Shun Long, looking like he was staring at another powerful peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivator instead of an early rank 1 nascent soul rookie. Shaking his head, senior brother Chong took a deep breath before he said with a serious look in his eyes, "Don't try and touch that token again, or the next time it won't just be a warning attack." Hearing senior brother Chong's words, Shun Long stared at the peak rank 3 nascent soul expert in front of him without any change in his emotions. He had already expected that there was no way for the golden-robed young man to give up on the holy sect's token so easily. Indeed, senior brother Chong stared at Shun Long with the same solemn look before he continued, "I admit that you are strong. At least strong enough for me to take you seriously. But the only reason that you managed to kill those two was thanks to me keeping that woman busy, as well as the old man not taking you seriously to begin with. If it wasn't because he underestimated your speed since you are still at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, there was no way that you would have even managed to harm him, let alone kill him. However, I'm not going to do the same mistake. I am warning you because you are strong enough to do so. But don't think that you can fight against me head-on. I am sure that you are aware that I am not like those two scum that you just killed. I suggest that you don't throw your life away for a single holy sect token. If we really start fighting, I will not spare your life." Shun Long slowly narrowed his eyes as he stared at the golden-robed man in front of him. Although the man's words were laced with threats left and right, it was obvious that he didn't want to fight him head-on if he didn't have to. However, it was also obvious that he wasn't going to give up the holy sect's token either. In senior brother Chong's eyes, Shun Long was a much easier target to deal with compared to the black-robed woman and the old man whom he was fighting against previously. After all, no matter how strong Shun Long was, it was most likely only his speed that had reached the level of a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. Additionally, if it wasn't because the black-robed woman knew that she had no chance of fight against Shun Long and senior brother Chong at the same time, she wouldn't have resorted to fleeing in the first place. Staring at the young man in front of him who was waiting for his answer, Shun Long ignored the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who were previously fighting with each other and were now staring at the holy sect's token on the ground like a pack of wolves ready to pounce at it. Before he shook his head a moment later, and said in a firm tone, "You are indeed stronger than the old man and that woman. But you are wrong about something. Even if the old man was on his guard against me, he would still have died all the same. At the same time, I would rather not kill someone I have no enmity with. If you leave, you can still find another city and have a chance of obtaining another token to pass the third test. However, if we start fighting, don't expect to leave alive." Sigh. The moment that Shun Long finished his words, he saw the golden-robed man's expression slowly darken before he let out a sigh. Then with a look of disappointment on his face, Senior Brother Chorn stared at him before he said, "I don't have enough time to waste with you. Either turn around and leave, or die." Boundless killing intent suddenly erupted from the golden-robed man's body when he uttered the last word. Before an enormous flame pillar started to condense itself in the air around him. Seeing that the golden-robed man had no intentions of avoiding this fight, Shun Long nodded his head without saying another word. At this point, arguing with each other was useless. Holding the black star-rank sword with both hands, he closed his eyes for a moment as he infused his chi inside it. The strange and intertwining black runes and patterns on the sword's surface started to lit up, while sparks of lightning started to appear on the sword's surface at the same time. With a serious look, Shun Long then stared at the enormous pillar of flames above Senior Brother Chorn's head that seemed to have reached its peak. Before he mumbled to himself, "Hopefully you won't die from this. Thunder Gods /" As the sparks of lightning condensed themselves on the sword's surface, Shun Long used his soul sense to suppress them and make them gather around the sword's edge. As the sparks of lightning all gathered in the sword's edge and the strange and complicated patterns on the sword's surface lit up with a bright golden light that seemed to have reached its peak, Shun Long slashed the sword forward using all of his strength. At that moment, the sparks of lightning all merged together as a terrifying black-colored slash that seemed to be infused with the Tao of lightning emerged from the sword's edge and traveled towards the golden-robed young man opposite to Shun Long. The moment that Senior Brother Chorn saw the terrifying slash that was coming his way, his eyes involuntarily widened while a feeling of lethal danger appeared in his heart. He could feel that this sword slash was powerful enough to completely kill him and even eradicate his soul if it ended up striking his body, leaving him with no room for survival. How is this possible? How can a small rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator be so powerful? Originally, Senior Brother Chorn had thought that although Shun Long was probably slightly faster than the average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, there was still no way for him to pose any danger towards him. However, after feeling the Tao of lightning and the terrifying force hidden inside this black-colored slash, he realized that he may actually be weaker than him even in a head-on fight. At that moment, Shun Long saw the golden-robed young man's eyes suddenly become focused as the pillar of light above his head seemed to have reached its peak power. Thrusting his palm forward, Senior Brother Chorn then shouted Saint low-grade martial skill. Inferno Pillar. The huge flame pillar above his head rapidly increased in size, becoming 3 times larger than before it flew directly towards Shun Long's black-colored sword slash. As for the remaining 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that were watching this scene, their faces immediately paled when they sensed the power behind Shun Long's and the golden-robed man's attack. They could feel as if the blood was being drained from their bodies as they scurried away from the scene without any hesitation. Although their strength was only a minor level away from the golden-robed young man's and they had only stayed in this place because they were secretly waiting for a chance to sneak attack him and obtain the Holy Sect's token, they could now clearly feel that none of them would survive if they were caught up between the 2 attacks created by 2 Saint low-grade martial skills. Putting aside the fact that 2 of these middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators were originally subordinates of the black-robed woman and the old man, and had no hope of obtaining the Holy Sect's token in the first place, the other 2 that were participating in the Holy Sect test had actually chosen Saint low-grade cultivation techniques to comprehend during the second test. Even if they erupted with their full strength, they would be unable to last for more than a second if they were caught in the midst of Shun Long's and the golden-robed man's attacks. After all, most of the disciples participating in the Holy Sect's test would usually choose cultivation techniques instead of martial skills from the barrier of knowledge. Although martial skills could increase their strength during a crucial fight, cultivation techniques could help them increase their cultivation at an even faster rate than before. Of course, those disciples who came from powerful forces and already had a few Saint low-grade cultivation techniques to choose from, would then choose martial skills during the second test of the Holy Sect. And this golden-robed young man was precisely such a person. Finally, the moment that the Thunder God's slash met Senior Brother Chorn's Inferno Pillar, the entire world seemed to have dimmed for a moment, before a horrifying explosion shook the small city. Boom! As the huge flame pillar collided with the black-colored slash that was empowered with the Tao of lightning, It instantly attracted everyone's attention. It didn't matter if it was the two other groups that were led by peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, or the disciples at the city walls that were fighting with the criminals there. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads at the same time. As they stared at the explosion that shook the whole city, orange flames filled with lightning seemed to have filled in the sky, as the massive flame pillar collided with the black-colored slash. And yet, Senior Brother Chong's expression finally changed when he felt the gigantic flame pillar that he had condensed being destroyed inch by inch. The powerful black-colored sword slash was barely stopped for a single moment by the huge flame pillar, before it started to cut through the flames, as it slowly split the inferno pillar in half. The golden-robed, Senior Brother Chong's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw this scene, as he hurriedly started to inject even more of his chi into the flame pillar, in an attempt to stop the terrifying black-colored slash from cutting through it. However, no matter how much chi he injected in it, he only managed to slow down the Thunder God's slash, and was unable to completely stop it. No. How is this possible? I am a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage genius. The golden-robed young man could no longer hold back his shock as he shouted out in anger and disbelief. He couldn't understand how it was possible for the attack of an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator to overpower his inferno pillar, to the state where he was unable to completely stop it even after injecting a huge amount of his chi. After all, the difference in cultivation between himself and Shun Long should have been impossible to be bridged, especially when they were both using Saint low-grade martial skills. Of course. How could the golden-robed man's inferno pillar that had barely reached a 20% level of comprehension compare to Shun Long's Thunder God's slash? Not only had Shun Long's level of comprehension over this martial skill reached a shocking 92%, but his attack was also augmented by his extremely pure chi, and was also supported by a peak rank 1 star rank weapon. At the same time, during the last 4 years, Shun Long had only absorbed extremely pure chi from the heaven-swallowing vine, while the chi inside his chi balls was filtered even further thanks to the Monarch's hourglass. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there was no other cultivator at the early stages of the nascent soul who could even come close to compare the purity of their chi with Shun Long. It was these three factors that allowed Shun Long to be able to breach the difference in cultivation levels and fight equally against peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. Anger and fear flashed through the golden-robed young man's eyes at the same time when he saw that the black-colored slash was about to completely cut through his flame pillar. Finally, he gritted his teeth and gave up on the inferno pillar, as he immediately turned around and tried to escape. Without any further support from his chi, however, the flame pillar that was on the verge of collapse instantly dispersed, as the black-colored slash continued to fly towards the golden-robed man's direction. No. I can't die. The golden-robed man shouted madly as he tried to outrun the terrifying slash that was becoming bigger and bigger in his eyes. However, no matter what he did, it was impossible to escape this attack, as the powerful slash cut through his body. The peak rank 3 nascent soul stage young man was split in 2 halves, and under the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators' terrified gazes, his body lifelessly collapsed on the ground. The rowdy battlefield immediately fell silent as the golden-robed man's body collapsed on the ground. His body had been cut in half from his waist, and yet his face still had a look of anger and madness, as well as unwillingness and disbelief, almost unable to accept the fact that he had died. Shun Long shook his head slightly when he saw Senior Brother Chong's expression after his death, but there wasn't any regret in his heart. He knew that this was an unavoidable outcome once the two of them started fighting. As soon as they both used Saint low-grade martial skills, only one of them would stay alive. Although he and the golden-robed young man had no enmity between them, it was obvious that neither of them was willing to give up the holy sect's token. After all, as a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, how could Senior Brother Chong be afraid of someone who had just broken through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul? Of course. If he knew that even his inferno pillar was no match for Shun Long's Thunder God's slash, then he may have chosen to retreat and attack another city instead of fighting Shun Long head-on. However, in this world, there is no medicine for regret. At the same time, even if Shun Long wanted to go easy on him and wasn't willing to kill him. He couldn't be certain that the golden-robed young man wouldn't chase after him once he had expended his chi. No matter what. The Thunder Gods required an enormous amount of his chi to be activated. And even after breaking through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, Shun Long was unable to use it more than 2 times in a row before his chi was entirely depleted. After staring at the golden-robed young man's body for a few moments, Shun Long took the spatial ring from his hand. Before he turned his eyes towards the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul cultivators who were staring at him from the distance with looks of fear and disbelief in their eyes, the scenes that they had just witnessed had left them scarred in their minds. And the moment that they met Shun Long's gaze, they couldn't help taking a few steps back in fear. Not only had an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator managed to kill the old man in black robes as well as the young woman with short hair, both of whom were peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, but he had even managed to kill the golden-robed young man who was fighting against those 2 earlier in just 1 slash. A single sword slash had not only destroyed the gigantic flame pillar that was most likely a Saint low-grade martial skill, but it had even destroyed that person's body and soul in one go. After staring at the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators for a moment, Shun Long turned his attention towards the holy sect's token on the ground. Using blink, he instantly appeared in the air above the golden-colored token, before he swept it in his right hand. Then, without any hesitation, Shun Long slashed his left hand in the air, opening a large space tear. And ignoring the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who were staring at him with shocked looks on their faces, he stepped forward and entered inside the space tear, before he disappeared right in front of their eyes. At the same time, in the hall of the holy sect where the yellow-robed disciples of the sect were watching the test, the elder in white robes, Elder Xuan, had already stood up from his seat, and was now staring at the wide screen of light at the center of the hall with a shocked look on his face. His abnormal reaction had already caused the disciples of the holy sect inside the hall to all turn their attention towards him at the same time. Although they too had been shocked by Shun Long's ability to kill 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators by himself, especially when he was still at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage himself, they had never expected that something like this would have even alarmed Elder Xuan. Even when Shun Long had comprehended 92% of the Thunder Gods during the second test, the look on Elder Xuan's face wasn't as exaggerated. Ignoring the stunned looks of the disciples around him, Elder Xuan took a deep breath and continued to stare at the screen of light in front of him, before he mumbled to himself in a low voice that didn't hide his puzzlement and shock. This kid has really comprehended the Tao of space. No. It's not just that he has comprehended it, but it's probably the foundation Tao that he has chosen for his body refinement cultivation. The moment that Elder Xuan's voice resounded in Tha air, the entire hall instantly fell silent. The disciples of the holy sect felt as if an explosion had taken place in their minds, as they all stared at the screen of light at the center of the hall with incredulous looks on their faces. Some of them had shocked looks. Others had looks of puzzlement. Some of them were filled with envy. And there were even some who were filled with scorn. Finally, a young woman in yellow robes who was the closest to the white-robed Elder Xuan couldn't stay silent when she heard his words. As she asked curiously, is Elder Xuan certain that it is the Tao of space? Perhaps it's some kind of special talisman that can bend space for a few moments. I heard that Junior Brother Mew also has a similar talisman. Some of the disciples inside the hall nodded their heads when they heard this question, before they turned their attention towards Elder Xuan as they waited for his answer. Elder Xuan, however, only stared at the disciple who had asked this question for a single moment, before he shook his head and asked without any hints of anger in his voice, do you think I wouldn't be able to realize it if someone used a talisman under my watch? Let alone the fact that the third test prohibits the use of any talismans that someone hasn't personally crafted. That kid clearly didn't use any chi when he tore space apart, using just his physical strength. This is only possible if he has chosen the Tao of space as his foundational Tao for his body refinement cultivation. Otherwise, there will be at least some chi fluctuations when he creates a space tier. As Elder Xuan's voice finished resounding inside the hall, the disciples of the holy sect fell silent once again, before a relatively tall and robust young man with long black hair stared at the screen of light with a scornful look in his eyes and said, even if it really is the Tao of space. Elder Shun still gives that brat too much credit. After all, his cultivation in body refinement is still at the peak of the 4th stage. Even if he managed to get some insights in the Tao of space in the past, he was still far too cocky to dare and use it as his foundational Tao during his breakthrough. At the same time, even though his nascent soul vortex was abnormal during his breakthrough, he is still at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul in the end. I bet that it will take him at least a few thousand years until his body cultivation even breaks through to the early 5th stage. By then, which of us here won't have stepped into the Tao King realm? Honestly, I don't even put that brat in my eyes. As for his Tao of lightning, although it will certainly enhance his speed, he is definitely not going to be anyone too important in the future. Instead, I'd be much more wary of some of those brats that can destroy an entire city by themselves. As the young man finished his words, everyone seemed to have realized that his words were probably true, and caused them to heave out a sigh of relief. No matter how abnormal Shun Long's nascent soul vortex was, his Tao of space was still something that he had comprehended and set as foundation for his body cultivation. This was something that even Elder Shun had confirmed. At the same time, it was common knowledge that body cultivators took much longer to break through to the next stage compared to chi cultivators, due to the strict requirements that they needed to adhere to as they tempered their body to its fullest. Even if Shun Long broke through to the early 5th stage in body refinement in the future, considering that he had just broken through to the early rank I of the nascent soul, it would definitely take 100 years at the very least until his body refinement managed to catch up. By then, even if his chi cultivation had managed to catch up with his peers, he would definitely be left behind in terms of body refinement. Elder Shun didn't reply right away when he heard the young man's words, as his eyes continued to stare at the screen of light at the center of the hall with a serious look inside them. At the same time, Shun Long, who had just entered the space tier, instantly appeared above the city walls a moment later, arriving right in the midst of the fight that had yet to end. Originally, there were 1,000 peak rank 9 spirit realm and rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators on top of the city walls trying to fend off the alliance of disciples that attacked the city, not allowing them to come closer. However, the cultivation of the disciples in the alliance was still much higher than the criminals on the city walls, causing catastrophic losses towards the criminals, with less than 400 of them left alive at this point. The moment that the disciples in the alliance managed to endure the first wave of long-range attacks and reached the city walls was the moment that the slaughter started, causing hundreds of corpses to pile up on the city walls. Of course, more than 30 of the original 170 disciples had also ended up dying during this fight. But most of them were either the few people that were at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm or those who were at the rank 1 of the nascent soul. At the same time, although Shun Long's appearance was noticed by people from both sides, no one paid too much attention to an early rank 1 nascent soul cultivator who appeared out of nowhere. After taking a quick look at the situation below him, Shun Long didn't stay in this place any longer, as he raised his left hand for the second time, opening another space tier, arriving 3 miles away from the city. Shun Long repeated this action 3 more times until he was more than 10 miles away from the city. Since he had already obtained the Holy Sect's token, there was no reason for him to stay in the city any longer. Instead, staying in the city was actually even more dangerous to him. After all, the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who had seen him kill the golden-robed man, the black-robed old man as well as the young woman in short hair, already knew that he was the one who had obtained the token from the city. If Shun Long wasted more time inside the city, it was very likely that he would end up clashing against the remaining peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators and their groups. After all, Shun Long still remembered that from the original members of the alliance that attacked the city, there were also 2 other peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, each of whom led their own small groups when they attacked the city. At the same time, he had also heard from the golden-robed young man's discussion with the black-robed young woman that there were 2 other criminals at the peak of rank 3 inside the city as well. While the two groups of disciples from the Alliance had already chased after those peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. Of course. Although Shun Long had managed to kill the two black-robed old man and the short-haired woman, who were at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, as well as the golden-robed senior brother Chong all by himself, it was impossible for him to fight against 4 more people at the same level, let alone when they were all leading their own groups. After all, he had already expended a large amount of his chi using the Thunder Gods / once to kill the golden-robed senior brother Chong. If he was besieged by 4 other peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators at the same time, then even in the best case scenario, he would only be able to kill one of them before he ended up running out of chi and dying in their hands. Of course. He had also considered killing the 4 people who had witnessed him obtaining the Holy Sect's token, silencing them and allowing no one to know that he was the one who had obtained the token in the first place. But this thought only flashed past his mind for a single moment before it was instantly extinguished. In the end, these people were still middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. And even if all of them were weaker than the golden-robed senior brother Chong, their strength was definitely not too far off from the black-robed old man who was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Killing all 4 of them in a short amount of time was simply impossible. At the same time, Shun Long was also aware that his fight against the golden-robed young man had already been noticed by the other cultivators in the city, causing all of them to head over to that place. After all, his Thunder Gods / slashing the huge Inferno pillar in half was probably noticed by more than just 1 or 2 people. At that moment, everyone would immediately understand that the only thing that could be enticing enough to cause 2 people to fight all out using their Saint low-grade martial skills could only be the Holy Sect's token or something of similar value. Thus, it would only take a few moments for the remaining 2 groups of disciples to move towards the north of the city where he was fighting with the golden-robed young man. With these thoughts in mind, Shun Long didn't hesitate as he flew towards the south. Originally, he had also thought of flying towards the west, to the forest where he originally came from. But knowing that the disciples inside the city could very likely remember this and start combing through it, caused him to change his direction and head towards the south instead. Shun Long flew towards the south at full speed, passing through many mountains and a small forest. But he still didn't stop. Finally, more than 3 hours later, he arrived in front of an inconspicuous small mountain that was part of a small mountain range. Seeing that there was a naturally formed cave near the small mountain's foot, Shun Long first closed his eyes and spread his soul sense to check if there were any humans or magic beasts around him, before he entered inside the cave. Having obtained the Holy Sect's token, the only thing he had to do was stay in seclusion for the next 25 days, and try to advance his strength as much as possible during this time. In the blink of an eye, 24 days quickly passed, and the last day of the 3rd test finally arrived. As the sun slowly rose in this world of 1,000 cities, sunlight seeped through the gaps of the cave's entrance, slowly illuminating the dim environment inside it. More than 5,000 spirit stones were piled up on the ground around Shun Long in an orderly manner, and all of them seemed to have lost their luster by now, looking like they were nothing more than average stones without any value. In the last 24 days Shun Long hadn't moved from this cave at all, and he was either absorbing the energy inside the middle-grade spirit stones in front of him, or he spent his time trying to break through to the next stage of body refinement. Since he wasn't certain yet if there would be another test of the Holy Sect after this one, breaking through to the early 5th stage of the Monarch's eternal body and increasing his strength as much as possible was the most important thing to do right now. After all, in this 3rd test alone, someone like the golden-robed senior brother Chong had already forced him to nearly go all out after using the Thunder God's / If there was a 4th test and it was even harder than the 3rd test, Shun Long guessed that even in the best-case scenario, not more than 200 out of the original 1,000 disciples that passed through the 3rd test would manage to successfully pass the 4th one. It was too bad that during these last 24 days, Shun Long hadn't managed to break through to the early 5th stage in the Monarch's eternal body. Although he could feel that his Monarch's eternal body had already reached the absolute peak of the 4th stage and his Tao of space was also at a high enough level for him to break through by now, Shun Long could feel that he was still half a step away from succeeding. At the same time, since he was still inside the Holy Sect's test, Shun Long didn't dare to enter inside the Stone of Time or summon the heaven-swallowing vine to swallow the middle-grade spirit stones and provide him with pure chi during this time. Instead, he was absorbing the spirit stones in front of him by himself. And although it was a slow process with a much lower efficiency compared to the heaven-swallowing vines, this was still the only thing he could do right now to advance his strength. After all, Shun Long knew that if the Holy Sect learned of the existence of the heaven-swallowing vine, then, even if they were a sect that would never rob its disciples, it was still very likely that there would be at least a few elders who would be unable to rein in their greed and would choose to make their move. After all, even in his previous life, Shun Long knew that the heaven-swallowing vine was a peerless treasure that could increase anyone's speed of cultivation, as well as provide them with endless pure chi. This was something that had been buried in the annals of history. A treasure that hadn't been found for countless years. Who could expect that something like it would appear in a place so small like the desolate East? Even Tao emperors would have their eyes turn red with envy if they learned of the existence of this treasure, and would trade everything in their possession if it meant that they could get a hold of this treasure vine. Of course, during these past 24 days, since he was unable to use the heaven-swallowing vine to turn the middle-grade spirit stones into pure chi, Shun Long knew that his monarch's hourglass would end up expelling even more chi from the middle-grade spirit stones, causing him to waste even more spirit stones in the process. After all, Shun Long knew that the monarch's hourglass wouldn't allow him to absorb the entirety of the chi contained inside a single middle-grade spirit stone, and would only absorb the tiniest amount inside it that contained the purest chi, rejecting anything that contained even the slightest bit of impurities. Of course, the heaven-swallowing vine was still a treasure that could cleanse the chi regardless of its source, including the chi coming from the bodies of magic beasts, let alone that inside the spirit stones, and turn it into pure chi that Shun Long would then absorb. In reality, even the chi coming from the heaven-swallowing vine was still screened by the monarch's hourglass in the end, allowing Shun Long to only absorb 80% of it while rejecting the rest. But compared to the chi that was coming directly from the spirit stones, the difference in quality was simply incomparable. At the same time, this was the only point that Shun Long couldn't help but lament on regarding his own cultivation. After all, not only did the monarch's hourglass require enormous amounts of chi compared to other cultivators at the same level as him, but Shun Long also knew that it would only allow him to absorb the purest chi possible inside his chi balls. Thus, even with the heaven-swallowing vine and the foggy space inside the Stone of Time, Shun Long still had to spend more time cultivating compared to other cultivators at the same level as him. Of course, after obtaining the golden-robed senior brother Chong's spatial ring, Shun Long definitely didn't feel the pinch of wasting 5.000 middle-grade spirit stones. After all, Senior Brother Chong's spatial ring had more than 200.000 middle-grade spirit stones inside it. Such wealth easily rivaled that of an average Tao kings in the Night Star continent. Of course, as a person who most likely came from a major power in his own continent, it wasn't too surprising for Senior Brother Chong to be this rich. As for the old man's and the short-haired woman's spatial rings, Shun Long had been initially surprised to find out that they were practically empty. However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood that this was only natural in the end. After all, the Holy Sect would definitely sweep their spatial rings clean before exiling them in this place, and would only allow them to keep their weapons to defend themselves and fight. Letting them keep their spirit stones or any rare pills and medicinal herbs in their possession was simply impossible. As the spirit stones on the ground completely turned to dust, Shun Long finally condensed the seventh ball of chi above his head, reaching the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul stage. At the same time, as the final day came to an end, Shun Long saw the Holy Sect's token that he had placed beside him suddenly lit up with a bright golden light. In the beginning, the light was dim and had barely covered the surface of the Holy Sect's token, but as time went on it started to expand as it turned even brighter, slowly turning into a golden, incorporeal door. The door started to ripple, and in just a few moments, it looked no different than a real door. The only difference was that this door that was created from chi had no handle on it. However, with just a glance, Shun Long could see that this was definitely the exit from the third test. This door didn't only appear in front of Shun Long. Everyone else who had a holy sect's token on their possession saw a similar scene appearing in front of their eyes. In a forest far away from Shun Long. In a small, isolated cave. Two peerlessly beautiful young women were staring at the two golden doors that were taking shape in front of them. With dazzling smiles on both of their faces. It was like spring had come inside the small cave. Painting a scene of indescribable beauty as the two kingdom-toppling beautiful women stood next to each other. A moment later, the green-robed blonde beauty on the left looked at the young woman on her right who had just finished putting a white veil on her face and asked with that same smile, "May, are you ready?" Lu Mei nodded her head a moment later. While Shun Long's image suddenly appeared in her mind, almost as if he was waiting behind this golden door. And without hesitating for a moment, she placed her left hand on the golden door's surface. Shai Xingyi smiled and did the same. Before the figures of the two beautiful women instantly disappeared from the cave, leaving nothing left inside. At the same time, inside the small mountain he was in, Shun Long took a step forward and placed his right hand on the golden door's surface. Golden light suddenly appeared from the door, completely covering his body from head to toe. Before a moment later, Shun Long's body disappeared from the small cave. The moment that his right hand touched the golden door, Shun Long could sense the familiar feeling of spatial fluctuations instantly covering his body. Before the scene in front of his eyes started to blur. At the same time, he could sense his surroundings that were rapidly changing, while different scenes flashed through his eyes one after the other. Finally, an hour later, Shun Long could see the segregated colors around him as they started to come together, forming a completely unfamiliar place. It was a large arena filled with empty seats that seemed spacious enough to hold hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. As Shun Long took a look around him, he instantly realized that he was no longer in the world of 1,000 cities. At the same time, he saw hundreds of other disciples around him dressed in all kinds of different clothing. All of them staring at their surroundings with eyes that didn't hide their confusion. Clearly having no idea what this place was. And yet, barely a moment had passed since Shun Long had appeared in this place, when the same powerful voice that he heard back during the start of the third test suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena. Like a bolt of lightning that was coming down from the sky. As it once again said in that same domineering tone as before, "Welcome to the fourth test of my holy sect. The entrance battle." As this booming voice resounded throughout the arena, everyone suddenly raised their heads to stare at the sky above the arena at the same time. Turning his eyes towards the sky, Shun Long saw an old man in white robes standing above the arena, staring at Shun Long and the rest of the disciples around him with a calm smile on his face. With just a glance, Shun Long's eyes instantly took in the old man's appearance. He was thin and tall, with a long white beard and almost no hair on his head. At the same time, from the smile that was hanging on his lips, anyone could guess that he was the person who had spoken just now. However, everyone shook when they noticed the old man's aura. Unlike his domineering voice, the old man's aura was completely retracted, making him look like an ordinary, harmless mortal. And yet, this scene was actually even more terrifying to the disciples inside the arena than if the old man had been openly displaying his strength. After all, to be able to stand in the sky without emitting the slightest bit of chi fluctuations showed how terrifying this person really was. A Tao Emperor realm expert. This thought flashed through every disciple's mind practically at the same time, causing waves of shock to rise in their hearts. This was especially true for those disciples who didn't come from a powerful force in their own continents, and didn't know the true strength of the holy sect. Seeing a Tao Emperor realm expert standing in front of them with a smile on his face caused them to tremble, while some of them involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze head-on. At the same time, although Shun Long had already guessed long ago that a Tao Emperor realm expert was most likely presiding over the holy sect's test, he hadn't expected that he would meet one today. After all, In the last 3 years that he and Lu Mei had spent in the Night Star continent, Shun Long hadn't even seen a single Dao Emperor realm cultivator. He had only heard rumors that in the past, there were a couple Dao Emperor realm experts in the Night Star continent. But they eventually left for the central continent, and never came back. After staring at the old man for a moment, Shun Long turned his gaze to the people following behind him. A step behind this old man was another old man in white robes, with long white hair and a clean-shaven face. His appearance in sharp contrast to the old man in the lead. This old man's aura caused another wave of shock to rise in Shun Long's heart. Although this person wasn't at the Dao Emperor realm, his aura was definitely similar to Du and Zu's from the Demon Emperor Palace. At the peak of the Dao King realm. No. It was actually slightly stronger than Du and Zu's. Shun Long stared at this peak rank 9 Dao King realm expert for a few moments with a serious look in his eyes, before he turned his attention towards the young men and women who were standing in the sky behind him. Most of those young men and women had arrogant looks on their faces, almost as if they were looking down on Shun Long and the rest of the disciples around him. At the same time, these people were dressed in yellow robes, with the word holy engraved on the front part of their robes, near their chests, while the word sect was engraved on the back of their robes. These were definitely disciples of the holy sect. At that moment, Shun Long's eyes suddenly narrowed when he realized how many of those disciples were present here. There were precisely 1,000 of them. Before anyone could ask any questions, however, the old man that was leading the holy sect's group smiled before he continued speaking. This is the 4th and final test of my holy sect. The entrance battle. The rules of this test are actually very simple. And yet, this can also be considered the most difficult test for you. All you have to do is fight against an outer disciple of my holy sect and defeat them. Those of you who manage to pass this test and defeat your opponents will be able to join my holy sect and become official outer disciples. As for those of you who fail, you can only blame yourselves. As the old man finished his words, looks that were filled with both shock and disbelief immediately appeared on the faces of the disciples inside the arena, as they all turned their gazes towards the 1,000 young men and women in the sky behind the old man. The disciples of the holy sect, however, weren't flustered in the slightest, obviously having already expected this, as they stared back at the disciples inside the arena with condescending looks in their eyes. Defeat an outer disciple of the holy sect. The old man's words reverberated like a bolt of thunder in everyone's ears, as the disciples inside the arena stared at the yellow-robed disciples of the holy sect in the sky with shock in their eyes. Even the weakest among the disciples of the holy sect was at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul, while the strongest of them were actually at the early rank 6. After all, not only did the disciples of the holy sect have a much higher cultivation level than the disciples in the arena, but it was certain that most of them were most likely training in saint-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills as well. No matter what, this test was simply impossible. Even Shun Long was stunned for a moment when he heard the rules of the 4th test, before he turned to look at the old man with a curious look in his eyes. Is the holy sect planning on eliminating everyone with this 4th test? As this thought flashed through Shun Long's mind, he quickly rejected it as it didn't make any sense. There was definitely more to this test than what the old man had explained just now. Otherwise, the previous 3 tests would have been pointless. Indeed. The old man smiled a moment later, when he noticed the reaction of the disciples in the arena, before he continued explaining with an unperturbed expression on his face. Don't be so afraid. The disciples that you fight will have their cultivation restricted at the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul. Otherwise, I doubt that there would be any of you who would be able to pass this test. Sighs of relief quickly filled the arena when the disciples heard the old man's explanation. And yet, the condescending looks on the faces of those disciples of the holy sect in the sky didn't disappear, as mocking smiles slowly appeared on their faces at the same time. Staring at the Dao Emperor old man in the sky, a young woman that was at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul and was standing a few meters away from Shun Long took a deep breath, before she took a step forward, attracting everyone's attention, as she asked in a curious voice, "Senior, I want to ask, what happens to those who fail this test? Can they still join the sect?" I heard that even if someone fails the third or the fourth test, they can still choose to become followers of an outer disciple. Is that true? Ha 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 ha. The white-robed old man with an unkempt appearance started laughing when he heard the young woman's words. Before he nodded his head and said with an amiable smile on his face, "That's right. As long as you pass through the fourth test, you can choose to take in 2 people along with you when you enter the sect. Those people can be your servants and will have to listen to everything you say. Additionally, if you fail the fourth test, if someone else who passes takes an interest in you, you can choose to become their servant and follow them in the sect as well. Of course, if you fail the fourth test and you don't want to become someone else's servant, you can choose to return back to your own continent instead." Most disciples nodded their heads as if they already knew about this matter. At the same time, Shun Long's eyes instantly widened, as he suddenly remembered what the old man from the Alchemist's Guild in the Heaven's Dome City had said a little more than 2 years ago. Back then, the peak rank 3 gold grade alchemist Zhao Lan had told Shun Long that as long as he was willing to, the Alchemist's Guild would give him a chance to groom him and allow him to become a follower of one of the geniuses that enter the Holy Sect. This way, he would be able to follow them inside the Holy Sect and become their so-called follower. After all, a talented alchemist would be sought after by both individuals and large powers alike. However, the Tao Emperor of the Holy Sect didn't use the word follower just now to describe the people who entered the sect this way, but the word servant instead. This implied that those followers would only have the same status as a servant inside the sect. Even if their status slightly higher, it wouldn't be that much different from an actual servant's in the end. "Thank you, Senior." The young woman, who had asked the question just now, bowed to the Tao Emperor in the sky with a determined look on her face. It was obvious that she had made up her mind to pass this fourth test no matter what. Seeing that no one else took a step forward to ask any more questions, the white-robed old man waved his hand and took out a Holy Sect's token from his spatial ring. This token was practically identical to the one that Shun Long and the rest of the disciples here had all obtained during the third test. Seeing that everyone below him recognized the token in his hands, the old man's lips seemed to have curved up unnoticeably. As he then continued with that same smile on his face, "Each of you managed to obtain a token during the third test. It doesn't matter if you hunted others and stole it from them, or if you obtained it directly from one of the 1,000 cities in the test. The token in your hands is what will determine your opponent during this fourth test." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the 1,000 disciples of the Holy Sect behind him all took out a golden-colored token from their robes that looked identical to the one that Shun Long and the rest of the disciples around him had. However, their tokens didn't have the words Holy Sect on them, but they had different numbers instead. Those numbers ranged from number 1 all the way to 1,000. Taking a look at the token in his hands, Shun Long was stunned for a moment. The words Holy and Sect that were engraved on the token seemed to have disappeared, as 3 numbers seemed to have taken their place instead, 351 at the same moment that this number appeared on his Holy Sect's token. Shun Long suddenly felt an unstoppable force enveloping his body, as he and the rest of the disciples in the arena were all sent flying towards the audience seats. No longer standing in the middle of the arena, the unstoppable force slowly disappeared once Shun Long and the rest of the disciples arrived above the audience seats, allowing them to land safely. Of course, this force had come from the old man in the sky, and it was nothing more than a simple wave of his hand. Even 1,000 nascent soul stage cultivators were unable to resist a single gust of air that came from the Tao Emperor as he swept his hand. Ignoring the shocked expressions on the disciples' faces, the old man with an unkempt appearance turned his head around and stared at the 1,000 disciples of the Holy Sect behind him. Before he asked in a domineering voice who is fighting first, the disciples of the Holy Sect all turned their eyes towards a tall, robust young man with long black hair. This was the same young man who had said that he doesn't put Shun Long in his eyes during the third test. A peak rank 5 nascent soul stage expert. The young man looked at the white-robed old man in the sky and bowed deeply, before he said in a tone filled with confidence, "Elder Cow, this junior is first." The white-robed Tao Emperor. Elder Cow nodded his head after seeing the golden-colored token in the young man's hands that had the number 1 on it, and allowed him to go and stand at the center of the arena. The young man smiled as he descended in the middle of the arena like a bolt of lightning coming down from the sky. At that moment, his cultivation started to drop. From the peak of rank 5 in the nascent soul, until it finally stopped at the peak of rank 3 a few moments later. As soon as his cultivation stabilized at the peak of rank 3, the robust young man turned his attention towards the group of disciples in the audience seats in the arena. Before he called out in an arrogant tone as if he didn't place any of those disciples in his eyes, which one of you has the token with the number 1 on it? Come out. At that moment, everyone instantly turned their attention towards a handsome young man in sky blue robes who shot towards the center of the arena with a serious expression on his face. This young man stared at the tall and robust outer disciple of the holy sect in front of him with a solemn look in his eyes. Before he took out a golden-colored token from his robes. This token had the number 1 on it. At the same time, in the audience seats, Shun Long narrowed his eyes when he saw the blue-robed young man's face. After all, this was a person that Shun Long had already met once back in the Night Star continent. With just a glance, Shun Long instantly recognized this person as the young master of the Golden Exchange firm, the person who was ranked 4th in the House of Rankings of the Heaven's Dome City. Hulu? This man with blue-colored hair and sword-like eyebrows was the same person who owned the blue-tailed thunder leopard and had allowed it to attack Little Silver at the entrance of the Golden Exchange firm in broad daylight. Back then, Hulu hadn't chosen to suppress the blue-tailed thunder leopard, and instead had a smile on his face as he observed the two magic beasts fighting with each other, almost as if he was watching a play. And yet, his expression right now as he was about to face an outer disciple of the holy sect lacked any hints of a smile, and was replaced by a serious and solemn look instead. Staring at his opponent, Hulu seemed to have suppressed his usual arrogance as he cupped his hands and introduced himself. My name is Hulu and I come from the Golden Exchange firm of the Night Star continent. However, the robust young man in yellow robes opposite to him smiled when he heard this introduction. And after shaking his head lightly he took a step forward and said with a smile filled with mockery, it doesn't matter who you are since you are getting eliminated here today. As soon as you are ready you can make your move. Hulu's expression changed when he heard the mockery and disregard on the robust young man's voice. After all, in the end, Hulu was a person of extremely high status in the Night Star continent. The young master of one of the peak powers in the Heaven's Dome City, the Golden Exchange firm. This was the first time that he had been treated like this and was brushed aside like a random beggar on the streets. Not only did his opponent not introduce himself, but he even said that he was going to eliminate him without a change in his expression. To a person like Hulu who had never lowered his head before to someone of the same generation, this was an insult that he couldn't swallow. The utter disregard and the ridiculing look in his opponent's eyes was no different than a fishbone being stuck in his throat. Unable to endure this any longer, Hulu raised both of his hands in front of his chest and placed his palms against each other as he shouted in an angry voice, Earth Golem summoning. At that moment, Hulu's cultivation at the peak of rank 3 exploded outwards while the ground beneath his feet had also started to rumble at the same time. The earth around him started to come together, as it quickly turned into a large golem more than 15 meters 49 feet tall. This was a Saint low-grade martial skill that Hulu had obtained from the Golden Exchange firm. Earth Golem summoning. Of course, this was the only Saint low-grade martial skill that the Golden Exchange firm had. And it was something that they had obtained by chance thousands of years ago. This martial skill could only be practiced by cultivators who had comprehended the Tao of Earth, allowing them to summon an Earth Golem at the same cultivation level as themselves. This golem had terrifying defensive capabilities, and it was almost impossible to be damaged by cultivators at the same level. Additionally, even if this golem was damaged, it was impossible for it to be killed as long as Hulu's chi didn't run out. Without waiting for the robust young man from the holy sect to respond, after summoning the huge golem, Hulu also summoned a thick layer of earth armor around his body, making him look no different than a miniature golem himself. At the same time, he also took out a shining silver-colored shield from his spatial ring and held it in front of his chest. This was the full power of the person ranked 4th in the Night Star continent, and the reason why Hulu had been high in the House of Rankings for so many years. The robust young man's expression changed slightly when he saw the shield in front of Hulu. But he didn't seem to care one bit about the golem that was standing in front of him like a guard. Of course. As an outer disciple of the holy sect, how could he not realize that the silver shield in front of Hulu was a rank 3 gold grade weapon? It wasn't just an average rank 3 gold grade weapon either. Instead, it seemed to be very close to reaching the peak of rank 3 as well. Of course. The robust young man's expression only changed for a single moment, as he turned to look at Hulu with that same smile on his face a moment later, before he took out a small snow-white sword from his spatial ring. This was another peak rank 3 gold grade weapon, while its quality was actually similar to Hulu's shield. Hulu wasn't surprised when he saw the peak rank 3 gold grade sword in the young man's hands. Although his origins as the young master of the Golden Exchange firm were illustrious in the Night Star continent, many disciples of the Holy Sect originated from powerful forces as well whose statuses may not be inferior to Hulu's own. Thus, he was already prepared if his opponent were to have a rank 3 gold grade weapon as well. Which was why his father had given him this shield to use during the Holy Sect's test. After all, even for the Golden Exchange firm, which was one of the top powers even in the entire Night Star continent, the number of rank 3 and peak rank 3 gold grade weapons that they had could be counted on 2 hands. They only had a single peak rank 3 gold grade weapon which belonged to the head of the Golden Exchange firm, while the rest of their rank 3 gold grade weapons actually didn't exceed 10 in number. Without waiting for the young man of the Holy Sect to make the first move, Hulu then pointed forward with his shield, as the large earth golem in front of him raised its feet, and ran towards the tall young man in yellow robes in front of it. The young man of the Holy Sect didn't seem flustered by the fact that Hulu seemed to have taken the initiative. And instead, a mocking smile was slowly formed on his lips. Raising his snow-white sword above his head, the young man infused his chi inside it as he said with a casual voice, "Ice seal." A blinding white light instantly enveloped the small white sword, as large amounts of chi left the yellow-robed young man's body, rapidly forming layers of ice around the sword's surface. At the same time, Hulu's earth golem had already closed the distance between itself and the yellow-robed young man. But at the same moment that it clenched its fist and sent its large fist flying towards the yellow-robed disciple of the Holy Sect, the yellow-robed young man suddenly slashed the sword forward. A powerful hailstorm instantly erupted from the sword's surface, instantly enveloping the huge earth golem. Hulu's eyes instantly widened when he saw the scene inside the hailstorm. The golem that he had summoned using his Saint low-grade martial skill was now trapped in a thick layer of ice, unable to even touch the yellow-robed young man in front of it. Although its fist was less than 1 meter away from the yellow-robed man, the golem was unable to even move its limbs. Hulu instantly saw his strongest skill being stopped without even inflicting any damage on the disciple of the Holy Sect. And yet, this wasn't the end of it. As the terrifying hailstorm, that had already frozen the earth golem in its tracks, started to move towards Hulu, Hulu wanted to dodge. But the hailstorm had already covered a third of the arena. No matter where he went, he would still be trapped inside the hailstorm eventually. At the same time, his biggest advantage was his own defense. If he backed down now, he might as well give up on the Holy Sect's test. Raising the silver shield in front of him, the blue-haired young man stood rooted on the spot as he actually resisted the powerful hailstorm head-on. At that moment, however, the yellow-robed young man from the Holy Sect didn't stay idle, as he dove inside the hailstorm as well. Sitting in the audience seats, Shun Long narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Barely 3 breaths of time passed since that moment, as the hailstorm rapidly dispersed, revealing the scene inside it. The yellow-robed disciple of the Holy Sect was holding his sword against Hulu's neck with a playful look on his face, almost as if he was looking at an ant that he was toying around with. In less than 3 moves, the young master of the Golden Exchange firm, a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, the person ranked 4th in the Night Star continent, Hulu had actually been defeated. Hulu stared at the young man in front of him who was holding the snow-white sword against his neck with a dazed look in his eyes. For a moment, the young master of the Golden Exchange firm thought that he was actually living in a nightmare and couldn't wait to wake up from it. And yet, the chilling feeling that was coming from the tip of the sword as well as the few droplets of blood and the faint pain on his neck both made him realize that this was all real. Seeing the blue-haired Hulu stumble backwards, the yellow-robed young man of the holy sect smiled mockingly. When a cold voice came from the sky and said in a cold tone, "Eliminated." As everyone turned their heads towards the sky, they noticed that this voice came from the white-robed old man with long hair, whose cultivation was at the peak of the Tao King realm. "No. I didn't lose. I want another chance. I am still standing." The moment that the word eliminated entered Hulu's ears, it was as if something had suddenly broken inside him. As the young master of the golden exchange firm shouted unwillingly at the old man in the sky from the top of his lungs. His father, the head of the golden exchange firm, had already told him time and time again during the past few years of how important it was for him to enter the holy sect. If he became a disciple of the holy sect, not only would he be able to help the Night Star continent alleviate the pressure that they were feeling from the Demon Emperor Palace, but his own cultivation and status would also explode. Even though Hulu didn't really care about the Night Star continent and its fate, how could he possibly accept being eliminated from the holy sect's test at this point? The holy sect was the dream of every young cultivator in the Night Star continent, especially those who came from the peak powers of the continent. This was the ticket that would allow Hulu to become a true powerhouse in the future, one that wouldn't be restricted at the peak of the Tao King realm. And yet, the peak rank 9 Tao King in white robes stared at the raging Hulu, who was filled with unwillingness. With a calm expression on his face, raising his hand, the old man revealed a small white token with mysterious symbols on it. Before Hulu had any time to react, a white ray of light appeared from the token in the white-robed elder's hand and instantly covered his entire body. "No. I didn't lose." The blue-haired young man's scream reverberated throughout the arena, as his body started to fade away, turning into countless motes of light that slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Silence immediately filled the arena as everyone stared at Hulu's disappearing body with different expressions on their faces, before they all turned their attention towards the old man in white robes in the sky. The peak rank 9 Tao King looked at the disciples in the audience seats with a serious look, almost as if he was taking in everyone's appearance, while stopping on a few select individuals for a few seconds longer than the rest. Finally, a few moments later, the old man smiled before he said in a nonchalant voice, "Don't worry. That kid isn't dead. I simply sent him to wait along with the rest of those who have failed the third test. If any of you has a good relationship with him, I suppose that you can choose him as your servant later on and allow him to follow you inside the sect. Hee. That is of course under the premise that you will actually manage to pass this test first. The truth is that the disciples that you will all face here today are actually the 1,000 weakest outer disciples of my holy sect. And yet, less than 100 out of the 1,000 people that participate in the fourth test manage to enter our holy sect in the end and become official disciples." After a brief moment of pause, the old man's smile slightly widened as he then continued, "Of course, I am sure that some of you were shocked when you heard the test's rules and thought that it is unfair. After all, how can you fight against those who have already become outer disciples of the sect? Hee. However, the truth is that these disciples in front of you only entered the sect 2 months before you." The moment that the white-haired old Tao King finished his words, shocked looks appeared on the faces of the disciples in the audience seats. Even Shun Long couldn't help feeling stunned for a moment once he heard this. These were the 1,000 weakest disciples of the sect. They only entered the sect a month ago. In that case, how many disciples did the holy sect actually accept? However, aside from these 3 questions, an even more shocking one appeared in Shun Long's mind at the same time. A random disciple among the 1,000 weakest disciples of the holy sect could actually defeat Hulu within 2 or 3 moves. Of course, it was natural for Shun Long to feel shocked after realizing this. After all, no matter how weak Hulu may have really been, as the young master of the golden exchange firm and as a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, it should be impossible for him to lose against someone else so quickly. For the fight to end so quickly, this only proved one thing: that Hulu's opponent was so powerful that he could definitely surmount realms and fight people stronger than him. At the very least, as a peak rank 3 nascent soul expert, The young man in yellow robes was definitely strong enough to fight against early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivators head-on. And yet, such a person was still ranked within the 1,000 weakest disciples of the Holy Sect. The gap of strength between the Holy Sect and the peak powers in the Night Star continent couldn't even be described if one compared them with the clouds and the mud. The old Tao King seemed satisfied after seeing the shocked looks on every disciple's faces, before turning his attention towards the yellow-robed disciples behind him, almost as if he was waiting for the next person to step into the arena. At the same time, the old Tao Emperor, who had stayed silent during this time, actually raised his eyebrows with a curious expression on his face. He had originally expected that these new disciples would have been shocked for a good while, and perhaps they would even tremble after realizing the Holy Sect's strength that was beyond their expectations. And yet, there were actually 2 among those disciples who were only startled for a few moments, before they turned their eyes towards the rest of the yellow-robed disciples behind the old man, almost as if the shock from what they had just heard didn't matter too much in the end. At that moment, Shun Long had the illusion that the Tao Emperor's gaze had landed on his body, before it slowly moved away from him, towards a person clad in black robes not too far away from his location. A few moments later, the white-robed Tao Emperor closed his eyes, his lips curving up into a smile as he mumbled a single word: interesting. The moment that he heard the bald old man's mumbling, the peak rank 9 Tao King, who was standing in the air just a few meters away from him, immediately turned his eyes to look at the bald Tao Emperor with a shocked look. Having obtained a deep understanding of this elder's personality over the years, the white-robed Tao King that was responsible for overseeing the first 3 tests of the Holy Sect, Elder Xuan, clearly knew that there were very few things that would attract this Tao Emperor's attention. Even in the tests of the Holy Sect that took place 3 months ago, there were only a handful of disciples who had managed to pique this elder's interest. Without hiding his astonishment, the long white-haired Elder Xuan stared at the white-robed Tao Emperor next to him before he asked in a voice filled with curiosity, "Senior Cao Ling, did one of those disciples manage to attract your attention?" The bald Tao Emperor in white robes. Cao Ling opened his eyes when he heard Elder Xuan's question, and looking at the peak rank 9 Tao King next to him, he nodded his head while his lips slowly curved up into a smile before he replied, "Hee. There are actually 2 brats, who didn't seem to feel any fear for the sect even after hearing your explanation earlier. Although they appeared shocked for a few moments, there were no traces of shock in their hearts. This old man is indeed a bit curious about their backgrounds now. However, let's wait and see if they manage to pass this test first." Elder Xuan nodded his head once he heard Senior Cao Ling's words. Although he didn't know which disciples had managed to attract the Tao Emperor's attention, as the overseer of the first 3 tests, Elder Xuan already knew that there were some disciples that were participating in the sect's test, who were really worth paying attention to. At the same time, without waiting for any instructions, the robust young man in yellow robes didn't stay in the arena any longer and flew towards the mass of disciples behind Elder Xuan, before another disciple in yellow robes flew out from that group of disciples and landed at the center of the arena. Without waiting for the disciples in the audience seats to get over the shock that they felt after hearing Elder Xuan's previous words, the young woman in yellow robes, who was now standing in the middle of the arena, took out a Holy Sect's token from her robes with the number 2 engraved on it, and turned to look at those disciples in the audience seats before she then said, "Which of you has the token with the number 2? Come out." Shun Long raised his eyebrows once he felt the nearly tangible anger and killing intent coming from the young woman's voice, puzzling him for a moment. However, he instantly linked the woman's behavior with the words that the white-robed Tao King had said a few moments ago, quickly realizing what was going on. Indeed, it's only natural for her to feel humiliation in her heart. After all, that Holy Sect elder clearly said that each of them are actually the 1,000 weakest outer disciples of the sect. And yet they are still official disciples of the sect. If they lose in front of everyone else and allow new disciples to enter the sect, wouldn't they feel humiliated? So this test motivates both those disciples and us to do everything in order to win. At the same time that this thought flashed through his mind, Shun Long saw a tall young man dressed in beast skin walk out from the group in the audience seats. As he slowly walked towards the center of the arena to face the young woman in yellow robes from the Holy Sect, However, what surprised Shun Long the most was that the fight that followed wasn't too different from Hulu's fight in the end. The young man dressed in beast skin had only managed to last for 5 moves against the young woman from the holy sect, before he was sent flying back towards the audience seats. The third, fourth and fifth fights followed right after. And yet the disciples of the holy sect seemed to have won every single time. This result made some of the disciples in the audience seats start to despair once they realized the difference in their strength between themselves and the disciples of the holy sect. In the blink of an eye, the first 10 fights were completed. And not a single disciple of the holy sect had lost yet. Finally, after the first 20 fights were over, even the Peak Dao King in white robes, Elder Xuan, raised his eyebrows as if he hadn't expected this. Although it wasn't abnormal for 20 fights in a row to go by for the disciples of the holy sect without a single defeat, it wasn't too common either. At that moment, however, as the 21st disciple of the holy sect stood in the arena, the eyes of the white-robed Dao Emperor, Senior Cao Ling, lit up with interest when he saw the person walking out from the audience seats. It was a person whose silhouette was completely covered by a pair of black robes, not leaving even a small part of their face exposed, while the aura coming from their body had actually surpassed the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul. This was an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator. Out of the people who were participating in the 4th test of the holy sect, there were less than a handful of them who had actually broken through to the middle stages of the nascent soul. And this black-robed person was precisely one of them. At the same time, this was also the person who had managed to attract Senior Cao Ling's interest earlier along with Shun Long. The white-robed Dao Emperor had an eager look in his eyes, curious to find out what secrets this person really held. As the black-robed person landed in the middle of the arena, the disciples sitting in the audience seats all had serious looks in their eyes as they stared at his back. After all, among the disciples who were participating in this 4th test, this was the first person whose cultivation had reached the middle stages of the nascent soul. No matter what, this black-robed person was definitely considered a genius. If even he couldn't defeat a disciple of the holy sect, the confidence that the rest of the disciples had to pass this 4th test would definitely plummet. As the young woman from the holy sect stared at this black-robed person who had appeared in front of her and sensed the aura coming from his body, her eyes narrowed dangerously before she turned around to look at the white-robed peak rank 9 Dao King in the sky behind her. If Elder Xuan wanted her to fight against this person with her cultivation suppressed at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, she wouldn't mind doing so either. Elder Xuan seemed to have fallen into deep thought for a few moments, before he nodded his head without saying anything. However, the young woman in yellow robes at the center of the arena smiled and bowed lightly at the elder in the sky, before she unsealed part of her own cultivation, bringing herself at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul as well. She understood that Elder Xuan nodding his head was a sign that she should fight the opponent on equal grounds. At that moment, however, just as the young woman was about to speak, the silent white-robed Dao Emperor, Cao Ling, shook his head with a smile on his face, before he then said in a deep voice, "Unseal your cultivation completely. Go all out." The Dao Emperor's voice reverberated throughout the silent arena, bringing endless shock to every single disciple that heard his voice. It didn't matter if it was the disciples in the audience seats, the yellow-robed disciples of the holy sect behind him, or even the peak rank 9 Dao King that was next to him. Everyone turned their attention towards the Dao Emperor with eyes filled with disbelief. Even Shun Long was no exception to this, as he stared at the white-robed, bald old man in the sky above the arena with confusion in his eyes. At the same time, the black-robed person at the center of the arena, and the yellow-robed young woman from the holy sect, both raised their heads to look at the old man in the sky, before the young woman from the holy sect asked in a cautious tone, "Elder Cao, should I really not hold back?" Without waiting for Elder Cao to respond, the peak rank 9 Dao King Elder Xuan looked at the young woman with an angry look in his eyes, before he said in a berating tone, "Since Elder Cao Ling said so, then fight with your full strength." Although Elder Xuan was initially confused, since he clearly knew the cultivation level of this young woman, his words didn't lag behind his thoughts, as he immediately ordered her to fight without holding back. Of course, It only took a single moment for Elder Xuan to actually link Elder Cowling's abnormal order with the fact that he had been interested in two disciples earlier on. Without a doubt, this black-robed young man must be one of the two people that caught Senior Cowling's attention. As this thought appeared in Elder Xuan's head, curiosity filled the white-robed Tao King, who could no longer wait for this fight to start. After all, someone who had attracted Elder Cowling's attention was definitely bound to be extraordinary in some aspects. Although the yellow-robed young woman and the rest of the disciples in the holy sect were stunned by this order, no one dared to say a word since Elder Cowling had already spoken as they all turned their eyes towards the two people standing at the center of the arena. The young woman from the holy sect looked at the person in black robes in front of her with a pitiful look in her eyes, before her cultivation immediately started to rise uncontrollably. In just a moment, it had instantly reached the middle of rank 4 of the nascent soul. And yet there were still no signs of stopping, indicating that this was still the beginning. Middle of rank 4 of the nascent soul. Peak of rank 4. Early rank 5. Middle rank 5 of the nascent soul. The disciples in the audience seats had their eyes widen in horror, as the young woman's cultivation actually stabilized at the middle of rank 5 in the nascent soul stage. Although the black-robed person's was concealed by his black robes, he still raised his head to stare at the Tao Emperor in the sky for a few moments, before he turned his attention towards the yellow-robed young woman in front of him. As a disciple of the holy sect, the young woman had an embarrassed expression on her face after feeling the black-robed young man's gaze on her. Obviously unwilling to fight against an early rank 4 nascent soul stage disciple using her full strength. Shaking her head, she looked at the black-robed person opposite to her and said in a somewhat apologetic tone, "This is Elder Cowling's order. I don't want to do this either, but we don't have a choice. If you are ready, let's fight." For a disciple of the holy sect like her, defeating an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator this way brought her no glory. However, since this was Elder Cowling's order, she had no other choice. For the first time since he had entered the holy sect's tests, the black-robed person finally took off his hood, revealing a devilishly handsome face that could make countless women go crazy, which was only tainted by a single scar below his left eye. Staring at the yellow-robed young woman from the holy sect in front of him, the black-robed young man slowly shook his head, before he said in a cold voice, "No matter. Let's begin." As the young man finished his words, his aura at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul exploded outwards, before a pair of huge black wings burning with dark red flames erupted from his back. Elder Xuan's eyes widened slightly the moment he saw the black wings that had sprouted from the black-robed young man's back, while some of the disciples of the holy sect narrowed their eyes at the same time, as if they had just realized something. This black-robed young man was the first person to pass through the second test of the sect a month ago after comprehending the demonic wings. At the same time, the wings that he had created back then were still somewhat incorporeal, while the dark flames that were burning around them weren't this intense. However, right now, not only were the black wings on his back looking no different than real wings, but the dark red flames around them were burning so intensely that they were slowly distorting the air around them. The young woman from the holy sect opposite to him only needed a single glance to realize that the black-robed man's comprehension of this saint low-grade martial skill had already increased by leaps and bounds during this last 1 month that he was spent in the third test. If his level of comprehension had originally reached 27% before he had passed through the barrier of knowledge and entered the third test, then right now it was definitely above 80%. Although this wasn't too shocking to the disciples of the holy sect after having seen Shun Long comprehend more than 90% of the first level of the Thunder Gods / within 4 days. It was still a result that even inner disciples may not be able to achieve within a month while passing the third test at the same time. After all, the early portions of a martial skill were much easier to comprehend compared to the later ones. Of course, although she was surprised for a moment, the young woman from the holy sect didn't seem flustered at all by this development, let alone 80%. Even if the young man in front of her had comprehended the entire first portion of the demonic wings, he still wouldn't be able to put up a fight against her. Shaking her head, the yellow-robed young woman no longer waited for the black-robed young man to make a move. As she suddenly sprung into action, her feet started to blur as her body instantly disappeared on the spot. leaving behind nothing but rows of afterimages wherever she passed. She continuously circled around the black-robed young man, almost as if she was trapping him into place, not allowing him to take even a single step forward. However, she didn't immediately attack him, and instead, she kept circling around him while her speed continued to increase while she asked in a casual tone, "Did you think that you were the only one who has comprehended a Saint low-grade movement technique? If this is your trump card, then you were too unlucky that you had to face me today. Even if my cultivation was suppressed at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul, you would still be unable to match up to my speed, although the first level of the demonic wings can definitely increase your speed. It is actually useless against me. After all, I don't mind telling you that I have already comprehended the entire first level of the 1000 afterimages. Even if you had managed to comprehend the entire first level of the demonic wings, you would still be helpless against me." The disciples in the audience seats around Shun Long, including Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi, who were quite a distance away from him mixed among the crowd, seemed to have suddenly realized what was going on, as they stared at the ever-growing afterimages around the black-robed young man that didn't stop increasing in number. At the same time, Shun Long had a thoughtful look on his face as he stared at the scene at the center of the arena with a deep look in his eyes. Like most of the disciples around him, he had also noticed the 1000 afterimages skill that was in the barrier of knowledge during the second test of the Holy Sect. Since Shun Long had intended to check every martial skill to see if any of them were related to his Tao of Time or the Tao of Space, he had to pay more attention to the martial skills in the barrier of knowledge compared to the rest of the disciples participating in the second test. Thus, he clearly remembered that the 1000 afterimages was a movement technique that was purely used to evade the opponent's attacks. If a cultivator could train this martial skill to the 4th level, he would be able to move so quickly that he could create 1000 afterimages around him almost instantly. At the same time, although the demonic wings wasn't any inferior to the 1000 afterimages, and both of them were Saint low-grade martial skills, the latter still countered the demonic wings to a certain extent. Despite the fact that the demonic wings were actually even more difficult to train in compared to the 1000 afterimages. After all, the demonic wings was a martial skill that not only increased a cultivator's speed, but it could also attack and defend while moving, while the 1000 afterimages focused on evading the opponent's attacks instead. Thus, after having understood how both of those martial skills worked, Shun Long also understood that if the black-robed young man didn't have any other trump card and was planning on staking everything on the demonic wings, he would most likely lose. The young man in black robes shook his head after hearing the yellow-robed young woman's question, and without responding directly he waved his hand, as he took out a large 2 meters 79-inch saber from his spatial ring. The saber was golden in color and its surface was filled with countless interweaving runes and patterns that seemed connected with each other while forming different symbols. The moment that the saber appeared in his hand, a deep look appeared in the black-robed young man. Before he started to infuse his chi inside the saber, the mysterious patterns around the golden saber's surface lit up, while at the same time, a terrifying aura so dark that it seemed to have come from the deepest depths of hell erupted from the saber, completely covering the black-robed young man's body. At that moment, it didn't matter if it was the white-robed Tao Emperor, the peak rank 9 Tao King, or the disciples of the Holy Sect and those sitting in the audience seats. Everyone's expressions instantly changed when they felt the aura around the young man's body. Silence filled the surroundings of the arena before a disciple in the audience seats mumbled in shock, "A star rank weapon." It was unknown who had asked this question, but the moment that the words "star rank weapon" were uttered, they instantly broke the silence that had filled the arena as the disciples of the Holy Sect and those in the audience seats couldn't sit still any longer. A star rank weapon. A mere early rank 4 nascent soul kid has a star rank weapon. What kind of background does he have? No matter what his background is, there is no way that any force outside the central region can afford to give its disciples or its descendants star rank weapons. That guy must have definitely stepped on some dogshit luck to obtain that saber. Right? Even we can't obtain star rank weapons from our families, let alone someone outside from the central region. Whether it was the disciples of the Holy Sect or the disciples sitting in the audience seats, They were all staring at the golden saber in the black-robed young man's hands with red eyes that were filled with jealousy. Even the yellow-robed young woman opposite to him ended up slowing down her speed. Almost as if she couldn't believe that the young man in front of her actually had a star-rank weapon. After all, the aura coming from star-rank weapons was vastly different to the aura coming from the bodies of cultivators. So even if someone wanted to conceal that they were actually using a star-rank weapon, it was nearly impossible to do so. Of course, if the disciples of the Holy Sect had been standing next to Shun Long when he had activated the runes on the black sword when he used the Thunder God's slash during the second or the third test, they would have realized that his sword was a star-rank weapon as well. However, due to the screen of light that only allowed them to observe the scenes, even the peak rank 9 Dao King, Elder Xuan hadn't been able to discern that his sword was actually a peak rank 1 star rank weapon. At the same time, the moment that the black-robed young man took out the star rank saber, the most shocked out of everyone in the arena was actually the white-robed Dao Emperor. As soon as Elder Cowling sensed the black aura coming from the golden saber, his eyes instantly narrowed while a serious look appeared on his face. Almost as if he had just guessed something, Elder Xuan, who was standing a few meters away from him, couldn't help but shiver when he felt the aura coming from the white-robed Dao Emperor next to him. As he asked in a voice that was mixed with confusion as well as some fear, "Senior Cowling, is everything all right?" Cowling nodded his head without responding to Elder Xuan's question, as he continued to stare at the fight in the arena with a deep look in his eyes. The black-robed young man held the golden saber in his hands, and without waiting for the yellow-robed young woman from the Holy Sect to create more after-images, he slashed the saber sideways. The deep, dark aura coming from the saber instantly swept past the after-images in front of the black-robed young man, destroying more than 50 of them in a single instant. From the original 200 after-images that the yellow-robed young woman had managed to create, more than 50 of them were destroyed with a single slash. Of course, as a middle rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator, despite being flustered for a moment after seeing the star rank saber appear in the black-robed young man's hands, the young woman from the Holy Sect quickly regained her bearings, as she started to create even more after-images once again. At the same time, she was no longer just running around. And while creating the after-images, she had also taken out a peak rank 3 gold-grade dagger from her spatial ring, and had mixed her own attacks in the process, attacking the black-robed young man from many different angles without giving him a chance to breathe. Despite having the star-rank golden saber in his hands, the young man seemed to have fallen into a passive state, having to desperately deflect the attacks from the young woman of the Holy Sect. After all, even with a star-rank weapon in his possession, the difference between their cultivation couldn't be bridged so easily. Ha ha ha. In the end, he is just an early rank 4 nascent soul stage rookie. No matter what, it's impossible for him to defeat someone at the middle of rank 5 in the nascent soul, especially when he is against someone like Senior Sister Woru, who can even jump levels and fight against a peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator head-on. Could it be that Elder Cowling knew about his golden saber, which is why he told Senior Sister Woe to not hold back in the fight? No, I don't think so. I've heard that there have also been a few instances in the past recruitments of the sect, where the disciples coming from the outside also had star-rank weapons. But neither Elder Cowling nor the other elders of the sect had made someone fight against a disciple who was nearly 2 entire minor ranks higher than them in cultivation. I think that this black-robed young man has somehow pissed off Elder Cow. Although the disciples of the Holy Sect tried to understand why Elder Cowling had forced the black-robed young man to fight against Senior Sister Woru like that, their voices were filled with hints of schadenfreude, almost as if they were enjoying seeing the black-robed young man being beaten up. Of course, even peak Dao Kings would be jealous if they saw an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator having a star rank weapon in his possession. However, although the disciples of the Holy Sect seemed to be enjoying this scene, those sitting in the audience seats in the arena had furious looks on their faces after seeing the black-robed young man fall into a passive position. And yet, although they all felt that this scene was unfair, none of them dared to complain to the elders of the Holy Sect in the sky. After all, they were the ones who had made this rule more than a minute past since the yellow-robed young woman Woru had started her barrage of attacks, causing the black-robed young man's condition to fall into a desperate struggle. Not only did he not have an opportunity to attack, but Woru's attacks had already managed to pass through open up gaps in his defense, filling his body with cuts and injuries. If it wasn't for the demonic wings which allowed him to defend himself during the most desperate moments, the black-robed young man would have already lost by now. Although Shun Long had been stunned when he heard the Tao Emperor giving the order to the yellow-robed young woman named Woru to fight all out without suppressing her cultivation, he was even more shocked when he noticed the black-robed young man having a calm look in his eyes, despite his body being filled with injuries. Of course, Woru had also noticed this calm look, which made her heart seethe with anger, causing her attacks to turn even more powerful than before as she no longer held back. Although it was unfair for a middle-rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator like her to attack an early rank 4 nascent soul stage rookie, it was also even worse if she was unable to defeat him even after going all out and using her peak rank 3 gold grade weapon. At that moment, Woru infused her chi into the peak rank 3 dagger in her hands before she thrusted it towards the young man's waist. This was a mystic high-grade martial skill that Woru had been using for many years, and it was also the attack she was the most proficient in. 500 after-images followed after her, as they all attacked the black-robed young man at the same time. Although only one of them was the real Woru and the rest were only after-images. In that split moment it was nearly impossible to detect which one was the real her. The black-robed young man covered himself completely with the demonic wings, almost as if he had turned them into the shape of a cocoon. And yet, Woru's attack still slashed through the black wings easily. Before she plunged her dagger into the black-robed young man's waist, a rain of fresh blood filled the air. Before the black wings that were burning with red flames slowly dissipated in front of everyone's eyes, as the demonic wings slowly disappeared, it revealed the scene of a black-robed young man standing behind them while a dagger that was filled with blood was plunged into his waist. And yet, despite the horrible injury that revealed his destroyed internal organs, the black-robed young man still had that same cold look on his face as he stared at the young woman in front of him. The moment that she met his gaze, Woru felt a sudden chill in her body, almost as if she had suddenly fallen into the deepest depths of hell. She instantly tried to open up the distance, but the black-robed young man opened his mouth for the second time today, as he said a simple sentence: "Since you guys have forced me to do this, you have to pay the price as well." The moment that Woru opened up the distance between herself and the black-robed young man, her eyes suddenly widened in shock, as she sensed a terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from the young man's body. It was an aura filled with darkness and cruelty, one that wanted to destroy until it had killed everything in its sight. At that moment, fear instinctively filled Woru's eyes as she hurriedly stepped backwards, opening up the distance between herself and the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man, however, didn't chase after her, while the aura coming from his body continued to rise, as it started to turn even more intense than before. In Woru's eyes, the black-robed young man was like a beast that had finally woken up. At that moment, Shun Long's expression instantly turned serious, as he stared at the scene at the center of the arena with a deep look in his eyes. At the same time, different expressions mixed with doubt, fear, and disbelief appeared in the faces of the disciples in the audience seats, as they all turned their attention towards the black-robed young man who seemed to be undergoing a transformation. His previously brown eyes had already turned red, while from his back, a pair of pitch-black wings suddenly sprouted, tearing off a big part of his black robes in the process. These wings that seemed like the wings of a demon didn't have any dark red flames burning around them, making it obvious that they were completely unrelated to his demonic wings that had already dissipated. The disciples of the holy sect weren't any less shocked than the disciples in the audience seats, as they all stared at this transformation with fear rising in their hearts. Although all of them had knowledge regarding bloodlines, and some of them even had their own bloodlines inherited from their ancestors, the power coming from the black-robed young man definitely belonged to a very terrifying bloodline. Seeing the changes in the black-robed young man's body, Elder Xuan turned his head to look at Cao Ling, only to see that the white-robed Tao Emperor's face was also filled with disbelief. Elder Xuan took a deep breath as he tried to calm down his agitated emotions, before he asked in a voice that seemed unable to accept the scene in front of him, "Senior, is this really a yes?" Before Elder Xuan could finish his sentence, Cowling interrupted him with a serious look as he confirmed his guess. At the same time, although Woru could feel a sense of deep fear in her heart after seeing the black-robed young man's transformation, she knew that this was still the fourth test of the sect and she couldn't back down. Besides, no matter how scary the young man in front of her felt, his cultivation was still at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul. As Woru used this thought to placate her mind and calm herself down, her feet once again blurred as she started to create even more after-images than before. 600 after-images once again appeared around the black-robed young man, all of them holding the same peak rank 3 gold-grade dagger in their hands. Without waiting for the black-robed young man to make a move, Woru immediately sprung into action. As she immediately shot towards him while she activated the same mystic high-grade martial skill as before, causing her dagger to be shrouded by her chi in an instant. No matter what, the black-robed young man in front of her was already seriously injured right now. If he got hit this martial skill a second time, it was impossible for him to remain standing. 600 after-images all shot towards him at the same time. But the black-robed young man was still standing in the middle of the arena without a change in his expression. However, at that moment, just as the 600 daggers around him were about to pierce through his waist, he suddenly turned around and stared at a specific image before stretching out his right hand. He had found the real Woru. Woru could feel her heart constrict, but her movements didn't stop. As she changed the trajectory of her dagger, aiming it towards the black-robed young man's chest. At that moment, however, something astonishing happened. Before Woru could pierce his chest, the young man stretched out his left hand as well. Before he easily slapped the dagger away from Woru's hand, her entire right hand exploded on the spot. But the black-robed young man's actions didn't stop just yet. As his right hand tightly grabbed her neck, raising her in the air with one hand, he saw the look of fear and despair appear in her face, causing him to shake his head in response. Then, with an uncaring look on his face, the black-robed young man stared deep into Woru's eyes before he said in a nonchalant tone, "Forget about it. Even an early rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't be my match after I have activated my bloodline. Let alone someone like you." Without waiting for Woru's response, the black-robed young man slammed her body into the ground below him, causing her to lose consciousness. Then, he turned his head to look at the white-robed Tao Emperor in the sky before asking in a cold tone, "Do I pass the test?" The disciples of the Holy Sect and those sitting in the audience seats all turned their attention towards the white-robed Tao Emperor in the sky at the same time as they waited for his answer. If this didn't qualify as passing the test, then what else would? However, Cowling didn't respond right away. Instead, he first turned his attention towards the yellow-robed Woru, who seemed to have completely lost consciousness, before he finally turned his attention back towards the black-robed young man. At that moment, Cowling's lips slowly curved up into a smile as he asked in a seemingly casual voice, "What's your name?" The black-robed young man fell silent the moment that he heard this question, while his eyes continued to stare at the white-robed Tao Emperor above the arena without a change in his expression. Silence filled the arena, as the disciples of the Holy Sect all had their eyes glued on him. No matter what, he had already passed the test, so it was unlikely for Elder Cowling to refuse him entry into the sect at this point. Of course, as a Tao Emperor, if he really wanted to, Elder Cowling definitely had enough authority to expel a disciple of the sect even if there weren't any real reasons. After all, even in the Holy Sect, a Tao Emperor was a true powerhouse. Finally, a few moments later, the black-robed young man broke the silence in the arena, as he opened his mouth and said in the same cold tone, "Jiang Chen." A deep look flashed past Cowling's eyes when he heard his name, before he nodded his head a moment later. And with that same smile on his face he said, "Ha ha ha. Of course you passed the test, kid. Although your test was slightly harder than the disciples before you, you still didn't disappoint me." Nodding his head, the black-robed young man who called himself Jiang Chen didn't say another word. as he turned around and flew directly towards the audience seats behind him. Of course, his arrogant actions had already pissed off many of the disciples of the holy sect standing behind Elder Xuan and Cao Ling. But considering that Jiang Chen had already passed the test and would soon enter the sect and become an outer disciple like them, as well as the fact that neither of the two elders didn't say anything to berate him, in the end, none of them dared to express their anger. At the same time, the disciples in the audience seats had mixed looks on their faces. On one hand, they were happy that someone had finally passed this fourth test of the holy sect, showing that the disciples of the holy sect weren't really undefeatable. On the other hand though, that person was not only arrogant, but he was also a monster who could fight against someone 2 full minor ranks above his level. Although he had activated some kind of bloodline, and it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to activate that bloodline again anytime soon, he still managed to beat an outer disciple of the holy sect in the end, and someone whose cultivation was more than 1 full minor rank above his own. More fights followed suit after Jiang Chen sat back in the audience seats. But in the next 10 fights that followed, the disciples of the holy sect seemed even more fired up than before, winning every single one of them without suffering another defeat. This was almost as if they were trying to claim through their actions that Jiang Chen was an abnormality, and something like that won't happen again. By the time the 35th disciple of the holy sect appeared at the center of the arena, the holy sect's disciples still hadn't lost another fight since Jiang Chen's victory. At that moment, seeing the disciple of the holy sect standing in the arena holding the token with the number 35 on it, a handsome young man in golden robes slowly stood up from the audience seats. And with a calm smile on his face, he walked towards the center of the arena as well. This golden-robed young man had short spiky black hair and a pair of deep green emerald eyes, while his aura that seemed to have reached the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul exuded an air of confidence as if he wasn't worried in the slightest about this battle. At the same time, the faces of some people in the audience seats instantly turned serious when they saw this golden-robed young man walking towards the center of the arena. Noticing the abnormally solemn expression on Shi Xingyi's face, Lu Mei looked at her and asked curiously, "Xingyi, do you know this person?" Shi Xingyi turned around and looked at Lu Mei before she nodded her head with that same solemn look in her eyes and said, "Mei probably doesn't know him, because you didn't spend enough time in the Heaven's Dome City's House of Rankings. He is said to be the greatest genius of the Shengshan dynasty and perhaps even the entire Night Star continent. The grandson of the old king of the Shengshan dynasty, Shun Huang. It is said that so far, no one in the entire Night Star continent had managed to force him to reveal his true strength. The only one who is said to be on the same level as him in the entire Night Star continent is the young White Lord, Bai Longshan. However, since the two of them didn't fight against each other, no one knows which of them is stronger or weaker. However, Shun Huang's talent is said to be far greater than that of his father and his grandfather. At the same time, he is a dual cultivator who trains both in chi refinement and body refinement. However, besides his Tao of metal, no one knows what other Tao he has comprehended and set as a foundation for his body refinement. There are only some rumors that it's an extremely powerful Tao that no one in the Shengshan dynasty has managed to comprehend before. The moment that she heard Shi Xingyi's description, Lu Mei nodded her head, while the look in her eyes slowly turned serious. No matter what, for a person to be ranked first in the entire Night Star continent, his strength would definitely not be weak. As Shun Huang arrived at the center of the arena and stared at the disciple of the holy sect that was leisurely standing in front of him, the calm smile didn't disappear from his face. Instead, a fervent look appeared deep in his eyes, almost as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. And without wasting any moment, his aura at the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul exploded out from his body. At the same time, he waved his left hand, causing a bronze war hammer to appear in front of him. Then, with a voice that was no longer willing to wait, he raised the bronze war hammer in the air using his right hand. Before he said in a serious voice, "Let's begin." Without waiting for a response, Shun Huang immediately kicked the ground, flying towards the yellow-robed young man in front of him at full speed. At the same time, a metal armor quickly formed itself around his body, covering him from head to toe, without leaving any gaps in his defense. Holding the bronze warhammer in his right hand, Shun Long looked like a metal knight. As he swung the peak rank 3 gold grade warhammer at full force, aiming to hit the yellow-robed young man's chest. The young man from the holy sect hurriedly took out a rank 3 gold grade sword from his spatial ring and held it in front of his chest with both hands, as he welcomed Shun Long's attack head-on. However, the moment that he actually felt the power behind Shun Long's attack, the expression on his face suddenly changed. The bronze warhammer felt no difference than a small mountain collapsing upon him, as it sent him flying backwards uncontrollably for more than 10 meters until he finally stopped. And yet, the young man from the holy sect barely had enough time to stabilize himself and regain his footing, before another attack followed right after, immediately pushing him into a passive position where he could only defend himself. Staring at the scene at the center of the arena, Xie Xingyi narrowed her eyes as her gaze landed on Shun Long's back, before she turned to look at Lu Mei next to her and spoke in a low voice. Originally, the Shenshin dynasty was said to have only 2 peak rank 3 gold grade weapons in their possession, and both of them were being used either by the old king of the Shenshin dynasty Shang Jun or his wife. However, nearly 2 months ago, the Shenshin dynasty somehow managed to step foot into the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa and obtained countless rank 3 gold grade weapons. Even the peak rank 3 gold grade weapons that they found actually numbered more than 30, let alone the normal rank 3 gold grade ones. With so many rank 3 and peak rank 3 gold grade weapons, the Shenshin dynasty would have been considered the undisputed strongest power in the entire Night Star continent. But who would expect that the Alchemists Guild would actually arrive at the scene a few moments after the Shenshin dynasty and would engage in a chaotic fight with them? Additionally, the old king of the Shenshin dynasty and the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, who were both at the scene in the very beginning, had long since left the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa and were chasing after 2 people on a huge black dragon, without Shang Jun to help them. The members of the Shenshin dynasty fell in a disadvantageous position fighting against the group of the Alchemists Guild that was led by Zhao Lan. In the end, the Alchemists Guild obtained more than half of the gold-grade weapons in the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa, while the Shenshin dynasty got the rest of them. As for that bronze warhammer in Shun Long's hands, it is one of the peak rank 3 gold-grade weapons that the Shenshin dynasty obtained from the depths of the villa. Lu Mei's lips twitched slightly when she heard this, before turning her gaze towards the bronze warhammer as well. She couldn't believe that so many things had happened after Shun Long had snatched the 2-star rank treasures. Of course, the main reason why Shang Jun and Duan Zhu had both chased after Little Black instead of collecting the treasures inside the hall, was because Shun Long had not only taken both the star rank black sword and the translucent armor from the hall, but he had also snatched the wooden chest which most likely contained the most valuable treasure inside it. At the same time, Lu Mei felt the translucent armor around her body, causing her eyes to once again search through the crowd around her in an attempt to see if Shun Long was really here. However, due to the fact that the 1,000 disciples in the audience seats were all sitting close to each other, Lu Mei didn't manage to find the figure she was looking for. Noticing Lu Mei's gaze that was roaming through the crowd, Xie Xingyi asked curiously, "Mei, are you looking for Brother Shun Long?" Lu Mei nodded her head, but a disappointed expression soon appeared on her face, before she slowly turned her attention towards the center of the arena. During the last 25 days that she and Xie Xingyi had spent together, the two of them had not only become friends, but after Xie Xingyi regained her strength, she also protected Lu Mei, who was weak and couldn't circulate her qi due to the after effects of the rank 5 blood ignition pill. During this time, Lu Mei had also explained to Xie Xingyi how she and Shun Long got to know her elder sister, causing waves of shock to rise in Xie Xingyi's heart. In reality, Xie Xingyi already knew about a young master who had a powerful expert backing him, and was probably at the same level if not stronger than their entire Xie family. Xie Xingyi also knew that Shun Long and Lu Mei were the names of the people who had helped her sister obtain a Dragon Lord's medallion, allowing her father, her mother, and her elder sister, as well as herself, to all return back to the Xie family. Thus, Xie Xingyi felt endless gratitude towards the young man and the young woman that she hadn't met. However, based on what her sister had said, those two people were only heaven-grade cultivators back then and had yet to even step into the spirit realm. Could it be that they had managed to advance all the way to the nascent soul stage within 2.5 years? Although it wasn't impossible if one had found an extremely rare treasure. In such a situation, that person's cultivation would definitely be unstable. As for Lu Mei's cultivation, whether it was augmented by the help of a pill or not, she could still easily kill a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator by herself. This was certainly not the result of a rash advancement in cultivation. During this time, Lu Mei had also noticed the attention that Xie Xingyi seemed to have been placing into Shun Long. She had mentioned his name more than once and had said that she wanted to meet him. As the days went by, she had even started referring to him as Brother Shun Long. Originally, Lu Mei had been shocked by all of this and had even distanced herself from the beautiful young woman in front of her. But after spending the last 25 days together, the two stunning women ended up coming a lot closer with each other. Of course, the main reason why they were able to become good friends within a single month was the fact that Lu Mei had first saved Xie Xingyi while she was still helpless from the 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who were chasing after her. Back then, after Lu Mei had saved her, if she had any malicious intentions she could have killed her long ago. At the same time, during the time that Lu Mei was completely defenseless for almost half a month, Xie Xingyi had protected her to her best of her abilities, even going all out and killing 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who had actually found their cave during the second week that they had gone into hiding. Both of these things made the two women become very close with each other. At that moment, as Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi stared at the fight in the center of the arena, they saw the yellow-robed young man who was enduring Shang Huang's barrage of attacks for so long roar out in anger, before he started to inject his qi in the sword in his hands. Suddenly, a blinding white light seemed to have erupted from the edge of the sword in the young man's hands, causing Shang Huang to stop the subsequent barrage of attacks that he was about to follow with. The eyes of the spiky-haired prince of the Shengshan dynasty slowly turned serious as he swapped his warhammer into his left hand. At that moment, his lips slowly curved up into a smile as his right palm suddenly started to glow with a dark red-colored light. Staring at the sword in the hands of the disciple of the holy sect that was slashing down towards him, Shang Huang finally smiled and no longer held back his strength. The aura of a cultivator at the early 5th stage in body refinement instantly erupted from his body, as he then pressed his right palm forward ready to clash with the rank 3 gold grade sword head-on. Before he shouted in a mocking tone, "Get lost!" The moment that the disciples of the holy sect and those in the audience seats sensed Shang Huang's body cultivation at the early 5th stage of body refinement, all of them widened their eyes in shock. Even in the holy sect, dual cultivators who were training in both qi and body refinement were already considered rare. As for those who had reached the same level in body refinement as in their qi cultivation, all of them were definitely geniuses. There was no question that a cultivator who was training in both qi and body refinement would be able to jump levels and fight people above his own cultivation level. As for the prince of the Shengshan dynasty who had already reached the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage while also reaching the early 5th stage in body refinement at the same time, he was definitely strong enough to fight against normal rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivators head-on. The moment that Shang Huang's palm collided with the rank 3 gold grade sword, the dark red light on the palm's surface lit up, before a loud booming resounded throughout the arena. Under the shocked eyes of the disciples of the holy sect in the sky, the yellow-robed young man was actually sent flying backwards, like a kite that had its string cut. Even with his rank 3 gold grade sword paired with his Saint low-grade martial skill, he was still unable to resist the power behind Shang Huang's attack. This was the might of the Saint low-grade martial skill that Shang Huang had chosen during the second test of the holy sect from the barrier of knowledge, the Annihilation Palm. And yet, Shang Huang wasn't going to give a chance to the disciple of the holy sect to catch his breath. Although he clearly knew that he had already seriously injured his opponent, he was still planning to end this fight as quickly as possible. The yellow-robed young man from the holy sect had already collapsed on the ground after rolling for dozens of meters and had barely managed to maintain his consciousness. He hadn't expected that even after he had used a Saint low-grade martial skill and paired it with his own rank 3 gold-grade weapon, he would still be seriously injured in the end. Although he had yet to let go of the sword in his hands, his body was still filled with injuries, with the most obvious one being his destroyed left shoulder. However, This level of injury didn't hinder him from holding his sword with his right hand, as he struggled to stand up. However, before the young man from the holy sect could completely regain his senses, the golden-robed Shun Long had already appeared in the sky above him. While a merciless look flashed through his eyes, the bronze warhammer in his left hand was covered with a dark grey light. Before the spiky-haired prince of the Shengshan dynasty slammed it downwards at full force, aiming towards the back of the disciple of the holy sect. Crack, crack. The sound of bones being crushed resounded throughout arena as Shun Long's warhammer slammed itself on the spine of the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect. At that moment, the arena fell dead silent, as everyone stared at the golden-robed prince of the Shengshan dynasty, with different looks in their eyes. He was actually the second person to defeat a disciple of the holy sect, and he had done it in less than 2 minutes. Most of the disciples of the holy sect seemed to have calm looks in their eyes, almost as if they were unfazed by this development. But there were also some of them who seemed extremely furious. As for the disciples in the audience seats, although some of them were surprised that the fight was so short, after having seen the performance of the black-robed young man named Jiang Chen earlier, they weren't that surprised by Shun Long's performance. However, the disciples in the audience seats that came from the Night Star continent and had passed the third test were the most astonished out of everyone else here. Although Shun Long was said to be the strongest cultivator in the younger generation throughout the entire continent, nobody expected him to pass through the test of the holy sect so easily. Even if he managed to succeed, everyone had expected this to be a hard fight. None of them had actually expected him to be a dual cultivator and to have already reached the early 5th stage in body refinement. Of course, part of his swift victory was definitely attributed to the peak rank 3 gold grade warhammer in his hands. If it wasn't for the difference in the quality of their weapons, Shun Long wouldn't have been able to suppress the young man from the holy sect so easily in the beginning. However, everyone could clearly see that even without a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon, Shun Long would still have most likely been the winner in this fight. Raising his head, the golden-robed prince of the Shengshan dynasty stared at the white-robed Tao emperor in the sky, who was actually looking back at him with a deep look in his eyes. A look of interest had already appeared on Cao Ling's face as he stared at the spiky-haired young man at the center of the arena. Before he then asked with a smile on his face, "Is the second Tao that you have comprehended the Tao of destruction?" Shun Long's pupils instantly narrowed as soon as he heard this question, while a look of apprehension appeared in his eyes as he stared at the white-robed Cao Ling. His Tao of destruction was his trump card and he had done everything he could to hide it so far. He had even picked the annihilation palm from the barrier of knowledge, because the Tao of annihilation and his Tao of destruction were similar to a certain extent. And yet, the old Tao emperor from the holy sect had already managed to see through it. Seeing Shun Long's abnormal reaction, Cao Ling smiled even wider before he nodded his head and continued, "Although your test wasn't as hard as that black-robed brat's, your talent isn't any lower than his. If you train your Tao of destruction to its fullest, you will not be any weaker than him in the near future." Shun Long fell silent for a moment, before he nodded his head and clasped his hands towards Cao Ling. Although he didn't feel that he was inferior to the black-robed young man who called himself Jiang Chen, he knew that it was impossible for the current him to win if the two of them really fought. However, even if he wasn't as strong as him right now, Shun Long still believed that he would trample everyone else in the future and rise to the top. And him passing the 4th test and entering the holy sect today was only the beginning. At that moment, the black-robed Jiang Chen didn't even raise his head to look at Shun Long, as he continued to sit in the audience seats with his eyes closed. Seeing the determined expression on Shun Long's face, Cao Ling nodded his head, before he waved his hand, indicating for him to return to his seat. Following Shun Long's fight, the rest of the disciples in the audience seats started to fight with a lot more confidence. They could finally see some hope in defeating the disciples from the holy sect after all. Although Shun Long was also a genius, in everyone's eyes, he wasn't as strong as the black-robed Jiang Chen. Besides, which one of those people who had passed the 3rd test was considered a genius in their own continent? As more and more fights passed, the disciples of the holy sect started to lose some more. An hour later, 5 more disciples aside from the black-robed, Jiang Chen and Sheng Huang had also managed to pass through this 4th test. Finally, as the 83rd disciple of the holy sect appeared on the stage, the white-veiled Lu Mei slowly stood up from her seat and turned her gaze towards the center of the arena. Xie Xingyi was startled after seeing Lu Mei suddenly standing up from her seat. But when she noticed the token with the number 83 in her hands, her expression turned solemn. Looking at the beautiful young woman whose face was still covered by a white veil, Xie Xingyi then said with a serious look, "Mei, be careful." Although Xie Xingyi already knew that Lu Mei was extremely strong herself, and she had also witnessed firsthand the unbelievable rise in her cultivation during the last 10 days, she was still worried about her upcoming fight. After all, even if they had their cultivation restricted at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, whether it was their weapons or their martial skills, the disciples of the holy sect differed greatly from each other. Some of them were stronger while some of them were weaker than others. This was obvious by the fact that some of them had average rank 3 gold grade weapons, while others had peak rank 3 gold grade ones. If Lu Mei ended up fighting someone extremely strong, Xie Xingyi was afraid that not only would she not win, but she may even be injured in the process. Although it was clear that the holy sect wouldn't allow any deaths to happen during this 4th test, staying alive didn't mean that all your injuries would be healed. An example was the disciple that had fought against Sheng Huang earlier. Even after consuming a top-grade rank 5 healing pill, his injuries still hadn't healed completely. Nodding her head, Lu Mei stood up and flew directly towards the center of the arena. At that moment, Shun Long's eyes immediately lit up as he saw Lu Mei's familiar figure with her face hidden behind a white veil flying towards the arena, while at the same time a smile slowly formed itself on his lips. Although Shun Long was certain that Lu Mei was strong enough to protect herself during the holy sect's test, in the end, before they had entered the 1st test, the two of them were still at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm. Fighting against disciples who were already at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul was practically impossible for Lu Mei, unless she was willing to consume the rank 5 blood ignition pill. And yet, even if she consumed the pill, Shun Long knew that there would still be dangers for her. Even if Lu Mei managed to defeat a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, she would still have to spend at least 15 days if not an entire month recovering from the after-effects of the blood ignition pill. During that time, she would be helpless if anyone attacked her. However, what made Shun Long feel happiness and relief was that not only was Lu Mei completely unharmed, but her cultivation had also skyrocketed during this time. She had actually already reached the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Of course, what Shun Long didn't know was that during the last 10 days that she and Xie Xingyi had gone into hiding, Lu Mei had already absorbed 90% of the chi from the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts that she had killed during the 3rd test. After her blood absorption art filtered the foul chi away, Lu Mei still had enough chi to advance all the way to the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul in one go. Such a terrifying speed of advancement had caused Xie Xingyi to feel some fear in her heart. After all, she had never seen anyone advance in their cultivation like that. Cultivation was a slow process. And yet Lu Mei seemed to have extracted the chi directly out of the 3 peak rank 3 cultivators' bodies before she absorbed it all for herself. Standing at the center of the arena, Lu Mei stared at her opponent a few meters away from her with a serious look in her eyes. It was a young man in yellow robes with long black hair and deep brown eyes, while his face seemed to have a relaxed expression. After noticing Lu Mei's cultivation at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul, the young man from the holy sect seemed to have heaved out a sigh of relief. The disciples who had managed to pass the 3rd test and were below the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul didn't number more than 30. Being lucky enough to fight against one of them was no different than getting a free win for a disciple of the holy sect. Even the disciples sitting in the audience seats didn't seem to be excited for this battle, let alone the disciples of the holy sect in the sky. At that moment, the young man from the holy sect smiled at Lu Mei, before he took out a pair of rank 3 gold-grade gloves from his spatial ring and put them on his hands. His confident voice then resounded throughout the arena, as he said with that same smile on his lips, "Let's get this over with." Without waiting for a reaction from Lu Mei, the long-haired young man immediately kicked the ground. running towards the white-robed young woman in front of him at full speed. Although the look on his face was that of confidence and was no different than if he was looking down on her, he still didn't choose to underestimate Lu Mei. Putting both the rank 3 gold-grade gloves on his hands before they started to fight. Nodding her head, Lu Mei didn't respond towards the yellow-robed young man's words. And instead, a black ball of chi appeared in her hands. The moment that they sensed the ball filled with death chi appearing in the arena, the white-robed Dao Emperor Cao Ling, as well as the peak rank 9 Dao King Elder Xuan, both turned their full attention towards the white-robed young woman at the center of the arena. The young man from the holy sect seemed to have sensed a feeling of lethal danger coming from the black ball of chi and instinctively wanted to step back and forcefully stop his attack. He was afraid that Lu Mei was going to toss the ball of chi towards him once he got too close to her, causing him grave injuries in the process. At the same time though, he also knew that he had to take care of his opponent as quickly as possible and not allow her to do what she wanted. After a brief moment of pause, the young man gritted his teeth before he continued to fly towards Lu Mei at full speed. However, contrary to his expectations, the yellow-robed young man noticed that Lu Mei didn't throw the ball that was filled with death chi towards him. And instead, she opened up her hands as she allowed it to fall on the ground. A portal that resembled a black hole suddenly appeared on the ground, while an aura of decay and death erupted from the depths of the black hole. At that moment, the enormous, bizarre, and sinister-looking body of the Death Eater slowly emerged from the black hole, bringing with it an aura of endless madness, hunger and killing intent, almost as if it wanted to devour everything in its sight. The appearance of the gigantic beast that had 4 thick, black-colored legs that resembled horse hooves, and the hideous mouth on its torso with its bright white teeth, instantly brought shivers down to everyone who laid their eyes on it for the first time. Even the white-robed Dao Emperor Cao Ling couldn't control the shocked expression from showing on his face. However, this wasn't the end yet. The scene that followed completely stunned everyone who stared at the center of the arena, including Xie Xingyi, who already knew a bit about Lu Mei's powers, and even Shun Long, who was sitting in the audience seats. 1,000 jade white skeletons and 50 undead knights, at the early and middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage, all followed after the Death Eater, as they quickly arranged themselves in front of Lu Mei, and following behind the skeletons and the black-armored undead knights, were surprisingly 3 other cultivators at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage. An old man in black robes, a middle-aged man with eyes that resembled a snake's, and an old woman wearing a crimson armor, all arranged themselves around Lu Mei, as if they were all part of her undead army. It didn't matter whether it was the white-robed Dao Emperor, the peak rank 9 Dao King Elder Xuan, the disciples of the holy sect in the sky, or those sitting in the audience seats. Seeing the undead army of skeletons and undead knights that emerged from the ground made everyone feel endless shock. After all, Lu Mei was clearly just a middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. And yet, she could summon an entire army that was practically at the same level as her. Of course, Shun Long, and even Xie Xingyi already knew about Lu Mei's ability to summon undead creatures. However, the appearance of the gigantic 30 meters 100 feet tall hideous beast with 4 legs that resembled horse hooves, as well as the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators around Lu Mei, were extremely bizarre. It only took a moment for Shun Long to guess that the enormous beast that was emitting an aura of death and endless killing intent was something that Lu Mei could summon after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. After all, Shun Long had already imagined long ago that as Lu Mei's comprehension of the Tao of Death increased, she would very likely be able to summon different undead creatures in the future. The appearance of the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, however, was something that left him extremely puzzled. It was obvious that neither the old man in black robes, the middle-aged man with snake eyes, or the old woman in crimson armor were undead creatures. And yet, the 3 of them didn't seem to be alive either, looking extremely odd among the creatures in Lu Mei's army. Although Shun Long had no idea about the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that Lu Mei had already killed during the 3rd test, Shazing had clearly seen the Death Eater spitting the 3 corpses inside the cave that she and Lu Mei were staying in. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through the gorgeous, green-robed young woman's mind. Mei can actually control the corpses of the people she has previously killed. At that moment, the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect who was just a few meters away from Lu Mei had a look of horror in his eyes as he immediately stopped in his tracks, not daring to get any closer to the white-robed young woman opposite to him. Seeing the 1,000 white skeletons and the 50 undead knights that had appeared in front of her was already enough to make him take Lu Mei seriously. Despite her cultivation that was only at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul. But seeing the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that had appeared along with the undead knights was enough to make the young man from the holy sect feel fear from the bottom of his heart. And yet, even if one combined those things together, they still didn't feel as terrifying as the enormous black beast with a hideous appearance. Despite its aura being only at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul, the sense of danger that the yellow-robed young man could sense from the Death Eater exceeded even the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators around Lu Mei. Of course, the main reason behind that was that as soon as the Death Eater appeared, Lu Mei had silently chanted the word death, activating the Death's chant. Thus, the strength of the Death Eater had already exceeded that of an average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. The yellow-robed young man from the holy sect gritted his teeth before he once again kicked the ground, shooting towards Lu Mei at full speed. At the same time, all of the disciples from the holy sect in the sky had serious looks on their faces, as they focused their gazes on the fight at the center of the arena. Originally, they had all considered this a meaningless fight that would be over in a matter of seconds. However, the looks in their eyes had now turned extremely serious, while none of them dared to think of the white-robed young woman as an easy target. They knew that this fight would be extremely difficult for any of them if they also had to suppress their cultivation at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul. In their eyes, Lu Mei wasn't any less terrifying than the black-robed young man named Jiang Chen. That was because Jiang Chen was only one person who could fight cultivators above his level. But the white-robed young woman had an entire army instead. And yet, although fighting against Lu Mei seemed difficult, it wasn't entirely hopeless. The yellow-robed young man opposite to Lu Mei already knew that it was impossible for him to fight against the entire army of 1,000 skeletons and undead knights by himself. Therefore he had immediately set Lu Mei as his target, as the person who had summoned all those undead creatures. Dealing with her was equivalent to dealing with every single one of her summoned creatures as well. At that moment, the yellow-robed disciple from the holy sect dove into Lu Mei's undead army head-on, destroying every single skeleton that stood in his path as he rushed towards the white-robed young woman on the Death Eater's back in a straight line. Although Lu Mei's white skeletons were all at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul, against a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage outer disciple of the holy sect who was also wearing a pair of rank 3 gold-grade gloves, they were destroyed almost instantly. White bones flew in the air as more than 60 skeletons were destroyed in barely a few seconds. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei narrowed her eyes, as she had her undead knight's pincer attack him in order to trap the yellow-robed disciple of the holy sect. The young man however simply snorted in response when he saw this, before he punched forward with both hands at the same time. The 2 undead knights that were the closest to him and were trying to block his path from the front were immediately pushed back for dozens of meters, completely unable to detain the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. Although the young man was stunned when he noticed that his 2 punches were unable to destroy the black armored knights in one hit, he didn't seem to care too much, as he had already closed the distance between himself and Lu Mei. But before he could even approach the white-veiled young woman on top of the enormous black beast's back, the old woman in crimson armor, the old man in black robes, as well as the snake-eyed middle-aged man, all blocked the young man's path at the same time. Scram! Seeing the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivators who were blocking his way, the young man couldn't help shouting in fury, as he punched the old woman in crimson armor who was the closest to him. However, the old woman didn't dodge his attack, and instead, she allowed the yellow-robed young man to punch her, as a layer of ice appeared around her body. Crash! As the fragments of ice around her body shattered, The old woman was immediately sent flying backwards, before she was buried inside the arena, creating a human-shaped hole. This was the difference between a disciple of the holy sect and an average cultivator at the same level as them. It only took a single punch for the yellow-robed young man to send the old woman flying. And yet, at that moment, just as he was about to continue flying forward, the young man from the holy sect noticed that a layer of ice had already appeared on his right fist, and was slowly spreading towards his entire body. Just as he was about to shatter the ice around him, a sticky green liquid suddenly covered his body as it tried to restrict his movements, followed by 100 wind blades as well. Those two attacks came from the snake-eyed man and the old man in black robes respectively. At that moment, the yellow-robed young man once again punched forward with his right hand, immediately destroying the bubble of corrosive green liquid, before he sent another punch with his left hand, as he counterattacked the hundreds of wind blades that had sealed his path. However, the moment that he sent out his second punch, the yellow-robed young man felt the scent of death suddenly enveloping his body, causing all of his hair to stand up at the same time. Turning his head to the side, he then saw the enormous body of the Death Eater that had already appeared next to him with its hideous mouth wide open. Seeing the sinister smile on the gigantic beast's face caused a feeling of horror to quickly sprout in the young man's heart, as he instinctively tried to run away. However, before he could even take a single step backwards, the Death Eater that had already appeared next to him suddenly snapped its mouth close, immediately swallowing the yellow-robed young man under everyone's disbelieving eyes. Looks of shock had appeared on the faces of the disciples of the holy sect in the sky, as well as in the faces of the disciples sitting in the audience seats, as everyone stared at the enormous magic beast at the center of the arena with incredulous looks in their eyes. The enormous black beast that was more than 30 meters, 100 feet, tall had actually swallowed the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect whole. No one believed that Lu Mei had the guts to kill a disciple from the holy sect in front of a Tao emperor. And yet, everyone could still see that the Death Eater had a sinister smile on its face, as if it was enjoying a great meal. At that moment, everyone turned their gazes towards the Tao Emperor in the sky, who was actually observing the scene at the center of the arena with a nonchalant look on his face. A few moments later, the white-robed Cao Ling shook his head as he stared at Lu Mei, before he opened his mouth and said in a seemingly casual tone, "Remember, killing is not allowed." Although his tone was soft, it was obvious that Cao Ling wasn't going to allow Lu Mei to kill the yellow-robed young man. Lu Mei turned her attention towards the white-robed Cao Ling in the sky and nodded her head in response, before she closed her eyes and placed her palm on the Death Eater's back, opening its hideous mouth. The Death Eater spat out the yellow-robed young man's body that it had yet to digest, causing the expressions on the holy sect's disciples' faces to change. Although no one believed that Lu Mei would actually dare to kill her opponent, they still hadn't expected her to be this merciless. The bones in the yellow-robed young man's legs were all broken, almost as if the terrifying black beast had munched on them, while the peak rank 3 nascent bull cultivator had already lost consciousness due to the pain. And yet, despite the young man's horrible injuries, the white-robed Cao Ling barely threw a glance at him, before he waved his hand, causing his body to fly towards the rest of the disciples of the holy sect behind him. At that moment, Cao Ling's gaze seemed to have been focused completely on Lu Mei, as he looked at her and asked with a light smile on his face, "He. What's your name, little girl? Which continent's peak power did you come from?" Elder Xuan nodded his head when he heard Elder Cao Ling's question, as he was curious about this as well. Although there were no peak powers from the surrounding continents that could match the power of their holy sect, as elders of the holy sect with plenty of experience, the two of them had already recognized the Tao that Lu Mei had comprehended, immediately attracting their interest. The disciples of the holy sect in the sky had also placed their attention on the white-veiled young woman at the center of the arena. While different expressions appeared on their faces, some of them seemed apprehensive of Lu Mei, while others were staring at her with interest in their eyes. Lu Mei stared at the white-robed Tao Emperor in the sky, who had an amiable smile on his face. And after hesitating for a while she replied truthfully, "This junior's name is Lu Mei. I came from the Night Star continent, but I don't belong to any of the peak powers. I am a rogue cultivator, Silence instantly filled the arena as everyone stared at the white-robed young woman in shock. The Night Star Continent. A rogue cultivator. While most of the disciples of the Holy Sect didn't care about the surrounding continents, they knew that the Night Star Continent was definitely among the weakest ones. And yet, someone who had attracted the attention of a Tao Emperor of their Holy Sect came from the Night Star Continent. Even Cowling was stunned for a moment as his eyes kept staring at the young woman in the arena without speaking. As a Tao Emperor from the Holy Sect, he clearly knew the situation of the surrounding continents around the central region. He already knew that the continents in the eastern region were in a very tense situation due to the Demon Emperor Palace that was trying to take over their land. As for the Night Star Continent, and the Martial Star Continent, since none of those two had a Tao Emperor to protect their continents, their situation was the worst. And it was very likely that they would end up falling into the hands of the Demon Emperor Palace. For a disciple below 300 years old to have actually started comprehending the Tao of Death while not belonging to any of the peak powers in the continent, the chances were extremely low. And yet, the white-robed Tao Emperor didn't suspect Lu Mei of lying. That was because unless someone was extremely ungrateful, they would definitely reveal the name of the power they belonged to once they joined the Holy Sect, allowing the sect to view their power with some more importance. Of course, the most shocked out of everyone else were the disciples of the Night Star Continent in the audience seats. Shun Huang threw a deep look at Lu Mei, trying to see if he had met her before. But he still didn't recognize her. As the #1 disciple of the younger generation of the Night Star Continent, he already knew every single one of the top geniuses of the continent, regardless if they came from a peak power or if they were rogue cultivators. And yet someone like Lu Mei had actually managed to stay hidden until the Holy Sect's test. It wasn't just Shun Huang who was perplexed by this. The rest of the disciples of the Night Star Continent in the audience seats had similarly puzzled expressions on their faces, unable to understand how or why this white-robed young woman had stayed hidden for so long. Cowling stared seriously at Lu Mei for a few moments before he smiled and nodded his head in response, indicating that he had accepted her answer. Understanding that the white-robed Tao Emperor had no more questions, Lu Mei cupped her hands before she waved her hand, making the Death Eater, the remaining jade-white skeletons, and the undead knights, as well as the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, all disappear, before she turned around to walk back to the audience seats. The moment that she turned around, however, a look of joy instantly appeared on her face that was hidden behind her white veil, as the familiar figure of a young man in blue robes appeared in her eyes, staring at her with a smile on his face. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei flew towards Shun Long's direction at full speed, attracting everyone's gaze in the process. After all, every single disciple still had their attention placed on this white-robed young woman, who had effortlessly passed through the 4th test just now. Seeing her eagerly fly towards someone else naturally made them feel both curious and jealous. Even Xie Xingyi had a stunned expression on her face after seeing Lu Mei's reaction. Due to the disciples that were blocking her view, however, she was unable to see who Lu Mei had seen who had made her behave like that. And yet in her mind, a possibility had already appeared, making the gorgeous young woman's emerald eyes lit up with a bright light. At that moment, Lu Mei had already arrived in front of Shun Long, who had already stood up from his seat. As he stretched out his arms and embraced the stunning white-robed beauty in front of him. Long Ji? Lu Mei's melodious voice resounded in the air, charming everyone who heard it. As she stepped forward and hugged Shun Long tightly, her tone just now was completely different to the cold and distant voice that she used when she replied to Cowling's questions earlier. As they stared at the blue-robed young man whom this white-robed young woman was showing her affection to, disbelieving looks appeared on the faces of the disciples around Shun Long. It seemed as if an explosion was taking place in their minds, as none of them could accept the scene in front of their eyes. A rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie. How is this possible? How did this person even pass the 3rd test? Is there some kind of mistake? The 3rd test. How did he even pass the 1st? Those discussions immediately attracted everyone around them, while even the disciples of the Holy Sect seemed to have turned their attention towards Shun Long, a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator participating in the 4th test. Some of them even started to doubt their eyes. wondering if that blue-robed young man was intentionally suppressing his cultivation to fool them on purpose. However, they quickly shook their heads, rejecting this idea, since it didn't make any sense at all. Why would someone suppress his cultivation to the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul to make himself look weak? Besides, once he started fighting in the arena, such a thing would be easily seen through. A deep look flashed through Cao Ling's eyes when his gaze landed on Shun Long's silhouette, while the corners of his lips curved up in an indiscernible manner. Shun Long didn't seem to care about the gazes of the people around him, as he sat back down on his seat and looked at Lu Mei, who was staring at him excitedly. At the same time, although the disciples that were staring at him and Lu Mei seemed to have confused looks in their eyes, most of them still turned their attention towards the center of the arena, since they knew that the fights were about to continue. Of course, now that she had seen Shun Long, Lu Mei couldn't care less about the fights in the arena as she smiled brightly and said, "Long Ji, I missed you. I missed you as well." Shun Long smiled warmly and patted Lu Mei's head lightly as he replied. Before he continued, "You also seem to have gotten a lot stronger during this time. Not only did you break through to the nascent soul, but you even reached the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul in one go." As Shun Long said this, a wave of relief also filled his heart at the same time. Although he was confident that Lu Mei would most likely be able to protect her life during the Holy Sect's test, especially with the rank 5 blood ignition pill as a last resort, he was still afraid in his heart that something bad may happen to her. It was only after seeing her step into the arena earlier that the final worries disappeared from his heart. Lu Mei nodded her head like a little girl who was happy to receive praise from the person she loved, as she began to tell Shun Long everything that she had been through in this last month, starting from the first test of the Holy Sect. At that moment, a gorgeous young woman dressed in green robes stared at Lu Mei and Shun Long from a distance, while her lips curved up into a mesmerizing smile that charmed everyone who happened to see it. Seeing Lu Mei chatting with the blue-robed young man in front of her, Xie Xingyi could easily guess his identity. And yet, she didn't go to interrupt the two of them right away, as she continued to stare at them from the distance. At the same time, Shun Long seemed completely oblivious to the gazes of the people around him, as he continued to stare at Lu Mei, who was narrating her experiences during the past 1 month. Occasionally, the two of them would also turn their eyes towards the fights at the center of the arena as well. More than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Mei barely had enough time to explain how she had met Xie Xingyi and how the two of them had spent the last 25 days together inside a cave during the 3rd test, when a young man with long brown hair stepped into the center of the arena. The young man held a golden-colored token in his right hand with the number 351. As he stared at the disciples in the audience seats like a hawk as he waited for his opponent. At that moment, Lu Mei seemed to have noticed the number in Shun Long's token, as her lips slowly formed an enchanting smile behind her white veil, before she said in a gentle voice, "Long Ji, good luck." Although she had yet to hear about Shun Long's experiences during the last 1 month, Lu Mei wasn't concerned in the slightest about Shun Long facing a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. It didn't matter if Shun Long's opponent was an outer disciple of the Holy Sect. Lu Mei had nearly blind confidence in Shun Long's ability. Although the outer disciples of the Holy Sect couldn't be compared to average cultivators at the same level as them, even if it was just these 1,000 weakest outer disciples, Lu Mei was certain that Shun Long could win, even if he had to fight against a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator who had a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon as well. Standing up from his seat, Shun Long nodded his head at Lu Mei with a gentle look, before he turned his attention towards the long-haired young man at the center of the arena. Seeing Shun Long stand up and fly towards the center of the arena, everyone instantly turned their attention towards this rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, while different looks flashed through their eyes. At that moment, the white-robed Tao Emperor's Cao Ling's lips curved up into a bright smile, as his eyes were focused on the figure of the blue-robed young man that landed at the center of the arena. Staring at the blue-robed young man who was calmly flying towards the center of the arena, the white-robed Tao King's Elder Xuan's eyes suddenly widened as he immediately recognized him with a single glance. Even some of the disciples from the Holy Sect behind Elder Xuan who hadn't taken a clear look at him earlier, now had serious looks in their eyes as they remembered the scene they had seen through the screen of light during the third test. The blue-robed young man in front of them had not only killed 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators during the third test right after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but Elder Shun had also verified that he had already comprehended the Tao of space and had even set it as his foundation Tao for his body refinement. Now that his cultivation had already advanced to the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul, even the disciples of the holy sect knew that they could no longer look down on him. If Shun Long could kill normal peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators while he was at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, then after breaking through to the peak of rank 1, it was very likely that he had the strength to threaten even some of them. Only a few of the disciples behind Elder Shun could remain completely calm, as they were barely affected by the appearance of this peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator in front of them. The tall and robust young man who had eliminated Hulu earlier narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at Shun Long. But a smile soon appeared on his lips. Although he had already said a month ago that he didn't put Shun Long in his eyes, he knew that someone who could defeat a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, when he had just broken through to the nascent soul, was definitely considered a genius. However, which of the disciples of the holy sect wasn't also considered a genius? From the nearly 30 disciples that had already passed the fourth test, the robust, long-haired young man from the holy sect didn't put any of them in his eyes. Aside from the black-robed young man named Jiang Chen and a few others. Of course, Shun Long was completely oblivious to the thoughts of the disciples of the holy sect in the sky. As he slowly arrived at the center of the arena, seeing the young man with long brown hair in front of him who was holding the token with the number 351 in his hands, Shun Long's eyes slowly turned serious. He could feel that this person in front of him was clearly stronger than the average disciples of the holy sect who had previously fought in the arena, and he was already staring at him with an ice-cold look in his eyes. It was obvious that this yellow-robed young man had already seen Shun Long's fighting style during the third test, and he wasn't going to underestimate him. At that moment, Shun Long could feel this person's aura at the peak rank 3 of the nascent soul exploding out of his body, before he took out a long, silver-colored sword from his spatial ring. This was clearly a peak rank 3 gold-grade sword. Staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him whose eyes had already turned serious, the long-haired young man from the holy sect held his sword with his right hand before he asked in a cold tone, "Are you ready?" Seeing the silver-colored sword in the yellow-robed man's hands and feeling the aura coming from his body, Shun Long knew that he couldn't hold back in this fight. However, just as he was about to take out the black sword with mysterious patterns from his spatial ring and reveal his star-rank weapon, Shun Long heard a soft laughter coming from the sky, as it resounded throughout the arena. This laughter wasn't loud, but it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Raising his head, Shun Long saw the white-robed Tao Emperor looking at him with a smile on his face, before he slowly turned his attention towards the yellow-robed young man opposite of him. Everyone in the arena seemed to have a sudden premonition of what Cao Ling was about to say, but they couldn't believe it. So they continued to stare at the Tao Emperor in the sky as the arena fell into complete silence. And yet, Cao Ling didn't seem to care about the reactions from the disciples behind him or those in the audience seats. As he stared at the long-haired young man at the center of the arena, and said in a casual tone, "There is no need to hold back. Fight at full strength." The moment that these words resounded in the silent arena, everyone, including the peak rank 9 Tao King, Elder Shun, stared at the white-robed Tao Emperor with shock in their eyes. Fight at full strength against a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. It didn't matter if it was the white-robed Elder Shun, the disciples of the holy sect, or those sitting in the audience seats. None of them believed that something like this was possible as they stared at each other with looks filled with incredulity. This was the second time that this Tao Emperor Elder had ordered for such a fight to happen. And this time? It was even more difficult than the previous one. At least the black-robed young man named Jiang Chen was at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul. But this blue-robed young man's cultivation was only at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. Even Elder Shun, who had already seen Shun Long's full strength during the third test, felt that something like this was absolutely impossible. No. Even if the top outer disciples had to suppress their cultivation to the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul and fight against someone at the of peak rank 3, they may not necessarily win. And yet Senior Cao Ling wants to make this even harder. Even inner disciples most likely can't do something like this. What is Senior Cao thinking? As this thought flashed through his mind, the white-robed Tao King stared at Cao Ling in front of him with a perplexed look. At that moment, both Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi had worried looks on their faces that neither of them could hide. Even Lu Mei, who had absolute confidence in Shun Long's ability, felt that something like this was impossible. After all, at some point, the difference in cultivation realms couldn't be bridged. It was almost as if Shun Long and the black-robed young man from earlier had intentionally offended the elder and were now suffering his anger. Even the black-robed Jiang Chen had now opened his eyes and was staring at the powerful bald Tao Emperor in the sky. Before he turned his attention towards Shun Long, although he couldn't understand the reason behind Cao Ling's actions, Jiang Chen was certain that defeating an outer disciple of the holy sect at full strength as a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator was already impossible. After all, before they sealed their cultivation levels at the start of the test, even the weakest of the holy sect's disciples had already reached the early rank 4 of the nascent soul. At that moment, Jiang Chen had already expected that the blue-robed young man would start to despair after hearing Cao Ling's words, and would either show fear, anger or unwillingness. And yet, Shun Long's expression was actually the complete opposite. Despite hearing Cao Ling's order, Jiang Chen noticed that the look on his face was still calm. As Shun Long continued to stare at the white-robed Tao Emperor in the sky, who was looking back at him with a smile. At the same time, the yellow-robed, long-haired young man couldn't believe his ears. He, a peak rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator who was already an outer disciple of the sect, was going to fight all out against a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie. However, despite staring at the white-robed Tao Emperor above the arena for nearly a minute, the long-haired young man from the holy sect noticed that Cao Ling's smile didn't fade. The white-robed elder didn't even spare him a glance as he continued to stare at his opponent instead. Understanding that he couldn't change the elder's mind, the long-haired young man turned his attention towards Shun Long and shook his head in a dissatisfied manner, before the look in his eyes finally turned serious. His cultivation that was previously restricted at the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul abruptly started to rise at an alarming rate, as it reached the peak of rank 4 in the nascent soul in one go. Staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him, the long-haired young man from the holy held his sword tightly with both hands, before he said with a resolute voice, "This is pointless. Let's end this quickly." Without waiting for a response from Shun Long, the yellow-robed young man's body instantly blurred as he looked to close the distance between the two of them and end this fight in a single strike. The young man from the holy sect obviously intended to end this fight as quickly as possible. Shun Long's gaze immediately turned serious when he saw this, and without any hesitation, he circulated his Monarch's hourglass and activated his second Monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body, while his eyes instantly turned golden as well, seeing the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect running at him at full speed. Shun Long didn't hesitate any longer, as he waved his hand and took out a black-colored sword with mysterious patterns from his spatial ring. He knew that concealing his strength and the black sword was useless. And yet, Shun Long's golden eyes suddenly narrowed when he saw the long-haired young man's sword appearing in front of him almost instantly, and was ready to pierce a hole through the right side of his chest. Holding the star-rank sword horizontally in front of him with both hands, Shun Long circulated the full strength of his Monarch's eternal body, as he met with the long-haired man's attack head-on. Since he didn't have enough time to inject his chi inside the black sword and activate the runes on its surface, he could only use the strength from his Monarch's Eternal's body to block the sword strike. At that moment, the long, silver-colored sword that was about to pierce through his chest was perfectly blocked as it landed on the black sword's surface, while Shun Long felt a nearly unstoppable force entering his body at the same time. For a moment, he thought that he was about to lose his grip on the black sword, as his body was instantly swept off the ground and was sent flying backwards for more than 30 meters until he finally stopped. "Hey! You really blocked it?" The yellow-robed young man from the holy sect exclaimed in disbelief, unable to realize how Shun Long had managed to block his attack. Although his attack wasn't going to kill Shun Long, he knew very clearly that he hadn't held back at all. At the same time, he had noticed that although Shun Long was extremely fast and his speed probably rivaled that of a middle-rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator, the long-haired young man was still slightly faster than him. As for the difference in strength, that was even more obvious. Even if Shun Long could really jump levels and battle a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator with his cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul, the long-haired young man still believed that he could take care of him in a single strike. This was the reason why he couldn't believe that Shun Long had actually managed to block this sword strike of his. Of course, what the yellow-robed young man didn't know was that Shun Long's hands had already been injured. Despite perfectly blocking the attack, even the bones in his hands had started to crackle, barely able to handle the pressure from this sword strike. At this point, Shun Long was certain that he would be unable to block a second sword strike. After all, his monarch's eternal body was still at the peak of the 4th stage, facing against the full-powered attack of a peak rank 4 nascent soul stage. It was already a miracle that he had managed to block the first attack already. Finally, the look in Shun Long's eyes slowly changed as if he had just made a decision. His right hand slightly relaxed on the grip of the black sword as he allowed it to touch the ground. While he stared at the long-haired young man opposite to him and mumbled in a low voice, "I really didn't want to use this." As he finished his words, Shun Long closed his eyes with a resolute look on his face, before the blood inside his heart started to wildly churn. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, like the awakening of a horrifying magic beast, immediately enveloping every corner of the holy sect's arena. At that moment, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the holy sect in the air, those sitting in the audience seats, or the white-robed Tao King and Tao Emperor in the sky, everyone who sensed this aura felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts, as they all turned their attention towards the blue-robed young man at the center of the arena. The look in Cao Ling's eyes had turned extremely deep and serious as he stared at Shun Long. This aura coming from Shun Long's body was so terrifying that it even made him, a Tao Emperor, feel a chill in his heart. Of course, this wasn't because Shun Long's strength had suddenly reached the same level as a Tao Emperor's. After all, that was simply impossible regardless of one's bloodline or the pills they had consumed. Instead, Cao Ling clearly understood that this sudden chill that he felt was an instinctive reaction that his body had towards the bloodline inside Shun Long's body. He could feel that this was no different than if he was standing in front of a terrifying magic beast that had just opened its eyes. Naturally, as a Tao Emperor, it wasn't difficult for Cao Ling to suppress this feeling, and he didn't even need to circulate his qi. As his eyes continued to stare at the blue-robed young man in the center of the arena. Of course, Shun Long already knew that the moment he revealed his dragon bloodline, it was bound to attract a lot of attention. After breaking through to the nascent soul and awakened his bloodline, he had originally decided to keep it as a trump card and not use it in this 4th test. However, after a few moments of deliberation he finally decided against it. Although he didn't know why the old Tao Emperor from the holy sect would force a peak rank 1 nascent soul disciple to fight against someone at the peak of rank 4 of the nascent soul, Shun Long knew that this fight was nearly impossible to win. Even if he utilized the Tao of space to its fullest and covertly used the Tao of time without allowing anyone to notice it, he knew that his chances of winning were still less than 10%. Of course, those chances would probably rise to 20% if he went all out and attempted to use his time prison on the long-haired young man. But the odds of the time prison affecting someone 3 minor ranks above him were extremely low. Additionally, even if it did affect the long-haired young man in the end, there was no way that Cao Ling wouldn't recognize his Tao of time in that case. Although comprehending a Tao wasn't a sin, as more and more time passed, Shun Long realized how extraordinary his Tao of time really was. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't reveal it in front of thousands of people during the 4th test. With these thoughts in mind, Shun Long still decided to openly reveal only his Tao of space during the Holy Sect's test. After all, although the Tao of space was probably not that inferior to his Tao of time. It was impossible for Shun Long to fight for so long without showing at least a single trump card of his. At the same time, he had already guessed that those people who were overseeing the third test had already guessed that he had comprehended the Tao of space. However, this wasn't the only reason why Shun Long decided to show his dragon's bloodline. After all, in the end, he didn't really think that the old Tao Emperor in the sky would really eliminate him, even if he lost against the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect. No matter what. As an experienced Tao Emperor, it was impossible for Cao Ling to not realize that since Shun Long could fight against a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator with his own cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul, he was at the very least considered a rare genius. Since the holy sect's aim was to find disciples, Shun Long would most likely still pass the test, even after losing to the long-haired young man in front of him who had already unsealed his cultivation. And yet, the reason why Shun Long still decided to show off his dragon bloodline despite having guessed this, was because he wasn't planning to stay low-key after entering the holy sect. He wanted the holy sect to notice him. And only by showing his talent could he really achieve that. At that moment, Shun Long could feel immense amounts of energy filling his body, while protective black scales that resembled black armor started to cover his arms and legs at the same time. At first, the black scales only covered his arms and legs, but a few moments later they started to expand, completely covering his entire body, and even his face. Although it was obvious that these scales didn't originate from a human, they gave off a sense of indescribable beauty as well as fear at the same time. Finally, as Shun Long opened his eyes, a powerful aura instantly erupted from his body, causing the long-haired young man from the holy sect to imperceptibly tremble. Just based on his aura it was obvious that Shun Long's strength was already more than enough to threaten him. At that moment, a look of shock as well as some fear had already appeared on the face of the white-robed Tao King Elder Xuan, as he stared at the blue-robed young man at the center of the arena without saying a word for a long time. Elder Xuan had already seen Shun Long fight with 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators during the third test, and he was already certain that that was his limit. After all, for a rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator to jump levels and fight against a rank 4 nascent soul stage outer disciple from the holy sect was absolutely impossible. And yet, the aura coming from Shun Long's body right now was clearly strong enough to rival even that of a peak rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator. Turning his head to the side, Elder Xuan looked at the white-robed Tao Emperor next to him and asked in a disbelieving voice, "Senior Cao Ling, is that really an immortal grade bloodline?" It was obvious that Elder Xuan trembled as he said this, almost unable to complete his own words. Although he had also suspected that the black-robed man's, Jiang Chen's bloodline was possible to be an immortal grade bloodline as well. The instinctive feeling of terror that he had felt from Shun Long's bloodline even exceeded the pressure that Jiang Chen's bloodline was emitting. The white-robed Tao Emperor, Elder Cao Ling, stayed silent, as his eyes didn't move away from the blue-robed young man's body even for a second. Finally, a few moments later, he nodded his head in a serious manner before he said, just like the black-robed kid with the demonic bloodline, this kid also possesses an immortal grade bloodline. Even though Cao Ling's tone was calm, his words seemed to have struck Elder Xuan's heart like a hammer. Indeed, both of them possess immortal grade bloodlines. And that young man named Jiang Chen even has a demonic bloodline. As Elder Xuan mumbled to himself, he seemed to be unable to calm down the upheavals in his heart. Even in the holy sect, the number of disciples who possessed an immortal grade bloodline could be counted in one hand. And yet, there were 2 of them here today, both participating in the 4th test. What Elder Xuan didn't know was that Cao Ling was even more shocked than him, as his eyes kept staring at Shun Long with a disbelieving look. At that moment, a single thought flashed through the bald Tao Emperor's mind: is this really a dragon's bloodline? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Cao Ling instantly rejected it. In the cultivation world, dragons were mythical creatures that may not even exist. Even he, a powerful Tao Emperor, hadn't even heard rumors of any power possessing a dragon's bloodline, let alone see such a person. For someone to really have the bloodline of a dragon, It was unknown what kind of background such a person would really have. Although the holy sect wasn't afraid of any power from the continents surrounding the central region, Cowling still wouldn't treat such a matter lightly. Without explaining anything else, the white-robed Tao Emperor continued to observe the fight at the center of the arena with a profound look in his eyes. At the same time, staring at the yellow-robed young man in front of him, Shun Long's lips curved up into a smile, as he said in a slightly excited tone, "Now we can really begin." Clenching the black star rank sword with his right hand, he didn't wait for the long-haired young man to respond before he abruptly took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. The long-haired young man from the holy sect instantly tensed up when he saw this, while his eyes immediately turned extremely serious. He already knew that Shun Long had comprehended the Tao of space, and had been on his guard about it from the very beginning. No matter which angle Shun Long attacked him from, he would definitely be able to react in time. Before he counterattacked, using Blink, Shun Long instantly appeared by the yellow-robed young man's side. And with the same smile on his face, he swung the black sword in his hand downwards without any hesitation. Injecting his chi inside the black sword, he no longer held back his strength. As the runes and the mysterious patterns on the sword's surface lit up one by one, while sparks of lightning started to appear on the sword's edge at the same time. In less than a single breath of time, Shun Long had already condensed the lightning on the sword's surface as he said in a low voice, "Thunder God's splash." At that moment, a terrifying black-colored slash filled with berserk lightning left the sword's edge and flew towards the long-haired young man from the holy sect. The yellow-robed young man's face instantly paled when he felt the strength behind the sword slash, as he hurriedly raised the silver sword using both hands in front of his chest, in an attempt to block Shun Long's strike. And yet, the scene that followed was something that shocked every disciple to their core, regardless if it was those sitting in the audience seats, or the disciples of the holy sect in the sky. The moment that the thunder god's slash met the yellow-robed man's silver sword, the long-haired young man was only able to resist it for a single moment before he was sent flying back to the ground like a meteor. Boom! Everyone watched as the long-haired young man collapsed on the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood in the process. At that moment, silence immediately filled the arena, as every single disciple suddenly turned their attention towards the black-robed Jiang Chen who was sitting in the audience seats, before they quickly turned their eyes back to look at the black sword on Shun Long's hands. Another star rank weapon. An early rank 1 nascent soul rookie actually has a star rank weapon. It was unknown who had actually said this among the disciples in the audience seats, but it instantly broke the silence that filled the arena, causing looks of shock and envy to appear on everyone's faces. What kind of force does this kid come from? There is actually a power that can really afford to give out a star rank weapon. Wait. Wasn't he sitting together with that white-veiled young woman earlier? Didn't she say that she is a rogue cultivator from the Night Star continent? Could it be that this kid is also a rogue cultivator as well? A young man from the holy sect asked in a loud voice, almost as if he had just come to a realization. Silence filled his surroundings for a few moments, before another young man from the holy sect looked at him and said mockingly, "A rogue cultivator? Idiot. Do you really believe that a rogue cultivator can get a hold of a star rank weapon? Even in our central region? Have you ever seen a rogue cultivator with a star rank weapon? Why don't you bring out a star rank weapon yourself? Even some of the top outer disciples of our holy sect don't have star rank weapons." It wasn't just the disciples of the holy sect who had been stunned after seeing the appearance of another star rank weapon in this fourth test. Even the white-robed Tao Emperor in the sky was shocked when he saw Shun Long holding the black sword in his hand. A dragon's bloodline. A star rank weapon. A woman who has comprehended the Tao of death. As these thoughts flashed through Cowling's mind, his previous thoughts about Shun Long having a powerful background started to take root even further. And yet, the most shocked out of everyone wasn't Cowling, but the black-robed Jiang Chen in the audience seats, as well as the golden-robed prince of the Shengshan dynasty, Sheng Huang. A crazy guess had appeared in Sheng Huang's mind as he kept staring at the black sword in Shun Long's hands, while a look of animosity and hatred, as well as envy, also appeared in his eyes at the same time. Although others may not know about it, Shun Huang actually happened to be near the Dragon Lord's villa when his grandfather, Shun Jun, and his grandmother had led the Dao kings of the Shenshan dynasty inside the villa. Thus, when Little Black charged out from the villa with Shun Jun and the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Du and Zhu, both chasing after the Black Dragon, Shun Huang had happened to personally witness that scene. He would never forget the scene of the majestic Black Dragon spreading his wings and flying away from the Dragon Lord's villa. And seeing the scales on Shun Long's body, the first thing that came to Shun Huang's mind was the scales on the Black Dragon's body, that were nearly identical to Shun Long's. However, this was just a suspicion that Shun Huang had in his mind. And it didn't necessarily prove that the power backing Shun Long was really the one that had attacked the Dragon Lord's villa and were related to that majestic Black Dragon. And yet, the moment that Shun Huang laid his eyes on the black sword in Shun Long's hands, he became almost certain in his mind that Shun Long was indeed related to that power. The first reason that made him nearly certain was that he was indeed a couple with that white-robed young woman named Lu Mei, who claimed to be a rogue cultivator from the Night Star continent. But the most important reason was that Shun Huang still remembered his grandfather's words after returning from the Dragon Lord's villa. The old king of the Shenshan dynasty had already explained to his grandson how the people sitting on the Black Dragon's back had stolen the mysterious black sword and the translucent armor from the depths of the villa, that he suspected them to be star-rank weapons, as well as the wooden chest right below the golden throne, which most likely contained a star-rank weapon as well. Thus, as he stared at Shun Long inside the arena, a single thought surfaced in Shun Huang's mind, filled with jealousy, hatred, and killing intent. If the power behind Shun Long hadn't stolen that black sword, as the heir of the Shenshan dynasty, everything inside the core region of the villa, including the sword in Shun Long's hands, would belong to him. If it wasn't because of the people on the Black Dragon that ended up luring Shun Jun away, how would his own grandmother ever have to fight against the peak rank 9 Dao King, Zhao Lan, and his group from the Alchemists Guild? After reaching this conclusion, the killing intent coming from Shun Huang's body had nearly become tangible, scaring away the disciples in the audience seats that were sitting around him. As for the Black Road, Jiang Chen, his eyes were completely focused on Shun Long's back at the center of the arena, while his own thoughts were a mystery. Of course, Shun Long was completely oblivious to the fact that he had already alerted the two geniuses who had already passed the test. As his eyes were focused on the long-haired young man at the center of the arena, despite hitting him with the Thunder God's slash, Shun Long knew that not only was the long-haired young man from the holy sect still alive, but he was most likely still able to fight. The reason why Shun Long was so certain about this was because once the Thunder God's slash cut through the long-haired man's yellow robes, a set of silver armor revealed itself, before it absorbed most of the damage of the black-colored sword slash. And yet, the remaining power was still enough to not only send the yellow-robed young man flying back to the ground, but it also made him spit blood while severely injuring him at the same time. Indeed, a few moments later, the long-haired young man actually slowly stood up from the ground with some difficulty, as he turned his head and stared at the blue-robed young man covered in black scales in the sky, with a look of anger as well as some concealed fear in his eyes. It was obvious that Shun Long's cultivation was still at the peak rank 1 of the nascent soul. And yet, the power of his bloodline had augmented his strength to such a degree that he was already capable of harming him. A peak rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator. No, it isn't just capable of harming me. If it wasn't for the rank 3 gold grade armor in my chest, I would have already been seriously injured long ago. As this thought appeared in his mind, the long-haired young man stared at Shun Long with even more apprehension in his gaze. And yet, amidst this apprehension was also some relief. No matter what, in the end, he is just at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. There is no way that he has enough chi to use that move again. After reassuring himself, the long-haired man's gaze turned serious, as he raised his silver sword in the sky. Of course, although the armor on his chest had already absorbed more than 80% of the Thunder God's slash, the luster of the armor was no longer as bright as before. Instead, It had considerably dimmed and it was obvious that it was unable to absorb another attack. Once they returned back to the holy sect, the long-haired young man needed to find a formation master and pay a huge amount of spirit stones to have it repaired. Therefore, he was already prepared to end everything with his next attack. Raising his silver sword in the air, the long-haired young man from the holy sect infused his chi inside it. As he stared at Shun Long with a determined look in his eyes, slashing his sword horizontally, he then shouted, "Let's end this." At that moment, a silver-colored sword slash appeared from the long-haired young man's sword, flying towards Shun Long at extreme speed. With just a glance, Shun Long immediately realized that this silver-colored slash wasn't an average martial skill, but the first stage of a Saint low-grade martial skill the long-haired young man had comprehended to 100%. Even with the Thunder God's slash, Shun Long would only be able to match its strength or slightly overpower it. At that moment, Shun Long's smile slowly faded from his face, and nodding his head, he looked at the long-haired young man with a serious expression before he said, "Fine. Let's end this." Clenching his right fist, Shun Long closed his eyes for a moment, before a pitch-black flame started to take form on his right hand. Just as the silver-colored slash arrived just a few meters away from him, Shun Long suddenly snapped his eyes open, before he said in a low voice, "Flames of destruction." As his voice resounded in the air, Shun Long punched forward with his right hand. As a burst of terrifying, pitch-black flames erupted from his arm, before they collided with the silver-colored sword slash in front of him head-on. However, the scene that followed exceeded everyone's expectations. There was no loud explosion once the silver-colored sword slash met with the terrifying flames. Instead, the black flames quickly engulfed the sword slash before they completely swallowed it, leaving no traces of it behind. And yet, the powerful sword slash only managed to stop the black flames for a single moment, before they continued to descend towards the arena, flying towards the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect. Seeing this scene, the long-haired young man's eyes instantly widened while an expression of fear finally appeared on his face. The moment that he saw that his Saint low-grade martial skill had not only failed to defeat the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie in the air, but it didn't even manage to weaken the ball of black flames in the slightest, made the yellow-robed young man's face instantly pale. Of course, the Flames of Destruction was a unique skill to black dragons that humans couldn't possibly use. The only reason why Shun Long could use it was because he had activated the power of his bloodline and wasn't much different than an actual black dragon during that time. As for how strong these flames really were, if they were rated in the terms of a martial skill, then they far exceeded the might of a normal Saint low-grade martial skill. At that moment, right before Shun Long's Flames of Destruction were about to hit the long-haired young man from the holy sect, a soft sigh resounded throughout the arena, as everyone turned their eyes towards the white-robed Tao Emperor in the sky and saw him waving his hand. The black flames that were just a few inches away from the yellow-robed young man suddenly stopped in the air, almost as if they had met with an invisible wall, before they were slowly extinguished. At that moment, complete silence filled the arena, as everyone stared at the blue-robed young man in the sky with different expressions on their faces. It didn't matter if it was in the eyes of the disciples of the holy sect or those sitting in the audience seats. Shun Long had completely become the center of attention at this moment, attracting everyone's gazes. Some of these disciples were filled with shock, while others felt disbelief, nearly unable to believe that the scene in front of their eyes was real. A peak rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie had actually managed to defeat a disciple of the holy sect at the peak of rank 4 of the nascent soul. The most surprising thing, however, was the intense gazes of the female disciples sitting in the audience seats. Most of them had a fervent look in their eyes as they stared at the handsome, blue-robed young man in the sky, while anyone could guess their thoughts from the expressions on their faces. At the same time, a dazzling smile that could encapture the hearts of men and women alike appeared on Lu Mei's face behind her white veil, while a look of pride filled her eyes as she stared at the handsome, blue-robed young man in the arena. Meanwhile, the green-robed, dazzling beauty, Shazing seemed to have heaved out a sigh of relief after seeing the white-robed Tao Emperor stopping the fight. while the look in her eyes seemed to have been filled with joy. Since the elder from the holy sect was forced to step forward to stop the fight personally, it clearly meant that Shun Long had passed the test. Of course. What none of them knew was that the reason why Cao Ling had interfered in the fight was because he could feel that Shun Long's flames of destruction wouldn't have simply severely injured the long-haired young man. Instead, the tyrannical black flames would completely destroy his soul. This had completely exceeded Cao Ling's estimation of Shun Long's absolute strength. It was very likely that even an average early rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator may not be able to take these flames head-on. Staring at the white-robed Tao Emperor in the sky, Shun Long saw Cao Ling's lips forming into a smile, as the bald Tao Emperor took a single step forward and asked in a seemingly amiable tone, "What's your name, kid? Which power do you come from?" Staring at the bald Tao Emperor in the sky, Shun Long's lips slightly curved up, as he cupped his hands and said seriously, "This junior's name is Shun Long. I am a rogue cultivator from the Night Star continent." The moment that he finished his words, silence once again descended in the arena, while even the hushed discussions from the disciples in the audience seats behind Shun Long instantly stopped. At that moment, Shun Long noticed Cao Ling's eyes narrow, while the expressions of the disciples of the holy sect behind him also changed. A rogue cultivator. Another one from the Night Star continent. Who would believe that? Of course. Shun Long already knew that it was unlikely for anyone to really accept that he was a rogue cultivator. Just by revealing the black sword earlier, it was bound to attract a lot of attention. However, it was the truth that he and Lu Mei were in reality rogue cultivators. Although Shun Long had thought of declaring himself as a member of the Alchemist's Guild from the Night Star continent, he also remembered that the old woman from the guild, Jin Wenling, had already said that the Alchemist's Guild was under the jurisdiction of the Feng family from the central region. Despite having already guessed that the holy sect was most likely stronger than the Feng family, Shun Long didn't want to be entangled with a family that he knew nothing about. Besides, he hadn't really received the favor of the Alchemist's Guild, as he had rejected Zhao Lan's offer to be groomed by them. Thus, declaring himself as a rogue cultivator was the best choice. And yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, the white-robed Tao Emperor actually smiled a moment later, as he nodded his head and said in an uncaring tone, "Very well. It doesn't matter whether you really are a rogue cultivator or not. Since you have passed the test, you are now officially a disciple of my holy sect." Despite being stunned for a moment, Shun Long still nodded his head in response. At the same time, the black scales on his body slowly receded until they completely disappeared, before he turned around, and without another word, he flew towards Lu Mei's direction in the audience seats. No matter what, he had successfully passed the holy sect's test already. Once the remaining fights were over, he and Lu Mei would enter the holy sect, along with the remaining disciples who end up passing the test. As he flew back to the audience seats, Shun Long saw that everyone's gazes were focused on him. Every single one of the more than 600 disciples sitting in the audience seats were staring at him with different looks in their eyes. And the most intense out of all of them seemed to be the black-robed young man's. Jiang Chen's curious gaze. The gaze of a handsome young man dressed in white robes, as well as the golden-robed princes of the Shengshan dynasty. Shun Long first turned his eyes towards the white-robed young man with sword-like eyebrows, and saw him nod his head as a greeting with a smile on his face. Since he didn't sense any malicious intent from him, Shun Long nodded his head in response before he turned his eyes towards the black-robed Jiang Chen and the golden-robed prince of the Shengshan dynasty, Sheng Huang. And yet, Jiang Chen didn't seem to move his gaze away from him despite seeing that Shun Long had noticed him. Instead, the mysterious black-robed young man continued to stare at him with curiosity in his eyes, almost as if he was trying to carefully examine his body. Frowning slightly, Shun Long decided to temporarily ignore Jiang Chen, as he then turned his attention towards the golden-robed Sheng Huang. However, what surprised him was Sheng Huang's gaze that was stuck on him and was filled with undisguised hostility. Seeing that Shun Long was looking at him, the golden-robed prince snorted. before he turned his attention back to the arena. As he waited for the next fight to start, ignoring the rest of the gazes around him, Shun Long continued forward and quickly arrived in front of Lu Mei, staring at Shun Long with the same dazzling smile behind her white veil. Lu Mei then said in a gentle voice that was filled with love and unconcealed pride, "He. Long Ji. Congratulations. I knew that Long Ji wouldn't lose no matter what." Shun Long smiled and patted Lu Mei's head lightly when he heard this, before he pulled her into a hug. Of course. Although Lu Mei was curious about the black scales that previously appeared on Shun Long's body, since she was already familiar with Little Black, it wasn't too hard for her to guess that this was something related to the Black Dragon. After all, Shun Long's relationship with the Black Dragon was definitely one that seemed to go back for many years. As Shun Long sat back down on his seat along with Lu Mei, they both turned their attention towards the center of the arena as well, as they continued to observe the fights that followed. In the next 100 fights that took place, only 8 disciples from the audience managed to defeat the disciples of the Holy Sect. Although 8 new people out of 100 passing the test to become outer disciples of the Holy Sect wasn't too small of a number, if one actually considered that practically every single one of those disciples who were participating in the 4th test were actually the strongest geniuses in their own continents, it only highlighted the difference between themselves and the newly admitted outer disciples of the Holy Sect even further. Among the disciples who passed the 4th test was also a young man dressed in white robes, with a chubby face and long silver hair that reached all the way to his back. This person had very thick arms and legs. But the most important reason why Shun Long ended up paying attention to him was because he also came from the Night Star continent as well. This was the 4th person from the Night Star continent who had managed to pass the 4th test after Shun Long, Lu Mei, and Sheng Huang. When the white-robed Tao Emperor asked him for his name, the chubby-faced young man introduced himself as Zhong Fang from the Mercenaries Association of the Night Star continent. Zhong Fang. Both Shun Long and Lu Mei had heard this name many times while they were still in the Heaven's Dome City. This person was previously ranked 2nd in the House of Rankings. But before the Holy Sect's test started, it was rumored that he fell to 3rd place after losing against the young White Lord, by Longshan. After passing the 4th test, Zhong Fang first threw a glance at Shun Long in the audience seats, before he actually flew towards Sheng Huang's direction. The Prince of the Shenshan dynasty and the young Lord of the Mercenaries Association seemed to be quite close to each other. Of course, Shun Long didn't care too much about Zhong Fang. If it wasn't because he also came from the Night Star continent, Shun Long wouldn't have cared about him to begin with. After all, although Zhong Fang was actually ranked 3rd in rankings of the Night Star continent, and was right behind by Longshan, he was nearly eliminated during his fight against the disciple of the Holy Sect. Although this proved that his strength was definitely high enough to become an outer disciple of the Holy Sect as well, he was definitely not worth paying too much attention to. In front of the strongest geniuses like the black-robed Jiang Chen and Sheng Huang, he was actually considered weak. As time passed, more and more fights continued to take place, and less than 3 hours later, the 810th fight was already completed. During this time, only 76 disciples from the audience seats had actually managed to pass the 4th test. As a young man from the Holy Sect walked up and stood at the center of the arena while holding a token with the number 811 in his hands, everyone saw a stunning blonde-haired young woman fly out from the audience seats, heading directly towards the center of the arena. Whether it was the golden-robed Prince of the Shenshan dynasty, Sheng Huang, the young Lord of the Mercenaries Association Zhong Fang, Lu Mei, or even the white-robed young man with sword-like eyebrows who smiled at Shun Long earlier. They all had serious expressions on their faces as they looked at this gorgeous young woman who flew to the center of the arena. And yet, before she stepped foot inside the arena, Shai Xingyi stopped and turned around to face Lu Mei and Shun Long. Under everyone's stunned eyes, this peerlessly beautiful girl smiled gently towards Shun Long and Lu Mei, before she finally stepped foot in the arena. At that moment, Lu Mei's lips behind her white veil curved up, forming a radiant smile. Shun Long was stunned for a moment after seeing this kingdom-toppling beauty turning around and smiling at him and Lu Mei. while causing many young men from the holy sect to feel envy in their hearts in the process. After all, nearly every single one of the male disciples who had already passed the test, had already thought that they could happily take Xie Xingyi as their servant if she happened to fail her own test. And yet, their hopes were quickly ruined, since not only did Shun Long seem to have a relationship with that white-robed, terrifying goddess of death, but even this stunningly beautiful girl ended up taking the initiative to smile at him. Even some young men from the holy sect who had already decided to court Xie Xingyi felt dejected when they saw this scene. But most of them didn't choose to give up. After all, unlike the white-robed Lu Mei, Xie Xingyi didn't seem to have any relationship with Shun Long. Besides, no matter how abnormal Shun Long was, inside the holy sect, they wouldn't have to restrict their cultivation to the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, regardless if it was in terms of strength or status. Most of these outer disciples felt that they were definitely stronger than a peak rank 1 nascent soul cultivator from the Night Star continent like Shun Long. Of course, Shun Long was completely oblivious to the thoughts of the people around him, as he turned to look at Lu Mei next to him and asked in a curious tone, "Maya, do you know her?" Lu Mei looked at Shun Long with her enchanting black eyes hidden behind her white veil, before she nodded her head a moment later and continued with that same radiant smile on her face. Long Ji should also know her. After all, her elder sister is Madame Xie Rong. Just like Lu Mei when she had first found out about Xie Xingyi's identity, Shun Long was also stunned when he heard this. Although Xie Xingyi did indeed resemble Xie Rong greatly, and Shun Long had already guessed that the two of them were most likely related one way or another, he hadn't expected that this girl was actually Xie Rong's younger sister. With that same smile on her face, Lu Mei then didn't hide anything, as she started to explain to Shun Long how she had met Xie Xingyi in the third test, and what the two of them had been through together in the past 25 days. At the same time, standing at the center of the arena, Xie Xingyi looked at the young man from the holy sect opposite to her and smiled lightly as she said, "Senior, let's start." Without waiting for a response, Xie Xingyi's body was quickly covered with a black aura, before she suddenly disappeared from the arena under the astounded eyes of the yellow-robed young man in front of her. The young man from the holy sect didn't even have a chance to attack, before he saw the gorgeous blonde-haired young woman vanish instantly. Of course, as an experienced outer disciple of the holy sect, he wouldn't just sit there and do nothing when he was placed in a dangerous situation. Although he couldn't see where Xie Xingyi was, as a nascent soul stage cultivator, he definitely wouldn't lose so easily against an opponent he can't locate. Closing his eyes, he immediately activated his soul sense and spread it around him, trying to find out where Xie Xingyi disappeared to. At the same time, the white-robed Dao Emperor, Cao Ling, stared at the scene at the center of the arena with a deep look in his eyes, before he mumbled to himself in a quiet voice, "This girl was actually born with the Vanishing Shadow's unique physique." Although Cao Ling's voice wasn't loud, the long-haired Dao King standing next to him clearly heard this, as he then stared at the scene in the arena with an incredulous look in his eyes. Elder Xuan already knew that the white-robed Dao Emperor next to him was extremely knowledgeable regarding the countless unique physiques under the heavens. Since he said that the green-robed young woman was born with the Vanishing Shadow's unique physique, it was most likely to be true. Even though Elder Xuan didn't know exactly how high level of a physique the Vanishing Shadow's physique really was, but to be able to garner Cao Ling's attention, its level was definitely not low. At the same time, the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect was still standing at the center of the arena with his eyes closed, as he tried to locate Xie Xingyi using his soul sense. Finally, a few moments later, he could sense something akin to a formless shadow circling around him at a very quick speed, almost as if that thing had burrowed itself inside the ground. With a smirk on his face, the young man from the holy sect took a step forward and said, "There you are." With extremely swift movements, the yellow-robed young man then took out a long, light yellow-colored spear from his spatial ring, and infused his chi inside it before he turned around and slammed it downwards on the ground behind him. At that moment, the entire arena started to rumble, before the nearly invisible shadow that had suddenly appeared behind him was struck by the yellow-colored spear's tip. And yet, A radiant smile actually appeared on Lu Mei's face when she saw this scene. As she continued to quietly stare at the nearly invisible shadow without any anxiousness in her eyes. At that moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the black shadow-like figure actually ignored the yellow-colored spear that had struck it, as it quickly reformed itself, revealing the silhouette of a stunning blonde-haired young woman dressed in green robes. Holding a silver dagger in her left hand, Xie Xingyi grabbed the spear's handle that was slammed on the ground. Before she moved forward, ready to stab the yellow-robed young man of the holy sect. At that moment, the yellow-robed young man's eyes suddenly widened. And seeing the small silver dagger that was moving towards his chest, he decisively abandoned his spear as he stepped forward, opening up the distance between himself and Xie Xingyi. And yet, at that moment, Xie Xingyi's lips curved up in a mesmerizing smile before she said in a low voice, "Creeping shadows." At that moment, the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect felt a horrifying sensation suddenly gripping his heart. As a sense of danger overcame him, the first action that came to his mind was to quickly dodge and open up the distance between himself and the green-robed, blonde beauty in front of him even further. When something completely suddenly unexpected happened. Black-colored, shadow-like tentacles extended from his own shadow from the ground below him, as they started to wrap themselves around his arms and legs, trapping the yellow-robed young man into place. This was the same low-grade martial skill that Xie Xingyi had gotten from the barrier of knowledge during the second test. Creeping shadows? This martial skill used up a large amount of her chi, but it allowed Xie Xingyi to control an enemy's shadow for a few seconds. The young man from the holy sect was startled when he saw the shadow-like tentacles wrapping themselves around his arms and feet, while completely immobilizing him in the process. He knew that he had suddenly fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. But before he had enough time to break free and escape their entanglement, Xie Xingyi suddenly took a few steps forward, and holding the silver-colored dagger in her hand, she thrust it towards the yellow-robed young man's throat. The yellow-robed young man's eyes widened as he felt the silver dagger's cold touch on his throat, while a droplet of blood slowly trickled off the dagger's surface before it fell on the ground. Silence once again filled the arena, as everyone stared at the green-robed beauty who was still holding the dagger against the yellow-robed young man's throat. Xie Xingyi's lips once again formed a dazzling smile, before she turned her attention towards the white-robed Tao Emperor in the sky and took a step back as she slowly retracted her dagger. It was obvious that if she had pressured her dagger slightly further in, she would have most likely taken the yellow-robed young man's life. Nodding his head, the white-robed Cowling smiled amiably and asked in a voice that didn't hide his curiosity, "Little girl, what's your name? Which continent do you come from?" He. It's been a while since this old man has seen a new disciple with a rare physique like your Vanishing Shadow's unique physique. Xie Xingyi bowed her head slightly and cupped her hands as she replied in a somewhat shocked voice, "This junior's name is Xie Xingyi and I come from the Xie family of the Night Star continent." Although Xie Xingyi didn't express her doubts, how could Cowling not realize that she most likely had never heard the name of her unique physique before? Of course. Although the white-robed Tao Emperor had been surprised that there was another genius from the weak Night Star continent, he still nodded his head with that same amiable smile on his face, before he said, "Although your physique is not suited for head-on battles, you are a naturally born assassin. Your Vanishing Shadow's unique physique is exceptionally suited for surprise attacks and assassinations rather than fighting your enemies head-on, but from what I have noticed, you can't remain in that state for too long. He. After entering the sect, you will really have a chance to strengthen your physique." Astonishment flashed past Xie Xingyi's eyes, but she didn't ask Cowling what he meant by that. Instead, she bowed once again, thanking the white-robed Tao Emperor, before she flew back towards the audience seats. Regardless of what Cowling meant by a chance to strengthen her physique, she would definitely find out once she entered the sect. And yet, what surprised everyone was the fact that Xie Xingyi wasn't actually returning back to her original seat, and instead, she was flying directly towards Shun Long's and Lu Mei's seats. At the same time, an ugly look flashed past Sheng Huang's eyes when he saw this scene. But the golden-robed prince suppressed his anger and killing intent, as he remained seated instead. A few moments later, the gorgeous green-robed, blonde-haired young woman had already arrived in front of Shun Long and Lu Mei. Before a dazzling smile appeared on her face for the first time since she had entered the Holy Sect's test. As her eyes stared at the blue-robed young man and the white-robed young woman in front of her with excitement in her eyes. Without waiting for Shi Xingyi to say anything, Lu Mei stood up as a mesmerizing smile appeared on her lips behind her white veil. Before she said gently, "Xingyi, congratulations." Although it was a simple line, it was filled with warmth and sincere happiness. "I am still not as strong as you, Mei," Shi Xingyi replied with a slight blush on her face. Before she turned her attention towards the blue-robed young man next to Lu Mei. A deep look flashed past Lu Mei's eyes when she saw the look on Shi Xingyi's face. But her smile only widened without saying a word. Bowing slightly, Shi Xingyi stared at Shun Long with that same blush on her face. Before she introduced herself, "My name is Shi Xingyi. Brother Long. It's nice to meet you." Shun Long was startled for a moment after hearing Shi Xingyi calling him Brother Long. But with a gentle look on his face he nodded his head and said, "Mei already told me that you are Madame Shi Rong's sister and how the two of you spent the last month together. Thank you for taking care of her." Shi Xingyi shook her head lightly when she heard this. And holding Lu Mei's hand she said with a serious look, "If someone has to say thank you then that's me. After all, it was Mei who saved me first. Otherwise I would have definitely died during the third test." As she finished speaking, Shi Xingyi turned her gaze to the side, and threw a murderous glance at a purple-robed young man sitting in the audience seats. This was the same person who had tried to kill her during the third test. The person ranked 17th in the House of Rankings in the Night Star continent. Hua Ping. After failing to obtain Shi Xingyi's token, this purple-robed young man managed to obtain another token from a city not too far away from it. However, he knew that his chances of passing this fourth test were already very slim. If it wasn't because Shi Xingyi had been tired and had expended a lot of energy obtaining the Holy Sect's token during the third test, then even if he and the other 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who were chasing after her could still join hands, they wouldn't dare to go after her for her own token. At this moment, Hua Ping's face instantly paled when he felt Shi Xingyi's cold glance. While his body involuntarily shivered, he knew that this woman who was ranked 5th in the House of Rankings wouldn't let his attack during the third test go. At the same time, Lu Mei smiled gently and had Shi Xingyi sit next to her. As the fights in the arena continued, once the 921st fight ended, a cold smile appeared on Shi Xingyi's lips as the purple-robed Hua Ping got eliminated. Finally, 2 hours later, a young man from the Holy Sect landed at the center of the arena holding the token with the number 1000 in his right hand. This was the final fight before these disciples finally entered the Holy Sect. Everyone's eyes stared at the bald, yellow-robed young man from the Holy Sect at the center of the arena with excited looks in their eyes. This was going to be the final fight of the fourth test. At that moment, the disciples sitting in the audience seats all turned their attention to the only person who had yet to step on the main stage. It was a handsome young man dressed in white robes, with long black hair, deep blue eyes, and sword-like eyebrows. A snow-white sword was strapped on his waist, as his hand held a golden-colored token with the number 1000 on it. This was the same young man who was staring at Shun Long with an intense gaze once his fight was finished, before nodding his head as a greeting. Seeing this white-robed young man fly towards the arena with a serious look in his eyes, the look in Sheng Huang's, Zhong Fang's, and Shi Xingyi's eyes instantly changed, turning extremely serious as well. In just a few moments, the white-robed young man had already appeared at the center of the arena, and staring at the bald, yellow-robed young man from the Holy Sect who was standing in front of him. He actually smiled and cupped his hands before he said, "My name is Bai Longshan. I come from the holy white city of the Night Star continent." The moment that they heard the white-robed young man introducing himself, Shun Long's and Lu Mei's expressions slightly changed as well. At that moment, Shun Long didn't hold himself back from mumbling, "So this is the young White Lord who is ranked second in the House of Rankings in the Heaven's Dome City. By Longshun." Although his words sounded like a question, it was obvious that Shun Long was actually verifying his guess. After all, this was the first time that he and Lu Mei were seeing Bai Longshun as the young White Lord and the person ranked second in the House of Rankings. Bai Longshun's fame in the Night Star continent wasn't inferior to even Shun Huang's. At the same time, Shun Long seemed to have suddenly realized why Bai Longshun had showed so much interest in him earlier. As the person ranked second in the entire Night Star continent, it was natural that he would be stunned after seeing someone else coming from the Night Star continent as well, who was able to pass the Holy Sect test with a cultivation at the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul. Turning her head to the side, Xie Xingyi stared at the surprised expression on Shun Long's face and asked in a curious voice, "Brother Long, is this the first time that you are actually seeing Bai Longshun?" Of course. The reason why Xie Xingyi was surprised was because she had seen Shun Long nod at Bai Longshun earlier, and she assumed that they must have already been acquainted with each other. She had also noticed that Shun Huang seemed to have hated Shun Long for some reason. So she had ended up guessing that she was the only one who didn't know Shun Long and Lu Mei before entering the Holy Sect's test. However, based on Shun Long's reaction, it seemed that he had no idea that this person was Bai Longshun. Nodding his head, Shun Long didn't hide anything as he explained directly, "Me and Maya spent the last 2 years training in the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range and the City of Sin and didn't stay in the Heaven's Dome City for too long." Xie Xingyi nodded her head in enlightenment when she heard Shun Long's answer. Since he and Lu Mei didn't spend too much time in the Heaven's Dome City, it wasn't too surprising that he hadn't met Bai Longshun before. After all, both Bai Longshun and Shun Huang, and even the young lord of the Mercenaries Association, Zhong Fang, only showed up in the House of Rankings when they had a fight to attend to. Otherwise, they would spend the rest of their time training and preparing for the Holy Sect's test. As for the reason why Shun Huang seemed to have hated Shun Long, Xie Xingyi didn't ask. Instead, a smile appeared on her face as she looked at the blue-robed young man who was sitting next to Lu Mei, before she then started to explain, "Brother Long, although Bai Longshun and Shun Huang have never fought with each other before in public, it is said that Bai Longshun isn't inferior to him at all despite being ranked second in the House of Ranking of the Heaven's Dome City. Actually, it was just a few days before the Holy Sect's test started that Bai Longshun defeated Zhong Fang and was ranked second in the rankings. At the same time, there are rumors that Bai Longshun has comprehended a very rare Dao, not inferior to his Dao of Light at all. And yet, during his fight with Zhong Fang, Bai Longshun only revealed his Dao of Light. Unlike Shun Long and Lu Mei, Xie Xingyi had spent a lot of time in the Heaven's Dome City as the person ranked 5th in the House of Rankings. Even if she hadn't fought with Bai Longshun before, she already knew about the rumors going around regarding this genius, who wasn't inferior to Shun Huang. Shun Long nodded his head when he heard Xie Xingyi's explanation, as his eyes stared at the white-robed, handsome young man at the center of the arena with a curious look in his eyes. Of course, to be able to be mentioned in the same breath as Shun Huang, Bai Longshun had to have comprehended a Dao that could at least put up a fight against Shun Huang's Dao of Destruction. After all, no matter what, Shun Huang had actually managed to pass this 4th test effortlessly. The bald, yellow-robed young man from the Holy Sect opposite to Bai Longshun snorted when he heard the white-robed young man introduce himself before passing the test. And with a mocking look on his face he said, "Kid, you are too arrogant. Aren't you afraid that you will lose and become a laughingstock?" Bai Longshun simply smiled when he heard this, and cupping his hands a second time he answered, "Senior, you misunderstood. It's not that I am looking down on you, but I am indeed confident in my strength." Humph. The bald, yellow-robed young man from the Holy Sect snorted. But he didn't say anything in response. Instead, he waved his hand and took out a dark brown bow that seemed to have been made from some kind of wood from his spatial ring, and held it in front of his chest. A quiver filled with arrows had appeared on his back at the same time, as the bald, yellow-robed young man grabbed an arrow with his right hand and placed it on the bowstring, stretching it tightly. Then, with a smile on his face, he said, since you are so confident. Let's begin. At that moment, the yellow-robed young man released the bowstring. As the sound of an arrow tearing through the air sounded, flying towards Bai Longshan at extreme speed. The look on Bai Longshan's face quickly turned serious as he placed both of his hands in front of his chest and clasped them together. A bright white light erupted from his body, immediately drowning his surroundings. As two light arrows were quickly condensed in the air above him. The two light arrows tore through the air. As they flew towards the bald, yellow-robed young man's arrow in an attempt to stop it. And yet, the moment that they collided together, Bai Longshan's arrows that were created from his Tao of light were destroyed in an instant. As the yellow-robed young man's arrow continued to fly towards him, the bald young man from the holy sect smirked when he saw this outcome. Almost as if it was completely expected. But the look on Bai Longshan's face didn't change. Instead, his body was quickly enveloped by a layer of light. Before he suddenly disappeared, the arrow that the bald young man from the holy sect had fired seemed to have pierced through Bai Longshan's afterimage. Before it landed on the ground a few tens of meters away from his original position. At the same time, Bai Longshan's figure that was covered in a layer of light quickly appeared a few meters away from the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect. But didn't directly attack him. Instead, Bai Longshan saw that the yellow-robed young man had that same smirk on his face as he knocked another arrow on his bow and said in a mocking tone, "Do you think that if you comprehend rare Daos like the Tao of light, that you will be stronger than someone who had comprehended the Tao of earth or the Tao of wind? Let this senior teach you a lesson today then." As he finished his words, the bald young man from the holy sect released arrow after arrow from his bow. As he started to bombard Bai Longshan with his attacks, the white-robed young White Lord constantly used his Tao of light to avoid the arrow attacks, while using his snow-white sword to fend off the arrows that he couldn't dodge. And yet, the force behind each arrow seemed to be no weaker than a full-powered attack from a powerful peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. Even with his extreme speed from his Tao of light, Bai Longshan noticed that he had no room to attack the bald young man from the holy sect. Every time he tried to approach him, the arrow attacks would completely block his path, while the bald young man would step backwards, opening up the distance between them at the same time. The arrows in his quiver seemed to be endless, as he continued to fire them without a care. Of course, Shun Long, who was sitting in the audience seats, instantly noticed that the bald young man was using an ingenious way to retrieve the arrows he had fired, which was why they didn't seem to have an end. He used his Tao of earth to retrieve every arrow that fell on the ground, before he returned them back to his quiver and fired them again. A few minutes later, the young White Lord stopped trying to dodge and stood still, as he stared at the yellow-robed young man opposite to him. The bald young man from the holy sect had the same smirk on his face as he looked at the white-robed young man in front of him and said, "Ha ha ha. Have you figured it out yet? My arrows have all reached the same level as normal rank 3 gold grade weapons. And I don't have to be afraid that they will run out. No matter how fast you may be. As long as you aren't faster than my perception, then I can guess where you will go and block your path. It's impossible to get near me, and sooner or later my arrows will hit you. Even if you attack me with your own Tao attacks or that sword in your hand, it will still be impossible for you to destroy my arrows. Hee hee. Do you want to give up, junior brother?" Everyone in the audience seats could hear the mocking tone in the bald young man's words when he said the words junior brother. After all, if Bai Longshan gave up, he wouldn't enter the sect and become an outer disciple. So he wouldn't be able to call himself a junior brother. Surprisingly, Bai Longshan nodded his head when he heard the yellow-robed young man's words. And with a smile on his face he said, "Senior brother is right. I am indeed unable to defeat you with just my Tao of light." The yellow-robed young man's lips curved up into a mocking smile as he then asked, "Are you going to complain that you lost because your sword is only a rank 2 gold grade weapon?" Bai Longshan shook his head, almost as if he hadn't realized that the bald young man from the holy sect was mocking him. And after returning his sword back in its sheath he smiled and said, "Senior brother is indeed very strong, so I will no longer hold back either." As he finished his words, Bai Longshan's body lit up with a bright white light, while at the same time, from the depths of the light, an indistinct golden color slowly appeared. The golden light was originally extremely faint and almost impossible to discern with the naked eye. But as time passed, it started to turn brighter and brighter. In just a few moments, it had already covered Bai Longshan's body completely, making him look like an immortal that has suddenly descended from the heavens. His white robes fluttered with the wind, while the disciples of the holy sect and everyone else sitting in the audience seats had shocked looks in their eyes. The only one who seemed to be relatively calm was the prince of the Shenshen dynasty, Shun Long. And yet, despite being calm, a deep look flashed inside Shun Long's eyes as he stared at Bai Longshan's figure at the center of the arena. Although the world didn't know about it. As the prince of the Shenshen dynasty and the #1 genius of the Night Star continent, he had already fought against Bai Longshan in the past. Of course. Back then, Shun Long didn't have his bronze warhammer. But even after using both his Tao of Destruction and his Tao of Metal, he was still unable to beat the young White Lord. Of course. He didn't lose the fight either. And they ended up calling this a draw. Although Shun Long believed that he was definitely stronger than Bai Longshan now that he had a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon, he also knew that the Tao that Bai Longshan had comprehended as his foundation Tao for his body refinement was an extremely terrifying one. A Tao that could actually match his Tao of Destruction. At the same time, the white-robed Tao Emperors. Cowling's eyes immediately widened when he saw this scene, while a look of disbelief instantly colored his previously calm eyes. His eyes first stared at the blue-robed Shun Long in the audience seats and Lu Mei who was sitting next to him, as well as the green-robed Xie Xingyi who was also sitting next to her, before he turned his attention towards the golden-robed prince of the Shenshen dynasty, Shun Long, and the chubby-faced young lord of the Mercenaries Association, Zhong Fang. Finally, a few moments later, he turned his eyes towards the white-robed Bai Longshan at the center of the arena, before he mumbled to himself thoughtfully the Tao of Space, Tao of Death, Tao of Shadows, Tao of Destruction, and now the Tao of the Buddha. Is this be the change in the Night Star continent's fate? The reason why even Cowling was shocked by this was because Bai Longshan, who also came from the Night Star continent, had actually comprehended the Tao of the Buddha. This was an extremely rare Tao that wasn't even inferior to Shun Long's Tao of Destruction, Xie Xingyi's Tao of Shadows, Lu Mei's Tao of Death, and even Shun Long's Tao of Space. Of course, every Tao had its own strengths and uniquenesses, and neither one could be considered as clearly stronger than the others. But Bai Longshan's Tao of Buddha required one to have a heart that was extremely suited to practice Buddhism. At the same time, Bai Longshan was the 6th genius coming from the Night Star continent. The first one to pass the test was Shun Long, followed by Lu Mei and Shun Long, as well as Zhong Fang and Xie Xingyi. And now it was very likely that Bai Longshan would be the next. For so many years, there had been almost no geniuses from the Night Star continent who had ended up passing the 4th test. And today, there were already 5 of them. And Bai Longshan was definitely going to be the 6th. Of course, Zhong Fang wasn't necessarily weaker than the rest of them just because he hadn't comprehended a rare Tao like the Tao of the Buddha or the Tao of Death. After all, each Tao had its own strengths and weaknesses. Even Bai Longshan, who had already comprehended the Tao of Light, was now forced to reveal his Tao of the Buddha against an opponent who had only comprehended the Tao of Earth. As the golden light completely covered his body, Bai Longshan suddenly took a step forward, causing an extremely thick golden barrier to appear around him. As his aura of a body refinement cultivator at the early 5th stage exploded outwards, the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect took a few steps back in response. But his hand didn't delay for a single moment, as he knocked another arrow on the bowstring. Although he was stunned that Bai Longshan was also a dual cultivator of both chi and body refinement. This wasn't the first time that this had appeared in the test today. At the same time, the bald, yellow-robed young man could also feel a sense of danger coming from the golden barrier, causing him to not hesitate to start firing arrow after arrow once again. However, as the first arrow left the bowstring and crashed on the golden shield around Bai Longshan, the scene that the bald young man from the holy sect had expected to see didn't happen. The barrier only rippled for a moment before it returned to its normal condition. instantly deflecting the arrow to the side. Bai Longshun didn't hesitate any longer, as he instantly shot forward at full speed, heading towards the yellow-robed young man. Although he could previously block Bai Longshun's advancement with his arrows earlier, the bald young man from the holy sect had his eyes widen, as he saw arrow after arrow being deflected, unable to penetrate the golden shield. In just a moment, Bai Longshun, who took a straight path forward, and was completely covered with the light from his Tao of Light and his Tao of the Buddha, instantly appeared in the sky above the yellow-robed young man, before he swung his sword sideways. Before the bald, yellow-robed young man from the holy sect could react, the cold surface of a snow-white sword had already appeared in front of his eyes. Before Bai Longshun's calm voice resounded throughout the arena, as he said, "Senior, I win." The bald, yellow-robed young man tried to open his mouth in protest, but the snow-white sword was still hanging in front of his eyes, making him unable to utter a word. Although he knew that there was no way for him to die, it was obvious that Bai Longshun was giving him face by not injuring him and allowing him to accept his defeat unharmed. However, this was even more difficult to the yellow-robed young man than if he was actually injured. Finally, a few moments later, he let out a sigh that was mixed with anger and helplessness before he said, "Fine. You won this time?" As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow-robed young man turned around and flew towards the rest of the disciples of the holy sect in the sky, while at the same time, he also removed the restriction in his cultivation base, allowing it to rise all the way to the peak of rank 5 in one go. It was as if he was saying to Bai Longshun that although he had lost, it was only because he was suppressing his cultivation to the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Otherwise, even though he wasn't a body refinement cultivator like him, the yellow-robed young man would still beat him to the ground. Bai Longshun didn't seem to mind this as he turned his attention towards the white-robed Tao Emperor in the sky and cupped his hands. Cowling smiled amiably and nodded his head towards him, before he turned his attention towards the white-robed Elder Xuan standing next to him. And with a calm look on his face he said, "Xuan Peng, I will leave the rest to you." Without waiting for a response, the bald Tao Emperor waved his hand, and in front of all the disciples present, he immediately disappeared. At the same time, since Bai Longshun had already introduced himself before his fight, the white-robed Tao King, Elder Xuan Peng didn't ask him any questions, and instead, he turned his attention towards the yellow-robed disciples of the holy sect behind him and said calmly, "You can disperse for now." The 1,000 yellow-robed disciples behind him all bowed their heads before they soared in the sky, all of them heading towards the huge mountain located at the south of the arena, whose peak seemed to have pierced through the clouds. Elder Xuan ignored the yellow-robed disciples who left the arena and turned his attention towards those sitting in the audience seats and said with a smile on his face, "Congratulations. Starting today, all of you are now disciples of my holy sect. I will soon explain everything you need to know. But first, let's enter the sect." After he finished speaking, Elder Xuan looked at the 93 disciples sitting in the audience seats who had already passed the 4th test, as well as Bai Longshun, who was standing at the center of the arena, before he soared in the sky, heading towards the huge mountain in the distance where the yellow-robed disciples had already flown to. Shun Long, Lu Mei, Shi Xingyi, and the rest of the disciples sitting in the audience seats didn't hesitate, as they all followed after the white-robed Tao King, flying towards the large mountain as well. As they headed towards the mountain's peak, Shun Long noticed an enormous city erected at the other side, near the foot of the mountain. Even from so far away, Shun Long and Lu Mei could guess that this city was at least the same size as the Heaven's Dome city in the Night Star continent. Of course, it wasn't just Shun Long who had noticed this city but the rest of the disciples as well. But no one asked any questions. Finally, an incense stick of time later, their group arrived at the mountain's peak, only to see a stunning scene appear in there as they continued to follow after the white-robed Tao King at full speed. Eyes. A luxurious white palace was standing tall at the peak of the mountain, with its gates wide open. With just a glance, Shun Long immediately understood that this palace was actually much bigger than the city located at the foot of the mountain. This was definitely not just a palace, but an entire city instead. At the same time, he also noticed that in front of the palace gates, two white-robed elderly men standing guard with their eyes closed. The auras of these two elders were completely retracted inside their bodies, while the robes that they were wearing were identical to Elder Schwan's. The moment that they sensed Shun Long's group approaching, the two elders opened their eyes and scanned the approaching group, revealing their auras at the peak of rank 9 in the Tao King realm at the same time. These elders were actually Tao Kings who had reached the absolute pinnacle, the same level of strength as Elder Schwan. However, after seeing that it was Elder Schwan who was leading this group, the two of them simply nodded their heads before they closed their eyes again. Elder Schwan nodded his head as he greeted the two elders, before he turned his attention towards the disciples behind him. And with that same smile on his face he said, "Follow me." Seeing the white-robed Elder Schwan enter the palace, the disciples following after him only hesitated for a single moment, before they followed after him as well. Finally, a few minutes later, after walking through a long corridor, Shun Long and the rest of the disciples around him found themselves inside a large, spacious room. When Elder Schwan's voice reverberated inside their ears, "I officially welcome all of you to our holy sect. All of you are now considered official disciples of our sect. Before you enter the sect and become outer disciples, each of you will have a chance to change your future today." As he finished his words, Elder Schwan turned around and walked towards the end of the hall, standing next to a large white-colored ball that was hovering in the air, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Change our future." It was unknown who was the one who had asked this, as everyone stared at the white-robed Elder Schwan standing next to the white-colored crystal-like ball, and waited for him to explain. Seeing the confused expressions in the disciples' faces, Elder Schwan nodded his head and smiled as he then said, "Right. Today is your chance to change your future. This white ball's name is the Ball of Fate. It can read your fate and predict your future to a certain extent. Depending on your results today, you may even attract the attention of an elder and be accepted as their personal disciple. Becoming a disciple of an elder will not only give you status in the sect, but you will also get more resources, a better training environment, and even personal guidance from the elder. Of course, every single outer court elder is at least a peak rank 9 Tao King realm expert. Now, let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed Elder Schwan turned his attention towards a red-robed young man who was standing the closest to him. This was actually the same young man that Lu Mei had fought during the third test when they competed for the Holy Sect token. He had barely managed to pass through the fourth test and defeat an outer disciple of the Holy Sect. Of course, he had long since noticed Lu Mei taking the third test, and how easily she had dealt with her own opponent, making him shiver in the process. At the same time, a terrifying feeling had sprouted in his heart when he noticed the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that Lu Mei had summoned during the fourth test. Although he hadn't seen what had happened to the old woman with the red armor during the third test, he clearly remembered that Lu Mei's enormous, hideous black beast had clearly eaten the old man in black robes and the snake-eyed middle-aged man. And yet, somehow, Lu Mei could actually command them freely. Of course, the red-robed young man had already sensed that even though Lu Mei was commanding them, the 3 of them were already dead. Even in death the 3 of them weren't free. Of course, aside from Lu Mei, the red-robed young man had also noticed other terrifying monsters who had passed the fourth test as well, including Shun Long, the black-robed Jiang Chen, the golden-robed Sheng Huang and many others. The geniuses who had appeared in the fourth test this time had already far exceeded his expectations, especially the blue-robed young man next to Lu Mei, whose cultivation was only at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. After turning his gaze towards another young man in red robes who was silently standing a few meters away from him, the red-robed young man took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, as he slowly walked towards the Ball of Fate next to Elder Schwan. Seeing the young man who was standing in front of him, Elder Schwan nodded his head and turned his gaze at the Ball of Fate next to him, almost as if he was waiting for the red-robed young man to place his hand on top of it. The red-robed young man named Zhenya stretched out his hand, And without any hesitation, he placed it directly on top of the crystal-like white ball. Everyone noticed that Zizhenya didn't even need to circulate his chi, as the crystal ball lit up with a pale yellow light. And yet, this light only lasted for a few moments, before it quickly turned white a few seconds later. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Elder Shun shook his head without a change in his expression, as he looked at Zizhenya and said in a calm tone, "You can at most become a Tao King in your life. But it's unlikely that you will even reach the late stages of the Tao King realm, let alone become a Tao Emperor." Next, Zizhenya felt his hopes being shattered while a stifling overcame him in an instant. Would at most become a Tao King? Wouldn't even become a late-stage Tao King, let alone a Tao Emperor. He was the descendant of an early rank 9 Tao King. His grandfather was a powerhouse, and yet he had failed the 4th test of the holy sect in the past. Zizhenya was certain that since he had managed to do so, he would at least become a peak Tao King like Elder Shun, if not a Tao Emperor. Everyone's eyes were focused on the red-robed young man who had yet to move from his spot, almost as if he was in a daze. Before Elder Shun's words sounded once again, "Did you think that every single one of you who passed the test would become peak Tao Kings at the very least? Or even Tao Emperors? You never know what's going to happen in your life, and whether you will survive to see the sunrise tomorrow. As cultivators, you should know that talent isn't everything. You also need luck, powerful comprehension ability, and most importantly, a strong will. Some of you may not even enter the middle stages of the Tao King realm in your lives, let alone the late stages. Of course, some of you may even become powerful Tao Emperors. But if you think that becoming a Tao Emperor is so easy, then think again. Those with terrifying talent will find it even more difficult to step into the Tao King realm in the future, let alone the Tao Emperor." As he said this, Elder Shun's gaze swept past Shun Long, Lu Mei, Zhang Chen, and the other terrifying geniuses that had caught his eye during the 4th test, almost as if he was warning them. The red-robed Zizhenya stepped away from the ball of fate, but a determined look had appeared in his eyes. He simply refused to believe that he wouldn't become a peak Tao King in the future. As Zizhenya stepped back from the ball of fate, Elder Shun turned his gaze towards Lu Mei, and looking at her with a curious look in his eyes, he then said, "You are next." The moment that they heard Elder Shun's words, everyone's attention was immediately focused on the white-robed, white-veiled young woman who was standing next to Shun Long. At the same time, Lu Mei turned her head to the side and stared at Shun Long solemnly for a moment, only to see him nod his head with a smile on his face. Finally, the apprehension in Lu Mei's heart eased slightly, as she took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. From the very beginning, Lu Mei had been wary of this ball of fate the moment that their group entered the hall. If this ball could really predict someone's fate, then Lu Mei, who was already Shun Long's woman, and knew a few things about his past and present situation, had a connection with a living dragon and had also accepted an extremely high-grade cultivation technique from him, was definitely going to attract a lot of attention no matter what. Her fate was definitely no longer simple. However, she also understood that refusing to test her future through the ball of fate was only going to make people even more suspicious. After all, the white-haired peak Tao King, Elder Shun, had clearly stated that this wasn't a test but an opportunity. At the same time, Xie Xingyi didn't say anything either, as she calmly stared at the white-veiled Lu Mei who was walking towards the crystal-like white ball next to the white-robed elder. She already knew that Shun Long and Lu Mei had advanced from heaven-grade rookies to early-stage nascent soul cultivators in a short period of 3 years. To Xie Xingyi, just this alone was nothing short of a miracle. At the same time, Xie Xingyi had also seen how Lu Mei's cultivation had advanced from the early rank 1 all the way to the middle of rank 3 of the nascent soul within a few days. These things by themselves were certainly enough to cause a huge commotion during this test. Even Shang Huang, who was considered an extreme genius in the Night Star continent, had all the resources of the Shengshan dynasty available to him, and had also consumed countless treasures and pills that aided him in his cultivation. Took nearly 8 years to advance from the early rank 1 of the spirit realm to his current stage. Of course, this could also be related to his Tao of Destruction as well. After all, The more unique a Tao was, the more difficult and more time-consuming it would be to comprehend it thoroughly. Even Xie Xingyi herself, who had her Vanishing Shadows unique physique and was extremely suited to comprehend the Tao of Shadows, took 6 years to advance from the early rank 1 of the spirit realm to the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul. However, it was also obvious that Lu Mei's Tao of Death was definitely not inferior to her Tao of Shadows or Shun Long's Tao of Destruction. Thus, Xie Xingyi had actually come to the conclusion that from the people inside this hall, aside from the peak rank 1 nascent soul Shun Long, and perhaps the black-robed Jiang Chen, Lu Mei probably had the most extraordinary fate. Of course, although the rest of the disciples inside the hall didn't know so many things about Lu Mei, everyone had already noticed her undead creatures during the 3rd test, and were already curious about her fate. Seeing the white-robed Elder Xuan nod amiably at her, Lu Mei closed her eyes for a moment, before she placed her lithe, pale white hand on top of the crystal ball of fate. The moment that Lu Mei's hand touched the ball of fate, the crystal-like ball instantly lit up with a bright white light that quickly turned yellow. However, in what seemed to be the blink of an eye, the yellow light had already turned black, causing Elder Xuan's heart to skip a beat. This light wasn't just a dim black light, but one that could swallow everything around it, including all light itself. And yet, just as Elder Xuan was about to end Lu Mei's test, a small part of the darkness at the center of the ball of fate slowly receded, giving way to a bright colorful light that seemed to contain every possible color inside it. At that moment, a tiny crack appeared on the crystal ball's surface, causing Elder Xuan, who had already fallen in a trance, to shout stop. Hearing the white-robed elder's voice, Lu Mei took a step back while retracting her hand at the same time, not continuing to test her fate any further. However, the light on the ball of fate still remained there for a few more moments until it slowly disappeared, returning the crystal ball to its original appearance. And yet, the tiny crack was still on the white ball's surface, like a small stain on a previously spotless jade. Everyone's eyes were focused on the white ball of fate, before they turned their attention to the white-robed Elder Xuan next to the crystal ball. However, the white-robed Tao King didn't pay any attention to the disciples inside the hall, as a complicated look appeared on his face, almost as if he had just realized something. At that moment, the ethereal voice of a woman resounded throughout the silent hall, as she said in a calm, uncaring tone, "Continue the test." Elder Xuan's eyes quickly returned to normal the moment that he heard this voice, as he nodded his head and stared at Lu Mei for a few moments before he said in a thoughtful voice, "Your fate is complicated. The only thing I can tell you is that you will definitely have a chance to exceed the Tao King realm in the future." Everyone stared at Elder Xuan curiously, but no one asked any questions as they saw Lu Mei bow to the white-robed elder and return to Shun Long's side. It was obvious that the white-robed Tao King didn't want to explain more things about Lu Mei's fate, and was ready to continue the rest of the test. At the same time, in a seemingly isolated room, a group of elders were staring at the white-robed Lu Mei in the screen of light in front of them, with a deep look in their eyes. After a few moments of silence, a white-robed old man with deep wrinkles around his eyes and on his forehead was the first one to speak. As he looked at the elders on the table around him and asked in a deep voice, "What does everyone think about this little girl?" Silence filled the room for a few moments, before a beautiful middle-aged woman with her long black hair tied in a ponytail turned to look at the white-robed wrinkled elder next to her, as she then said in the same ethereal voice that resembled a fairy's and had resounded inside the other hall a few moments ago, "Elder Sun Wen, I think everyone here understands what that girl's fate entails. Death, murder, darkness, blood. And yet this isn't the first time that our holy sect is getting a disciple with such a deep and complicated fate. Besides, didn't everyone see the colorful light at the center of the ball of fate? I'm sure that everyone knows what that means. I don't even have to explain the crack at the ball of fate." An old woman with long white hair that flowed freely through her shoulders stood up from her seat and stared at the middle-aged woman a few seats away from her, before she spoke in a deep, wizened voice, "Xuan Zhao. Don't forget that fate is only a possibility and not something certain. No one knows what may happen in the future. Although that girl's fate inside the ball of fate was indeed colorful. This means that there is only a small chance for her to become an immortal in the future. This is not a certainty. After all, there have been plenty of other disciples with immortal fates who have died before they could reach their full potential. What I am more concerned about is that tiny crack on the ball of fate's surface. This is the first time that something like this happens. The white-robed old man, Sun Wen, had a deep look in his eyes as he stared at the screen at the center of the hall. Before he said in the same deep voice a few moments later, "Have Elder Cowling see if he can find that little girl's background." There are very few things that can really tamper with fate like this. A middle-aged man with long brown hair and deep blue eyes stared at Elder Sun Wen for a few moments, almost as if he had suddenly come to a realization. Before he then asked curiously, "Elder Sunday, are you saying that there is someone very powerful backing that girl?" The white-robed old man, Sun Wen, nodded his head with a deep look on his face before he replied seriously, "At the very least, it is someone who has exceeded the Tao Emperor realm long ago. Perhaps it is even someone at the same level as the sect master." Silence immediately filled the room the moment that the rest of the elders around him heard Sun Wen's inference. Before everyone stared at the screen of light at the center of the hall without saying a word. Finally, a few moments later, the middle-aged man with deep blue eyes stared at Lu Mei's figure in the screen of light, and asked in a cautious tone, "In that case, wouldn't it be better if we gave that girl special treatment? Perhaps Elder Xuan Zhao, Mao Jing, or some other female elder could accept her as a personal disciple. After all, although our holy sect isn't considered weak by any means, striking a relationship with a senior at the level of the sect master is important even for us." Staring at the screen of light in front of him, the white-robed elder, Sun Wen, didn't even turn his head to the side to look at the elders around him. Before he shook his head and said calmly, "If that person sent her here through the tests of our sect, he obviously doesn't want her to be treated specially." Turning his head towards the beautiful middle-aged woman named Xuan Zhao, the old woman with long white hair named Mao Jing, and another female elder at the end of the table, Sun Wen nodded his head lightly before he continued, "Of course, if any of you want to accept her as an in-name disciple, then that's still acceptable. After all, her talent definitely warrants at least that much attention." "Then, what about that blue-robed kid who seems to be close to her?" another elder asked curiously as he stared at Shun Long's figure next to Lu Mei. "Let's wait for his results first." Although Sun Wen's tone was calm, it was obvious that he was placing a lot of attention on Shun Long as well. At the same time, at the center of the hall where Shun Long and the rest were in, the white-robed Tao King, Elder Xuan, continued the test. 10 more disciples tested their fates after Lu Mei on the ball of fate. Among them, disciples who were fated to become Tao Emperors started to appear. But after the commotion and shock that Lu Mei's fate had caused, the subsequent scenes weren't as shocking. Finally, as the 15th disciple tested himself, the white-robed Elder Xuan turned his attention towards a short, red-robed young man with spiky black hair, standing a few meters away from him. The moment that Elder Xuan's gaze fell on the red-robed young man, everyone's attention, including Shun Long's, fell on this young man as well. Shun Long clearly remembered that this was one of the few people that was worthy paying a lot of attention to during the 4th test. This person's name was Jun Ren, an early rank 4 nascent soul stage genius, the same level as the black-robed Jiang Chen. However, the reason why Shun Long had placed so much attention on him was because this young man had comprehended an extremely rare Tao, the Tao of War. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him, the red-robed Jun Ren's lips curved up into a smile, as he took a step forward and quickly appeared in front of Elder Xuan and the crystal-like ball. Before placing his right hand on top of the ball of fate, the moment that his palm touched the white-colored ball of fate, a bright red light instantly erupted from the depths of the ball, before it covered its surface in its entirety. This bright red color resembled the color of blood. While at the depths of the crystal ball, there was a faint, almost indistinct mix of colors that was similar to Lu Mei's colorful light that had appeared during her test. The only difference was that Jun Ren's light was actually much fainter than Lu Mei's. And yet, regardless of how faint it was. The moment that this light appeared, it didn't stop Elder Xuan's expression of shock from showing on his face. The white-robed elder clearly knew that even if Jun Ren didn't have the same chances as Lu Mei, his fate was also considered an immortal fate. This meant that Jun Ren also had a chance of becoming an immortal in the future. Although immortal fates weren't too rare in the holy sect, they definitely weren't common enough for two of them to appear during one selection process from the disciples that came from the continents surrounding the central region. After all, Elder Xuan also knew that even in the holy sect's previous selection that took place 2 months ago, there were only 3 geniuses with immortal fates. A few moments later, Jun Ren's expression slightly changed as he retracted his hand from the ball of fate while his eyes stared at the white-robed elder in front of him with an impassive look. Despite the shock on Elder Xuan's face, Jun Ren could clearly see that the colorful light that had appeared on the ball's surface just now wasn't as bright as Lu Mei's. Although he didn't know exactly what this light symbolized, he still had a certain guess in his mind, causing his expression to turn somewhat ugly. Jun Ren didn't wait for Elder Xuan's instructions. As he turned around and stared at the white-robed young woman next to Shun Long with a deep look in his eyes, before he turned his attention towards the blue-robed young man who also had his gaze fixed on him. Was Lu Mei stronger than him? Did she have a more promising future than him? Then what about that blue-robed young man with that terrifying bloodline? No. It's impossible for a single ball to predict my future. Whether it is talent, luck, or willpower, I am not inferior to anyone in the world. The red-robed Jun Ren shook his head firmly while a determined look had appeared in his eyes at the same time. And after staring at the blue-robed Shun Long for a few more moments, he walked back to where he previously stood as he waited for the test to continue. At the same time, Shun Long also cast another deep look at this red-robed young man, before he turned his attention towards the white-colored ball of fate. Just like everyone else inside the hall, he had already guessed that the colorful light inside the ball of fate signified something extraordinary, making even the elders of the holy sect pay close attention to it. Besides, although Jun Ren's colorful light wasn't as bright as Lu Mei's, it didn't mean that Shun Long would underestimate him. Instead, this made Shun Long pay even more attention to this red-robed young man who had comprehended the Tao of War. After all, although others didn't know about it, Shun Long clearly knew that Lu Mei's fate had already been tampered with by coming in contact with Shun Long, who had a terrifying secret inside him, as well as coming in contact with Little Black and obtaining an extremely powerful cultivation technique from him. It would instead be weird if Lu Mei's fate wasn't abnormal. And yet, the red-robed Jun Ren had such a result without coming in contact with a king of magic beasts. No matter what, his fate was definitely extraordinary, which was enough for Shun Long to pay some attention to him. Besides, Shun Long wouldn't trust the holy sect's ball of fate completely. It wasn't that he didn't believe in fate, but he refused to accept that one's future could really be divined. At best, this is just a vague prediction. Even if someone is really talented enough to become a powerful cultivator in the future, it's possible for him to die before he can mature. At the same time, even someone who isn't fated to become powerful enough, if they obtain the legacy of a powerhouse or if they find a rare treasure that helps them advance their cultivation, their future may change. Having comprehended the Tao of Time to his current level, Shun Long had already understood that fate was impossible to truly predict. And yet, this didn't mean that the Ball of Fate's test wasn't important. At the very least, it showed the path that one would follow in their life. After all, it was also unlikely that someone with a very weak fate would end up becoming a powerhouse, unless they met something completely unexpected in their lives. As Shun Long reached this conclusion, he turned his attention towards the white-robed elder next to the Ball of Fate, waiting to see whom he was going to choose next. At the same time, the white-robed elders remained silent as well, not commenting on Jun Ren's fate. As everyone waited for Elder Xuan's decision, Elder Xuan's eyes swept past the disciples in the hall for a few moments, before they finally landed on the figure of a devilishly handsome young man in black robes, with brown eyes and a single scar below his left eye. The moment that Elder Xuan's figure landed on him, Everyone immediately turned their attention towards the black-robed Jiang Chen. And yet, the black-robed young man had a leisure look on his face, seemingly not caring about the attention of the people around him. Surprisingly, Jiang Chen turned his head to the left, and stared at Shun Long seriously for a few moments, before his lips curved up into a smile, as he slowly took a step forward and appeared in front of the crystal ball of fate, even without wasting any time. The handsome, black-robed young man raised his right hand and placed his palm on top of the white ball. The moment that his hand touched the cold, crystal-like ball, a deep darkness immediately erupted from the depths of the ball, completely filling its white surface in nearly an instant. And yet, Jiang Chen's darkness was different from Lu Mei's. This wasn't the pitch-black darkness of death. Instead, the fate in Jiang Chen's darkness seemed to have been mixed with a bright red color, one that wasn't too different from Jun Ren's red color a few moments ago. Just as everyone kept staring at the white ball of fate and waited for a certain result to appear, a colorful light gradually appeared from the ball's depths, as it slowly emerged towards the ball's surface. And yet, before the colorful light could completely emerge, the darkness that was mixed with the color of blood quickly surrounded it, before they drowned it completely, leaving out only a single, tiny speck of this colorful light, that seemed to be ready to be extinguished at any time. Everyone's eyes, including the black-robed Jiang Chen's, widened at this scene, as they all stared at the white-robed Elder Xuan and waited for his explanation. However, just like with Lu Mei's fate, Elder Xuan actually shook his head before he said in a seemingly calm voice, "Your fate is very complicated." Jiang Chen stared at the white-robed elder in front of him with a deep look in his eyes. But seeing that he wasn't getting an answer, he turned around and walked back to the place he was standing without another word. However, before Elder Xuan could continue the test, the deep voice of an old man resounded throughout the room, as it said in a serious tone, "You are doomed to die. But you will have a chance to live a normal life if you so wish. Give up on your dreams and live a normal life. In that case, not only will you not die, but you will also become very powerful. However, you need to know that if you chase something too deeply, you will really lose your life." A trace of shock flashed through Elder Xuan's eyes when he heard this voice, before he turned his attention towards the black-robed young man who had just taken the test. Elder Xuan remembered that even when Lu Mei had cracked the ball of fate, or during Jun Ren's test of his immortal fate, the elders didn't give an explanation. And yet, Elder Sun Wen had personally spoken to give advice to the black-robed young man. It was obvious that there was a deep reason why the elders decided to interfere this time, and explain things to Jiang Chen. Everyone inside the room had turned their attention towards the handsome young man in black robes, who looked shocked after hearing what this deep voice had said. However, the look in Jiang Chen's eyes only turned hazy for a few moments before a resolute look appeared on his face, as he shook his head without saying a word. The old voice sighed lightly, before it gradually turned distant and disappeared from the hall. The entire room immediately fell silent, as the white-robed Elder Xuan stared deeply at the black-robed Jiang Chen for a few more moments, before he continued with the test. More than 20 disciples tested themselves after Jiang Chen, including the young lord of the Mercenaries Association, Zhong Fang. But the colorful light didn't appear in the ball of fate's surface. Even when the turn of the golden-robed prince from the Shengshan dynasty came, the colorful light still didn't appear, no matter how hard he tried to make it appear. An expression filled with anger and fury appeared on the golden-robed prince's face when he saw this result. But he still suppressed it barely a moment later, as he retracted his hand from the crystal-like ball and walked away, while he stared at Shun Long, Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi from the corner of his eyes. Of course, although others were surprised that Shun Huang and some other powerful geniuses didn't trigger the colorful light, the white-robed Elder Xuan wasn't surprised. And instead, he felt that this was only normal. Although the disciples here didn't know what the colorful light meant, as an elder of the holy sect, he obviously knew that it represented immortal fate. If every single disciple had an immortal fate, even Dao emperors wouldn't be rare in the holy sect, let alone peak Dao kings like him. As they watched the tests that took place one after the other, Shazingyi turned her head to the side and stared at Shun Long with a gentle look in her eyes. Before she asked curiously, "Brother Long, do you think that the colorful light means that one will surpass the level of a Tao Emperor in the future?" It wasn't just Shazingyi, but Lu Mei, and even the surrounding disciples that weren't too far away from the three of them and overheard this question. That turned their attention towards Shun Long. As they waited for his answer, although Shun Long was just a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, no one underestimated him. Shaking his head, there was a deep look inside Shun Long's eyes as he stared at Shazingyi. Before he said seriously, "Even for the holy sect, it should be impossible to predict someone's fate. Although the colorful light probably means that someone has the chance to surpass a Tao Emperor in the future. In the end, that's only a chance. Willpower, comprehension ability, talent, and luck are all more important than fate in the end." A profound look flashed past Elder Xuan's eyes, as he nodded his head with a look of admiration inside them. In the past, Elder Sun Wen had said the same thing. Although the holy sect tests the fate of the new disciples, this fate is only a small path that they can follow. Willpower, comprehension ability, luck, and talent are all equally as important as one's fate, if not even more important. Cultivators fight against the heavens. So why should they be restricted by their own fate? One born weak should strive to become strong, while one born strong should strive to become even stronger. Elder Xuan hid the look of admiration deep in his heart, as he continued with the tests of fate. In the end, no matter what, one's fate was still important. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye as the tests continued. And finally, only 3 disciples were left that had yet to test their fates. Elder Xuan turned his attention towards the 3 remaining disciples that had yet to test themselves, almost as if he was deciding which one to test. Finally, his eyes fell on the stunning green-robed beauty with blonde hair who was standing next to Lu Mei. The moment that she saw Elder Xuan's gaze landing on her, Shazingyi nodded her head with a serious look in her eyes, before she took a few steps forward and appeared in front of the crystal-like ball of fate. Without any hesitation, she then placed her palm on the white ball's surface. As her eyes stared at the ball's color that had instantly started to change. At that moment, the ball of fate split in 2 colors. A white light that covered half of the ball's surface, and a black light that covered the other half. The 2 colors didn't merge together, but they coexisted with each other in perfect harmony, almost as if they were 2 parts of a bigger whole. And yet, before Shazingyi could retract her hand, a hazy, colorful light appeared from the depths of the ball of fate, before it slowly emerged towards the ball's surface, causing another wave of shock to rise in everyone's heart. Even though the light was hazy, and was much dimmer than even Jiang Chen's colorful light, it was obvious that Shazingyi was actually the 4th person who had actually summoned this colorful light during this test. Even the elders of the holy sect who were watching this scene from another room couldn't hide their astonishment. As the old woman with long white hair, Elder Mao Jing said in a disbelieving voice, "A 4th immortal fate. And this girl seems to have a relationship with that white-veiled little girl from earlier. Elder Sunday, what does this girl's fate signify?" After hearing the old woman's question, every single one of the elders inside the room turned their attention towards the white-robed old man, whose forehead and the area around his eyes were filled with wrinkles. Elder Sun continued to stare at the screen of light in front of him, before he sighed and slowly said in a calm voice, "That girl has a unique physique called the Vanishing Shadows physique. But that by itself is still not enough for her to possess an immortal fate. Even if she could awaken her physique to its fullest potential, it still wouldn't be easy for her to surpass the Tao Emperor realm in the future. As for the current her who has only awakened 20% of her physique, that's even more impossible. At the same time, although she possesses an immortal fate, it's extremely hazy and weak, even weaker than the black-robed brats from the Jiang family. Which means that she hasn't acquired it yet. This is probably a chance that will appear for her in the future." The moment that the white-robed Elder Sun Wen finished his words, the eyes of the rest of the elders around him widened in shock. At the same time, A white-robed old man who was sitting with his eyes closed and had stayed completely silent previously, suddenly snapped his eyes open like a sword that had left its sheath, and looked at elder Sun Wen before he asked in disbelief the Jiang family. Sun Wen. That black-robed kid is really from the Jiang family. I thought that the Jiang family didn't have any branches outside of the central region. Compared to disciples who had extremely weak immortal fate like Shi Xingyi, something that involved the Jiang family was obviously much more important and interesting to this elder. Elder Sun Wen nodded his head seriously as he kept staring at Shi Xingyi's figure inside the screen of light. Before he said in a calm but certain tone, I actually look at some of the fights during the 4th test and saw that little brat fighting. Although few people know about it, the golden saber that he used during the 4th test is Jiang Tinfeng's weapon that he used when he roamed the central region in the past. The Golden Dream. The room of elders instantly fell silent the moment that the name Jiang Tinfeng was spoken, as everyone stared at the calm elder Sun Wen in shock. Sun Wen's eyes, however, were still focused on Shi Xingyi's figure at the huge screen of light. Before they were focused on the figure of a blue-robed young man standing not too far away from her. At the same time, Shi Xingyi also removed her hand, before she bowed slightly at Elder Xuan, and walked back next to Lu Mei. Although she had seen the colorful light appear in the ball of fate, she knew that the white-robed Elder Xuan wouldn't explain anything even if someone asked him about it. The elder's eyes stared at Shi Xingyi for a few more moments, before he turned his attention towards two young men who weren't standing too far away from each other. One of them was a handsome, blue-robed young man, with short black hair and deep black eyes, while the other one was a handsome young man in white robes, with black hair and deep blue eyes, with a snow-white sword strapped on his waist. Gritting his teeth, Elder Xuan decided to leave Shun Long for last, as he turned his attention towards the white-robed Bai Longshan. Bai Longshan nodded his head and cupped his hands at the white-robed elder of the holy sect, before he took a few steps forward and placed his hands on the ball of fate in front of him. The moment that Bai Longshan's hands touched the white crystal ball at the center of the hall, the ball of fate suddenly lit up with a bright golden light that covered the entirety of the ball's surface. Even after touching the ball for nearly a minute, however, no other result appeared. The golden-robed prince of the Shengshan dynasty seemed to have heaved out a sigh of relief, and was about to turn his attention towards the last person who had yet to test himself, when his pupils suddenly dilated, almost as if he was seeing something that he couldn't accept. From the depths of the golden light, a hazy, dim, and almost indistinct colorful light slowly emerged as well. One that was just as bright as Shi Xingyi's light a few moments ago. Unable to hold himself back any longer, a cold look that was filled with killing intent finally appeared in Sheng Huang's eyes, as he barely held himself back from shouting impossible. He was the strongest genius of the Night Star continent, and yet there were 3 other people from the same continent as him, whose fates seemed to be even stronger than his own. Despite seeing the hazy, colorful light that had appeared during his test, there was no look of excitement in Bai Longshan's eyes. The look on his face was calm, as he voluntarily retracted his hands from the ball of fate and slightly bowed at the white-robed Elder Xuan, before he turned around and walked back to the place he was standing previously. At that moment, as he walked in front of Shun Long, Bai Longshan flashed an amiable smile and nodded his head at him, while a look of curiosity appeared deep in his eyes. Curious to see the result of this blue-robed young man's fate. Seeing that everyone had turned their attention on him, Shun Long took a deep breath, before he took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Elder Xuan and the crystal ball of fate. Looking at the white-robed elder in front of him, he hesitated for a while before he asked in an uncertain voice, "Should I begin?" Of course, Shun Long wouldn't hesitate to participate in any other test, but a test of fate was completely different. If even Lu Mei's fate was altered due to her contact with him and Little Black, then Shun Long had no idea what would happen once he placed his hand on top of the ball of fate. As the owner of the Stone of Time, Little Black's master, and a peak cultivator who had already split his soul into 3 parts before reincarnating, Shun Long knew that his fate was anything but simple. If Lu Mei's test managed to create a tiny crack on the ball of fate, It would be a miracle if the crystal ball managed to remain intact after testing Shun Long's fate. Elder Xuan didn't answer right away, as he turned his attention to the roof of the hall. Although he was an elder of the holy sect, the truth was that he was just an outer court elder. Considering how abnormal Shun Long was, he didn't want to be the one to take the blame if anything really happened. At that moment, the white-robed elders, Sun Wen's voice resounded throughout the hall. As the old man said seriously, "Go on." Elder Xuan heaved a sigh of relief, before he turned his attention towards the blue-robed young man in front of him and nodded his head somewhat warily. Gritting his teeth, Shun Long no longer hesitated, as he placed his right hand on top of the white ball of fate. The moment that his hand touched the white ball, he instantly felt a cold and refreshing feeling enveloping his hand, before it started to spread through the rest of his body. At that moment, every single disciple inside the hall, including the white-veiled Lu Mei, the green-robed Shi Xingyi, the young white lord Bai Longshan, the black-robed Jiang Chen, the golden-robed prince of the Shengshan dynasty Sheng Huang, the red-robed young man who had comprehended the Tao of War Jun Ren, the young lord of the Mercenaries Association Zhong Fang, and every other disciple, as well as the white-robed Elder Xuan, and even the old man who had spoken a while ago, Elder Sun Wen. They had all placed their attention on the ball of fate and the blue-robed young man at the center of the hall. As soon as Shun Long's hand touched the ball of fate, a blinding blue light mixed with a deep golden hue immediately erupted from the ball's surface, before a sound that was similar to ice cracking resounded throughout the entire hall. The moment that his hand touched the crystal-like ball of fate, the white ball that had previously tested everyone's fate actually shattered into countless pieces. Under everyone's astounded eyes, silence instantly filled the hall, as everyone stared at the shattered ball of fate with different looks in their eyes. Lu Mei seemed to have already expected such a result, while Shi Xingyi's mouth was wide open from shock. Bai Longshan's expression looked calm on the surface, but it was obvious that his heart was in turmoil. The black-robed Jiang Chen stared at Shun Long with an extremely deep look in his eyes, almost as if he had finally decided on something. But his actual thoughts were a mystery. Meanwhile, excitement had actually appeared in the red-robed Jun Ren's eyes, as he stared at the blue-robed young man at the center of the hall with a hungry look, similar to a hunter staring at his prey. At the same time, killing intent instantly erupted from Sheng Huang's body as he stared at the shattered remains of the ball of fate on the ground. While a single question appeared in his mind: what kind of fate was that? The blinding gold and blue light had even forced him, a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert, to actually close his eyes. Even the colorful light from Jun Ren, Lu Mei, and the rest didn't have such a result previously. As for the chubby Zhong Fang, his expression wasn't much different from the red-robed Jun Ren's. He didn't seem intimidated by Shun Long's result. Instead, his eyes were actually filled with fighting intent as he kept staring at the blue-robed young man in front of Elder Xuan. Of course, Elder Xuan had yet to process that the ball of fate had actually shattered after testing Shun Long's fate. As he kept staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him with a blank look in his eyes, he didn't know what to say about Shun Long's fate. And instead, he hoped that the elders could provide him with some help. However, what Elder Xuan didn't know was that he wasn't the only one who was staring at Shun Long with an absent-minded look in his eyes. The group of elders that were watching the test through the screen of light all had stunned looks on their faces as they stared at the blue-robed young man in front of him and the remains of the crystal-like ball on the ground, before they slowly turned their attention towards the white-robed elder, Sun Wen. At that moment, the middle-aged elder with long brown hair and deep blue eyes who was sitting next to him could no longer hold himself back from asking Elder Sunday what kind of fate was that. Is it really possible for the ball of fate to be unable to withstand a disciple's fate? Everyone stared at the middle-aged elder who had just spoken, before they turned their attention towards Elder Sun Wen as they waited for his answer. After all, even when Lu Mei had caused that tiny crack on the ball of fate, the elders could still accept it since there was a powerhouse behind her. But destroying the ball of fate simply because it tried to peer through someone's fate, this had never happened before. Elder Sun Wen took a deep breath. While his eyes continued to stare at the shattered remains of the ball of fate inside the screen of light with a serious look inside them. Before he slowly said there are 3 possibilities of why the ball of fate actually shattered. 3. The elders around Sun Wen were confused. But they also waited to hear his explanation. So no one dared to interrupt him. After all, Sun Wen was the most knowledgeable of them all in here in the domain of fate. Nodding his head, the white-robed Elder Sun Wen continued with a serious look in his eyes. The first possibility is that this young man's fate is actually so terrifying that even the ball of fate cannot withstand it. If that's the truth, then I can't fathom what that kid has experienced so far, and what he is going to experience in the future. The second possibility is that a powerhouse who stands at the top of this world is actually backing him, making anyone who tries to peer through this kid's fate suffer to a certain degree. Of course, although this possibility is low, it isn't actually impossible. As for the third possibility, this isn't any less scary than the first one. But if this is actually the case, then the results will be even more terrifying than the previous 2 scenarios. Seeing that Elder Sun had stopped speaking and had actually fallen into a trance, the old woman called Mao Jing could no longer restrain her curiosity, as she was the first one to ask what is the third possibility. After taking a deep breath, Elder Sun Wen nodded his head solemnly before he continued. The third possibility is that this kid is actually hated by the heavens. Hated by the heavens. This wasn't the first time that these elders were hearing this term, but it was the first time that they were actually meeting someone who could actually be hated by the heavens themselves. Seeing the astonished looks on the rest of the elders' faces, Sun Wen nodded his head before he continued. Of course, it's also possible that that kid actually has such a terrifying fate, which is the reason why he is hated by the heavens. I am sure that all of you understand what being hated by the heavens means. If that's really the case, then this kid won't even become a Dao King in the future, let alone a Dao Emperor. During his breakthrough to the Dao King realm, he will definitely be annihilated by lightning tribulation. The moment that the words lightning tribulation left Sun Wen's mouth, every single elder in the room had serious looks on their faces as they nodded their heads. Every single cultivator who broke through to the Dao King realm for the first time would have to withstand lightning tribulation. And these elders here were no different. At the same time, the stronger a cultivator's fate and talent is, the more powerful their lightning tribulation would be. As for someone who actually has a fate so terrifying that even the ball of fate couldn't withstand it, one could only guess how powerful this person's tribulation would be. In case that such a person was also hated by the heavens, there would practically be no room left for survival. The rest of the elders around Sun Wen immediately fell silent, with none of them speaking, as they all stared at the screen of light in front of them. Some of them had already dreamt of taking Shun Long as their disciple and doing their best to groom him. However, if Shun Long was really hated by the heavens, all of their love and attention would be wasted after he fails to break through to the Dao King realm in the future. Elder Sun Wen's expression slightly eased, before he continued with a light smile on his face. If he is actually not hated by the heavens, he may actually survive his lightning tribulation in the future. In that case, it won't be too late for you to take that kid as your disciple after he has broken to the Dao King realm. The elders' eyes lit up with a bright light, as they all stared greedily at Shun Long's back in the screen of light. Right? If he doesn't fail his breakthrough, which one of them wouldn't want to take an extremely talented disciple as their personal disciple, regardless of whether it was in terms of status, wealth, or experience? There were countless Dao Kings who were begging these elders to take them as their personal disciples. In that case, what are we going to do with the ball of fate? If it was just a crack or two, it could still be repaired. But now, Elder Sun Wen shook his head before he said seriously, I would ask the sect master for another one. Although the ball of fate is a rare treasure, in the end, it's not priceless. As long as we pay a sufficient price, we can easily buy another one. The elders around Sun Wen heaved out in relief when they heard this. Although they knew that the ball of fate could be replaced, no one aside from Sun Wen wanted to be the ones who would inform the sect master of this matter. At that moment, Sun Wen stood up from his seat, and staring at the absent-minded Elder Xuan in the screen of light. He then said in a calm but domineering voice, "The test is over. The test is over. The test is over." Sun Wen's voice resounded throughout the hall 3 times, as it entered Elder Xuan's ears and woke him up from his reverie. At the same time, every single disciple including Shun Long, Lu Mei and the rest, all heard this voice as well, as they turned their attention towards the white-robed Elder Xuan in front of them. Although Shun Long's test was extremely abnormal, since the holy sect didn't seem to care too much about it, then they wouldn't care about it either. Instead, they were more concerned about the holy sect's rules and everything else. Elder Xuan nodded his head and cupped his hands in the air, as he then turned his attention towards the blue-robed Shun Long in front of him, and the rest of the disciples standing behind him. Before he said with a smile on his face, "As you have all already heard, the test is now over. Since you are all considered as official outer disciples of my holy sect, it is time for me to explain the rules of the sect to you. However, before that, follow me." As he finished speaking, Elder Xuan turned around and walked towards the huge wooden door behind him. Before he pushed it open with both hands, the gigantic wooden door creaked slightly, before it was slowly opened by the white-robed Tao King, who was the first one to step inside it. Shun Long and the rest didn't hesitate as they all followed after Elder Xuan and stepped past the wooden door, before a completely different scene appeared in their eyes. Sunlight filled Shun Long's, Lu Mei's, and the rest of the disciples' eyes, as an enormous city that spanned further than the eye could see appeared in front of them, while thousands of yellow and grey-robed disciples appeared in their vision. At the same time, the moment that he stepped past the wooden door, Shun Long could feel a wave of extremely pure qi assaulting his senses. One that was actually of an even higher level than his heaven-swallowing vine's qi when it absorbed low-grade spirit stones. Turning around, Elder Xuan stared at the 94 disciples in front of him, and with the same smile on his face he then said, "Let me officially introduce myself. I am Xuan Peng, and I am the outer court elder responsible for the new disciples who enter the sect. Since you are all official disciples of our holy sect, it's time for you to learn how the sect operates as well as the sect's rules." After he finished speaking, Elder Xuan took out a small, golden-colored token from his robes that looked almost identical to the token that Shun Long and the rest had obtained during the 3rd test, and held it in his hand before he said seriously, "The token that you obtained during the 3rd test of the sect is your sect identification token. If you inject your qi inside it now, you will become the owner of the token. Remember, your sect identification token is extremely important. Every time you accept a mission in the assignment hall, or when you compete in faction wars and faction rankings with other disciples, you will need your sect identification token." Faction wars? Faction rankings? Shun Long and the rest of the disciples around Elder Xuan were confused. But Elder Xuan simply smiled as he started to walk forward, almost as if he was touring through the sect, while he continued explaining, "The rules of the sect are very simple. No matter what, you are not allowed to cripple or kill a fellow disciple. If there is an irreconcilable feud between you and another disciple, you are allowed to fight in a death match in the arena, if both disciples are agreeable to it. However, if one disciple doesn't agree, the death match will not take place. If anyone is caught killing or crippling another disciple of the sect in secret, there will only be one outcome for that person regardless of his talent or status: death." As he said those words, Elder Xuan turned around and stared at the disciples behind him while the look in his eyes had turned cold, obviously having no tolerance over those who didn't adhere to the sect's rules. Seeing that the disciples in front of him all had solemn looks on their faces, the white-robed Tao King's expression slightly eased, as he turned around and continued touring through the sect, while he continued his explanation at the same time. "If you are caught fighting with other disciples outside of the arena, both parties will be temporarily detained by disciples of the enforcement hall, before the sect figures out who instigated the fight. If there are any other issues, they will also be dealt with by the disciples of the enforcement hall. Now, it's time for you to understand how the sect truly works." As he finished speaking, Elder Shun suddenly halted his steps as he arrived in front of an enormous building, where hundreds of outer disciples were coming and going in it at all times. Raising his head, Shun Long saw two words plated in gold right above the building's entrance. Two words that actually exerted pressure to anyone who laid their eyes on them. Assignment Hall. Turning around, Elder Shun stared at the disciples behind him before he said with a smile on his face, "This is one of the most important buildings throughout the entire sect. The Assignment Hall. This is where you will be allowed to obtain missions. Both those that are issued from the sect, or those issued by other disciples. Any disciple can issue a mission. And as long as you pay enough of a price, there will be other disciples who will accept it. As disciples of the sect, you need to complete at least one yellow rank mission every 3 months. Or 4 yellow rank missions within a year. You can choose to complete all 4 missions together if you want to keep cultivating without being bothered by the sect for a whole year. However, if you keep cultivating in seclusion inside the sect without completing the missions, the disciples of the Enforcement Hall will come and detain you. As for the missions rankings, you will understand everything once you enter the Assignment Hall later on." As he said this, Elder Shun actually didn't enter inside the Assignment Hall, but he continued walking forward almost as if he was taking a stroll. While he continued explaining, "Now, as you are all newly promoted outer disciples of the sect, it's time for me to explain the most important thing to you. The faction rankings and faction wars. Every single disciple in the sect has to enter a faction if they want to participate in the faction rankings and obtain more resources from the sect aside from the mission rewards. What are factions, you will ask? They are groups of disciples inside the sect that form a team which fights together, and even completes missions together. There are many big and small factions inside the sect, and all of them fight in faction wars to get to the top of the faction rankings. The factions at the top of the rankings in the outer court not only get to obtain lucrative rewards from the sect, but they even have a chance to fight some inner disciples factions and get a chance to become inner disciples as well." The moment that he finished his words, Elder Shun arrived in front of a large tablet that was filled with 100 names. Staring at the top of the tablet, Shun Long saw 2 big words that were written there. And yet the aura they emitted wasn't inferior to the words on top of the Assignment Hall faction rankings: first place, Yang Hui's faction; second place, Chao Min's faction; third place, Dong Cheng's faction. The moment that his eyes landed on the words faction rankings, Shun Long's gaze was immediately attracted by the 3 biggest words that followed after them. The top 3 factions. Elder Shun's lips curved up into a smile when he saw everyone's eyes focused on the top names of the faction rankings. Before he continued, these are the strongest factions made by the strongest geniuses of the outer court. Each one of them is actually not inferior to many strong inner disciples of the sect. Although all of you are talented enough to become outer disciples of the sect, these people are the true kings of the faction rankings. When they heard Elder Shun's words, the disciples in front of him sucked in breaths of cold air. What did it mean to be the strongest geniuses of the outer court of the holy sect? To be called kings among outer disciples? It was certain that their strength was extremely terrifying. Seeing how he had roused everyone's interest, Elder Shun nodded his head before he continued. "However, don't hold any hopes that you will be able to join any of the strongest factions anytime soon. First, you have to prove yourself, and show that you are strong enough to become a part of them. After all, every top faction has to split the resources they obtain with the rest of their members. So gaining more members would mean fewer resources for everyone else." Shun Long and the rest nodded their heads when they heard this. Indeed, no matter how many resources the top factions obtained from the holy sect, in the end, they would have to split it with their members equally. Obtaining more members would definitely increase their strength, but it would also decrease the amount of resources that everyone else would obtain at the same time. At that moment, a young man whose body was completely covered by a beast hide looked at Elder Shun, and with a fearless look in his eyes he asked, "Then, how does one qualify to enter the top 100 factions?" Elder Shun looked at this young man whose cultivation was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, and with a serious look on his face, he shook his head before he answered, "I suggest that you don't even think about it. To enter one of the top 100 factions, you need to first reach the top 1000 spots in the martial roll of honor. The martial roll of honor is the ranking for the 1,000 strongest outer disciples within the sect. And it's a tournament that only happens once every year. However, forget about the you of right now. Even in 3 years, it's possible that none of you will be able to take the 1,000th spot. As Elder Xuan's voice trailed off, every disciple's fighting spirit was immediately provoked when they heard this. After all, each one of them were the strongest geniuses of their respective continents. Even against the 1,000 strongest disciples of the Holy Sect, they believed that it was only a matter of time until they overtook them as well. At the same time, however, Shun Long noticed a look of pity appearing in Elder Xuan's eyes when he saw this scene. It was obvious that the white-robed Tao King didn't really think that these disciples had any hope of entering the top 1,000 spots in the martial roll of honor anytime soon. Shaking his head lightly, Elder Xuan then continued, the next tournament for the martial roll of honor rankings is still 10 months away. Until then, I suggest that you try to familiarize yourselves with the other outer disciples. And hopefully try to enter the smaller factions in the outer court. Don't think that the slightly weaker factions will accept you just because you have passed the sect's test. You need to remember that the disciples that you fought against today were the weakest members of the 100 weakest factions of the outer court. Finally, the disciples in front of Elder Xuan had serious looks when they heard this. Even when the disciples of the Holy Sect had suppressed their cultivation to the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, less than 10% of the original disciples that were participating in the 4th test managed to join the sect, while more than half of them had nearly lost their fights and had barely clinched victory through the skin of their teeth. Even Shun Long, Zhang Chen, Bai Longshan, Jun Ren and the rest of the strongest geniuses actually had serious looks on their eyes when they heard this. Seeing the solemn looks on the disciples' faces, Elder Xuan smiled before he added in, of course. This doesn't mean that no faction will accept you. The weakest factions may even be willing to kick the disciples that lost against you and allow you to take their spots. After all, being a sect is no different than participating in a huge competition. Only by competing with each other will you become stronger. At the same time, if no faction is willing to take you in, you can also choose to form your own faction and accept other disciples as well. That way, you won't have to be afraid that no faction will accept you, or that you will get kicked by the faction and be replaced by other disciples in the future. However, only by completing faction missions issued by the sect or challenging other factions in faction wars and rising in the faction rankings, will you be allowed to obtain resources from the sect to strengthen yourselves and your faction. Elder Xuan's words instantly roused up everyone's interest. Being able to create their own faction indeed sounded attractive. But having to compete with the stronger factions was practically impossible for any new disciples. Most of the disciples of the Holy Sect should be, at the very least, at the middle stages of the nascent soul stage. As for those of the top 1,000 rankings of the martial roll of honor, no one knew how strong they really were just yet. Just this realization alone immediately extinguished the idea of creating a faction from most of these disciples' minds. And yet, there were still many of them who seemed to have the thought of creating their own faction and get more disciples to join them. No matter what, creating their own faction inside the sect sounded much better than joining others. At that moment, Shun Long also noticed Lu Mei's and Xie Xingyi's gazes that were glued on him, causing a wary smile to appear on his face. It was obvious that it wasn't just Lu Mei by herself, but Xie Xingyi as well, who seemed willing to follow him. No matter whether he decided to join some faction or if he decided to create his own. Seeing that so many disciples were interested in creating their own factions, Elder Xuan turned his attention towards a huge building and continued with that same smile on his face. The next place that you will see is only second to the assignment hall in the outer court in terms of importance. Shun Long followed Elder Xuan's gaze as his eyes landed on a huge black building with the words Administration Hall written on top of it. Before Elder Xuan's voice once again sounded in his ears, whether you want to create your own faction, obtain servants that will follow you inside the sect, obtain your sect uniform, or even find out where you are going to live in the sect from now on. You can only do so after you enter the administration hall. Without waiting for any questions, Elder Xuan stepped forward. As he moved towards the huge black building in the distance, after exchanging a few glances with each other, The disciples behind him didn't waste any time as they quickly followed after him. The moment that he passed through the administration hall's gate, and entered inside, Shun Long saw many different counters inside the hall. Like the faction registration counter, the servant registration counter, the living quarters counter, as well as many others. At the same time, at the center of the hall, he also saw the white-robed Elder Shun chatting with another white-robed old man who had almost no hair left on his head. The moment that the two old men saw the disciples that entered inside, Elder Shun smiled at them and looked at the white-robed elder next to him, before he said, "Welcome to the administration hall. This old man here is Elder Je, and he is the elder responsible for this place." The white-robed elder Je nodded his head with a relatively strict look on his face as he stared at the disciples that had just entered the administration hall. Before he said seriously, "I don't think there are many things that this old man has to explain to you. If you want to pick a servant from the disciples that failed the third or the fourth test of the sect, apply it in the servant registration counter before you come to me. Otherwise, try not to disturb this old man for no reason." After he finished speaking, the white-robed elder Je first nodded his head at Elder Shun, before he turned around and disappeared at the depths of the hall. It was obvious that he was not someone that was willing to hold a conversation for very long. Elder Shun didn't seem to mind this, almost as if he was already used to Elder Je's behavior. As he turned his gaze and stared at the disciples that were standing in front of him instead, before he turned his attention towards the living quarters counter a few tens of meters away from him, and said, "Before you choose any servants or try to form your own faction, you should first register yourselves in the living quarters counter and obtain an official identity inside the sect. Your outer disciples' robes, as well as the place where you will live from now on. After that, you can go and find Elder Je if you want to obtain servants from the previous two tests. Aside from the assignment hall, the enforcement hall and the administration hall, remember that there are countless other places inside the sect as well, such as the Golden Treasures Hall where you can even buy and sell all kinds of treasures, rare pills and even pill formulas that have gone extinct in your own continents, high-grade medicinal herbs, rare ores for formation masters to smelt and create powerful runes, and even high-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. Hee. In the Golden Treasures Hall there is even a chance for you to find the second and even the third parts of the cultivation techniques and martial skills that you chose during the second test from the Barrier of Knowledge. Excited looks appeared on the disciples' faces when they heard this, while even Shun Long was moved by this. The might of the first move of the Thunder God's slash when paired with his black star rank sword had already exceeded his estimations during a fight. Hearing that he would have a chance to find the second and the third parts of this same grade martial skill in the Golden Treasures Hall made him eager to have a look at it. However, the most important matter was still to first register themselves in the living quarters counter and obtain the sect robes as well as a place where he and Lu Mei were going to live. After queuing up with the rest of the disciples, it was Shun Long's turn to register himself barely 10 minutes later. Since he wasn't hiding his cultivation, a shocked look appeared on the outer disciple's face behind the counter when she saw the handsome blue-robed young man's cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. However, she still nodded her head and extended her hand before she asked in a curious tone, "What's junior brother's name?" After passing his holy sect token to the disciple in front of him, Shun Long nodded his head in greeting and said calmly, "Shun Long." The outer disciple in front of him obviously hadn't participated in the fourth test, so she had no idea who Shun Long was or how he had managed to pass the fourth test with such a low level of cultivation. After using the help of a black jade to carve Shun Long's name on his holy sect token, she passed the golden-colored token back to him, as well as 3 different sets of yellow robes that the outer court disciples wore, and said seriously, "As long as junior brother injects his chi in his sect identification token, you will be guided towards your own courtyard. Remember that each courtyard only has 3 rooms. 1 main room for you, and 2 rooms for your servants. Of course, if you want to obtain more than 2 servants, you can do so as well. But the sect won't give you a bigger room to accommodate them unless you become a member of a top faction and be awarded one in their areas. As for your outer court robes, if you end up damaging them, the sect can replace them for you. But you will have to pay a certain fee every time you do so. A shocked look flashed deep inside Shun Long's eyes when he heard about the benefits of being a member of a top faction. But he still nodded his head and cupped his hands at the young woman in front of him as he said many thanks. Senior sister? The outer court young woman behind the living quarters counter-cupped her hands in response and smiled lightly as she looked at Shun Long, who turned around and stared at the rest of the counters in the hall. Although this young woman had no hope for any of these disciples that came from the small continents that surrounded the central region to ever enter the top factions, it was true that if one managed to enter a top faction, they would be awarded a much better room than the common ones. After all, this was one of the benefits that the sect gave to the top factions. Thus, as this was part of her job, she had to explain this to every single disciple that entered the sect for the first time, as a way to motivate them to strive to become stronger. After Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi had their names carved in their sect identification tokens and obtained their outer court robes as well, the two women walked by Shun Long's side before Lu Mei asked, curiously, Long Ji, do you want to create a faction? Shun Long noticed that both Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi had sparkles in their eyes when Lu Mei asked this question. And even Lu Mei's veil was unable to conceal the curiosity and eagerness in her voice. After thinking about it for a few moments, Shun Long nodded his head seriously before he said probably. However, let's go to our courtyard first and check the place where we are going to be staying. Since this is the holy sect, I am curious how good their courtyards really are. Seeing that Shun Long had no intention of obtaining a servant, the two girls nodded their heads genially as they saw him inject his chi inside the sect identification token in his hands. A thin white line created from his chi immediately appeared in his vision, guiding Shun Long outside the hall. However, the moment that the three of them were about to walk outside of the hall, a young man in black robes suddenly appeared in front of Shun Long and the two girls, staring at him with a serious look on his face. Jiang Chen. This name appeared in Lu Mei's and Xie Xingyi's mind at the same time, as they stared at the young man in front of them warily, ready to fight if they really had to. Although Jiang Chen was extremely strong, the two girls weren't weak by any means, especially considering that Jiang Chen had already made use of his bloodline power. Even with his higher cultivation, it was likely that he may not be stronger than Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi if the two girls joined hands to fight him. Every single disciple inside the hall had suddenly stopped what they were doing, as they stared at the black-robed young man with curious looks in their eyes. And yet, Shun Long actually smiled as he looked at the young man in front of him, before he said calmly with that same smile on his face, "Come with me." Without waiting for a response, Shun Long took a few steps forward and walked past Jiang Chen. As he stepped out of the administration hall, looks of surprise instantly appeared in the faces of the disciples inside the hall when they heard Shun Long's calm voice, as his words and actions astounded every single one of them, including Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi, who were ready to fight Jiang Chen a moment ago. According to what they knew, Shun Long and Jiang Chen didn't know each other before today, nor had they met each other during the third test either. Thus, Shun Long saying "come with me" while walking past Jiang Chen and stepping out of the administration hall made them both stunned and confused for a few moments. Even Bai Longshan was confused by this, as his eyes stared at Shun Long's disappearing back with an astounded look on his face. And yet, the most shocking part was that Jiang Chen actually turned around and followed Shun Long a moment later, completely ignoring the two girls that seemed ready to fight him at any moment. Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi turned to look at each other, before they immediately stepped out of the administration hall as well. What? Jiang Chen really went with him? Could it be that he and Shun Long have known each other before today? Perhaps they have met each other before the Holy Sect test. After all, nobody knows which continent Jiang Chen came from. No way. Shun Long may truly be a rogue cultivator from the Night Star continent, but Jiang Chen definitely isn't. Otherwise, there is no way I wouldn't know about it. The one who was the first to refute this claim was the young lord of the Mercenaries Association of the Heaven's Dome City, Zhong Fang. Although Shun Long was a genius, if he wanted to stay low-key before they entered the Holy Sect's test, it was possible to do so with his cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. After all, no one would pay any attention to someone who had barely just entered the nascent soul stage before the Holy Sect's test started. But for Jiang Chen to do the same was virtually impossible. Forget about an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator like him. Even the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators attracted a lot of attention in the Night Star continent when they were all gathered together outside the Heaven's Dome city to enter the Holy Sect's test. And Zhongfang knew every single one of them. And yet, although Zhongfang's words were accepted by many disciples around him as he had already introduced himself as the young lord of the Mercenaries Association of the Heaven's Dome city when he passed the 4th test, there were also many others who weren't convinced by this answer. As they looked at the chubby silver-haired young man and asked questioningly if they didn't know each other from your Night Star continent, isn't it possible that they met sometime during the 3rd test? Don't tell me that you were personally monitoring Shun Long and Jiang Chen during the 3rd test as well. Zhongfang was stunned for a moment as he realized that he didn't have a way to refute this, while a sharp glint flashed through his eyes as he looked at the disciple who had asked this question with a mocking tone. And yet, that disciple didn't shy away from Zhongfang's gaze, obviously not being afraid of the chubby young man in the slightest. At the same time, many other disciples seemed to have nodded their heads when they heard this, as they curiously stared at Jiang Chen's disappearing figure as well, as he stepped out of the administration hall too. Indeed, the only possible explanation seemed to be that he and Shun Long had met each other during the 3rd test. However, at that moment, another disciple shook his head when he heard this guess, while a look of fear flashed through his eyes as he then said there is no way that Shun Long and Jiang Chen had met each other during the 3rd test. Although I have no idea what Shun Long did during the 3rd test. What you all don't know is that Jiang Chen is a true madman. During the 3rd test, not only did he take over an entire city by himself, but he didn't go into hiding after obtaining the Holy Sect's token. And he instead sat on top of the city walls and cultivated as he waited for the 3rd test to be over. Every time that someone attacked him, he would kill them without hesitation. Shock and disbelief flashed every disciple's eyes when they heard this, before they turned their attention towards the white-robed Elder Xuan almost as if they were asking for confirmation. After all, considering that the Holy Sect would almost certainly be observing them during the time of the tests, and as the Elder responsible for the new disciples that entered the sect, Elder Xuan must definitely know about this issue as well. Even the red-robed Jun Ren, who was an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator as well, seemed to have turned his attention towards Elder Xuan as he waited for his answer. However, unlike most other disciples, he had a calm and collected look on his face, almost as if this wasn't of much importance to him anyway. Of course, Jun Ren wasn't surprised that Jiang Chen had managed to take over a city by himself. If Jun Ren wanted to, he could easily conquer 10 cities at the same time. The reason why he seemed interested in this was to find out why Jiang Chen stopped Shun Long. At that moment, the white-robed Elder Xuan smiled and simply nodded his head as he stared at the entrance of the administration hall, leaving the entire hall dead silent. Of course, the reason why the disciples in the administration hall were so interested in Shun Long and Jiang Chen, aside from the fact that the two of them had attracted the attention of the white-robed Cowling during the 4th test, was because both of them were extremely powerful. If the two of them had somehow formed a connection with each other and had become friends, there was no way that this wouldn't affect the rest of the disciples as well. This was even more so after the results of the test of fate, that had caused everyone to pay even more attention to Shun Long. At the same time, unaware of the commotion that his words and Jiang Chen's actions had caused to the disciples in the administration hall just now, Shun Long continued following after the white line of qi that had appeared in his vision as he walked towards his courtyard, completely ignoring the black-robed young man that was following after him. And yet, Jiang Chen wasn't impatient, as he followed after Shun Long with a calm look on his face. Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi were both stunned when they saw this scene. But despite their curiosity, none of them spoke, as they followed after Shun Long as well. Finally, less than an hour later, after being guided by the white line of qi, Shun Long arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard that was surrounded by many other courtyards as well. This was the place where most of the outer disciples of the sect actually lived. Although his courtyard didn't seem to be big in size, it was actually surrounded by many formations, including protective formations that Shun Long was unable to break through even if he attacked them with his full strength for days. Even though Shun Long had only studied formations briefly in the last 2 years that he and Lu Mei spent in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and he could only be considered a rookie among formations masters at best. He immediately understood that these formations could even take on the attacks of early-stage Dao Kings without too much trouble. With a calm smile on his face, he then extended his hand. As he pressed his sect identification token on the courtyard's gate. As soon as the sect token touched the courtyard's gates, the protective formations around the courtyard were instantly lifted. While the wooden gates opened at the same time, Shun Long could feel waves after waves of pure chi assaulting him the moment that he stepped foot into the courtyard, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Next at the same time, without any hesitation, Jiang Chen followed after him and stepped inside the courtyard as well, while Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi did the same. Lu Mei's expression immediately changed when she felt the pure chi that had filled the courtyard, as she immediately turned her eyes towards Shun Long as well. This was the second time that Lu Mei had felt such pure chi in the air around her, and it was only inferior to the pure chi that she had absorbed from the heaven-swallowing vine in the past. Although this chi wasn't at the same level as the heaven-swallowing vines, it was actually not too inferior to it either. Of course, due to her blood absorption art, Lu Mei could no longer absorb any chi from the air around her and cultivate normally. Instead, she could only absorb the chi from other cultivators before turning it into her own. This was part of the reason why Little Black had also said to Shun Long that the blood absorption art cultivation technique was extremely difficult to train in. Once someone could only absorb the chi from others to become stronger, it was easier to start killing mindlessly or fall into chi deviation in the future, unless they had enough help to keep themselves in check every time. However, thanks to this, Lu Mei could also advance her cultivation extremely quickly, as long as she was lucky enough to find plenty of strong cultivators that she could absorb chi from. At the same time, Shi Xingyi's and Jiang Chen's expressions changed as well, as soon as they stepped inside the courtyard and felt the chi around them. Unlike Shun Long and Lu Mei, they had never felt such pure chi before. The pure chi that filled Shun Long's courtyard was like heaven for them, as they barely resisted the urge to sit cross-legged and cultivate right then and there. After staying still for a few moments, Shun Long stared at the small house in front of him, before he walked directly towards what seemed to be the main room. The moment that he pushed open the door and entered inside, an extremely plain room appeared in his vision. There were no decorations or anything else inside the room, aside from a single bed and a white meditative cushion on the floor. After taking a look inside the room's interior, Shun Long then turned around and stared at Jiang Chen, who had followed after him and entered the room as well without saying a word, followed by Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi. Seeing that everyone had entered the room, Shun Long's lips curved up into a smile before he sat on the white meditative cushion in front of the small bed. And looking at the black-robed Jiang Chen in front of him, he then said calmly, "You were staring at me for quite a while during the 4th test. Was it because of my bloodline?" Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, before he waved his hand and took out a black meditative cushion from his spatial ring and placed it on the floor opposite Shun Long's white cushion as he sat on it and stared at Shun Long silently. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei also did the same, as she took out 2 small cushions as well, one for herself and one for Shi Xingyi, before they sat by Shun Long's side. At that moment, Shun Long saw the handsome black-robed young man in front of him nod his head with a serious look in his eyes. And after hesitating for a moment, he then said seriously, "So you knew already? In that case, I only have one question. Are you from the immortal dimension?" Shun Long's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard Jiang Chen's question, before his lips actually curved up even further. At the same time, Lu Mei's expression instantly turned cold as she stared at the black-robed young man in front of Shun Long, while Shi Xingyi's gaze was filled with shock and confusion. She had already heard of the ancient legends that mentioned a world of immortals both from her father and her grandfather. Could it be that he is talking about this same world of immortals as well? Its real name is the immortal dimension. However, why would Jiang Chen ask Brother Long if he is from the immortal dimension? Could it be because of his bloodline? It actually originates from the world of immortals, the immortal dimension. Although Shi Xingyi didn't know many things about Shun Long, She was an extremely clever girl, and it only took her a few moments to connect the dots between the legends that she knew of. Shun Long's question to Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen's own response. To understand the reason why Jiang Chen would ask something like that. Turning her head to the side. She also noticed Lu Mei's cold gaze as well as Shun Long's nonchalant smile. Making her even more curious to hear Shun Long's answer. Staring at the black-robed young man in front of him. Shun Long's eyes instantly turned extremely deep before he asked in a calm voice, if you have the bloodline of an immortal-grade magic beast, don't you think it's normal for others to have it as well? This time? It was Jiang Chen's turn for his eyes to narrow, as he stared at Shun Long with a curious look. Almost as if he was trying to figure out whether the blue-robed young man in front of him was bluffing or if he had really guessed something. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to ask another question, Shun Long waved his hand and took out a very big wooden barrel from the Stone of Time and placed it by his side. Before he also took out 4 small cups of wine as well. Swinging his sleeve, he instantly removed the barrel's top, causing an intoxicating smell to fill the room. A scent that would make anyone drunk with a single sniff of it. It wasn't just Jiang Chen or Shi Xingyi who stared at Shun Long in shock. But even Lu Mei, who was sitting on her cushion, had a surprised look in her eyes when she saw him bringing out this wine. She already knew that Shun Long had brewed this wine during their stay in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the City of Sin in the past 2 years. But she also knew that Shun Long didn't want to sell this in the Heaven's Dome city. No matter how many spirit stones it would bring them. He had only kept it for himself and Lu Mei to drink and hadn't shared it with anyone else just yet. And yet, he brought it out today to share it with a person he had never met before. While sitting on the cushion, Shun Long tilted the barrel slightly, instantly filling the 4 wine cups to the brim before he gave one each to Lu Mei, Shi Xingyi, and Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen and Shi Xingyi stare at the bright red liquid in their cups while still enjoying its fragrance, Shun Long then said, "Have a taste." Raising his hand, he then emptied the small cup of wine in his mouth, while a slight smile of enjoyment appeared on his face. At the same time, as he savored the heavenly taste of the wine, Shun Long could feel his body being filled with so much qi that he could probably condense the 8th silver ball of qi at any moment. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei also mirrored Shun Long's movements. As the intoxicating smell and taste of the wine instantly filled her mouth, Lu Mei clearly knew that this was the best wine that Shun Long had created until today. Whether it was in terms of the wine's effects or its taste, it was simply incomparable to the wine that he had brewed back in the Floating Cloud sect. What she didn't know, however, was that to create a single barrel of this wine, Shun Long had mixed hundreds of rank 3 and rank 4, as well as more than 40 rank 5 medicinal herbs together before burying it in the herb garden inside the Stone of Time for more than 500 years. Just the wine's effects alone were no different than if a cultivator was actually consuming a high-grade rank 5 medicinal pill. Even Shun Long had to control himself and Lu Mei and hadn't tasted this wine before reaching the late stages of the spirit realm, due to how powerful the wine's effects were. As for its taste, it was actually even better than its effects. Although Shun Long didn't have the memories of his past life unlocked, and even after breaking through to the nascent soul stage he only had some fragments of his previous life available, he was certain that this wine's taste could definitely rival that of an immortal's wine. He was certain that even Dao kings and Dao emperors would go crazy after tasting his wine. As for Little Black, who was a wine lover, Shun Long knew that the Black Dragon would probably be unwilling to taste his previous wine again. Seeing that both Shun Long and Lu Mei had already emptied their cups, Jiang Chen and Shi Xingyi no longer held back either as they drank their wine as well. A look of excitement appeared on Shi Xingyi's face the moment that she tasted the bright red wine in her cup, while even the cold Jiang Chen wasn't able to completely hide the look of enjoyment on his face. "What do you think?" Shun Long's voice resounded throughout the room, as he looked at Jiang Chen and Shi Xingyi with that same calm smile on his face. Shi Xingyi nodded her head excitedly like a little kid, while at the same time, she extended her little tongue and licked her lips, almost as if she was trying to taste the rest of the wine that had touched her lips just now. As for the black-robed Jiang Chen, he simply closed his eyes as he completely took in the wine's taste to the fullest. Opening his eyes, He stared at Shun Long with a deep look in his eyes before he said seriously, even my father's prized wine isn't as good as yours. Of course. No wine is as good as Long Ji's. Surprisingly, Lu Mei was the first one to answer when she heard Jiang Chen's words. While her words were filled with pride and admiration, Jiang Chen looked at her for a moment. But he surprisingly nodded his head and didn't refute her claim. As he turned his attention towards Shun Long. At the same time, the look in his eyes turned serious. Almost as if he had finally decided on something. As he placed the empty cup of wine in front of him and said, I don't know how you are connected to the immortal dimension. But you are definitely connected to it one way or another. And the power behind you is definitely not weak. I also believe that you are not someone who is willing to join a weaker faction in the sect and you would much rather create one yourself. So, I will actually promise to join your faction as long as you are willing to help me. No. As long as the power behind you is actually willing to help me. I will not only join you, but I will even agree to any terms. Even if I have to join the power behind you or do anything else that they ask. I will still agree to it as long as they help me. A surprised look that Shun Long was unable to hide appeared on his face. As his eyes examined the black-robed young man in front of him who was staring at him seriously. Jiang Chen had barely spoken from the first time that Shun Long had seen him during the fourth test. To the moment before he had drunk his wine. And yet, not only did he now decide to speak, but he also dropped a huge bomb at Shun Long's feet. Even Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi were shocked and confused by his words. But they still stared at Shun Long and Jiang Chen seriously without saying anything. With a calm look on his face. Shun Long first refilled his cup and Jiang Chen's. Before he sat cross-legged on the ground once again and stared at the handsome black-robed young man in front of him. As he then asked, curiously, what kind of help do you want? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He wasn't afraid that his guess had missed its mark and that Shun Long wasn't actually someone who had a connection with the immortal dimension. After all, Jiang Chen had clearly felt that just Shun Long's bloodline alone was something extremely terrifying. Even his own bloodline trembled slightly in front of it. What Jiang Chen was afraid of was that Shun Long wouldn't be allowed to discuss anything about the power behind him. Or that he didn't have enough authority to decide things. In that case, he would definitely decline without listening to Jiang Chen's request. After taking a deep breath, the black-robed Jiang Chen then said seriously, this story starts even before I was born. Nearly 50 years ago. My father's name is Jiang Tinfeng and he was born in a relatively powerful family of the central region. He was actually considered as one of the strongest geniuses of the family, and in just 110 years, he had actually managed to reach the Tao King realm. As he roamed throughout the central region. One day, my father met an extremely powerful and beautiful woman. One whose beauty he had never seen before. The moment that he saw her, he felt his heart stirring and decided to court her with everything he had. Finally, 2 years later, he managed to obtain her love and affection. And 3 more years later, they had a child together. However, before the child could turn a year old, the woman's family actually found her. Before she and my father had gotten together, the woman told my father that she came from a very powerful family. One that was situated in the immortal dimension. Jiang Chen suddenly paused for a moment before he closed his eyes and emptied the cup of wine in front of him. Almost as if he was suppressing his rising emotions. Finally, a moment later, he opened his eyes again and stared at Shun Long before he continued. When the woman's family found out that she was no longer pure, they were furious and wanted to vent their anger. However, since the woman's position in her family wasn't low, they couldn't kill her or cripple her no matter how angry they were. Thus, they decided to kill the man who had tainted her as well as their child. And bring their heads back to the family. Although the woman tried to stop them, she wasn't a match for the people from her family. Of course, my father also decided to fight with them. But despite having considered himself strong in the past, he wasn't a match for any of those people either. He wasn't even able to take a single blow before he was sent flying and was rendered helpless in front of them. However, right as they were about to kill my father and the child, the woman threatened the people from her family that she was going to kill herself unless they stopped. If they stopped, She would agree to go back with them as long as they let my father and her child go. The woman's family had to choose whether they wanted to take revenge or take her back with them. Finally, the most senior out of their group, an old man whose eyes were completely black, was the one who took the final decision. He chose to take the woman back while he personally cut off my father's right arm. Of course, since my father was also a body refiner cultivator, the old man made sure that my father wouldn't be able to regrow his right arm ever again in the future. And yet, despite losing his arm, my father wasn't angered. Even though that was the arm that he used to hold his blade with, he still accepted this begrudgingly. After all, although he wasn't afraid of death, he knew that he was unable to take the woman back at that moment. Only if he became stronger in the future would he have a tiny sliver of hope. However, the old man hadn't finished venting his anger just yet. And in front of my father, who had just lost an arm and was being suppressed by 2 members of that family, and the woman who was also detained by 3 more, the old man then grabbed their child from the neck while he took out a small black dagger from his robes at the same time. Then, in front of my father's and the woman's eyes, the old man slowly pressed the dagger below the child's left eye, creating a finger-sized scar. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, Shun Long's eyes slowly landed on the small scar below Jiang Chen's left eye. But he didn't say a word. He could hear Jiang Chen's voice that had turned angry, while there was also a hint of helplessness inside it. After taking another deep breath, Jiang Chen then continued, that woman was the mother that I never met. A mother who decided to be voluntarily trapped by her family just so I and my father can stay alive. That woman is my mother. When Jiang Chen said the word mother, Shun Long saw the proud young man's previously cold expression slowly melting, as hints of pain and suffering appeared on his face, along with 2 translucent tears that rolled down from his cheeks. It was obvious that Jiang Chen felt that he owed his mother too much, and couldn't accept her situation. He was determined to do anything he could to save her, no matter what the consequences were for himself. This was the reason why he decided to take this risk and approach Shun Long to ask for the help of the power behind him, even though he knew that it was possible for him to become a slave in the future. After all, no one would possibly satisfy Jiang Chen's request without asking him to pay an enormous price for it. Thus, before Shun Long could give his answer, Jiang Chen decided to explain everything without holding back. In the end, only if Shun Long and the power behind him knew about his enemies would they be able to confidently tell him whether they could help him or not. Otherwise, if they decided to go back on their word in the future after learning of the power of his enemies, Jiang Chen would be the one to suffer. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen then touched the finger-sized scar below his left eye with his forefinger as he then continued speaking in a self-mocking tone. My mother comes from the Yu family of the Eternal Darkness world, and this scar means that I have been rejected by the elders of the Yu family. Although I carry their bloodline, I am not a part of their family, but just an outcast. As Jiang Chen finished his words, he stared intently at Shun Long's eyes, almost as if he was trying to see if there was any fear inside them after hearing the name of the Yu family. Of course, although Shun Long didn't have the knowledge of his past life available at this moment but only a few fragments of them, and he didn't know how strong the Eternal Darkness world and the powers on it really were, he clearly understood that to be situated in the immortal dimension and to possess the bloodline of a powerful magic beast, the Yu family definitely had more than just a few immortals backing them. Most likely, they were a really powerful force, one that couldn't be taken lightly by most other powers in the immortal dimension. Jiang Chen's dreams of getting revenge on that family wouldn't be easy even if he managed to somehow become an immortal in the future. Shun Long had an extremely deep look in his eyes as he stared at the young man in front of him, before he said in a calm tone, it's going to be nearly impossible for you to take revenge. Even if you train with the best resources and the best cultivation techniques and martial skills. Even if you have the best sparring partners in this world and manage to become an immortal in the future, you will still be unable to shake a big family in the immortal dimension by yourself. Even if another huge power is backing you, they will still be unwilling to fight a war for your sake, regardless of what you have to offer. Shun Long's words were like a heavy hammer striking in Jiang Chen's heart. This was the answer he wanted to hear the least. And yet, at the same time, He also understood that Shun Long was right. How many people would have to fight in a war between two powers in the immortal dimension? And yet, Jiang Chen didn't show any despair on his face when he heard Shun Long's answer. Instead, he nodded his head calmly with an uncaring look in his eyes. As he stood up from his seat, and turned around to leave the room, he had already been prepared to be rejected from the beginning. He knew that the chances that someone would agree to his request were extremely low. Even if Shun Long had enough authority inside the power that was backing him to decide something like that, who would easily choose to fight another strong power in the immortal dimension for the sake of one person? And yet, there was still a determined look in his eyes as he started to walk towards the door of the room, completely ignoring the blue-robed young man who was still sitting on the white cushion and the two young women by his side. Shaking his head, Shun Long stared at the figure of the black-robed young man that was walking towards the door before he said in a calm voice, although the purity of the bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness in your body has already reached 40%. You won't be able to take on an entire family in the immortal dimension. You won't even be able to fight against their strongest geniuses. You will die before you know it. What you don't know is that in the immortal dimension, the stronger families are even able to increase the purity of the bloodlines of their descendants through special pills and rare techniques, making them even stronger. Someone who is born with a 40% purity of their bloodline can even reach 80% if they are groomed by their family. Do you think that you can fight against such a person? What will you do if you have to fight against someone who is naturally born with 60, 70, or even 80% purity of the same bloodline as you? Can you even stand up to someone like that who has been born in the immortal dimension and has enjoyed the best resources from the very beginning of his birth? Jiang Chen's footsteps halted as he turned around and gazed at Shun Long, who was speaking calmly at him with a shocked look on his face. Almost as if Shun Long wasn't crushing his dreams with his words right now, and instead was stating the most natural fact. At the same time, Jiang Chen was extremely shocked in his heart that Shun Long had actually recognized the origin of his bloodline so easily. The demonic crow of darkness was a rare magic beast even in the immortal dimension, one that not many people knew of. And yet Shun Long had managed to recognize it with a single glance. However, despite wavering for a moment, the look in Jiang Chen's eyes still remained firm in the end as he said in a determined tone, even without your help, I can still take revenge. Shaking his head, Shun Long slowly stood up from his seat at that moment, and pointing his finger at Jiang Chen's chest, he stared at the young man in front of him with an extremely profound look in his eyes before he said calmly, it's useless. Even your unique physique won't be enough to allow you to compete with the best geniuses of your mother's family in the immortal dimension by itself. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's movements turned rigid as he stood rooted on the spot. Shun Long's last sentence resounded in Jiang Chen's mind again and again, causing him to stare at the blue-robed young man in front of him with eyes filled with incredulity and shock. Even in the fourth test, when he was fighting a nearly desperate fight, Jiang Chen still hadn't revealed the fact that he had a unique physique. Of course, the reasons behind it were that firstly, his body refinement cultivation was only at the early 5th stage and wasn't strong enough to help him win the fight against his opponent, the young woman named Wu, who was at the middle of rank 5 in the nascent soul stage. While the second reason was that since he had already revealed his most important trump card, his bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness, he still wanted to keep at least his unique physique a secret for a while. And yet, Shun Long had actually managed to see through it and easily pointed out the fact that he possessed a unique physique. At the same time, both from the look in his eyes, as well as the tone in which he said it, Jiang Chen was almost certain that Shun Long wasn't just grasping for straws. Shaking his head, Shun Long stared at the black-robed young man opposite to him before he continued with a calm voice, even though you managed to hide it well enough, it's nearly impossible to completely conceal a unique physique when you fight. Even if you don't make use of its special traits, it is still possible for others to find out about it due to the fluctuations of energy around your body. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with skepticism and disbelief when he heard this, as he curiously stared at the blue-robed young man in front of him without answering right away. Even his own father wouldn't be able to point out that he possessed a unique physique if he didn't reveal it by himself. And yet Shun Long could actually do so almost effortlessly. And yet, although Jiang Chen didn't want to believe it, it seemed that Shun Long wasn't bluffing either. At the same time, although he had noticed that Jiang Chen hadn't fully believed his words, Shun Long didn't seem to mind. As he sat back down on his white cushion, and with a calm look on his face he continued, "You are actually not the only one who hid his unique physique during the fourth test. There is another guy who also did the same thing as you. However, even with your demonic crow of darkness bloodline and your eternal darkness physique combined, you will still be unable to shake a family in the immortal dimension by yourself. You may not even be able to fight against the absolute strongest geniuses of your mother's family before you die." Although Jiang Chen wasn't daunted by Shun Long's words previously, his confidence was finally shaken after staring at the unfathomable young man in front of him. No matter what, to be able to see through him directly and expose every secret of his almost effortlessly, he could no longer disregard Shun Long's words. And yet, he couldn't give up on his revenge either. Nor could he give up on his plan to save his mother. Seeing the struggle in Jiang Chen's eyes, Shun Long's lips finally curved up into a smile as he looked at the young man in front of him. Before he then said calmly, "However, although you can't do it just by yourself, it doesn't mean that it's something completely impossible to do either. Follow me. Stand behind me in the future. Both as my friend and as a general. I will not only help you to save your mother, but even eradicate that family if you so wish." Although Shun Long was still sitting in the white cushion at the center of the room, his body was exuding an aura of majesty, tyranny and absolute confidence as he said these words, while his calm black eyes had an extremely deep look inside them as he stared at Jiang Chen's eyes. It was almost as if a monarch was recruiting his general, while declaring the course of the future. At that moment, Jiang Chen's body shivered as he looked at Shun Long with eyes filled with disbelief. Unable to hide his confusion any longer, he finally asked, "Why? Didn't you say that no power would do it for my sake? Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Shun Long didn't move from his seat, as he stared at the black-robed young man in front of him before he said, "You are right. No power would do it for your sake. The risk of fighting a huge power in the immortal dimension for the sake of one person is too big. However, I will do it. I will create my own power before ascending to the immortal dimension in the future." Every sentence that left Shun Long's mouth made both Jiang Chen and Xie Xingyi tremble in their hearts. At the same time, Jiang Chen seemed to have realized the meaning behind Shun Long's previous words. Although no power would be willing to go to war against the Wu family for him, Shun Long would be willing to do so. He isn't planning of asking for help from the power that's backing him, but he wants to create his own power instead. As this thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, realization suddenly dawned on him. What Shun Long was offering him was a promise but nothing more. As long as Jiang Chen was willing to stand by his side as Shun Long created his own power, then in the future, Shun Long would help him take revenge on the Wu family of the Eternal Darkness world. However, could Jiang Chen really trust Shun Long? If Shun Long had promised that he would ask for help from the power behind him, then Jiang Chen would have agreed without any hesitation. But creating a power by himself, especially one that would be strong enough to rival a huge power from the immortal dimension, how difficult was that going to be? Of course, Shun Long had already thought about this matter long ago. Whether it was to find out more about the secrets of the Stone of Time, or to unveil the mystery behind Little Black's past, it was very likely that he would have to fight countless enemies and even clash with one of the 9 emperors of the Dragon Realm, Little Black's father, Long Tianyu. Thus, Shun Long had to prepare himself and start creating his own power before he went to the immortal dimension. And Jiang Chen was the perfect person to become his first general. Not only was he extremely talented and possessed the bloodline of a powerful magic beast from the immortal dimension as well as a rare unique physique as well, but his will wouldn't bend no matter what. And he was someone who loved his parents and would do everything for them. Thus, Shun Long had already taken a liking at him, and decided to make him his first general. At the same time, Shun Long also understood how difficult something like this would be for Jiang Chen to accept. This was no different than placing a bet and hoping that Shun Long's dream would succeed. The entire room immediately fell silent as Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi first stared at Shun Long for a few moments before they turned their attention towards Jiang Chen. From Shun Long's words alone and from the fact that he was willing to promise something such as fighting against the Yu family in the future for him. Even if the two girls didn't understand how strong a power of the immortal dimension really was, they still realized the importance that Shun Long placed on Jiang Chen. At the same time, as he stared at Shun Long, the struggle in Jiang Chen's eyes was obvious. No matter what, it was almost impossible for him to simply believe that Shun Long would be able to create a power strong enough that it could rival the Yu family of the eternal darkness world in the future, regardless of how confident he was. And yet, he also knew that Shun Long's previous words were correct. No power would possibly go to war with the Yu family just because of his sake. Even if a power was strong enough to do so and fight against the Yu family, how many experts would die in such a war? Would they really risk so much just for Jiang Chen to join them? Besides, for the Yu family to exist for so many years while possessing the bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness, they likely had many enemies that hated them. And yet they were still standing tall. After all, there was no powerful force that didn't have at least a few enemies or struggles with other powerful forces. Whether it was to vie for more territory or resources, the Yu family had definitely accumulated enough enemies within the years. Thus, if it was that easy to destroy such a powerful family, the Yu family's enemies would have done so long ago and wouldn't wait for Jiang Chen to do it. Staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him, Jiang Chen looked at him deep in the eyes before he asked seriously, what makes you think that you can create a powerful force strong enough to fight against the Yu family in the future? If I really am to trust you, you need to be someone worthy of me following you. At that moment, Shun Long's eyes narrowed as he saw Jiang Chen's cultivation at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul exploding out of his body. And yet, it only exploded outwards for a single moment before Jiang Chen quickly suppressed it. Peak of rank 3. Middle of rank 3. Early rank 3. In just a few breaths of time, he had already suppressed his cultivation at the same level as Shun Long's. The peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul. Staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him, Jiang Chen then said seriously, since we have both used our bloodline powers today, it's impossible to use them again now. Let's fight. I have suppressed my cultivation at the same level as you. The peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul. I will also not use my unique physique either. As long as you can beat me, I will take this bet with you and follow you, helping you create your own power. However, if you lose today, you will be the one to follow me instead. At the same time, Jiang Chen took out his golden saber from his spatial ring, and held it with his right hand, ready to fight against Shun Long at any time. A deep light flashed through Shun Long's eyes when he heard this, before he nodded his head and said in a calm tone, you are right. If you win, it's only fair that I follow you. After all, the strongest is always the king. As he finished his words, Shun Long's eyes immediately turned golden, as the invisible figure of an hourglass filled with 7 silver balls of chi appeared above his head while his cultivation at the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul exploded out from his body. Let's go. As his words resounded throughout the spacious room, Shun Long blinked forward, appearing in front of Jiang Chen in an instant before he punched out with his right hand towards his chest. Jiang Chen was startled for a moment, but he still held his saber horizontally in front of his chest as he welcomed Shun Long's attack. However, right before Shun Long's punch could hit the golden saber, Shun Long's lips curved up into a smile as a gust of wind appeared around his feet, bringing him by Jiang Chen's side. Mystic high-grade martial skill. Gale steps. Lu Mei was startled when she saw Shun Long using this martial skill that he hadn't used for a long time. It was obvious that he wasn't fighting against Jiang Chen with everything he had, as he still hid his Tao of Time. At the same time, although he hadn't seen Shun Long use this movement technique during the 4th test, Jiang Chen was still prepared for any trump card that Shun Long may have had, as a pair of pitch-black wings that were burning with dark red flames sprouted from his back. Saint low-grade martial skill. Demonic wings. The moment that his demonic wings appeared, Jiang Chen's speed instantly increased by many times. even exceeding Shun Long's own speed by a huge margin. His black-robed figure left countless after-images inside the room, as he completely surrounded Shun Long. Due to the demonic Tao that he had comprehended, Jiang Chen's affinity with the demonic wings was much higher than Shun Long's affinity with his Gale Steps. Even if the Gale Steps were a saint low-grade martial skill, it still wouldn't be enough to bridge the gap between Shun Long's speed and Jiang Chen's, mainly due to Jiang Chen's comprehension of his Tao. Even if he used Blink within the small premises of the room, Jiang Chen would easily catch up with him before he continued his barrage of attacks. The golden saber flashed in the room, attacking Shun Long again and again, pushing him in a desperate position. And yet, despite his increased speed, Jiang Chen noticed that he was unable to hit Shun Long with his attacks no matter how much he tried. It was almost as if Shun Long could actually foresee where he would attack, and would avoid every single one of them just in time. As for those attacks that he couldn't avoid, Shun Long was actually able to parry them with an illusionary purple-colored blade that had appeared in his right hand. Even against his golden saber, Jiang Chen noticed that Shun Long's purple blade wasn't destroyed, but it simply rippled a few times before it regained its previous form. Of course, this exhausted Shun Long as well. His illusionary purple blade was created from his Tao of space and it used the energy from his body refinement cultivation. Since Shun Long had yet to break through to the early 5th stage of body refinement, his energy was being rapidly depleted. After clashing with Jiang Chen's golden saber 3 times, Shun Long felt that he was almost out of energy. If his purple blade was destroyed one more time, he wouldn't be able to sustain it during this fight. Finally, after enduring Jiang Chen's barrage of attacks, Shun Long actually stood still at the center of the room, as a faint blue light appeared around his body. His golden eyes stared at the countless after-images that Jiang Chen had left behind as he moved around the room at extreme speed. Before he said in a low voice, "Monarch's domain," the after-images in the room all froze as Jiang Chen's figure had suddenly gone still. With a cultivation at the same level as Shun Long, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to move within Shun Long's Monarch's domain. At that moment, even the 2 young women in the room were affected by it, as their reactions and their thought process slowed down dramatically. Using Blink, Shun Long instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Before he placed the illusionary purple blade in his right hand on the black-robed Jiang Chen's throat, before he stopped circulating his Monarch's domain and said in a calm tone with a smile on his face, "You lose." Jiang Chen's eyes instantly widened when he saw the illusionary purple blade appearing in front of him in an instant, before he immediately halted his movements. As he stared at the blue-robed young man in front of him with a mix of incredulity and disbelief in his gaze. Seeing the calm smile on Shun Long's face, he had immediately understood that he had lost. And yet he couldn't help ask in a low voice how. At the same time, although Lu Mei was calm and had a proud smile on her face as she stared at the fight in front of her, having obviously expected this result, Xie Xingyi had a look of shock as she stared at Shun Long's and Jiang Chen's figures. Even with her experience and talent, she still couldn't understand what Shun Long had done to forcibly stop Jiang Chen's movements completely. At the same time, it was obvious that Jiang Chen hadn't realized what was going on either, as he looked at Shun Long in disbelief while he waited for his answer. With that same smile on his face, Shun Long dispersed the spatial blade in his hand that was on the verge of dissipating by itself as he had nearly run out of energy from his body refinement cultivation already. Before he walked back to the white cushion in front of his bed and sat back down on it, Shun Long thought seriously for a while as he stared at the curious Jiang Chen. Although he knew that sooner or later he would actually have to reveal his Tao of Time, he had planned on keeping it a secret until he had no other choice. However, he also realized that, if he wanted to have Jiang Chen be his first general as well as a real friend, he had to be honest with him. After all, Jiang Chen had revealed everything about his life already, and he was only curious about the Tao that Shun Long had just used. Finally, after staying silent for a few moments, the look in Shun Long's eyes turned serious as he first looked at Lu Mei for a moment, before he turned his attention towards Xie Xingyi and then back to Jiang Chen. Shun Long stared at the black-robed young man in front of him, before he said, "This is my own secret as well. And aside from Maya, you and Miss Xie are going to be the first ones to learn about this." As he looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, the bright golden light in Shun Long's eyes started to emit a blue hue deep inside it before he continued. The Tao that I have comprehended for my Qi refinement foundation isn't the Tao of lightning nor the Tao of space, but the Tao of time. A look of confusion appeared on Jiang Chen's and Shi Xingyi's faces when they heard this. The Tao of time. Neither of these two geniuses had ever heard of someone comprehending the Tao of time before, nor did they know what kind of powers Shun Long had. However, seeing the solemn look on Shun Long's face as he said this, Jiang Chen understood how serious he was. It was obvious that his Tao of time was one of his most important secrets. And yet he had still decided to share it with him in the end. With a smile on his face, the black-robed Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and walked towards the door of the room. Finally, just as he reached the door handle, he said calmly with his back still facing Shun Long and the two girls, I am going to cultivate for a few days. After the 4th test, I can feel myself being just a step away from breaking through. After I finish my breakthrough, I will return here again. Don't go back on your promise in the future. Shun Long's lips curved up into a smile as he looked at Jiang Chen, who didn't wait for a reply. As he opened the door of the room and left without any hesitation. Despite the awkwardness in his tone as he spoke, Shun Long could still understand that Jiang Chen's words were sincere. After Fatty Fu, this was the second friend that Shun Long seemed to have made. After staring at Jiang Chen's figure that disappeared from his courtyard, Shun Long then turned his attention to the green-robed young woman next to him. The reason why he didn't mind exposing the secret of his Tao of time to Shi Xingyi was because Shun Long had already heard from Lu Mei about how the two young women had shared life and death with each other during the 3rd test. And because Shun Long could also feel that this beautiful young woman's gaze when she looked at him was completely different than the gaze she had when she stared at the rest of the outer disciples. Shun Long had noticed that there was a warm expression in Shi Xingyi's eyes when she looked at him, while her gaze was filled with admiration and curiosity along with many other mixed feelings, making her gaze not too different from Lu Mei's when she stared at Shun Long. Seeing how Shun Long was staring at her with a curious look in his eyes, Shi Xingyi blushed lightly before she hurriedly stood up and said, I have to go cultivate as well. Without even bidding farewell to Lu Mei, the blonde-haired kingdom-toppling beauty, whose face had already turned red, then ran towards the door of the room. However, right before she left the room, her feet abruptly stopped, as she turned around and stared at the blue-robed young man sitting on the white cushion and the white-veiled young woman next to him before she said, Brother Long, I will also join your faction. I will see you in a few days. Without waiting for a response, Shi Xingyi's body instantly blended in the shadows, as she disappeared from Shun Long's courtyard. Lu Mei's lips curved up when she saw this scene, forming a beautiful smile, as she turned her attention towards Shun Long and said in a tone filled with joy, I knew that Long Ji is the strongest. Shun Long smiled when he heard this as he then stood up from his white cushion and pulled Lu Mei into a hug. At the same time, he also activated his sect identifying token to lock the courtyard and make sure that no one could enter without permission. Before he removed Lu Mei's veil from her face, and after staring at her for a few moments, he then said, Jiang Chen is actually very strong. Even if we are at the same cultivation level, I still need to use my Tao of time in order to beat him. Lu Mei nodded her head seriously when she heard this, but there was still the look of pride on her beautiful face. Regardless, so far, there was no one who could stand up to Shun Long at the same level of cultivation when he used his Tao of time. Even Jiang Chen was completely incapacitated inside his monarch's domain. The only person who could do so was Kui Guoliang. But he was still a Tao king who had suppressed his cultivation while retaining his insights into the Tao of water during the fight. If Shun Long and Kui Guoliang fought again under the same circumstances, Shun Long was certain that he could take care of the Tao king within a few moves at best. Of course, this was only assuming that Kui Guoliang would restrict his cultivation at the same level as Shun Long. Otherwise it would be impossible for Shun Long to last even a few moves against a Tao king. At the same time, staring at the bashful expression on Lu Mei's face as she looked at him caused a hot feeling to arise in Shun Long's heart. Although he wasn't really a lustful person, after not having seen each other for an entire month, Shun Long couldn't simply let Lu Mei go and start cultivating right away. Taking her in his arms, he carried her all the way to the bed. as he took off his own robes before he started to unrobe her as well. Lu Mei's flawless body once again appeared in front of Shun Long's eyes. And paired with Lu Mei's somewhat bashful expression only caused the fire in his heart to burn even wilder. No matter how many times he saw this scene, Shun Long always felt excitement in his heart. It was the same feeling as if he was unwrapping the same present every time, only to find the same expected result that made his heart beat wildly in response. Sounds of pleasure filled the room for the next 2 hours until they finally quietened down. Lying by Shun Long's side with her head placed on his chest, Lu Mei stared at Shun Long with a gaze filled with love and affection before she said a few moments later, "Long Ji, there have been some changes to my undead creatures after breaking through to the nascent soul." Shun Long looked at Lu Mei with a curious look in his eyes as she then continued, "I can feel that my undead creatures have their own consciousness and I have to use my soul sense to suppress them during a fight so they don't go out of control. But they are also much stronger than before." While they were still watching the rest of the fights during the 4th test, Lu Mei couldn't find an opportunity to mention this to Shun Long as there were too many disciples around them. She could only mention the things that she had experienced after she had been separated from Shun Long once they entered the Holy Sect's test, as well as everything that she had experienced together with Shay Xingyi. After all, this matter regarding her undead creatures was a secret that could potentially risk her own life if it was exposed to a lot of people. Shun Long fell silent when he heard this. Before he patted Lu Mei's head gently a moment later and said seriously, "Try not to summon that giant black beast if it's too taxing for your soul sense. At least until you increase your spiritual strength." Hearing the concerned tone in Shun Long's words made Lu Mei feel warmth in her heart as she nodded her head. At the same time, Shun Long also decided to ask Little Black about Lu Mei's situation as well. A few moments later, after changing himself into his yellow-colored outer disciple robes, Shun Long closed his eyes and sat on the white cushion in front of his bed, before he entered back inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. As soon as he appeared in this space, an excited Little Silver greeted Shun Long, as well as Little Black, who was still asleep. Even though 20 years had nearly passed inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, and Little Black had already finished absorbing the energy inside the Dragon Stone long ago, he still hadn't woken up yet. However, Shun Long could feel that Little Black's situation was still fine. After all, for a dragon, 20 years were nothing more than a single nap. After petting Little Silver for a while, Shun Long decided to let it outside in the real world to keep company to Lu Mei. After all, Lu Mei didn't need to cultivate normally thanks to her blood absorption art. And Little Silver's existence wouldn't be found out even by the elders of the Holy Sect thanks to the protective formations surrounding every courtyard. Of course, although an early rank 6 magic beast didn't hold any allo towards any elder of the Holy Sect, Shun Long wouldn't be able to explain where he found such a magic beast in the first place, since he had only entered the sect today and it was impossible for anyone to carry magic beasts through spatial rings. After letting Little Silver return to his room and stay with Lu Mei, Shun Long sat cross-legged in the foggy space in the Stone of Time and took out the heaven-swallowing vine as well as more than 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones and placed them in front of him. During the last 2 years that he and Lu Mei had been to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the City of Sin, Shun Long had earned plenty of low and middle-grade spirit stones, especially from his shop in the City of Sin, which was the most profitable business for him. However, in order to advance in his cultivation during these last 2 years, he had spent plenty of spirit stones as well. Now, even with the 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones from senior brother Chong, the spirit stones inside Kui Guoliang's spatial ring and what Shun Long had earned from his shop in the City of Sin, Shun Long's total wealth was a little more than 1,300,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Although such wealth was much more than that of an average middle-stage Dao King in the Night Star continent, it still wasn't enough to support Shun Long's expenditure for a long time. Shun Long had already noticed that with his increase in his cultivation, the amount of spirit stones that he needed had also increased by a lot. The moment that it noticed the 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones that Shun Long had placed in front of it, the heaven-swallowing vine instantly started to absorb them, as it filled the air inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time with extremely pure chi. Closing his eyes, Shun Long circulated his monarch's hourglass as 7 silver balls of chi appeared inside it. With the residual energy inside his body that he had absorbed from his wine earlier as well as the pure chi in the air around him, Shun Long condensed the 8th ball of chi in nearly an instant before he started to condense the 9th one as well. Like this. A month had quickly passed for Shun Long inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. While he was still sitting cross-legged on his seat, he could clearly feel the 15 bright silver-colored balls of chi that were now floating above his head inside the monarch's hourglass. In this last month, Shun Long had used up more than 40,000 middle-grade spirit stones. But he had successfully reached the middle of rank 2 in the nascent soul. And yet, Shun Long still didn't stop his cultivation this time as he continued to stay in seclusion with his eyes closed, allowing the heaven-swallowing vine to absorb even more spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, another month quickly passed as 18 balls of chi were now floating inside the monarch's hourglass, allowing Shun Long to reach the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul. It was only then that Shun Long finally opened his eyes before he slowly stood up. More than 60,000 middle-grade spirit stones disappeared like that. Even the golden-robed young man's spatial ring only had 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones inside it. At this rate, I am not sure if I will even be able to reach the late stages of the nascent soul before I run out of spirit stones. Staring at the number of spirit stones that the heaven-swallowing vine had absorbed to provide him with pure chi during this time, Shun Long finally felt the pinch after advancing to the nascent soul stage. If he needed 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones just to advance from the middle of rank 2 of the nascent soul to the peak of rank 2, then 1 million spirit stones may actually not be enough to last him until he reached the late stages of the nascent soul. Of course, this was only something that Shun Long had to deal with due to the monarch's hourglass and its extremely strict requirements, as well as the fact that every subsequent ball of chi after the first one that he condensed needed to be purer than the previous one, which required even more chi to do so. If it was an average peak rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator, he wouldn't even need 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones to reach the rank 9 of the nascent soul in the future. As he stood up from his seat, Shun Long first cast a look at the sleeping little black next to him and patted his head lightly, before he closed his eyes and imagined himself leaving the foggy space. In the next moment, Shun Long could feel his surroundings change as he found himself back inside his room. Dressed in her holy sect's robes, Lu Mei was sitting on her meditative cushion next to Shun Long's as she brushed Little Silver's black fur. Lu Mei's gorgeous black eyes and Little Silver's yellow eyes were both focused on Shun Long's figure the moment he appeared, while a dazzling appeared on Lu Mei's face when she noticed Shun Long's cultivation that had already reached the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul. Shun Long's lips curved up when he saw the unconcealed joy on Lu Mei's flawless face, before he once again used the monarch's hourglass to completely conceal his cultivation and asked her seriously, "Maya, how are you feeling?" Since he had already heard from Lu Mei about how difficult her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage really was, and how she had been close to falling into chi deviation with just her first breakthrough after cultivating in the blood absorption art, Shun Long had told Lu Mei to simply rest for now. Although Lu Mei hadn't exerted herself during the time that she and Shay Xingyi were hidden in the cave during the third test, the mental wariness that they could be attacked at any time made the two girls really tired. This was especially so for Lu Mei, who hadn't completely calmed her mind after her breakthrough during the third test as well, making the burden in her mind even more intense. At the same time, Shun Long had also thought of another way to help Lu Mei during her breakthrough, one that would be even more efficient than turning a rank 5 dreamy ash flower into a pill. However, he still needed to purchase something from the holy sect before doing so. After all, herbs like the dreamy ash flower that had the ability to calm someone's mind and expel their mental demons were extremely rare to begin with. Although people in the City of Sin and perhaps the entire Night Star continent didn't know of the flower's usage, Shun Long wouldn't underestimate every single alchemist in the holy sect and think that no one would know of the flower's effects either. And even if they did, those medicinal herbs that nobody knew much about were the rarest ones in the end. Nodding her head, Lu Mei smiled brightly at Shun Long and said, "Long Ji, I am fine. A couple of days were more than enough to rest completely. In these past 6 days I even meditated and slowly increased my spiritual strength as well." Shun Long nodded his head when he heard this, as he had already planned to visit the Golden Treasures Hall and see if he could find any medicinal herb that could be used to concoct a pill that could increase the spiritual strength. However, the most important thing to do first was to create his faction in the sect. Seeing Shun Long stand up from his cushion, Lu Mei seemed to have guessed his thoughts. As she took a deep breath and said with a curious look on her face, "Long Ji. A few hours after you entered seclusion, that young white lord from the Night Star continent came to visit." Shun Long's brows were raised in surprise when he heard this, as he hadn't expected for Bai Longshan to come visit him. Although this young white lord had shown an amiable face towards Shun Long from the first time that they saw each other during the 4th test, he definitely didn't know about Shun Long's bloodline, which made this visit seem a bit out of place. Lu Mei stared at the thoughtful expression on Shun Long's face with an equal confused look, but she still continued speaking. "He said that he will enter seclusion first and enter the middle stages of the nascent soul before he comes and visit Long Ji again. Apparently he has something that he wants to discuss with you." Nodding his head, Shun Long placed this thought at the back of his mind a few moments later before he turned his attention towards Lu Mei and said, "Maya, let's go." Realizing that Shun Long was going to go to the administration hall to create his own faction, a brilliant smile appeared on Lu Mei's face before she put her white veil back on. However, Shun Long simply shook his head and removed Lu Mei's veil with his right hand before he said seriously, "Maya, there is no need to wear a veil any longer. Covering your face so that others won't covet your beauty isn't something that you should have to do from the beginning. Doing so while we were still weak in the Night Star continent was already humbling enough. If anyone dares to set their eyes on my woman, I will make sure to have them regret it." Lu Mei was stunned for a moment as she looked at Shun Long with a stunned gaze, before the look in her eyes quickly turned into an even warmer look of love. Even before she had left the Floating Cloud sect, she had decided to wear a white veil to cover her face because she had already understood that being too pretty was a sin. It could attract the attention of countless people who coveted her due to her looks and bring trouble to Shun Long and her. This was why she had voluntarily covered her face from the very beginning. However, it would also be a lie to say that she didn't long to take the veil off her face as well. Although she didn't care about other people, she still wanted Shun Long to be able to see her. After all, which woman didn't want their man to openly admire their beauty? And yet, she also hadn't expected that Shun Long would suddenly decide to tell her to no longer wear a veil. As a sudden warm feeling filled her heart, Lu Mei simply nodded her head in response while tears trickled from her eyes. Of course, Shun Long had also thought about this issue long ago. After entering the holy sect, he had decided that he could no longer allow Lu Mei to wear a veil. Not only was Lu Mei not ugly, but her beauty transcended any other woman that Shun Long had seen. The only one whose looks could be considered to be on par with Lu Mei's were Xie Xingyi's. Although Shun Long knew that he and Lu Mei were now in a much more dangerous place, he could no longer allow Lu Mei to keep wearing a veil just so that she wouldn't bring trouble to them. Shun Long's pride as a man could no longer accept this either. At the same time, both Shun Long and Lu Mei could be considered strong enough that they could at least protect themselves. Seeing Lu Mei nod her head, a smile appeared on Shun Long's lips, as he first had Little Silver return inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time before he held Lu Mei's hand and stepped past the courtyard's gates as he headed towards the administration hall. As soon as they stepped out of the courtyard, Shun Long could feel the surrounding disciples' gazes landing on himself and Lu Mei. But he didn't pay any heed to them as he continued walking forward. It was natural that Lu Mei would attract the gazes of the surrounding outer disciples, especially since she had been hiding her appearance during the Holy Sect's entrance test. Who are these two? Are they new outer disciples? I have never seen that woman before. I have heard that there is an extremely beautiful girl among the new disciples named Xie Xingyi. I wonder if it's her. No. I heard that Xie Xingyi has blonde hair. However, I have no idea who this one is. Even though he clearly heard the discussions of the disciples around him and Lu Mei, Shun Long completely ignored them as he kept heading towards the administration hall. Of course, although Lu Mei's appearance attracted a lot of attention, the disciples that followed after her and Shun Long to find out her identity were very few in the end. After walking at a leisure pace with Lu Mei for nearly an hour, Shun Long arrived at the huge black building that Elder Xuan had taken them a week ago. The administration hall. Just like the last time, The administration hall didn't have too many people inside it. Although it was an important building in the sect, the disciples only came here when they needed to do something, while most of the time they would spend their time in the assignment hall. Walking past through the hall's gate, Shun Long quickly spotted the faction registration counter before he walked towards the young man situated behind it. Surprisingly, the young man that was sitting behind the counter wasn't wearing yellow robes, but a set of plain robes without the holy sect's insignia on it. After thinking about it for a while, Shun Long only needed a moment to realize that this person was someone's follower or servant. Of course, since the holy sect allows disciples to work for the sect and obtain sect points as well, why wouldn't those disciples have their followers do their work for them while they either cultivated or they completed their own missions? That way they can gain sect points while not doing anything. As he realized this issue, Shun Long stared at the rest of the young men and women behind the rest of the counters, and noticed that the only official outer disciple doing this job was the yellow-robed young woman sitting behind the living quarters counter. It was unknown if she was doing this because she didn't want to have her own servants to do her work or because there was something special about that counter and the sect wouldn't allow a servant to be in charge of it. Walking in front of the faction registration counter, Shun Long looked at the young man behind the counter and said, "I wish to create my own faction." The young man who was almost dozing off behind the counter raised his droopy eyelids and barely looked at the person in front of him before he extended his hand and said, "Sect token." Nodding his head, Shun Long handed his sect identification token to the young man behind the registration counter, only to see a confusing scene take place. The moment that the young man received Shun Long's token and saw Shun Long's name on it, his sleepy eyes instantly widened, as he stared at the young man in front of him without even noticing the peerlessly beautiful young woman next to him. As he then asked in a shocked voice that everyone inside the administration hall could hear, "You are Shun Long?" Every single disciple inside the administration hall, including those who had followed him and Lu Mei because they were waiting to find Lu Mei's identity, all turned their attention towards Shun Long at the same time. Shun Long wasn't too surprised that the young man in front of him had heard of his name. After all, although Shun Long knew that he was definitely not famous throughout the sect, it was only natural that a few people would pay attention to him as the person who managed to pass through the Holy Sect's test with a cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. Things were exactly as Shun Long had imagined them to be. His name had actually started to spread among the weaker outer disciples' ears, and was known as a person with an extremely powerful bloodline, attracting the attention of even some of the relatively stronger outer disciples. Of course, Shun Long wasn't the only one who had attracted some attention from the newest batch that had entered the Holy Sect. Lu Mei, Shi Xingyi, Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan, Sheng Huang, Jun Ren and the names of a few other powerful new disciples had also started to spread in the ears of those people as well. However, what surprised Shun Long was that the young man in front of him actually seemed to have expected his arrival here. Noticing the doubtful look on Shun Long's face, the young man behind the faction registration counter took a deep breath before saying, "Brother Shun Long, you probably don't know this, but you being ready to create a faction has already been known by some outer disciples already." Shun Long's brows furrowed when he heard this, but the young man behind the counter didn't seem to mind as he continued explaining, "Actually, this is all because of Jiang Chen. Nearly a week ago, Senior Brother Chen Tao personally approached Jiang Chen and offered him a spot in his faction. But Jiang Chen refused without a second thought, saying that he would only join your faction. This is why I knew that sooner or later you would come to create your own faction." A sharp look flashed past Shun Long's eyes when he heard this. Of course, he wasn't angry at Jiang Chen for exposing the fact that he was going to create his own faction before he did so. After all, creating his own faction wasn't going to be a secret to begin with. What Shun Long was most surprised about was that someone had actually approached Jiang Chen at the very first day after they had joined the sect. Based on what Jiang Chen had said and considering his own character as well, after leaving my room he would definitely go straight to his own courtyard and start cultivating. So, that senior brother Chen Tao could have only approached him before he reached his own courtyard. He really acted fast. Too bad that it's only a fool's dream to try and steal away someone I have set my sights on. Almost as if he had guessed part of Shun Long's thoughts. A mocking smile appeared on the face of the young man behind the faction registration counter as he looked at Shun Long. But he quickly suppressed it before he continued. Brother Shun Long probably doesn't know about this. But even after registering your own faction you still won't be eligible to join the faction wars and obtain any resources from the sect for your own faction. To obtain resources from the sect for your faction, you first need to join the faction wars and beat other factions, thus entering the faction rankings, before you are able to obtain any resources. However, to even become eligible to enter the faction wars, your faction first needs to complete 5 D rank faction missions and a single C rank one. As for Senior Brother Chen Tao's faction, it's already a faction that belongs to the top 1000 factions of the sect. Seeing the stunned look on Shun Long's face, the young man behind the faction registration counter smiled brightly before he continued in a more amiable tone. Actually, if Brother Shun Long is interested, Senior Brother Chen Tao has said that he is willing to accept both you and your wife into his faction along with Jiang Chen. As he said this, the young man turned his eyes towards the ice-cold Lu Mei who was standing next to Shun Long before he gulped a mouthful of saliva in the process. This was the most beautiful woman that he had seen in his life. With just a glance, he immediately realized that this was the same white-robed young woman who had covered her face with a white veil during the 4th test. At the same time, Shun Long was a bit confused when he heard the words D rank and C rank faction missions. He clearly remembered that a week ago, when Elder Xuan had introduced the assignment hall to the newly entered disciples, he had said that every disciple needed to complete at least a yellow rank mission every 3 months and 4 yellow rank missions every single year. However, there was no mention of any D rank or C rank missions. It looks like I have to pay a visit to the assignment hall soon. Nodding his head at the young man behind the faction registration counter, Shun Long shook his head, before he turned his attention towards his own sect identification token that he had already handed to the man in front of him and said, I am not interested in joining someone else's faction, regardless of who that person is. Why you? Do you really want to refuse Senior Brother Chen Tao's goodwill? The young man hadn't expected such a response after he took so much time to patiently explain everything regarding the new factions to Shun Long. He was certain that after hearing the difficulty of completing 5 D rank missions and a single C rank, paired with Senior Brother Chen Tao's high ranking of his faction inside the sect, Shun Long would definitely know what to choose. However, the cold and uncaring look in his eyes as he said that he is not interested in joining another faction left the young man speechless. Even the surrounding disciples inside the administration hall couldn't believe that Shun Long had rejected Senior Brother Chen Tao's offer without a second thought. Are you certain about this? You still have time to change your mind. If you really refuse Senior Brother Chen's offer you won't get a second chance. The young man behind the counter didn't seem willing to accept this as he stared at Shun Long seriously while he warned him, hoping to change his mind. And yet, Shun Long wasn't planning to spend his entire day refusing to join another person's faction even if that Senior Brother Chen Tao was standing here in front of him, let alone when someone else was insisting on it. With a cold look in his eyes, he stared at the young man in front of him before he said seriously, I already refused once. I don't care what kind of relationship you or the person you are following in the sect have with that Chen Tao. But I don't have the habit of repeating things. Seeing that Shun Long refused to even consider his offer and wasn't willing to give anyone any face, the young man behind the faction registration counter snorted before he said, just a mere rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie and you want to create your own faction? Fine. Let's see how it will do then. Without waiting for a response, the young man took Shun Long's sect identification token from the counter with an angry look on his face, before he placed it on top of a palm-sized white-colored jade that was hidden placed below the counter. Shun Long's sect identification token suddenly lit up with a white light, while the words Shun Long's faction appeared on the jade's surface for a moment before they quickly disappeared barely a moment later. The young man then took Shun Long's sect identification token and placed it on the counter in front of him before he said mockingly, Humph. Your faction is officially registered in the sect. I have to tell you that to accept someone in your faction you need to have them place their sect identification token next to your own token for a few moments and infuse your chi inside it. However, aside from Jiang Chen, I doubt that anyone will even be willing to join your faction even if you beg them. It was obvious that the young man behind the faction registration counter was angry at Shun Long and would no longer mince his words. If he wasn't obliged to do it, he wouldn't even be willing to explain how Shun Long could accept someone else in his faction. At that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the peerlessly beautiful black-haired young woman next to Shun Long, while a flattering smile appeared on his face as he then continued, "You are Sister Lu Mei, right? Although Shun Long has refused Senior Brother Chen Tao's offer, the offer still stands for you. As long as you are willing, you can join Senior Brother Chen Tao's faction by yourself. For someone like you, I am sure that Senior Brother Chen will be very happy to accept you in his faction." As he finished his words, an eager look flashed past the young man's eyes. Certain that he would definitely receive a sizable reward if he could really get one of the geniuses of this batch to accept this offer. This was even more so for Lu Mei, Shi Xingyi, Zhang Chen, Bai Longshan and Jun Ren. Since word of all 5 of them possessing an immortal fate had already started to spread among some disciples of the sect. Although those who possessed immortal fates within the sect weren't too rare, they weren't common either. Everyone knew that those with immortal fates were the most talented ones in the sect, and they could very likely even reach the top 100 rankings of the Martial Roll of Honor. Someone at the top 100 rankings in the Martial Roll of Honor was even qualified to enter one of the top 10 factions. Having someone at the level of the 100 strongest disciples in the future in his own faction in the future would definitely make even Senior Brother Chen Tao mad with joy. As he thought of this, the young man behind the faction registration counter stared at Lu Mei eagerly as he waited for her answer. However, contrary to his expectations, Lu Mei only shot him a derisive look that was filled with contempt. Before she looked at Shun Long and asked gently, "Long Ji, can I be the first one to join?" The young man's face suddenly turned extremely stiff and looked like he had just swallowed a fly. He couldn't believe that not only Lu Mei would reject his offer in public without a second thought, but she would even ask Shun Long if she could be the first one to join his faction. This was no different than if she was slapping him in the face. After all, he had just said that no one else would join Shun Long's faction aside from Zhang Chen. But his words were swallowed before Shun Long had even left the administration hall. Besides, she wasn't just rejecting him. She was also rejecting Senior Brother Chen Tao's offer as well. Shun Long's lips curved up as he patted Lu Mei's head with a smile on his face. Before he nodded his head and extended his right hand that had just grabbed his sect identification token from the counter in front of him, and said, "Here." Without any hesitation, Lu Mei placed her token next to Shun Long's, before a white light covered her own token a few moments later. The words, "Shun Long's faction," appeared on the back of her token for a single moment, before they quickly disappeared. Not paying any attention to the young man behind the faction registration counter any longer, Shun Long held Lu Mei's hand as he turned around and walked out of the administration hall. After walking through the sect for a while, Lu Mei looked at Shun Long and asked, curiously, "Long Ji, are we heading to the assignment hall?" Lu Mei clearly remembered that Shun Long had mentioned how he wanted to purchase some things from the sect, so she had assumed that they would go towards the Golden Treasures Hall right away. However, the direction that they were headed towards was the assignment hall instead. Shun Long nodded his head as he said, "I'm actually a bit curious about the missions of the sect and their classification. Let's take a look at those faction missions before we look for the Golden Treasures Hall." Lu Mei nodded her head, as she too was curious about the sect's missions after hearing the words of the young man behind the faction registration counter. From his words, it seemed like the C rank and even the D rank faction missions that one needed to complete for one's faction to become eligible to join the faction wars wouldn't be easy. After all, regardless of whether he was just a follower or not, it was true that the young man behind the faction registration counter had reached the peak of rank 4 of the nascent soul. A few moments later, Shun Long and Lu Mei arrived just a few meters away from the gates of a bustling, enormous building, where hundreds of outer disciples were coming and going from its entrance. At the top of the building, the two words that were plated in gold instantly attracted Shun Long's attention: assignment hall. At that moment, however, before he and Lu Mei even had the time to start walking towards the assignment hall, Shun Long felt a gust of wind that carried the fragrance of a perfume sweeping past his face, as a beautiful middle-aged woman appeared in front of him and Lu Mei practically out of nowhere. This woman was dressed in white robes. while her facial features were gentle, with limpid black eyes, a small nose and curved eyebrows. However, what surprised Shun Long and Lu Mei the most was her white robes that were similar to Elder Cao Ling's. During the fourth test, Shun Long had noticed that the white-robed Dao Emperor's Elder Cao Ling's and the Peak Dao King's Elder Xuan's robes had some differences. Cao Ling's and this woman's robes had 2 golden threads around their waist, while Elder Xuan's robes only had 1 of them. The beautiful middle-aged woman who had her hair tied up in a ponytail first looked at Shun Long for a few moments while her lips formed a bright smile, before she then turned her attention towards the yellow-robed Lu Mei next to him. The beautiful woman's smile turned even more enchanting as she stared at the peerlessly beautiful young woman in front of her, before she asked in a gentle tone, "You are Lu Mei, right?" "Hee. You did well not covering that pretty face any longer. My name is Xuan Zhao and I am an inner court elder of the sect. After taking a look at your fight during the fourth test and after seeing your fate, I have taken a liking to you. Hee. You are the only disciple in the entire sect who has comprehended the Tao of Death. And I am also the only elder who can give you some guidance into it. Are you willing to accept me as your master?" Both Shun Long and Lu Mei were taken aback by Xuan Zhao's offer, although they had already expected that an elder may want to take them as a disciple. This was still too sudden. Lu Mei looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, but she didn't directly respond. As she turned her attention to Shun Long, who was standing next to her, "Oh." A smile appeared on Xuan Zhao's bright red lips when she understood what was going on, as she too turned her attention to the handsome yellow-robed young man who was standing next to Lu Mei and waited for his answer. It was obvious that Lu Mei was asking Shun Long's opinion on this matter and wouldn't decide just by herself. Shun Long snorted inwardly when he heard Xuan Zhao saying that she had taken a liking to Lu Mei after her performance in the fourth test and after seeing her results from the Ball of Fate. Of course she would take a liking to a potential disciple who had comprehended the Tao of Death and had an extraordinary fate, regardless of what the colorful light from Lu Mei's fate signified. Just from Elder Xuan's reaction at that time, it was obvious that it wasn't something common inside the sect. Thus, every single disciple like Lu Mei, Xie Xingyi, Zhang Chen, Bai Longshan and Jun Ren would all attract the attention of the elders who learn about their results. At the same time, Shun Long was certain that this Xuan Zhao wouldn't be the only elder who would be interested in taking Lu Mei as her personal disciple. However, it is also true that this woman is the first elder who approached Maya to take her as a disciple. This by itself shows that she is genuinely interested, even if it is just for her to obtain a powerful disciple in the future, regardless of whether she is saying the truth about being able to guide Maya with her Tao of Death. Accepting a master inside the sect will most likely have more benefits than drawbacks for Maya. At the very least she will obtain a backing within the sect and may even be able to gain more resources as well. Although spirit stones are practically useless to Maya, having a master can still help her gain rare pills, medicinal herbs, martial skills or even powerful weapons and protective artifacts. Besides, let alone the fact that this woman will gain nothing if she wanted to harm me or Maya. If that was really the case, there is no way for 2 early nascent soul stage cultivators to resist a Tao Emperor. Although Xuan Zhao had completely retracted her aura, not allowing even one bit of it to leak out, from the 2 golden threads of her robes and the fact that she was an inner court elder, Shun Long could guess that she was definitely a Tao Emperor. As he came to this conclusion, he instantly snapped out of his daze and looked at Lu Mei, who was still staring at him, before he nodded his head and said seriously, "Maya, if you are really willing to accept a master, it may not be a bad thing in the end." Shun Long's answer was short, but Lu Mei immediately understood that he wasn't against it. Whether she really agreed to accept the woman in front of her as her master or not would be up to her. Xuan Zhao nodded her head when she heard Shun Long's answer, before she looked at Lu Mei and waited for her response. After thinking seriously for a few moments, a resolute look appeared on Lu Mei's face, as she nodded her head and bowed deeply at the beautiful woman in front of her as she said, "Master, disciple is willing." Xuan Zhao's lips formed an enchanting smile when she heard Lu Mei's resolute answer, before she nodded her head and said laughingly, "Hee hee. Very well. I'm also happy to obtain such a beautiful and talented disciple." As she finished speaking, Xuan Zhao took out a golden-colored token from her bosom with the word Xuan engraved on it. and handed it to Lu Mei before she continued. Our master and disciple ceremony will take place in my home in the inner court in 3 days from now. You can use this token to enter the inner court if you want to find me. This is also proof that I have accepted you as my disciple. Hee hee. Don't be late, little girl. Otherwise this elder sister will be angry. There was a teasing tone in Xuan Zhao's words as she said the last few words. Before she winked at Shun Long and was about to take her leave. Understanding that Xuan Zhao was going to leave, Lu Mei hurriedly took a step forward and asked her newly accepted master, "Can Long Ji attend our ceremony as well?" Xuan Zhao was stunned briefly as she turned her eyes towards Shun Long and studied him seriously. Before nodding her head a moment later she said laughingly, "Hee hee. All right. I don't mind having one more person present. Besides, it's not going to be just you and me there." Lu Mei heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. While even Shun Long seemed to have warmed up a bit to the white-robed elder in front of him. After all, since it was Lu Mei's ceremony of accepting a master for the first time, he wasn't willing to be absent. After she finished speaking and made sure that Lu Mei didn't have any more questions, the beautiful inner court elder waved her hand with that same smile on her face, before she disappeared in front of Shun Long's and Lu Mei's eyes, as her body turned into 100 flower petals that dispersed with the wind. At the same time that Elder Xuan disappeared, Shun Long also noticed a thin, almost invisible barrier shattering around him and Lu Mei. He actually hadn't noticed this barrier that had covered him the entire time. At the same time, Shun Long also noticed that not a single one of the surrounding disciples had turned their eyes to look at the beautiful inner court elder that had appeared in this place during this time. It was almost as if she had only existed in front of Shun Long and Lu Mei, paired with the barrier that had shattered. Shun Long instantly understood that this was Elder Xuan's technique. And this was also the reason why no one else had noticed the white-robed elder this entire time. With a calm look on his face, Shun Long placed the matter of Elder Xuan at the back of his mind, before he turned his attention towards the enormous assignment hall in front of him. Without any hesitation, Shun Long walked directly towards the assignment hall's entrance where hundreds of other outer disciples were also coming and going from with every passing moment. After walking through the enormous hall's 5-meter-tall gates, a bustling scene appeared in front of Shun Long's and Lu Mei's eyes. With just a glance, more than 1,000 outer disciples all dressed in yellow robes were followed by their own followers as they filled the interior of the assignment hall. Unlike the administration hall, the assignment hall didn't have too many counters, but each one of them was operated by an outer disciple. The busiest one seemed to be the huge exchange counter in the center of the hall, that had 3 outer disciples working behind it at the same time. A huge row of disciples or their followers were queued up in front of this counter, as they all handed in their missions and obtained their rewards. It was obvious that this exchange counter was the place where one could hand in the missions that they had already completed in exchange for sect points. In sharp contrast to the exchange counter was the registration counter that was erected right next to it. There was only a single outer disciple working behind this counter, while only a handful of outer disciples were queued up in front of it. Shun Long had originally thought that he and Lu Mei would have to register themselves in the registration counter, but a few moments later he realized that that was not the case. The registration counter accepted the missions that a disciple wanted to list, and listed them along with the sect's missions on the huge mission board behind the exchange counter. At that moment, Shun Long's and Lu Mei's eyes were both focused on the enormous mission board that had hundreds of outer disciples in front of it. Before Shun Long walked closer towards it, the moment that his eyes landed on the mission board, Shun Long immediately noticed the first words written on it, causing a wave of realization to fill his heart. Rules: missions are split into 3 types: personal missions, faction missions, and disciple missions. Every disciple must complete at least 1 D-rank personal mission every 3 months, or 4 D-rank missions every year. Otherwise, there will be a punishment meted out from the enforcement hall. Every disciple can freely accept any mission regardless of its level without any limitations. After completing a mission, it must be handed in at the exchange hall to receive the corresponding rewards. During personal missions, you are not allowed to receive the help of anyone else, including other members of your faction. During faction missions, You are not allowed to receive the help of anyone else, aside from members of your own faction. So personal missions are the ones that Elder Xuan mentioned that we need to complete every month. But we are not allowed to receive any help while completing them. I guess this is also a test from the sect, trying to hone its disciples. As this thought flashed through his mind, Shun Long continued reading what was written on the mission board, causing his eyes to slowly widen in astonishment. At the same time, mission rankings. Missions are split into 5 different colors corresponding to their own ranks, each of them representing the difficulty of each mission. The colors are split into yellow, orange, red, blue, and purple. Yellow D rank, greater than a cultivation level at the middle stages of the nascent soul, is required to complete these missions. Orange C rank, greater than a cultivation level at the late stages of the nascent soul, is required to complete these missions. Red B rank, greater than a cultivation level at the peak of the nascent soul or at the early stages of the Tao King realm, is required to complete these missions. Blue A rank, greater than a cultivation level at the middle stages of the Tao King realm, is required to complete these missions. Purple S rank, greater than a cultivation level at the late stages of the Tao King realm, is the minimum requirement to complete these missions. Shun Long was stunned when he noticed that even the weakest T-rank missions needed a cultivation level at the middle stages of the nascent soul. While at the same time, he also noticed that the description of the S-rank missions was somewhat different from the previous mission ranks descriptions. Unlike the A-rank missions, the S-rank missions stated that the minimum requirement to complete an S-rank mission was a cultivation level at the late stages of the Tao King realm, which Shun Long assumed that meant that even a late-stage Tao King may not necessarily be able to complete an S-rank mission successfully. This caused a wave of shock to fill Shun Long's heart as he clearly remembered that even the outer court elder that had guided them through the sect a week ago, Elder Xuan, was still at the peak of the Tao King realm. Did this mean that even elders can accept sect missions? Or that there are actually disciples at the late stages of the Tao King within the sect? Shun Long found himself shocked when he reached the second possibility. Although he wasn't afraid of a late-stage Tao King even if he couldn't fight one just yet, he was certain that his cultivation in the future would easily reach the level of a Tao Emperor, and it would even exceed that. However, having disciples at the late stages of the Tao King within the sect was still something shocking, as even the strongest cultivators within the Night Star continent were only at the peak of the Tao King realm as well. This caused Shun Long to re-evaluate the strength of the holy sect in his heart. I suppose that this is why every single peak power of the Night Star continent, and even from the surrounding continents around it, did everything they can to send their descendants or their disciples to become disciples of the holy sect. The strength of the central region is simply incomparable to the surrounding continents in the end. As Shun Long had this thought, he continued to read further below, and decide which mission he was going to choose for himself, as well as take a look at the faction missions that he needed to complete and their rewards. D-rank personal mission, apprehend or kill the middle rank 5 nascent soul stage criminal named Jin Bo, who is terrorizing a village 300 miles away from the holy city. Reward, 120 sect points if he is captured alive or 90 sect points if he is dead. D-rank faction mission, eradicate the den of thieves led by the female bandit Deng Bao. Since this is a faction mission and the bandit leader's cultivation has reached the early rank 6 of the nascent soul, a faction with at least 8 to 10 middle stage nascent soul outer disciples are recommended to take on this mission. Reward, 700 sect points. C-rank personal mission, travel to the seaside plains and kill the middle rank 8 nascent soul stage succubus that is sucking off the life of the unsuspecting men in the region. Reward, 1000 sect points. As he kept looking at the missions on the mission board, Shun Long realized the average corresponding rewards per mission as well as each mission's difficulty. A single personal D-rank mission gave on average 100 sect points upon completion, while a D-rank faction mission could give anywhere from 400 to 800 sect points. As for the C-rank missions, their rewards went up by 10 times compared to the D-rank ones. A single personal C-rank mission gave 1000 sect points upon completion, while a C-rank faction mission could bring in anywhere from 4000 to 8000 sect points. The difficulty of the missions and the corresponding rewards went up dramatically as each tier of difficulty increased. B-rank personal missions gave on average 10.000 sect points upon completion, while the B-rank faction missions gave anywhere from 40.000 to 80.000 sect points. However, the number of B-rank missions was much lower compared to the C-rank and the D-rank ones. As for the A-rank missions, a single personal mission could give as much as 100.000 sect points, while an A-rank faction mission could bring anywhere from 400.000 to 800.000 sect points. Of course, there were less than 3 A-rank faction missions available on the mission board right now, making these missions a rare commodity. As for S-rank missions, there was not even a single personal mission posted on the mission board, let alone one that required an S-rank faction within the sect. Shun Long even doubted whether there were really enough disciples in the sect to form a faction strong enough to complete an S-rank faction mission. At the same time, he also noticed that many of the D-rank missions weren't too far away from the Holy Sect, while from the C-rank missions and above, disciples needed to travel certain distances in order to complete them. As for why there were so many D-rank missions available so close to the Holy Sect, Shun Long didn't think that the Holy Sect left them purposefully because they wanted to train their weakest outer disciples and not let them travel too far away from the sect. Instead, it was most likely because the central region was so huge that it was impossible for the Holy Sect to keep everything in check while not expending a huge amount of manpower. Regardless of how many criminals the sect killed, there were still so many of them that if the Dao King and Dao Emperor Realm Elders of the sect wanted to complete all the D-rank missions by themselves, they would definitely die from exhaustion. Thus, having the outer disciples do this while giving them rewards was the best way for the Holy Sect to train its disciples while clearing the unlawful cultivators around it. Seeing that Shun Long had finally retracted his gaze from the mission board, Lu Mei looked at him curiously before she asked Long Ji, "Is there any missions that you want to choose?" Nodding his head, Shun Long looked at the smiling Lu Mei before he said in a thoughtful tone, "There are some interesting ones, but for now, we can only focus on the easiest ones instead. After all, even the easiest personal D-rank mission needs a disciple to apprehend or kill a middle rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator by themselves. And the reward for it is only 50 sect points." Lu Mei agreed with Shun Long, and after a moment's hesitation she said, "Long Ji, I still haven't solidified my cultivation completely, but I think I can defeat a normal middle rank 4 nascent soul cultivator if I consume the second rank 5 blood ignition pill." A smile was formed on Shun Long's lips the moment that he heard this, as he shook his head without any hesitation before saying, "There is no need to consume another pill. Focus on meditating for the next few days and try to increase your spiritual strength and slowly bring it to the same level as your cultivation level. The next few days are going to be very interesting." Shun Long had already understood that Lu Mei hadn't completely solidified her cultivation during this time, due to her rapid and abnormally sudden increase in her cultivation. It was only natural that she wasn't completely feeling comfortable with her breakthrough just yet, and would need some more time to do so. Advancing her spiritual strength so that her mind and soul wouldn't feel as burdened when she summoned her undead creatures was the most important thing that she had to do. At the same time, although Lu Mei couldn't guess what Shun Long had in mind, she still nodded her head as he saw his gaze that was still focused on the mission board in front of him. Finally, a few moments later, a determined look appeared in Shun Long's eyes as he turned around and exited the assignment hall with Lu Mei in hand. After walking around the sect for barely a minute, Shun Long and Lu Mei quickly arrived in front of a tall and extremely luxurious building that was just a few hundred meters away from the assignment hall that they were in just now. Surprisingly, this building that had 2 large golden doors that were wide open wasn't any less bustling than the assignment hall. No. It actually seemed to have even more people coming and going from its entrance, making it seem even livelier than the assignment hall. While many followers of the various outer disciples had even set up street stalls around it and were selling their goods, making this place have the vibe of a mortal city from the mortal world. After taking a look at the 3 golden words above the building's entrance, Shun Long's lips curved up into a smile, while a light of curiosity filled his eyes at the same time, as he stepped past the building's gates without any hesitation. Raising her head, Lu Mei's eyes also took in the words that were plated in gold above the building's entrance, before she followed after Shun Long and entered inside as well. This was the biggest and busiest market within the entire Holy Sect, the Golden Treasures Hall. This was also the place where disciples could find everything that they needed inside the sect. If the Golden Treasures Hall didn't have what a disciple was looking for, then it was extremely unlikely that one would be able to find that thing elsewhere in the sect. After stepping foot inside the bustling hall, a lively scene appeared in Shun Long's field of vision, making him feel as if he had returned back to the Floating Cloud sect's treasure pavilion. Hundreds of disciples had filled the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall, and were either standing in front of the countless counters as they observed the items behind the glass cases that were covered by protective formations, or they were discussing with the other disciples around them, looking like they were debating whether to purchase the items they wanted or not. Of course, the scale of the Golden Treasures Hall was simply incomparable to the small treasure pavilion in the Floating Cloud sect. Although this place wasn't meant for cultivation, just the pure chi inside the Golden Treasures Hall was actually even purer than the chi inside Shun Long's own courtyard. Walking with Lu Mei by his side, Shun Long started to walk around the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall as he curiously took in the scenes around him. Rank 5 and even rank 6 medicinal herbs and pills had filled this place, along with many powerful gold-grade weapons and armor, while even the corpses of some powerful rank 5 and even some early rank 6 magic beasts were for sale as well. Although rank 3 gold-grade weapons and armor were considered things that only powerful Dao Kings could usually possess in the Night Star continent, both due to their rarity or their strength, inside the Golden Treasures Hall, they weren't regarded too highly. A single rank 3 gold-grade sword was sold for 2,000 sect points, while a peak rank 3 gold-grade one could cost anywhere from 10.000 to 40.000 sect points. As for armor at the same level, a single rank 3 gold-grade armor was sold for 5,000 sect points, while a peak rank 3 gold-grade one easily reached a price of 70.000 sect points. It was obvious that armor of the same level was much more expensive than a normal weapon, especially due to their rarity. At the same time, Shun Long also noticed quite a few Saint low-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills for sale, making every disciple who stepped foot inside the Golden Treasures Hall for the first time suck in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that most of these Saint low-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills were the second parts of the techniques that many disciples had picked from the barrier of knowledge. As he kept walking around the hall, Shun Long even saw some powerful talismans that were also for sale in this place, but their prices could at the very least be considered exorbitant. During this time, he had also noticed that the protective formations covering the glass cases behind every counter were actually strong enough to withstand even the full-powered attacks of average Dao Kings without any problems. This meant that every single protective formation behind each glass case was inscribed by formation masters who had reached at least the rank 2 gold grade level, if not higher. However, what made Shun Long slightly dejected was that nearly everything inside the Golden Treasures Hall could only be purchased using sect points, while very few things could actually be purchased with spirit stones. Of course, this problem was only temporary as neither he nor Lu Mei had any sect points at this moment, but it could easily be solved as long as he was willing to sell a few things of his own. Shun Long was certain that as long as he was willing to sell a few of his rarer pills, it would definitely create a commotion in the Golden Treasures Hall. And yet, he wasn't in a rush to sell anything to the hall just yet. As he continued, touring around the first floor of the hall with Lu Mei next to him. Finally, a few minutes later, a bright look flashed inside Shun Long's eyes as he suddenly stopped in front of a glass counter and stared at the yellow-colored scroll inside it. At the surface of the scroll, only 4 words were written, but they were enough to instantly attract his attention. Thunder Gods / second part. Price, 50.000 sect points. The second part of the Thunder Gods / below the yellow-colored scroll. The Golden Treasures Hall also listed the martial skills price, causing Shun Long's eyes to narrow for a moment. 50.000 sect points. Just the price of this second part of the Thunder Gods / alone was as expensive as the best peak rank 3 gold grade swords on this floor. And yet, Shun Long also knew that this price made sense as well. After all, a Saint low-grade martial skill was clearly much rarer than a peak rank 3 gold-grade weapon. At the same time, a weapon also needed to be maintained by a formation master as well. especially if it was damaged after a tough fight, causing a cultivator to pay even more than the price of a single low-level martial skill in the long run. Of course, martial skills could also be passed down to one's family without any restrictions, allowing more than one person could learn them at the same time, thus making the value of a complete Saint low-grade martial skill simply incomparable to even 5 peak rank 3 gold-grade weapons. Just as Shun Long was debating whether he should sell some of his pills or medicinal herbs to purchase the second part of the Thunder God's slash, his gaze was suddenly attracted to a small counter a few meters away from him and Lu Mei, while his eyes suddenly lit up with a bright light at the same time. Shun Long's gaze was instantly focused on a single, silver-colored wooden musical instrument with 7 strings, causing a smile to slowly form itself on his lips, temporarily ignoring the second part of the Thunder God's slash in front of him. Shun Long was still holding Lu Mei's hand, as he took a few steps forward and quickly appeared in front of the small counter that was just a few meters away from him. Lu Mei was surprised by Shun Long's sudden actions, as she looked at him for a second before following his field of view. As she turned her gaze towards the silver-colored musical instrument in the counter in front of her with a slightly confused look on her face, she didn't understand why Shun Long was suddenly interested in this musical instrument. However, seeing that his focus was still on the glass case in front of him, Lu Mei didn't ask anything as she kept staring at the item inside, trying to figure out if there was anything special about it. Shun Long's eyes had turned extremely deep, almost as if he was examining intently the silver-colored musical instrument in front of him. Finally, after staring at it for more than a minute, he slowly lowered his gaze to look at the words that were written below the instrument instead: Silverbark, Guqin. Price, 70.000 sect points. The introduction written below the Guqin was extremely simple, only listing the Guqin's name as well as its price. But it still made Shun Long's lips curve up into a smile after reading it, although the price of the Guqin was considered exorbitant. With just a glance at the look on Shun Long's face, Lu Mei immediately realized that Shun Long was planning to purchase this thing if it was possible. At the same time, the young man behind the counter, who was obviously not an outer disciple judging from his robes but a follower of a disciple of the sect instead, was surprised to see someone stand in front of the counter and stare at the item inside for so long. He had worked here for a long time, but he hadn't seen anyone stare at the silver Guqin with such an interested look as this new disciple in front of him. Usually, everyone who took a look at the price of the Guqin would escape as far away as possible when they actually saw it. After all, 70.000 sect points wasn't a price that any outer disciple would normally be willing to pay for a single musical instrument. This price had already exceeded the average price of the first and second parts of a Saint low-grade cultivation technique or martial skill in the Golden Treasures Hall. Only the wealthiest of disciples would be willing to pay such a price for their own musical instruments. And those disciples already had their own instruments and didn't need to purchase new ones. Staring at the unconcealed smile on Shun Long's face, Lu Mei was the first one to break the silence a few moments later as she asked Long Ji, "Are you going to buy this Guqin?" It was natural that Lu Mei would be surprised by Shun Long's sudden interest in the Guqin. After all, forget about the Guqin. In the last 3 years, Shun Long hadn't shown an interest in any musical instrument before. At the same time, the young man behind the counter scoffed in his heart when he heard this. He was going to buy the Guqin. In the last 2 months that he had been working on the Golden Treasures Hall, he had already realized how few disciples would be able to afford to spend 70.000 sect points so easily for something like this. It was obvious that these 2 disciples in front of him were ignorant new disciples who didn't know the importance of sect points just yet. Nodding his head at Lu Mei, Shun Long turned his attention towards the young man behind the counter in front of him. And ignoring the weird look on his face, he then asked in a curious tone, "Is there a place that can I sell pills or other items in this place?" Without a change in his expression, the young man behind the counter pointed at a large counter a small distance away from him, where 2 young men and a young woman were standing behind it. Before saying, "If you have anything that you want to sell for sect points, you can try selling it there." However, the Golden Treasures Hall won't buy things that it already has a large excess of, like middle grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills or similar pills. Nor will it buy any weapons below the rank 3 gold grade. Nodding his head, Shun Long walked towards the counter in the distance with Lu Mei in hand. And seeing that there was no queue, he walked towards the young man on the right of the counter. The young man, who was obviously also a follower of some disciple, had a professional smile on his face when he saw Shun Long and Lu Mei. Almost as if he was seeing two customers who had stepped into his own shop. Before he said smilingly, "How can I help you?" Waving his hand, Shun Long took out 3 different pill bottles from his spatial ring and said seriously, "I wish to sell some rank 5 pills." The young man behind the counter had the same professional smile on his face when he heard this. And without any urgency in his tone, he said calmly, "Please allow me to have a look." Nodding his head, Shun Long placed the 3 pill bottles in his hands on the counter in front of him, allowing the young man behind it to inspect them. Even if the young man in front of Shun Long wasn't an alchemist himself, it was obvious that he had certain knowledge of alchemy. As he carefully opened the first bottle and tilted it slightly, allowing a single pill to roll on the counter in front of him before he started to sniff it, the young man's eyes widened slightly at that moment, as he said without any hesitation, "A top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pill." Naturally, the reason why the young man behind the counter was slightly shocked was because disciples would only try to buy top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills from the Golden Treasures Hall and wouldn't try to sell them instead. After all, which disciple didn't need to replenish their chi when they run out and they were in a dangerous situation? And yet, although he had already identified the pill in front of him, the young man still took out a silver dagger and carefully shaved off a small part of the pill to verify its effects. After making sure that it was indeed a genuine top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pill, he turned his attention towards Shun Long in front of him before he said with that same professional smile on his face, "Young master, if you are willing, the Golden Treasures Hall can purchase your top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills for 20 sect points per pill. For this entire bottle of top-grade chi replenishing pills you can get a total of 200 sect points right away." Afraid that Shun Long would misunderstand, the young man behind the counter then continued normally. "The Golden Treasures Hall will not purchase low or middle grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills, but it can purchase high or top grade ones for 5 or 20 sect points per pill respectively, depending on the pill's quality." Nodding his head, Shun Long understood that this was indeed normal. He had already seen earlier that a single bottle of high-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills was being sold for 80 sect points, which meant that the Golden Treasures Hall would only make a 30 sect point profit if they bought 10 high-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills for 5 sect points each. As for top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills, each of them were being sold for 30 sect points each, while a single bottle of 10 pills could be purchased for 300 sect points. Thus, buying Shun Long's pills for 200 sect points would net the Golden Treasures Hall with 100 sect points profit. Naturally, if Shun Long wanted to, he could also set up a stall and sell his pills outside the Golden Treasures Hall just like many other disciples did. And he could probably make even more sect points that way. But considering that he didn't have any followers nor was he planning to accept any of them, he would have to wait for a long time as he sat behind his stall until he completely sold off all of his pills. At the same time, there were some pills that many outer disciples may have not even heard of before, let alone seen them. So selling them at the Golden Treasures Hall would undoubtedly be less time-consuming, and more beneficial in the end. Waving his hand, Shun Long then took out 50 more pill bottles from the Stone of Time and placed them on the counter in front of him all at once, causing the young man behind the counter to involuntarily tremble. The young man behind the counter stared at the 50 pill bottles with eyes filled with disbelief, before he looked back at Shun Long and asked in an incredulous tone, "Young master, are these all top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills? Do you really wish to sell all of them?" Of course, it was normal for the young man behind the counter to be shocked by this sight in front of him. After all, a single disciple would usually sell a few pill bottles at most if they were in urgent need of sect points. Otherwise they would usually keep the pills for their own consumption. Even those disciples who were also powerful alchemists wouldn't sell 50 pill bottles filled with top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills all at once in the Golden Treasures Hall. And even if they did, this young man in front of Shun Long wasn't usually qualified to even come in contact with them, so he wouldn't know the specifics either. Nodding his head, Shun Long allowed the young man to test a single random pill from each bottle to verify the pill's effects. Before the young man raised his head and stared at Shun Long once again. As he continued with a somewhat anxious tone. Almost afraid that Shun Long would reject him, young master. Our Golden Treasures Hall will definitely be willing to purchase these pills for 10.000 sect points if you really intend to sell them. But unfortunately I am not qualified to authorize such a purchase. I will have to trouble you to come with me and go meet Senior Wanzu. This will definitely be beneficial for young master as well if you have more pills that you want to sell in the future. After thinking about it for a moment, Shun Long nodded his head and simply said all right before he and Lu Mei both followed after the young man in front of them, who didn't hesitate to leave the counter to the other young man and the young woman behind it. As he led Shun Long and Lu Mei towards a private room not too far away from them. As they arrived in front of the door of the private room, the young man looked at Shun Long and Lu Mei and cupped his hands before saying, "Please give me a moment to inform Senior Wanzu." Lu Mei didn't pay much attention to the excited young man who hurriedly opened the door of the private room and entered inside before closing it again. And instead, she looked at Shun Long with a bright gaze before asking curiously in a low voice, "Long Ji, is there something special about that Gukin?" Shun Long's lips formed a brilliant smile when he heard this. And staring at the curious Lu Mei by his side, he then said calmly, "Although that Gukin isn't a weapon and is just a musical instrument, it can definitely be considered a treasure even among peak rank 3 gold grade weapons." Seeing that Lu Mei was still confused by this, Shun Long's smile became even more obvious as he then started to explain the reason why it's a treasure even among peak rank 3 gold grade weapons is because not only was it created from the wood of a rank 6 silverbark tree, but each one of its strings was actually made using the silk of a rank 6 frigid ice spider. A mature frigid ice spider will easily reach the level of a peak rank 6 magic beast in its life. And even elders like Elder Xuan who have already reached the peak of the Tao King realm may not necessarily be able to fight it head-on. As for its silk, it's impossible to obtain it under normal circumstances. Even a group of 3 or 4 peak Tao Kings won't have any chance to succeed, unless they are all at the same level as Elder Xuan. Lu Mei's eyes widened in shock, as she realized why Shun Long had just said that that Jin could be considered a treasure even when it was compared with peak rank 3 gold grade weapons. Just the silk coming from a peak rank 6 magic beast was already something that couldn't be easily obtained, let alone the wood of a rank 6 tree that Lu Mei hadn't even heard of before. However, before Lu Mei had time to ask any questions, the door of the private room in front of her opened from the inside, as a white-haired old man dressed in white robes stepped out from it, with the young man that had led Shun Long and Lu Mei here following right behind him. The old man stared at the young man and young woman who were standing in front of the room with a calm look on his face for a few moments, before his gaze soon landed on Shun Long as he said calmly, "I heard that you wish to sell 50 bottles of top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills." Although the old man's voice was calm and seemingly uncaring, it was also obvious that it was filled with some interest towards this young man in front of him. After all, he already knew most of the alchemists in the holy sect, while the young man in front of him was most likely a new disciple that had just entered the sect. Nodding his head, Shun Long, who had already retrieved the pill bottles from the counter before coming here, took out a single pill bottle from the Stone of Time and tossed it to the old man in front of him before saying, "I also have some more pills to sell aside from the chi replenishing pills." Since the old man was hiding his cultivation, Shun Long couldn't guess his exact level, but just from the aura coming from his body, it was obvious that this old man had already exceeded the nascent soul stage and was most likely a Tao King realm expert. The old man caught the pill bottle and opened it, taking in the fragrance that was coming from the pills inside it, before a small smile was formed on his lips barely a moment later as he gestured with his hand for Shun Long and Lu Mei to enter the room and said calmly, "Come inside." Holding Lu Mei's hand, Shun Long nodded his head calmly as he followed the old man inside the private room, while the young man from earlier bowed and closed the door from the outside. The private room wasn't big in size, nor did it seem to have too much furniture, being practically empty aside from a big couch and a few chairs that were placed around a medium-sized table. But the moment that Shun Long stepped foot inside it, he instantly noticed that the chi inside this room was even purer than the chi in his own courtyard. Of course, Although the chi here couldn't be compared to when he was cultivating inside the foggy space using middle-grade spirit stones to feed the heaven-swallowing vine in the Stone of Time, it was still considered extremely pure for normal standards. After all, Shun Long's heaven-swallowing vine was a real heavenly treasure. Sitting on the main seat of the room, the old man gestured for Shun Long and Lu Mei to sit on the couch opposite to him, before he introduced himself. My name is Wanzu, and I am responsible for the alchemy pills on the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall. How should I address you? Although the white-haired old man who called himself Wanzu was seemingly polite, his words still hid an aura of superiority, almost as if he was looking at two people who were barely qualified to sit at the same table as him. Of course, as a powerful Tao King, and a follower of one of the elders in the sect, it was only natural that he wouldn't care too much about a pair of new disciples. There was a deep look in Shun Long's eyes as he replied in a calm tone, my name is Shun Long and this is my wife Lu Mei. It was obvious that, unlike some outer disciples, Wanzu hadn't heard of Shun Long's name before today, as he didn't have any reaction to it aside from merely nodding his head in response. Without wasting any time, Shun Long took out the rest of the 50 pill bottles that were filled with top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills, and placed them all on the table in front of him, before taking out 2 more pill bottles as well and held it in his right hand. Wanzu barely threw a glance at the bottles on the table in front of him, before saying in a confident tone, our Golden Treasures Hall is willing to purchase these 50 bottles filled with top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills for 10.000 sect points. As he finished his words, Wanzu took out his sect identifying token and placed it on the table in front of him. Although 50 pill bottles of top-grade chi replenishing pills wasn't a small number to sell, it wasn't something extraordinary to Wanzu either. The old man had already seen some alchemists inside the sect sell even more than that when they needed sect points. Thus, a purchase at the scale of 10.000 sect points didn't even enter his eyes. Nodding his head, Shun Long didn't take out his sect identifying token to accept the sect points right away, and instead, he placed the second pill bottle that he was holding in his hands on the table in front of him, before saying, aside from the chi replenishing pills, I also want to sell these pills as well. I wonder if Senior Wanzu has seen them before. Hearing the confident tone in Shun Long's voice, Wanzu narrowed his eyes while a look of interest appeared on his face at the same time, as he stretched out his left hand and sucked the pill bottle in his hands. Staring at the bright red-colored pills inside it, Wanzu opened the bottle without any hesitation, before he took a sniff of the scent inside it. However, the moment that he smelled the fragrance coming from the bright red pills, his eyes instantly widened in shock, as he turned his eyes and stared incredulously at Shun Long before asking, what kind of pill is this? Although Wanzu was an alchemist himself and he had also reached the standard of a rank 2 gold-grade alchemist long ago, he was still unable to understand what kind of pill this was from its scent alone. No. It was more accurate to say that he had never smelled a pill that emitted such a fragrance in his life before. At that moment, Shun Long's lips curved up into an even more obvious smile as he then said calmly, these pills are called dragon blood tempering pills and they can help a cultivator who is training in body refinement to advance even faster. Wanzu's eyes examined the pills inside the pill bottle with a curious look in his eyes, before he turned his attention back at Shun Long and asked in a questioning tone, dragon blood tempering pills. How are they different from rank 5 bone strengthening pills? You should already know that for such pills to allow someone to break through, even a cultivator at the early 5th stage of body refinement will have to consume at least 1,000 of them, and all of them will have to be at the high or top grade as well. Otherwise it will require even more of them than that. However, advancing that way after consuming 1,000 pills in one go, it's inevitable that pill toxins will also accumulate in a person's body as well. Even if these dragon blood tempering pills are top-grade rank 5 pills that don't have as many toxins due to their purity, this isn't something that can be avoided. As a senior alchemist, Wanzu already knew that for pills like the bone-strengthening pills to allow a cultivator to truly break through to the next stage, a large amount of them had to be consumed in one go, which in turn would lead to the accumulation of pill toxins inside the body. Although breaking through that way could save a cultivator months or even years of training, expelling the pill toxins was no easy feat either, which made pills like the bone-strengthening pills not as enticing in some cultivators' eyes. After all, compared to having to expel a large amount of impurities in the future. Some disciples would only choose to consume a small amount of bone-strengthening pills that would allow them to speed up their cultivation just a little bit. Shun Long looked at the old man who was sitting opposite to him and Lu Mei with a calm look on his face. As he shook his head and said seriously, I am afraid that Senior One has misunderstood. These pills are nothing like the rank 5 bone-strengthening pills. Whether it is the medicinal herbs that are required to concoct a single furnace of them or their medicinal effects, the dragon blood tempering pills are on an entirely different level. After all, a single dragon blood tempering pill is more potent than 50 bone-strengthening pills combined. The moment that he heard Shun Long's words, the white-haired Wanzu's eyes narrowed while a look of curiosity and skepticism appeared in his eyes, as he immediately turned his attention back to the pill bottle in his hands. Although there was no way that he would believe that there was a pill whose effects was as powerful as 50 top-grade bone-strengthening pills, just from the dragon blood tempering pills scent, it was obvious that they were no normal pills either. Without any delay, Wanzu tilted the bottle in his hands slightly, taking out a single top-grade rank 5 dragon blood tempering pill from the bottle and placed it on the palm of his left hand. Before he also took out a small dagger from his spatial ring and carefully shaved off a tiny part of the pill. As soon as swallowed the tiny part of the dragon blood tempering pill that he had placed in his mouth, Wanzu could feel a burning feeling inside his body, almost as if a fire had been suddenly set up inside him. And yet, this feeling only lasted for barely a moment before it disappeared. At that moment, Shun Long saw the old man opposite to him suddenly open his eyes and stare at him in shock, before asking in a disbelieving tone this. How is this possible? What kind of medicinal herbs? No. What kind of recipe was used to create this pill? Shaking his head, the look in Shun Long's eyes turned serious as he replied coldly, I am sure that Senior One understands that the recipe of a pill and the medicinal herbs used during the pill concoction aren't something that any alchemist would easily share. Nodding his head, Wanzu took a deep breath to calm himself down, realizing that he had been too rash this time. But the fervent look in his eyes as he stared at the pill bottle in his hands couldn't be concealed. At the same time, the look that he used to look at Shun Long slowly changed. Even though this kid can't be the alchemist who concocted these pills, from the amount of pills that he seems willing to sell, he is most likely an alchemist as well and probably knows the recipe of these dragon blood tempering pills too. Even if he can't concoct any of them right now, he will probably be able to create some of them after breaking through to the middle stages of the nascent soul. However, the most important thing is to purchase these pills first. As he sorted out his thoughts, Wanzu looked at Shun Long with a solemn look on his face. This time no longer looking down on him, but instead facing him, as if he was looking at an equal before saying, Brother Shun Long, as you already know, pills like your dragon blood tempering pills haven't appeared in our golden treasures hall before, so it won't be easy to price them accordingly. I also wonder how many of these pills Brother Shun Long intends to sell. Even though Wanzu knew that it was somewhat demeaning for a Dao King like him to call an early-stage nascent soul cultivator as brother. Just from the pills that Shun Long had on his possession, Wanzu didn't feel that he was losing any face. Pushing the second pill bottle that he was holding in his hand towards Wanzu, Shun Long took out 2 more pill bottles from the Stone of Time without any hesitation, before saying in a calm voice, I will only sell 40 pills. As for the price, since Senior Wanzu can't calculate it, I don't mind helping you. Wanzu felt an ominous feeling overcoming him at that moment, as he hurriedly shook his head and said, Don't worry, little brother. How could I allow you to suffer a loss from this? Of course, Shun Long already knew that the bone-strengthening pills that the Golden Treasure Hall sold were just average rank 5 pills at best, and couldn't be compared with his own dragon blood tempering pills that not only require a stalk of a mature dragon blood grass and dozens of rank 4 supplementary medicinal herbs, but the perfectly maintained core of a rank 5 magic beast as well. Of course, due to the fact that Shun Long had only killed less than 2 handfuls of rank 5 magic beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in the last 2 years, and only had those few beast cores to concoct more dragon blood tempering pills, as well as the fact that it was nearly impossible for him to keep concocting top-grade rank 5 pills with his rank 2 silver-grade cauldron. Shun Long had barely managed to refine 8 batches of pills before his cauldron exploded. completely destroying his next refinement as well. Thus, Shun Long only had the beast core of an early rank 5 magic beast and the middle rank 5 snow ape inside the Stone of Time. At that moment, Wanzu took a deep breath and looked at Shun Long seriously before he said, considering that a single top-grade rank 5 bone tempering pill is priced at 30 sect points and Brother Shun Long's dragon blood tempering pill is as effective as 50 bone tempering pills, I can purchase Brother Shun Long's pills for 1,500 sect points each. So for 40 pills, I can give Brother Shun Long 60.000 sect points right away. The moment that he finished calculating the price, Wanzu raised his head and had already expected to see an expression of joy on Shun Long's face. After all, 70.000 sect points were practically a fortune for any newly admitted new outer disciple of the sect. And yet, contrary to Wanzu's expectations, Shun Long had a serious look in his eyes as he stared at the old man in front of him before he shook his head and said seriously, Senior Wanzu, it looks like you have already forgotten that the only reason why not that many disciples are willing to buy your bone tempering pills is because of the pill toxins that would accumulate in every disciple's body after consuming so many pills in one go. However, as an alchemist, you should clearly be able to tell that my dragon blood tempering pills are different. Not only are they almost completely clear from any pill toxins, but just a single one of them has the same effect as 50 bone tempering pills. This means that a disciple will only have to consume 20 of my dragon blood tempering pills to break through from the early 5th stage in body refinement to the middle stage. How many years of work will that allow that disciple to save? At the same time, the pill toxins that a disciple's body will accumulate after consuming 20 pills is practically nothing. I bet that even if I set up a shop outside the Golden Treasures Hall and priced each pill at 2,500 sect points, I would still be able to sell 40 pills within a week. Of course, it will be a bit troublesome to make those outer disciples believe that a pill that is 50 times more potent than the bone-strengthening pill really exists. Which is why I chose to sell them to the Golden Treasures Hall instead. Wanzu stayed silent for a few moments, before he eventually nodded his head with a serious look in his eyes. As he then continued, fine. I will buy each pill for 2,500 sect points. For 40 pills, I can give Brother Shun Long 100.000 sect points, including the 10.000 sect points from the 50 bottle of top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills that I owe Brother Shun Long. The total is 110.000 sect points. As someone who had been in charge of the pills in the Golden Treasures Hall for many years, Wanzu's business instinct was much stronger than Shun Long's. Forget about 2,500 sect points. Even if he sold each pill for 4,000 sect points each. With the Golden Treasures Hall reputation and the pill's effects, it was still possible to sell everything within a week. At the same time, Shun Long understood that Wanzu wouldn't go any further than that regardless of how much he wanted to buy the dragon blood tempering pills. After all, the Golden Treasures Hall had to make some profit with every pill that they sold. And 2,500 sect points per pill was already a high enough price. Considering that the Golden Treasures Hall will most likely sell each pill for 3,500 sect points or perhaps even higher, a normal outer disciple will need at least 70.000 sect points to purchase 20 dragon blood tempering pills. As he reached this conclusion, Shun Long nodded his head a moment later, before he took out his sect identifying token and handed it to Wanzu, who heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. With a smile on his face, the old man sent his soul sense inside his own sect token, before he transferred 110.000 sect points to Shun Long. Although Wanzu wasn't even an outer disciple of the sect, let alone an elder, as a follower of an elder and the person responsible for the pills in the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall, he was qualified enough to hold his own sect identifying token to complete the exchanges. With a big smile on his face, Wanzu handed Shun Long's token back to him and collected the pill bottles in front of him in his spatial ring. Before he stared at the young man and young woman in front of him and asked in a curious voice, I wonder if Brother Shun Long has any more pills that you want to sell. Of course. What Wanzu actually meant with this was if Shun Long had any more pills at the same level as the dragon blood tempering pills that he wanted to sell. Although he knew that the chances were low for Shun Long to have more of those miracle pills. In the end the old man still hoped that he could get another surprise. Shun Long thought seriously for a moment, but in the end, he shook his head and decided against selling his blood ignition pills for now. As he held Lu Mei's hand and stood up from the couch before he said, I will have to disappoint Senior One then, as I don't intend to sell any more pills today. 110.000 sect points were already enough for the current Shun Long and Lu Mei to buy what they needed. At the same time, although Wanzu was disappointed after hearing Shun Long's refusal to sell more pills to him, he still had a smile on his face as he stood up from his seat as well, and walked towards the door of the private room while he waved his hand and said in an easygoing manner, it doesn't matter. However, I still hope that if little brother Shun Long obtains any more rare pills in the future, you will consider sharing them with our Golden Treasures Hall first. Shun Long didn't respond right away, and as he and Lu Mei were about to leave the private room, Shun Long suddenly stopped and stared at the old man in front of him with a deep look in his eyes, before a slight smile slowly formed itself on his lips. Although Wanzu and even Lu Mei were surprised by Shun Long's sudden action, Shun Long merely smiled as he held Lu Mei's hand and walked out of the private room. How could he not understand that Wanzu was practically certain that he would find out the recipe of his dragon blood tempering pills and was only treating Shun Long as someone who would bring him new recipes? Of course, nearly every alchemist would try to find out the recipe of a new pill as soon as they came in contact with it. And this was nothing new to Shun Long. After all, this wasn't only a test to an alchemist's skills, but it also tested one's knowledge of alchemy and medicinal herbs as well. And yet, Shun Long merely smiled as he walked out of the private room while holding Lu Mei's hand, before he headed directly towards the counter with the silverbark Guqin in the distance. Wanzu stared at Shun Long's back silently for a few moments, before he smiled and returned back inside his private room barely a moment later with an excited look in his eyes. At the same time, as Shun Long and Lu Mei walked towards the counter in the distance, Lu Mei, who had stayed silent for so long, turned to look at Shun Long with her bright black eyes, before she asked curiously, Long Ji, are you angry with that old man? Turning his eyes to look at the serious Lu Mei next to him, Shun Long's smile quickly turned gentle as he patted her head lightly, before he shook his own head and said, ha ha. Don't worry Maya, I am not angry. I just wonder what expression will Wanzu really have when he tries to find out the recipe of the dragon blood tempering pills. Hee. Even if I gave him a set of the ingredients, it would still be impossible for him to find out the correct way to concoct the pill by himself. Lu Mei's eyes widened slightly when she heard this, but she still nodded her head a moment later as she realized what was going on. Indeed, every alchemist would try to find out the pill recipe behind a new pill, and that old man would also be the same. It could be said that finding out the pill recipe behind a pill was also a challenge, as well as an indirect confrontation between two alchemists who both put their skills to the test at the same time. Of course, in order to decipher the real recipe behind the pill, the alchemist that tried to do the deciphering would have to be at least at the same level, if not a level higher, as the alchemist who created the pill recipe to begin with. After all, finding out the complete pill recipe didn't just mean simply finding out which medicinal ingredients were used, but the complete refinement process of the pill as well, including the order that the medicinal ingredients were added inside the cauldron, their maturity age, as well as the intensity of the flames. Even though Lu Mei wasn't an alchemist, she already knew that even the peak rank 3 gold grade alchemists of the Alchemists Guild of the Heaven's Dome City weren't at the same level as Shun Long in terms of understanding of the medicinal herbs and magic beasts. Even if Wanzu was a Dao King realm expert as well, unless he was a peak rank 3 gold grade alchemist, he couldn't be that much better than the top alchemists of the Night Star continent. A few moments later, Shun Long appeared in front of the counter with the silverbark Guqin and stared at it for a few moments, before he turned his attention towards the young man behind it. Taking out his sect identifying token, he then looked at the young man in front of him before he said seriously, I am buying this Guqin. The young man behind the counter had a look of incredulity on his face when he heard this, before he turned his attention towards the sect identifying token in Shun Long's hands. At that moment, the young man suddenly trembled as he opened and closed his mouth in shock for a few moments, before he eventually managed to stammer out 1 to 110.000 sect points. It was obvious that this man behind the counter was unable to believe that this was the same young man and young woman who had appeared here a few moments earlier and had discussed about buying the gukin in front of him. He had scoffed in his heart at how ignorant these two new disciples were, and that they had clearly no idea that it was impossible for them to obtain 70.000 sect points, unless they had a few treasures to sell that were all at the level of a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon. And yet, the number on Shun Long's sect identifying token made the young man unable to believe his eyes. Ignoring the young man's reaction, Shun Long placed his sect identifying jade on the counter in front of him. As only then did the young man in front of him finally react, as he hurriedly took out a wooden token from the counter and accepted the 70.000 sect points with a look of disbelief on his face. Is that guy a descendant of one of the powerful families from the previous batch that entered the sect 2 months ago? How can he afford to spend 70.000 sect points just for a gukin? No. I saw him enter one Zoo's room earlier. I bet he had to sell quite a few things to afford that gukin. The disciples around Shun Long and Lu Mei that saw this scene stared at Shun Long with eyes filled with curiosity when they saw him taking the silverback gukin from the counter and placing it in his spatial ring before they started to discuss with each other. After all, although most people in the Golden Treasures Hall had seen others spend even more sect points in the past, seeing someone spend 70.000 sect points for a single musical instrument was too crazy. Shun Long didn't pay any attention to the disciples around him that shot curious looks at him and Lu Mei, as he kept touring through the first floor of the Golden Treasures Hall, almost as if he was looking for something. Finally, a few minutes later, his eyes landed on a large counter that was filled with medicinal herbs and alchemy cauldrons. Without any hesitation, Shun Long walked towards that counter with an unconcealed look of excitement in his eyes. Since his cauldron was destroyed back in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and he didn't have a chance to purchase a new one back in the Night Star continent, Shun Long had already decided to buy a new one today. At the same time, Shun Long knew that if he wanted to keep refining rank 5 pills or even rank 6 pills, he needed a gold-grade cauldron as well. Or it was only a matter of time until his pill refinement kept failing due to silver-grade cauldrons being unable to stand the pill and the violent temperature of the chi flames. And yet, in the Night Star continent, the peak powers there monopolized nearly every single gold-grade cauldron, making Shun Long unable to find even a single gold-grade cauldron to purchase. However, things in the Golden Treasures Hall were completely different. Things that were practically impossible to buy in the Night Star continent were sold everywhere here. Rank 1, Rank 2, and even Rank 3 gold-grade cauldrons, along with the corpses of Rank 5 and even some early Rank 6 magic beasts, as well as medicinal herbs at Rank 5 and even Rank 6. Were all for sale in this place. Shun Long's eyes first fell on the Rank 5 and Rank 6 medicinal herbs. A single Rank 5 medicinal herb could cost anywhere from 100 to 20.000 sect points, depending on how rare each medicinal herb was and how useful it was to an alchemist. While the few Rank 6 medicinal herbs that were for sale were sold at a minimum of 50.000 sect points. Although some of these medicinal herbs were enough to attract Shun Long's attention, since he didn't need any of them urgently, he planned to buy them the next time he visited the Golden Treasures Hall. At the same time, Shun Long also noticed that the prices of the corpses of the magic beasts weren't too different from the prices of the medicinal herbs. The corpse of a single early rank 5 magic beast that was practically intact could be bought for 1,000 sect points, while the corpse of a middle rank 5 magic beast was priced at 5,000 sect points. As for the corpse of a peak rank 5 magic beast, it was priced at 20.000 sect points. Finally, although there weren't many early rank 6 magic beasts, each one of them was priced at 60.000 sect points or even higher than that. Of course, since early rank 6 magic beasts were even stronger than average early stage Dao Kings, it was even harder to hunt those beasts. And even the disciples of the holy sect often became food for them as well. Shun Long barely threw a look at the bodies of the magic beasts that were for sale, before he turned his attention towards the alchemy cauldrons at the back of the counter. A rank 1 gold grade cauldron was actually priced at 10.000 sect points while a rank 2 cauldron costed at least 25.000 sect points. As for rank 3 and peak rank 3 gold grade cauldrons, they were priced at 80,000 sect points or above. After a few moments of deliberation, Shun Long decided to buy a peak rank 2 gold grade cauldron for 35,000 sect points. Although this meant that he was only left with 5,000 sect points for now. Getting a good quality cauldron was extremely important to Shun Long. At the same time, it was no exaggeration to say that the Golden Treasures Hall really had everything that an alchemist needed. And this was just the first floor. Shun Long also knew that there was a second floor as well. But he had already bought everything that he needed this time just from the first floor. Of course, the second floor wasn't open to every outer disciple. Only those disciples who belonged to the top 100 factions or they had entered the top 1000 rankings in the Martial Roll of Honor were allowed to enter the second floor. After all, although having sect points to purchase treasures was important, having the status to match those treasures was equally as important. Seeing that there was nothing else to buy from the first floor this time, Shun Long held Lu Mei's hand and left the Golden Treasures Hall as he walked back towards his courtyard. He had already decided that after Lu Mei's master and disciple ceremony with Elder Xuan was over, he would go out of the Holy Sect and take a look at the holy city situated at the foot of the mountain of the sect, before he decided which missions to take on. After all, although Shun Long knew that he and Lu Mei still had 3 months left until they completed their first personal mission, he also knew that his time in the Holy Sect would be anything but easy. At the same time, just from the fact that he had created his own faction and was aiming to rise to the top of the sect, Shun Long understood that this wouldn't be anything simple either. Right now, he couldn't even guess how strong the strongest disciples in the Martial Roll of Honor and the heads of the top factions really were. This caused a sense of urgency, but at the same time a feeling of excitement to rise in Shun Long's heart. A little more than half an hour later, he and Lu Mei arrived in front of his courtyard's entrance, only to see an unexpected scene play along. Jiang Chen was standing outside Shun Long's courtyard, and was facing a white-robed young man with a look in his eyes that was filled with fighting intent. With just a glance, both Shun Long and Lu Mei instantly recognized this handsome white-robed young man who was holding a snow-white sword with both hands as he seriously faced Jiang Chen. That was the same person who had visited Shun Long nearly a week ago while he was still in seclusion. The young White Lord. Bai Longshan. Look. Is Jiang Chen really going to fight with Bai Longshan? I don't think they will. After all, the sect's rules forbid fighting outside of the arena. However, what is Bai Longshan doing here? I know that his own courtyard isn't close to this place. Could it be that he has really come here to challenge Jiang Chen? The surrounding disciples who saw Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan ready to fight, had started to gather a small distance away from Shun Long's courtyard. As they stared at the scene in front of them while discussing the possible scenarios. Of course, most of those disciples were either disciples who had entered the sect at the same time as Shun Long, Bai Longshan and the rest, or they were those disciples who had been their opponents during the 4th test. The rest of the outer disciples who didn't recognize Jiang Chen or Bai Longshan barely threw a glance at this scene before they continued with what they were doing. At the same time, Shun Long was also curious as to how those two had ended up in a conflict, especially in front of his courtyard. Without any hesitation, Shun Long then held Lu Mei's hand as he walked towards the entrance of his courtyard. Hey! Isn't that Shun Long? Don't tell me that he is going to join the fight as well. I wonder whose side he is going to take. Who is that beauty next to him? Don't tell me. It's the goddess of death. Lu Mei. The disciples who saw Shun Long and Lu Mei walking towards the entrance of the courtyard immediately recognized him, due to how much attention he had attracted in the 4th test. And subsequently they also recognized Lu Mei, even though she wasn't wearing her white veil. However, Shun Long ignored the fervent crowd as he turned his attention towards Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan in front of him. Before he said seriously come inside, taking out his sect identifying token, he then deactivated the protective formations around his courtyard. Before he and Lu Mei stepped past the courtyard's entrance, Jiang Chen looked at Shun Long seriously before snorting once. And after throwing one more look at Bai Longshan, he too entered the courtyard. Bai Longshan instead had an excited look in his eyes when he looked at Shun Long. as he followed after Jiang Chen without a second thought. What? This is Shun Long's courtyard. Then why were those two waiting right outside of its entrance? Wait. I heard that Jiang Chen refused senior brother Chen Tao's invitation to join his faction and declared that he would join Shun Long's instead. Right. I heard about this earlier today as well. Maybe Bai Longshan has entered senior brother Chen Tao's faction already. And he came to fight with Jiang Chen to teach him a lesson. But Jiang Chen is extremely strong. I don't think that's possible. Completely oblivious to the discussions among the disciples outside Shun Long's courtyard or the attention that they had both attracted. Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan both stared at Shun Long before they turned to look at each other. Feeling the tension between them that still hadn't disappeared. Shun Long had a calm look on his face as he turned his eyes towards Jiang Chen and asked curiously what happened between the two of you. Of course. What also surprised Shun Long was that within a single week both Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan had advanced in their cultivation. The nascent soul as well. Next Jiang Chen had already reached the middle of rank 4 in the nascent soul. While Bai Longshan had reached the early rank 4 of course. The reason why they could advance so quickly was because they had both reached the pinnacle of the early rank 4 and peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul respectively and were just a step away from breaking through. While the insights that they had obtained from their fights during the fourth test were actually enough for them to keep cultivating even more. At the same time, Jiang Chen ignored Bai Longshan. As he turned his attention towards Shun Long before he replied, I told you that I would come and visit you in a few days. But when I came to your place I saw this Buddhist idiot standing outside the courtyard. I naturally asked him what he wanted to do. But as soon as I got close to him and saw his face, I could feel a huge irritation, and barely held myself back. Bai Longshan nodded his head when he heard this. As he looked at Jiang Chen and said seriously, Senior Brother Jiang. It is because your heart isn't pure. Cultivating in an evil Tao will only give rise to chaos and madness in your heart. This goes against the Tao of the Buddha. Instantly, a look of realization appeared on Shun Long's face as he stared at Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen and understood what the problem was. Jiang Chen's demonic Tao and Bai Longshan's Tao of the Buddha were two opposing Daos, so it was only natural that the two of them would end up fighting with each other. This was a reaction that came from their Daos themselves. Even if Bai Longshan didn't show it to the same extent. It was obvious that he too disliked being around Jiang Chen. At that moment however, Bai Longshan ignored Jiang Chen and he turned his attention towards Shun Long. Before he said with a smile on his face, Brother Shun Long. Even though we both came from the Night Star continent, this is the first time that we actually meet each other. I came to visit you a few days ago as well. But I could only give up since you were in seclusion. As he said this, Bai Longshan cupped his hands at Lu Mei, as a gesture of thanks for informing him about this the last time, and said that he could try again in 1 or 2 weeks if he wanted to meet Shun Long. Before he turned his attention towards Shun Long once again. Shun Long nodded his head with a curious look on his face as he stared at Bai Longshan. Unlike Jiang Chen, the young man in front of him had no obvious connection with him, and neither did he have an immortal grade bloodline. Which made Shun Long curious as to why Bai Longshan had approached him out of his own volition twice. Feeling Shun Long's profound and penetrative gaze landing on his body that looked like it could peer through all of his secrets, made Bai Longshan shiver for a moment. But the young White Lord still took a deep breath and stared at Shun Long before he said seriously, I believe that Brother Shun Long is also curious as to why I came to visit you twice now. Shun Long nodded his head while even Lu Mei and Jiang Chen were also staring at the black-haired, blue-eyed young man as they waited for his answer. Bai Longshan's eyes however were focused on Shun Long, completely ignoring Lu Mei and Jiang Chen. While his tone slowly turned solemn as he continued, it's because my fate is connected with Brother Shun Long's. What do you mean? Lu Mei was the first one to ask when she heard that. While Jiang Chen shot Bai Longshan a hostile glare at the same time. The young White Lord looked at Lu Mei and Jiang Chen for a moment, before he turned his attention towards Shun Long and explained with a serious look on his face, as Brother Shun Long may have heard. My father is the City Lord of the White City and is also a Peak Dao King realm expert at the same level as the old king of the Shenshen dynasty. Shun Long nodded his head without a change in his expression. Indeed. He had already heard that the City Lord of the White City, Bai Longshan's father, was a powerhouse in the Night Star continent. one that could even be compared to the old king of the Shenshin dynasty. The look on Bai Longshan's face, as he took a deep breath before he continued, however. What Brother Long doesn't know is that 30 years ago, a friend of my father's visited our Night Star continent and came to our White City to discuss something important with my father. That person was a senior who was cultivating in the Tao of Fate, as well as someone who was many times stronger than my father. A Tao Emperor realm expert. Since my father knew that this friend of his was a true powerhouse, as well as a respectable senior even in the central region, my father asked him to take me as his personal disciple. Ha. Of course. Back then I was only 12 years old and had barely started cultivating, having only reached the peak of rank 1 in the Qi condensation stage. And yet, my father's friend didn't seem to mind my low cultivation. And since he was good friends with my father, he decided to test my fate before he gave his answer. Naturally, my father didn't object to it, and was instead extremely happy that a Tao Emperor realm expert would personally test my fate. However, when that senior tested my fate, he seemed startled and instantly refused to take me as a disciple without a second thought, despite being friends with my father for many years. Instead, he looked at me for a few moments with his deep brown eyes that seemed to have turned even darker at that moment, before he said, "Child, your fate doesn't lie with me. If I take you on as my disciple, it will do you more harm than good. You will have a chance to find your true fate 30 years from now. If you participate in the Holy Sect's test, a person whose fate even I cannot peer into will appear at that time. If you follow that person, you will have a chance to exceed your limits and touch the absolute pinnacle. Remember, that cultivation is to fight against the heavens and strive to reach the peak of the world, becoming an immortal. Only by reaching the peak will you be qualified to hold your fate in your own hands." When that senior finished testing my fate, he bade farewell to my father before he left our Night Star continent. Of course. As for who that senior referred to as that person, after seeing the result of the Ball of Fate, it is impossible for it to be anyone else than Brother Shun Long. Ever since that day, I thought seriously of whether I should even take the Holy Sect's test in the first place, or if I should stay in the Night Star continent. However, the truth is that I want to chase my dreams. I want to see what the peak of this world looks like. I want to see the pinnacle and hold my fate in my own hands. I want to become an immortal. Bai Longshan's emotions started to pour out along with his words, putting his heart and soul in every single sentence while his eyes seriously stared at Shun Long. Finally, after a brief moment of silence, he then continued, "So, I will choose to follow Brother Long. Of course, I know that nothing in life is absolute. And I know that my choice today may also be mistaken, causing me to die in the future as well. But I am willing to follow my heart and take this risk. As long as you are willing to accept me, I will follow you." The entire courtyard had fallen silent, as Lu Mei and Jiang Chen stared at the young man with black hair and blue eyes in front of Shun Long with different expressions in their eyes. At the same time, Shun Long's gaze had turned extremely deep and profound as he stared at the young man in front of him. Although their goals were entirely different, as Jiang Chen wanted to save his mother and take revenge while Bai Longshan wanted to follow his dreams, Shun Long clearly recognized that the resolve in Bai Longshan's eyes and words wasn't inferior to Jiang Chen's in the slightest. Of course, although Shun Long wouldn't simply accept anyone who asked to follow him regardless of their reasons, he also understood that Bai Longshan was extremely talented, and even in the Holy Sect he could be considered a true genius. Thus, having such a person follow him along with Jiang Chen and enter his faction as well wasn't a bad idea. At the same time, Bai Longshan had actually left a good impression on him, since he was somewhat similar to Jiang Chen in the fact that he was sincere and explained his reasons without holding back. Seeing that Shun Long wasn't responding right away, Bai Longshan took a step forward and stared at Jiang Chen, who was standing by Shun Long's side, before he continued, "Brother Long, the truth is that I didn't use my full strength during the sect's test." Jiang Chen's eyes widened slightly when he heard this, but an evil grin appeared on his face when he realized Bai Longshan's intentions. He wanted to fight against him to prove his strength, not just to Shun Long, but to him as well. If Shun Long decided to accept Bai Longshan in his faction, This would be the fight to see who would be his strongest and the second strongest general instead. However, Shun Long's lips curved up when he heard Bai Longshan's words. Before he smiled and said in an easygoing manner, almost as if he had already expected to hear this from Bai Longshan long ago, I know. At that moment, Shun Long turned his eyes towards Jiang Chen, who was obviously preparing himself for a fight and was sealing his cultivation to the early rank 4 of the nascent soul to match Bai Longshan's. Before he said with that same smile on his face, Jiang Chen, don't underestimate him or you may lose. Without your bloodline, you may not necessarily be able to win against him if you guys are at the same cultivation level. Both Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen stared at Shun Long with shock in their eyes. Each of them for a different reason. Shun Long said these words with so much confidence, almost as if he had already seen through all of Bai Longshan's secrets. At the same time, his gaze that was extremely deep and profound made Bai Longshan think that he was actually saying the truth. And yet, although Bai Longshan wasn't arrogant, he was certain that if they were in the same cultivation level, even Jiang Chen wouldn't be his match without his bloodline. Perhaps Shun Long could fight against him without his bloodline since he probably had many other secrets. But it was impossible for Jiang Chen. The reason behind Bai Longshan's confidence was something that no one else knew about him besides his own father. As for Jiang Chen, he was actually unable to believe Shun Long's words. He was not only a genius who had inherited the bloodline of the demonic Crow of Darkness, but he had also comprehended both the demonic Tao as well as the Tao of Darkness. At the same time, he was also someone who was born with the Eternal Darkness unique physique as well. It was nearly impossible to find freaks who could compete with him at the same level of cultivation. And yet, he also understood that Shun Long wouldn't say something like this lightly. He had obviously said this to make him go all out during the fight. At the same time, Shun Long smiled leisurely as he stared at Bai Longshan, who had just steeled his heart and had decided to reveal his secret in this fight. Before he said in a casual tone, although you can hide this from others, it's impossible to hide your unique physique in front of me. Ha ha ha. You and Jiang Chen are both more similar than you may think. Shun Long's words instantly made Bai Longshan's body to suddenly shiver, while Jiang Chen's gaze that was calmly staring at the young man in front of him instantly turned serious at the same time, before he actually licked his lips in excitement. At the same time, even Lu Mei couldn't hide the shock in her eyes as she stared at the two young men in the center of the courtyard before she turned her attention back to Shun Long. Bai Longshan actually had a unique physique as well. However, the most shocked out of this revelation wasn't Lu Mei or Jiang Chen, but Bai Longshan himself. He couldn't understand how Shun Long had found out about this as he turned his eyes and stared at the calm short-haired young man in shock. Even when he had sparred with Shang Huang in the past, Bai Longshan had only revealed his Tao of the Buddha and hadn't showed his unique physique to anyone. Aside from his father, no one else knew about this. And yet Shun Long exposed it with a single glance. At that moment, Jiang Chen was the first one to act. As he stared at the young man in front of him without holding himself back any longer, his suppressed cultivation at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul exploded out. While at the same time, a black veil that looked like it had been formed by pure darkness appeared around his body, before it slowly expanded outwards, covering an ever-increasing area around him. You also have a unique physique. Jiang Chen flashed an evil grin as he stared at the dumbfounded Bai Longshan, who couldn't stop himself from asking this question. Before he answered casually, did you think that you are the only one with a unique physique? Remember? In this world, very few people are allowed to stand in front of me. And you are not one of them. Although Bai Longshan wouldn't mind it too much normally if he was being mocked by someone. Being mocked when you were about to go all out during a serious fight was an entirely different thing. Don't blame me for this then. As he finished speaking, a bright golden light appeared around Bai Longshan's body, as his body actually started to increase in size. His original height changed. And in just a few moments, Bai Longshan's body had already exceeded 10 meters 33 feet in height. Looking like a giant golden Buddha. Looking down at the stunned Jiang Chen, whose eyes were burning with a will to fight, Bai Longshan then said in a serious voice, this is my unique physique. The golden Buddha unique physique. As he finished his words, Bai Longshan brought down his right palm towards Jiang Chen. as he was the one to make the first move in this fight. The darkness around Jiang Chen instantly churned, turning into a huge palm that was no smaller than Bai Longshan's. As it met his golden palm head-on. Boom! The entire courtyard shook from the impact of the collision between Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's attacks. While some of the defensive formations activated at the same time as well, suppressing the after-effects of the attacks from spreading to the room and the courtyard's walls. At the same time, Lu Mei had also summoned more than 100 jade white skeletons at the same time, and had them fight together to block the after-effects of the fight that were about to hit her and Shun Long. Ha ha! Let's continue. Don't tell me that that's all you have. Jiang Chen's mocking voice resounded behind the huge black palm and throughout, as he stared at the gigantic figure of Bai Longshan in front of him before he actually took the initiative to attack first. His huge black palm clenched itself, turning into a punch, as it traveled through the air, flying towards Bai Longshan's head without any mercy. Since Bai Longshan also had a unique physique, Jiang Chen had decided to really go all out. Aside from when he used his bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness, this was truly his strongest state. Bai Longshan's two palms immediately covered his face, forming a wall that blocked Jiang Chen's punch, before his body suddenly started to glow with a bright white light as his gigantic golden Buddha form immediately disappeared on the spot, leaving behind countless after-images as he circled around Jiang Chen. This was Bai Longshan's Tao of Light. Using his Tao of Light, even with his enormous gigantic golden Buddha body, Bai Longshan's speed was now countless times faster than most early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivators. At the same time, since both his and Jiang Chen's body refinement cultivation had obviously reached the early 5th stage as well, Bai Longshan no longer held back in this fight, as he sent a flurry of attacks towards the young man in front of him. And yet, Jiang Chen simply smirked when he saw this scene. And just before Bai Longshan's attacks could land on his body, a pair of pitch-black wings that were burning with dark red flames were formed on his back as he said calmly, "Demonic wings." Using the first stage of this saint low-grade martial skill that he had gotten from the barrier of knowledge, Jiang Chen's speed increased by many times, becoming even a bit faster than Bai Longshan's, who was augmented with his Tao of Light, flying with a speed that was nearly impossible to match for most early rank 4 nascent soul stage experts. Jiang Chen was about to fly out from Bai Longshan's range of attack. But at that moment, a bright golden light erupted from Bai Longshan's body, forming a small barrier that stopped Jiang Chen in his tracks. Of course, Jiang Chen only needed a single moment to destroy the golden barrier created by Bai Longshan's Tao of the Buddha. But that moment was enough for Bai Longshan's attack to arrive in front of him. Knowing that he had no way to dodge Bai Longshan's attack, the darkness around Jiang Chen's body surged, creating another huge black palm that collided with Bai Longshan's golden palm head-on. However, how could Jiang Chen's palm that he had formed in a single moment really fight against Bai Longshan's strike that was further augmented by both his Tao of Light and his Tao of the Buddha so easily? The huge black palm was instantly destroyed, as Bai Longshan's gigantic golden palm continued forward, landing on Jiang Chen's chest and instantly piercing through his defenses, as it sent him crashing back on the ground like a meteor. Unable to resist the overpowering force, Jiang Chen spat a mouthful of blood as his body created a crater at the center of Shun Long's courtyard. Shun Long and Lu Mei both stared at the fight between the two geniuses in front of them, as Jiang Chen's battered figure slowly stood up from the ground barely a moment later, his body filled with injuries, staring at the serious look on the gigantic figure of the golden Buddha in front of him. The look on Jiang Chen's face gradually turned solemn as well, as he finally mumbled in a serious voice, "Forget it. I am not losing to you. Kingdom of Darkness." The darkness around his body then started to churn, expanding even further, like a veil of darkness completely submerging the area around him. At that moment, an ominous feeling appeared in Bai Longshan's heart as he felt the darkness around Jiang Chen growing rapidly towards his direction, almost as if it was trying to submerge him. Without any hesitation, Bai Longshan's body lit up as he circulated his Tao of Light. And yet he noticed that he was only able to barely slow down the advancement of the veil of darkness and not completely stop it, let alone destroy it. Lowering his gaze, Bai Longshan suddenly noticed that a small ball of darkness, that he hadn't noticed earlier, was actually stuck in his right palm. A look of realization instantly appeared on his face as he understood that this black ball of darkness came from Jiang Chen's body, as his last attack had sent him flying to the ground. And yet, just as Bai Longshan was about to try and expel the black ball from his hand, the black ball suddenly exploded as his vision was instantly plunged into darkness. In just a few moments, the veil of darkness around Jiang Chen expanded as well, covering a large area of the courtyard and completely trapping Bai Longshan's gigantic golden figure inside it as well. As the darkness started to spread even further, even Shun Long and Lu Mei weren't able to see through the scene inside it any longer. This was the true power behind Jiang Chen's eternal darkness unique physique. The Kingdom of Darkness. At that moment, Lu Mei turned her head to the side to look at Shun Long, who was seriously staring at the black veil in front of him that had already covered half the courtyard. Before she asked curiously, Long Ji, which of them do you think is going to win? Even though Lu Mei could no longer see the fight in front of them, she still believed in Shun Long's judgment the most, and she was also curious about which of those two did he think that was stronger. Shaking his head, Shun Long looked at Lu Mei seriously before he replied, Jiang Chen is definitely faster in terms of speed thanks to his demonic wings. But his real strength lies more in control and attacking. Although I don't know too much about his eternal darkness unique physique, it is definitely not easy to escape from it. As for Bai Longshan, his attack, defense, and speed are all exceptional, while his golden Buddha unique physique enhances those attributes even further. If the two of them had to exchange full-powered blows in this situation, they would probably be equal with each other in terms of their attack. But Bai Longshan's defense will definitely be stronger. Of course, that is only under the situation where Jiang Chen doesn't use his bloodline power of the demonic crow of darkness. Otherwise, Bai Longshan will have a really hard time against him. Nodding her head, Lu Mei had a serious look in her eyes as she stared at the black veil that had now encompassed more than half of the courtyard, knowing that he was trapped inside this place of absolute darkness where he couldn't see anything. Bai Longshan didn't move from the spot he was standing on, and instead, he closed his eyes as he spread his soul sense, trying to find Jiang Chen's location instead. However, his expression instantly changed barely a moment later, as he realized that the darkness around him had already completely suppressed his soul sense, not allowing him to spread it around his body. At the same time, a feeling of danger suddenly sprouted in Bai Longshan's heart as he immediately turned around and thrusted his palm forward. The air whistled from the force of his palm as his hand collided with a huge black palm formed from Jiang Chen's Tao of Darkness. The two palms collided as both Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan were forced to take a few steps back from the impact. However, even though he had managed to repel Jiang Chen's attack, the look in Bai Longshan's eyes turned even more serious than before as he looked around him in his gigantic golden Buddha figure. Inside his kingdom of darkness formed by his eternal darkness unique physique, Jiang Chen's Tao of Darkness was also amplified, making his attacks even stronger than before. However, the most dangerous thing for Bai Longshan was still the fact that he couldn't see where the next attack would come from and he could only rely on his instinct. Finally, the silence broke a few moments later, as countless palms created by Jiang Chen's Tao of Darkness emerged inside his kingdom of darkness, as they bombarded Bai Longshan's gigantic golden figure without stop. And yet, despite being placed in such an unfavorable situation, Bai Longshan still didn't think that he would lose. Although Jiang Chen's attacks were even stronger inside his kingdom of darkness, Bai Longshan knew that his golden Buddha unique physique was definitely strong enough to take them head-on. At that moment none of those two held back any of their abilities any longer, as Jiang Chen's attacks were infused with both his demonic Tao and his Tao of Darkness, making any normal early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator who stood in front of him tremble in fear if they could sense his aura. While Bai Longshan circulated his Tao of the Buddha to its limits, creating a small golden sphere around his body that enhanced his defense even further. No matter how many black palms landed on his body, although he would be forced to take a few steps back in the process, Bai Longshan wouldn't be too heavily injured. Finally, an hour later, Shun Long saw the black veil that had covered more than half of his courtyard slowly dissipate, as two figures appeared inside it, both of them facing each other with serious looks on their faces. Shun Long noticed that Jiang Chen's demonic wings were already on the verge of disappearing as his chi had already been completely depleted. While even his energy from his body cultivation could no longer sustain his kingdom of darkness. As for Bai Longshan, his golden Buddha figure had already disappeared as his body had already reverted back to its original appearance. It was obvious that both he and Jiang Chen had reached their limits. And yet neither of them was willing to stop. After a few moments of tension that seemed like an eternity, Bai Longshan was the first one to speak. As he looked at Jiang Chen opposite to him and said seriously, "Senior brother Jiang is really stronger than I expected. I thought that without your bloodline power I would easily win. But in the end I was wrong." Shaking his head, Jiang Chen had an unresigned expression on his face as he looked at the young man in front of him. Almost as if he was unwilling to accept this outcome before he answered. "This time it's a draw. But this isn't the end." Nodding his head, Bai Longshan also didn't want to accept that the outcome of their fight didn't have a clear winner. Although it was a draw this time since both of them had already depleted both their chi and the energy inside their bodies from their chi refinement cultivation, making Jiang Chen unable to sustain his kingdom of darkness any longer and even Bai Longshan to be unable to stay in his gigantic golden Buddha form. They would definitely settle this in the future. At that moment, everyone saw Bai Longshan turning his eyes to look at Shun Long with an expectant gaze. Almost as if he was waiting to finally hear his answer. After a moment of silence, Shun Long nodded his head with a smile on his face, before he turned around and walked towards the main room, beckoning for Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan to follow behind him as well. As soon as he sat down on the white cushion in front of his bed with Lu Mei sitting next to him, Shun Long looked at the two young men who sat down in front of him and was about to speak. When suddenly, the restrictions around the courtyard lit up before the image of a peerlessly beautiful young woman with blonde hair and bright emerald eyes appeared in his mind. Realizing that Xie Xingyi had also arrived at this moment, Shun Long then deactivated the restrictions around his courtyard, allowing her to enter inside as well. As soon as Xie Xingyi stepped into the room, everyone's attention was instantly focused on her, as they realized that she had also broken through in these last few days, entering the early rank 4 of the nascent soul stage. At the same time, Xie Xingyi was also stunned when she saw Bai Longshan appear in Shun Long's room, since she already knew from Lu Mei that the two of them weren't familiar, causing Lu Mei to explain the situation that had taken place before Xie Xingyi arrived. Hearing that both Bai Longshan had a unique physique as well and was actually just as strong as Jiang Chen made the beautiful young woman open her mouth in shock as she stared at him for a few seconds longer. After all, Xie Xingyi also came from the Night Star continent just like Bai Longshan, and she clearly knew that the biggest genius of the Night Star continent was rumored to be Sheng Huang and not him. There were some rumors that Bai Longshan may be at the same level as Sheng Huang, of course. But since the two of them hadn't openly fought, everyone considered the prince of the Shengshan dynasty as the strongest genius of the entire continent. However, with his unique physique, there was no doubt that Bai Longshan would have been hailed as the strongest genius of the continent instead if as he had actually revealed it. Of course, that was under the assumption that a monster like Shun Long wasn't included in this discussion. Xie Xingyi still remembered Shun Long's fight with Jiang Chen from a few days ago and how he had revealed his Tao of Time, causing her heart to thump wildly as she thought back of that scene. At the same time, sitting on his white cushion, Shun Long's eyes swept past Xie Xingyi, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, with a deep look in his eyes, before he took out his sect identifying token and placed it on the floor in front of him. Seeing that everyone's gaze was focused on him, Shun Long took a deep breath, before his voice resounded throughout the room. "If you really want to follow me, you most likely won't have a peaceful life in the sect in the future. Doing so will mean that you will have to fight against the top factions of the sect as well as its strongest geniuses. And many of them are most likely Tao Kings already. If any of you wants to back out from it, this is your chance." Jiang Chen was the first one to react when he heard Shun Long's words, as he instantly took out his sect identifying token without any hesitation, and placed it above Shun Long's own. His action by itself seemed to be his answer. Since he had already decided to follow Shun Long, he wouldn't go back on his word no matter what. Besides, aside from Shun Long, he didn't know who else could possibly help him fight against the immortals from the Wu family of the Eternal Darkness world in the future. Perhaps even Shun Long wouldn't be able to help him. But Jiang Chen had already made his choice. Barely a moment after Jiang Chen had extended his hand, Xie Xingyi and Bai Longshan took out their sect-identifying tokens and placed them above Shun Long's as well. Being slower than Jiang Chen by a second didn't mean that Xie Xingyi or Bai Longshan were uncertain or that they were less determined about joining Shun Long than Jiang Chen. Instead, this just showed Jiang Chen's mental preparations, as he didn't even need to think over what Shun Long had said just now before giving his response. The lack of hesitation in Xie Xingyi's and Bai Longshan's actions also showed that they had already decided in their hearts already as well. Shun Long smiled when he saw this scene, as he nodded his head and touched his sect-identifying token in front of him, infusing it with his qi. A bright white light soon covered Jiang Chen's, Bai Longshan's and Xie Xingyi's sect-identifying tokens. Before the words, Shun Long's faction soon appeared on their surface. And yet, the words only appeared on the token's surface for a single moment as they quickly disappeared a moment later. Lu Mei's face blossomed with a brilliant smile that was akin to spring coming inside the room when she saw the scene in front of her. While at the same time, Shun Long waved his hand, taking out a large wooden barrel and 5 small wine cups from his herb garden in the Stone of Time. After tilting the barrel slightly and filling all 5 cups with the bright red wine, an intoxicating fragrance instantly filled the room and soon spread throughout the entire courtyard. An expression of fervor appeared on Jiang Chen's and Xie Xingyi's faces when they saw the bright red wine in their cups, while even Lu Mei licked her lips in anticipation. As for Bai Longshan, the look on his face was originally a nonchalant one when he saw Shun Long taking out a barrel of wine. But as soon as he smelled the intoxicating fragrance that assaulted his senses, his expression quickly changed into that of disbelief. Placing the wine cups in front of him, Shun Long then handed a cup to Lu Mei, Xie Xingyi, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan while he kept one for himself. Before he said with a calm look on his face, although we have created a faction, it is not eligible to join the faction wars just yet. For a faction to be able to join the faction wars and faction rankings and be able to fight other factions, it first has to complete 5 D-rank faction missions and a single C-rank one. However, forget about the C-rank one. Even the D-rank faction missions will be extremely challenging for us right now. Even Jiang Chen is only at the middle of rank 4 of the nascent soul, while Miss Xingyi and Bai Longshan have just advanced to the early rank 4 as well. So, in 10 days from now, each of us will go and complete 2 personal D-rank missions without any help. Both so that we can get a hang of the sect's missions and their difficulty level as well as train ourselves. Although none of us lacks combat experience, fighting against middle-stage nascent soul criminals is still the best form of training to hone ourselves and advance as quickly as possible. As he said this, Shun Long turned his eyes to look at Lu Mei next to him, as this was even more true for her. Fighting and killing middle-stage nascent soul cultivators and absorbing their qi was the best way for her to advance her cultivation as well as further comprehend the Tao of Death. As for why Shun Long decided to wait 10 days instead of going right away, it was mainly because Jiang Chen, Xie Xingyi and Bai Longshan had all broken through in their cultivation. So they needed at least a week to solidify their cultivation levels. At the same time, Shun Long knew that he couldn't just stay holed up inside his room and cultivate day and night either, and he had to go out and pressure himself in order for his spiritual strength to keep up with his rate of cultivation. Simply sitting cross-legged and meditating wouldn't work. Only by pressuring himself and putting his mind and soul to extreme situations could Shun Long's spiritual strength match up to his cultivation speed. Of course, Shun Long also knew that 3 days from today, Lu Mei's master and disciple ceremony would also take place in the inner court. So he couldn't leave and go train himself before that either. Shaking her head, Xie Xingyi looked at Shun Long and pouted lightly as she said, "Brother Long can just call me Xingyi." Also, Brother Long, the truth is that an elder approached me today and asked me if I wanted to accept her as my master. I actually agreed. Nodding his head, Shun Long wasn't too surprised by this and felt that it was only natural that Xie Xingyi would be approached by an elder to take her on as a disciple. With both the extraordinary fate that she had shown during the test of the Ball of Fate, as well as the fact that she had an extremely rare unique physique, at least one elder or two would be interested in taking her on as a personal disciple. At that moment, Jiang Chen also spoke barely a moment later as he looked at Shun Long and said in a serious tone. Attracting everyone's attention inside the room, I was also approached by an elder today who asked me if I wanted to take him as my master. Jiang Chen's words didn't cause any waves as Shun Long and the rest all stared at him apathetically. Even if he and Shun Long hadn't been forced to fight against stronger opponents during the fourth test after attracting Elder Cowling's attention, who wanted to find out what secrets they were hiding. And even if Jiang Chen didn't have an extraordinary fate after testing himself on the ball of fate, just from the fact that he actually had an immortal grade bloodline was enough for many elders to become interested in him. Thus, Shun Long barely looked at Jiang Chen after hearing this, before he turned his attention towards Bai Longshan. Surprisingly, Bai Longshan also nodded his head in response. And after scratching his head in a slightly awkward manner, he said, "Me as well. The truth is that I didn't have any hopes of an elder choosing to take me as their disciple, since the only thing that I revealed during the fourth test was my Tao of the Buddha. But Elder He Kun found me almost instantly after we entered the holy sect a week ago, and told me that I have potential in becoming a powerful swordsman even if I haven't comprehended the Tao of the sword, and that he wanted to take me as his disciple." Shun Long nodded his head in response, while inwardly he felt that Bai Longshan was really lucky. Out of the four people around him, Shun Long knew that Bai Longshan had the lowest chances of having an elder taking him as a personal disciple due to the fact that he hadn't exposed his Golden Buddha unique physique during the sect's test. So, having an elder take a liking to him and choose him as a disciple even though he hadn't shown his full abilities was really a form of luck. At the same time, Xie Xingyi had a curious look on her face as she seemed to have realized something. And staring at Bai Longshan, she then asked without any reservation, "Since you have such a powerful unique physique, why didn't you reveal it during the fourth test? Isn't the goal of entering the holy sect for us to become stronger while also getting a master?" Bai Longshan shook his head, while the look in his eyes was serious as he responded without any hesitation, "Although getting an elder to become interested in me would be easier that way, my strength isn't used as a show to attract attention. I will only use my Golden Buddha physique when I don't have any other choice. Otherwise, I feel that I wouldn't be myself anymore if I did it to attract a master that way." Shun Long and the rest all nodded their heads when they heard this, while even the apathetic look in Jiang Chen's eyes when he looked at Bai Longshan diminished slightly as he seemed to have agreed with what he said. Indeed, as cultivators, even if it was to accept a master, none of them would go all out in a fight if they didn't have to, and would definitely save some of their trump cards for the future. This was also part of the reason why Jiang Chen had concealed his Eternal Darkness unique physique and didn't reveal it during his fight. Of course, unlike Bai Longshan, Jiang Chen had already revealed his strongest trump card, which was his immortal grade bloodline. After chatting for some more time, Jiang Chen was the first one to stand up from his cushion as he looked at Shun Long and said that he would spend the next few days stabilizing his cultivation, as well as go and pick 2 personal D-rank missions from the assignment hall, and that he would come and find Shun Long again in 10 days, before they left the sect to complete their missions. The truth was that Jiang Chen was just a step away from breaking through to the peak of rank 4 of the nascent soul, and if he wanted to, he could actually step in that level within the next few days. But stabilizing his cultivation after a breakthrough was extremely crucial to every cultivator. Failing to stabilize your cultivation properly could mean that you would be unable to break through any further in the future. It was no different than trying to build an enormous building that reached the clouds. If its base wasn't strong enough, it would at some point be unable to support more weight and would eventually collapse. Even Shun Long had to stabilize his own cultivation in a certain sense, since he had to always purify his chi balls, bringing the older ones at the same level as the new ones, while making every subsequent chi ball even purer with every breakthrough. Bai Longshan soon followed a few moments later, obviously unwilling to fall behind Jiang Chen any longer. After all, Jiang Chen was already a minor stage above him in cultivation to begin with. Seeing that she was the only one who had remained in the room along with Lu Mei and Shun Long, made Xie Xingyi's heart start beating faster the moment that her eyes landed on the young man sitting calmly in front of her. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Xie Xingyi's eyes that were filled with curiosity stared at Shun Long before she asked in a gentle yet curious voice, "Brother Long, since you are an alchemist, have you ever heard of earth flames?" Earth flames. Lu Mei's eyes were filled with confusion when she heard this unfamiliar term that she had never heard before. But as soon as she turned her head to look at Shun Long, she saw that the look in his eyes had already changed. Almost as if Shi Xingyi had mentioned an extremely rare treasure. Indeed. Shun Long nodded his head barely a moment later as he looked at the young woman in front of him and asked in a tone that didn't hide his curiosity, Xingyi, you have heard about the existence of earth flames? Shi Xingyi nodded her head when she heard Shun Long's question. Before she shook it barely a moment later as she replied in a hurry, I have only heard of their existence from Master and don't know much about them either. Master is actually the elder responsible for the refinement hall inside the sect. She said that she is in charge of the 2 earth flames that the sect has in its possession. When I asked Master what are earth flames, she simply said that it's something extremely precious for alchemists and formation masters alike. Without explaining anything else. A stunned look flashed inside Shun Long's eyes when he heard Shi Xingyi saying that the holy sect actually had 2 earth flames in its possession. A few moments later, after calming down the upheavals in his heart, Shun Long looked at Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi in front of him before he explained earth flames aren't simple flames, but flames that are born from the essence of this world. They are special, extremely rare and powerful flames that alchemists and formation masters both need to find if they want to become stronger. For an alchemist to even have a chance of creating a top-grade rank 6 pill, he needs to refine the pill using the power of an earth flame. Only then can the impurities from the medicinal herbs be completely expelled, leaving behind the purest medicinal essence, and allow the pill to become a top-grade rank 6 pill. Otherwise, without the use of an earth flame, the chances of producing a top-grade rank 6 pill will be practically zero. Even a high-grade rank 6 pill will be difficult to refine without the assistance of an earth flame. As for rank 7 pills, it's even harder. Without an earth flame, an alchemist will usually be unable to refine anything above a middle-grade rank 7 pill, unless his cultivation has already reached the peak of the Tao Emperor realm. This is why earth flames are considered to be treasures to every single high-grade alchemist. Of course, this doesn't mean that middle-grade rank 7 pills aren't useful. But the difference between a middle-grade rank 7 pill and a high-grade or even a top-grade one is simply incomparable. As he finished explaining the usage of the earth flames, Shun Long saw a look of realization dawning upon Lu Mei's and Shi Xingyi's faces as they seemed to have suddenly realized the value of an earth flame. If it was something that even high-grade alchemists needed to use, then the value of an earth flame couldn't be estimated. Thus, the holy sect possessing 2 earth flames and having them sealed in the refinement hall was something that exceeded their expectations. Of course, using an earth flame to refine a pill didn't mean that an alchemist would necessarily be able to refine a high-grade or top-grade rank 6 pill. It only meant that their chances would be higher during the pill refinement process. Seeing that Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi had both realized the importance of the earth flames, Shun Long nodded his head, before he turned his eyes towards the beautiful blonde-haired young woman in front of him and asked, Xingyi, is the refinement hall located within the inner court? Shun Long already knew that the holy sect was divided between the outer court and the inner court. Although he didn't know the specifics, he knew that very few outer court disciples were allowed to step foot into the inner court. At the same time, considering that he and Lu Mei had already walked through a large part of the outer court already, but he had yet to see the refinement hall in the outer court, it was very likely that it was located in the inner court instead. Of course, since no one below the level of a Tao King would have a need to use an earth flame, it made sense that most outer court disciples wouldn't be aware of the existence of the refinement hall within the sect until they entered the inner court. Indeed. Shi Xingyi nodded when she heard Shun Long's question. Before she replied in a gentle voice a moment later, Brother Long is right. Master said that the refinement hall is located within the inner court. However, according to Master, only the top 1,000 outer court disciples on the martial roll of honor, the members of the top 100 factions of the outer sect, or the personal disciples of an inner court elder are allowed to enter the inner court. The rest of the outer disciples aren't allowed to enter. However, if Brother Long wants to enter the inner court and visit the refinement hall, I will ask my master to allow it for you. There is no need. I was just curious after hearing that the sect actually has 2 earth flames in its possession. Usually, Alchemists will absorb the earth flames in their bodies and wouldn't place them in a place where everyone can use them. After all, only by absorbing the earth flames inside their body could a cultivator allow the flame to show its real strength. Shun Long shook his head when he heard Shi Xingyi's suggestion. But he still rejected it in the end. Regardless, having an outer court disciple who isn't even at the Tao King realm enter the refinement hall would draw too much attention even for him. Although Shun Long wasn't planning to stay low-key inside the sect, showing his full talent as an alchemist was currently out of the question. At least until he reached the Tao King realm he had decided that he wouldn't do so. However, he had now met with another problem as well. As it was right now, Shun Long had already reached the standards of a peak rank 2 gold grade alchemist and was already strong enough to concoct some of the more common rank 6 pills. Even his soul sense, which was his biggest limitation during the pill refinement, was already strong enough for him to complete the refinement of a rank 6 pill without any issue. At the same time, Shun Long estimated that by the time that he broke through to the rank 6 of the nascent soul, he would also reach the standards of a peak rank 3 gold grade alchemist and be able to refine even the most difficult rank 6 pills. However, without the use of an earth flame, it would be extremely difficult for him to refine even high-grade rank 6 pills. As for top-grade rank 6 pills, it would be nearly impossible. Thus, the truth was that Shun Long urgently needed an earth flame. Hearing that the holy sect actually had 2 earth flames within the refinement hall made Shun Long unable to fully stop the waves of greed that were rising in his heart. After all, every alchemist that met with an earth flame would do everything they could to obtain it. And this was even more true for Shun Long. Although most of his memories regarding the earth flames were still sealed in his mind, Shun Long knew that if he could absorb an earth flame and utilize it fully, not only would his skills as an alchemist would rise, but his combat strength would see another leap forward as well, while he would have an extra trump card to use. And yet, he also knew that there was no chance for the holy sect to simply allow him to absorb either of the 2 earth flames in the refinement hall. After all, it was unknown how many alchemists in the sect were eyeing those earth flames already. As for allowing Shi Xingyi to bring him in the refinement hall and allow him to concoct his pills using the assistance of the flames, although that thought had flashed through his mind for a moment, Shun Long quickly rejected it as well. As a rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, he shouldn't even be able to refine a top-grade rank 5 pill just yet, let alone a rank 6. One after all. According to the normal standards, only those alchemists who had reached the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul stage could reach the standards of a rank 1 gold grade alchemist. While Shun Long had already become a rank 1 gold grade alchemist as soon as he broke through to the rank 3 of the spirit realm. Even as an extreme genius, this wasn't something that could be easily explained even in a place like the holy sect that was filled with monster geniuses of all kinds. Shun Long guessed that even a genius alchemist of the holy sect would only be able to refine a top-grade rank 5 pill at most if he was at the same cultivation stage as him. And he most likely wouldn't be able to do that consistently either. Shi Xingyi was excited when she saw Shun Long's piqued interest the moment that she mentioned the earth flames. Since she already knew that Shun Long wouldn't usually show interest in most things, just from his tone alone, it was evident how interested he was in the earth flames. However, she still felt somewhat disappointed in her heart when she realized that it was probably impossible to obtain the sect's earth flames. Almost as if he had guessed her thoughts, Shun Long's expression slowly warmed towards her as he then said in a gentler tone, "Xingyi, don't think too much into it. Although earth flames are indeed rare, they aren't impossible to find either. Additionally, if I really need to use an earth flame to refine a rank 6 pill in the future, I will make sure to ask for your help to enter the refinement hall." Shi Xingyi nodded her head gently when she heard this as she stared at the young man in front of her with a look of determination inside her emerald-colored eyes. After staying in Shun Long's room for a few more minutes, Xingyi was a bit reluctant. But she still stood up with a somewhat complicated expression on her face, as she bade farewell and said that she would come and visit Shun Long and Lu Mei again in a few days. Without waiting for a response, her peerlessly beautiful face had already turned a light shade of red as she looked at Shun Long and Lu Mei next to him, before a veil of shadows covered her body as she then disappeared from Shun Long's courtyard. after staring at Shi Xingyi's figure that had already disappeared from the room. Lu Mei turned her gaze towards Shun Long barely a moment later before she then asked Long Ji. "What do you think of Xingyi? I am sure that Long Ji has noticed it already. But Xingyi seems to have developed feelings for you long ago. Actually, the truth is that if Long Ji really wants it, I won't be against it either. After all, I have already spent a lot of time with Xingyi and it's also obvious that she really likes Long Ji too. This is also why she joined Long Ji's faction without any hesitation. So, instead of having someone else take her away in the future, it's better if Long Ji takes her instead." Shun Long was caught off guard by Lu Mei's sudden proposal, causing his eyes to widen in the process, but he quickly regained a calm expression barely a moment later. As he looked at Lu Mei and smiled gently before he asked Maya, "Isn't it normally I who should say that I am interested in a girl instead of having you do it for me? Do you really want to place another girl in our life?" Lu Mei could feel herself blushing when she heard Shun Long's answer, as it indeed felt like she was trying to match Shun Long with Xingyi out of nowhere. However, a few moments later, the look in her eyes turned resolute as she said, "If it's someone who really cares about Long Ji, then I won't mind it too much. But I am still selfish, so I still want to be the one that Long Ji likes the most in the end." Shun Long nodded his head while his lips curved up into a smile as he pulled Lu Mei into a hug and carried her to the bed behind him without responding directly to her request. Removing his outer sect robes, Shun Long didn't hesitate to unrobe Lu Mei as well, allowing his eyes to feast on her flawless body once again. The expression on Lu Mei's face that was filled with love and gentleness when she looked at him, which was contrary to her usual cold and indifferent expression that she showed to outsiders, only fueled to ignite Shun Long's inner desires even further, as a feeling of lust filled his mind. Placing himself on top of Lu Mei, Shun Long's hands moved directly towards her breasts and her two cherry-like nipples, fondling them and pinching them slightly, making Lu Mei let out moans of pleasure that she could no longer contain due to the intense stimulation. At the same time, Shun Long's hands didn't stop, as his right hand moved downwards, starting to caress Lu Mei's soft body, while his fingers explored every nook and cranny of hers without restraint. A few moments later, the room was filled with sounds of pleasure and ecstasy that lasted for more than 3 hours until they started to slowly die down. Lying on top of the bed with his face up, Shun Long turned his head to the side, to look at Lu Mei, who had half her body placed on top of him and was staring at him with a look filled with love and infatuation on her face. As he then smiled and asked, gently, "Maya, do you want to hear a song?" "A song? Played by Long Ji?" Lu Mei's eyes instantly sparkled as she remembered the wooden guqin that Shun Long had purchased from the Golden Treasures Hall. Lu Mei had thought that Shun Long had only purchased it because it was a treasure, and she didn't think that he would try to play the instrument by himself. After all, in the past 4 years, he had never shown an interest in any musical instrument. Nodding his head, Shun Long put on his outer sect robes before he sat on his white cushion in front of the bed and faced Lu Mei before he waved his right hand. A wooden, silver-colored musical instrument with 7 strings immediately appeared in front of him, bringing along with it a scent of vitality that quickly filled the room. Closing his eyes, Shun Long's attention was placed completely on the silverbark guqin in front of him, as his hands lightly touched the strings on the guqin's surface. No sound was produced when his fingers touched each of the icy strings created from the silk of a frigid ice spider, but the coldness of the strings produced a refreshing feeling that made Shun Long feel as if his mind had taken a dive inside a refreshing pool filled with cold water, instantly calming it down. With his eyes still closed, Shun Long touched the first string of the guqin, before he plucked it gently, ping. A beautiful sound instantly echoed throughout the room, making Lu Mei's heart involuntarily tremble when she heard it. It was only a single pluck of a string, and yet the note that it produced seemed to have been something that had already transcended this world. This was unlike anything else that Lu Mei had ever heard in her life. At that moment, as Shun Long held the guqin in front of him, Lu Mei felt that Shun Long's aura had suddenly changed. Peng. Another sound followed soon after, as Shun Long's fingers started to become more accustomed to the wooden guqin. In the beginning, the movements of his hands were still somewhat stiff, creating a weird image of someone who was touching the guqin for the first time. and yet was still producing flawless notes that had already exceeded Lu Mei's wildest imagination. However, as his fingers kept plucking the strings, Shun Long no longer had to think as he played. And instead he allowed his memories and the feelings inside him to all burst out at once, as his hands consecutively plucked the guqin's strings. At that moment, Lu Mei could suddenly feel herself plunging in a dream as an intense and almost irresistible feeling of tranquility filled her mind. The existence of everything else around her seemed to have slowly disappeared, as Lu Mei felt that the only two people left inside the entire holy sect was herself and Shun Long, who was playing the guqin in front of her with his eyes closed. Without even trying to resist this feeling, Lu Mei allowed herself to fall into slumber while her eyes started to involuntarily tear up at the same time. The sound of Shun Long playing the guqin quickly permeated the entire courtyard, but it didn't just stop there. Barely a moment later, the disciples that were walking around Shun Long's courtyard and even in the surrounding courtyards were all dazed, and they were stopped in place, as the indescribable, transcendent-like notes sounded in their ears as well. Even though Shun Long's courtyard had protective formations that didn't allow sound to come in or go out and disturb the rest of the disciples, so that they could cultivate in peace. The protective formations around the courtyard that could even block the full-powered attacks of early-stage Dao Kings were actually unable to stop the sound of the guqin from spreading in the surroundings. In just a few moments, every single one of the disciples in the surrounding courtyards, including those who had already reached the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul stage, had all fallen in a daze as they involuntarily drifted into slumber from Shun Long's performance. Even middle-stage nascent soul cultivators were actually unable to stop their minds from relaxing before falling asleep. In less than a minute, in this area of the sect where this cluster of courtyards was located, the only sound that could be heard was the melodious sound of the guqin that had already transcended this world. At the same time, Shun Long wasn't aware of anything that was going on in his surroundings, as his mind was completely absorbed into playing the guqin. It was only after nearly an hour had passed that the sound of the guqin finally stopped. And yet every single courtyard around Shun Long's had fallen silent, as the disciples inside them and those who were previously walking on the streets had fallen asleep and had yet to wake up. Opening his eyes, Shun Long saw Lu Mei lying on the bed with a smile on her face and her eyes closed, while two streaks of tears had fallen from her eyes as they rolled down her cheeks. The notes that Shun Long had played just now didn't correspond to a specific song from his memories. Instead, it was a song that he poured his own feelings into. A soothing, beautiful melody that was aimed to calm Lu Mei's heart. Shun Long already knew that Lu Mei was having a hard time resisting the influence of the qi that she was absorbed with the blood absorption art. During her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, even with the pill that he had created by mixing the rank 5 dream ash flower and the icicle soul grass that he had obtained from the lair of the rank 5 snow apes in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he knew that Lu Mei would still have a hard time completing her breakthrough. So, after breaking through to the nascent soul stage as well and unsealing some of his memories inside him, Shun Long had already decided to let Lu Mei hear him play the guqin and allow her to calm both her mind and her heart at the same time. Shun Long already knew from his memories that a cultivator who has enough insights to play a musical instrument well enough could even affect the psyche of other cultivators. With his own skills in music that had already reached the peak of the immortal dimension in the past, Shun Long was certain that as long as he was next to her, Lu Mei wouldn't fall into qi deviation in the future unless something completely out of his expectations happened. Closing his eyes, Shun Long let Lu Mei sleep as he held the guqin in his hands and entered the foggy space in the Stone of Time. However, as soon as he returned in this place, Shun Long noticed that even Little Silver had fallen asleep in the process, as the Black Panther slept next to Little Black. At that moment, with his connection with Little Silver, Shun Long realized that the Panther was on the verge of breaking through to the middle of rank 6. For so long, Little Silver had stayed in the early rank 6 and was unable to break through, even after consuming more than 1,000 stalks of dragon blood grass. But as soon as he heard Shun Long playing the guqin, the Black Panther was quickly swept asleep, while the condensed energy inside his body started to churn. Unlike Little Black, Little Silver hadn't restarted its cultivation from the start and was only a normal silver-winged Panther King. Although such magic beasts were still considered rare. Normally, An adult silver-winged panther king would only reach the peak of rank 5 and would very rarely become an early rank 6 magic beast. Being on the verge of a breakthrough to become a middle rank 6 magic beast was already something that other silver-winged panther kings couldn't even dream of. And yet Shun Long knew that unless he found some rare medicinal herbs, the beast cores of peak rank 6 magic beasts or the souls of late-stage Dao kings, it would be extremely tough for Little Silver to break through again in the future and ever become a peak rank 6 magic beast. With a smile on his face, Shun Long sat cross-legged on his usual seating spot. And after throwing one more look at the sleeping Little Black and Little Silver, he placed his silverbark Kukin by his side before he took out some middle-grade spirit stones and started to feed them to the heaven-swallowing vine one after another. He had decided to stay in seclusion for the next 2 days and try to break through to the early rank 3 of the nascent soul, as well as purify the remaining balls of chi to bring them at the same level as well. After all, in 10 days, both he and Lu Mei as well as Jiang Chen and the rest would all leave the sect to go and complete 2 personal D-rank missions each. So bringing his strength to the peak before that to be able to deal with any unexpected circumstances was vital. At the same time that Shun Long closed his eyes and started to absorb the energy of the pure chi from the heaven-swallowing vine, the entire enforcement hall had already been riled up. As the enforcement disciples of the sect were already heard of the disciples that had fallen asleep on the streets of the sect and were furiously investigating the situation. In the huge building of the enforcement hall located barely a mile away from the assignment hall's location, the elder responsible for the enforcement hall, Elder Kang, stared at the enforcement hall disciples that were kneeling in front of him with a furious look on his face, as he roared angrily in a voice that shook the entire building while the aura of a peak Dao King exploded from his body at the same time. "What did you say?